Chapter 1, Obtaining the System. Hello, the number you dialed is busy, please try again later.
Su Jincheng called Song Meiyun more than 10 times in a row, and got the same response every time.
Hey, where is Meiyun doing? Did she forget that today is my birthday?
Su Jincheng was wandering aimlessly on the street alone, unable to contact his girlfriend and feeling a little lost.
Honey, look at this bag, I love it so much, can you buy it for me?
Miss, you have such good taste.
This is the Gucci Horsebit 1955 series small shoulder bag, the latest model of 2021. It's perfect for you.
The salesgirl next to her heard the woman's coquettishness and immediately started flattering her, determined to get the order.
This voice sounds familiar, like Meiyun.
Su Jincheng turned his head to look into the Gucci store and froze in place. His girlfriend, Song Meiyun, was standing next to a 40-year-old man at the time, rubbing her body against the man's, her eyes full of coquettishness.
Okay, as long as baby likes it, I will buy you anything. The middle-aged man was very satisfied with Song Meiyun's coquettishness.
He took out his credit card and bought the new Gucci bag in full. When Song Meiyun walked out of the store happily with the man, Su Jincheng came into her sight, and a flash of tension and guilt flashed across his eyes. The two looked at each other, saying nothing, yet it seemed as if they had said everything.
Meiyun, remember you once said that you would never leave me. Su Jincheng was the first to break the deadlock. Su Jincheng, that was only in the past. Song Meiyun sighed.
In the past 4 years, I paid for our outings, meals, and even hotel rooms.
You always talked about what would happen in the future. I've waited for 4 years, and now it seems that you're just empty promises. You can't give me the life I want. Hey, Meiyun, is this the loser ex-boyfriend you were talking about? The middle-aged man looked at Su Jincheng with contempt, took out his car keys and unlocked the Mercedes-Benz not far away. See the bag in my hand? My husband just bought it for me. You may not recognize this brand yet.
After saying that, Meiyun walked towards the Mercedes-Benz in high heels, shaking her big waves and twisting her waist, and sat in the passenger seat.
Meiyun, I know I was wrong.
I will change.
I will change everything. Please give me another chance. I know you still love me. Watching Song Meiyun leaving, Su Jincheng could no longer bear it.
He chased after her, knocking on the car window, trying to keep her.
You little brat, don't you understand me? You broke the window of my Mercedes-Benz E300. Even if I sold you, you still can't afford to pay for it.
You're such a poor fellow, and you're still trying to pick up girls like others.
Go to bed right away. You can dream of anything.
The middle-aged man pointed at Su Jincheng's nose and started cursing.
Song Meiyun and the man's words cut into Su Jincheng's heart like a knife.
Su Jincheng clenched his fists, glared at the middle-aged man, tears welling up in his eyes. The man was unmoved, but was amused by Su Jincheng's clownish appearance and was shaking his head. Su Jincheng hated Song Meiyun for leaving him so ruthlessly, hated himself for being incompetent, and hated himself for having no money. The people around were also pointing fingers at Su Jincheng. If I were this man, I'd be embarrassed. He wants the woman to pay for the room. How shameless. It's better for the woman if we break up. This woman is so pitiful. She's wasted 4 beautiful years of her youth on this poor bastard. Young man, please stop wasting the girl's time. You are indeed handsome, but handsomeness cannot make you a living. A kind-hearted aunt walked up to Su Jincheng and advised him. If I had a daughter, there's no way she'd marry someone like you. Su Jincheng is about 1.8 meters tall and thin, but he looks good, with sharp features and a clean and refreshing look. However, his outfit is incompatible with his appearance. He wore a loose white t-shirt on the upper body, jeans that were washed to a pale color on the lower body, and a pair of yellowed white sneakers on his feet. They looked like street stall goods and were not worth much. Su Jincheng was filled with grief and anger at this moment, but he could not change anything, and it was too late. Under the ridicule of countless people, Su Jincheng ran away with his head down. When you meet a scumbag like Song Meiyun, there are still a lot of people who help you speak up.
What's wrong with this society? Ding dong.
Suddenly, a crisp prompt sound rang in Su Jincheng's mind.
Detected that the host has seen through the scumbag. Invincible Life System activated. Synchronizing current world information, please wait. What? Skydrop system?
Su Jincheng, who often reads novels and plays games, naturally knows what the system is, but he didn't expect that he would obtain the system at this time.
Activation successful.
All items including skills obtained by the host from this system have been synchronized with the current world.
Please feel free to use this system. The final right of interpretation belongs to this system. Loading host information. Name, Su Jincheng. Age, 23. Height, 178 centimeters. Appearance, 90. Deposit, 2,000. Real estate, none. Car, none. Skills, none.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a newbie gift pack.
Should we open it now?
As soon as the system finished speaking, a panel appeared in front of Su Jincheng, with two options, yes and no.
I don't know if it's true or not, let's open it and see.
Su Jincheng, who was nervous and a little expectant, immediately chose the option to turn on.
Ding dong. Congratulations on getting a new car, the Mercedes-AMG GT or Green Devil. The 4S dealership is on the way and will deliver it to your current location. Congratulations on winning a 5-story villa.
The housekeeper has already prepared it and is waiting for you to move in.
The villa's location has been automatically entered into the AMG navigation system.
Congratulations on winning 15 million renminbi.
It has been deposited into your bank account. Download the corresponding online banking to view and manage it.
According to what the system just said, if all this is true, the AMG Green Devil will be delivered to him. So Su Jincheng found a small stone bench on the side of the road, sat down and waited.
The wait was more than an hour.
Just when Su Jincheng was about to lose his patience, a helicopter with a container hanging on it flew towards Su Jincheng and dropped the container 10 meters away from Su Jincheng. As a large amount of dry ice sublimated in white mist rose, a gleaming AMG Green Goblin slowly drove out of the container and came to Su Jincheng's side.
Hello, Mr. Su, congratulations on becoming a distinguished Mercedes-Benz owner.
After the driver parked the car, he hurried out and respectfully handed the car keys to Su Jincheng. The car is equipped with a 4.0L twin-turbocharged V8 engine, which can produce a maximum of 577 horsepower and a maximum torque of 714 Nm, and can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.6 seconds. In addition to its powerful power, the Green Devil is also equipped with a sophisticated electronic control system, bringing you a new level of driving.
Su Jincheng took a deep breath and asked cautiously, This car is mine now?
The driver immediately replied, Yes, Mr. Su, you ordered the car an hour ago. Since it was an expedited order, we arranged for a helicopter to deliver your car directly. As soon as the driver finished speaking, Su Jincheng received a text message from China Construction Bank on his old phone.
Your card account ending in 6360 received a transfer of 50 million renminbi at 10:26 on November 1st. The current balance is 50,002,000 renminbi. Holy shit, this seems real. I'm going to get rich just like that.
Still in shock, Su Jincheng expressed his gratitude to the staff at the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership, opened the car door, and prepared to go and see his new home.
Chapter 2, Complete Set.
However, when Su Jincheng was about to start the car, he found that the Green Goblin's operating mode was completely different from the Santana he had used to learn how to drive.
Su Jincheng didn't know how to drive.
The crowd watching outside were also waiting for Su Jincheng to start the car and see the supercar, but after waiting for several minutes, there was no movement at all.
Fuck, this is embarrassing. Ding dong.
The operating manual for the Mercedes-AMG GT or Green Devil and all domestic traffic regulations are now being input into the host's brain.
As soon as the system finished speaking, Su Jincheng learned how to drive an AMG. Since he wants to show off, he has to show off everything. Su Jincheng is ready to make a big splash. After shifting the gear to N, Su Jincheng stepped hard on the accelerator. The Green Goblin's exhaust pipe began to spew fire and made a da-da-da sound. Before some people had time to take out their mobile phones to take pictures or record videos, Su Jincheng took off and sped away. Following the route in the navigation, Su Jincheng quickly drove to the gate of the community where the villa was located. The security guard in the security booth saw a Mercedes-Benz coming to the door and immediately walked out to verify the owner's identity and let him pass. But when the security guard saw that Su Jincheng's clothes were yellowish and had several holes in them while he was driving, he immediately took out a stick and questioned Su Jincheng. Tell me, did you steal this car? You'd better confess, or I'll call the police. Su Jincheng felt helpless, and he didn't blame the security guard for thinking this way about him. If he put himself in his shoes, perhaps he would do the same. Hello, I'm the owner of Crown 1 Villa. Could you please let me in? Hearing this, the security guard immediately took out the walkie-talkie. Captain, bring some people to the south gate. There's a man claiming to be the owner of Crown 1 Villa. What?
Hold him steady first, don't let him get away. There are still idiots out there who dare to pretend to be the owner of Crown 1 Villa these days. After receiving the news, the security guards of Crown Garden immediately drove a patrol car to the north gate entrance of the community.
Hello, sir. I heard that you are the owner of Crown Villa number 1? The security captain did not immediately drive Su Jincheng away.
Although Su Jincheng was full of doubts, if it was true, it would be a big trouble.
Yes, if you don't believe me, you can contact my housekeeper. You should have my home phone number.
While the security captain arranged for someone to call Su Jincheng's home phone, he walked aside to prepare to call Lu Yemen, the president of the developer Crown Group.
Hello, Mr. Lu. We have a man here who claims to be the owner of Crown 1 Villa. I want to verify the situation with you because he seems a little. Ask him if his last name is Su? If so, you must treat him well. He is our Crown Group's most distinguished customer. I'll be there right away.
After Lu Yemen hung up the phone, she didn't bother to ask her assistant to arrange a car to take her to Crown Garden. She took the elevator directly to the basement and drove the Panamera to Su Jincheng.
Sir, may I ask your name? After receiving Lu Yemen's instructions, the security captain hurried to ask Su Jincheng. My last name is Su Jincheng. Is it verified? Can I go in? Su Jincheng replied patiently. So it's Mr. Su. We didn't recognize you. Please don't take it to heart. Xiao Zhang, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and raise the pole, you are so clumsy. Mr. Su, please come in. Miss Lu, the president of our Crown Group, will come to visit you later. The security captain had just finished scolding his subordinates. He wiped the sweat from his head, turned around and gestured to Su Jincheng with a smile in his eyes. After Su Jincheng drove the car to the basement, he took the elevator to the first floor of the villa. Looking at the magnificent decoration that looked like a palace, he was also very excited. Mr. Su, the bath water is ready, and the change of clothes is in the dressing room outside the bathroom door. You can go up to the third floor to take a shower and change clothes. Under the guidance of the housekeeper, Su Jincheng came to the bathroom. Because he was afraid that Lu Yemen would have to wait too long, he took a hot shower directly under the showerhead without soaking in the bathtub for a while. When Su Jincheng finished taking a shower and getting dressed, he came to the living room on the first floor and found Lu Yemen sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Lu Yemen was wearing a light gray, high-end professional suit, her long, beautiful legs wrapped in delicate black stockings. The tight, fitted dress perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure. If scored according to Su Jincheng's aesthetic standards, Lu Yemen would get at least 95 points. Hello, Miss Lu. Sorry to have kept you waiting. When Lu Yemen heard Su Jincheng's voice, she immediately put down the teacup in her hand, stood up and looked at Su Jincheng. Mr. Su, hello, I'm Lu Yemen from the Emperor Group. Because Su Jincheng's hair was not very long, he did not blow dry his hair after taking a shower. You know, a handsome guy who just came out of the bath is very tempting, and it is difficult for most women to control themselves. What's more, Lu Yemen has no experience in love. Su Jincheng's appearance has doubled the damage to Lu Yemen. Isn't your company called Crown Group? Su Jincheng was stunned, thinking that he had really come to the wrong place and would make a fool of himself. Oh yes, it's the Crown Group, not the Palace Group. Lu Yemen was already incoherent, and a faint blush began to appear on her face. Seeing the subtle atmosphere, the butler beside him tactfully left quietly. Ahem, may I ask what is the matter with Miss Lu? Lu Yemen also felt that he had lost his composure, and quickly said in a serious tone, It is like this, Mr. Su, I am here to handle some house handover procedures with you. Su Jincheng didn't know the origin of Crown number 1 and wanted to find out, so he said. Is that so? Miss Lu, could you please introduce me to this Crown 1 villa? Crown 1, one of China's most exclusive and prestigious villas, commands a price tag of 500,000 renminbi per square meter and boasts a floor area of 2,666 square meters. It boasts not only the typical living room, bedroom, and elevator, but also a garden, outdoor pool, and even 2 helicopter landing pads. The most amazing thing about Crown 1 is its excellent geographical location. Located on the only mountain in Jiangnan City, the hotel faces the city's financial center, while behind it flows the Amber River, the city's mother river. Overlooking Jiangnan City's famous nightscape at night, the hotel offers a panoramic view of the city's prosperity. After Lu Yemen's brief introduction, Su Jincheng discovered that this villa was really not simple. Then, the two of them spent about an hour completing various procedures. The formalities have been completed. How about this, Mr. Su? We can add each other on WeChat. If you have any questions or suggestions later, you can contact me directly. Okay, but my phone was broken in a car accident, so I don't have a phone to use right now. Because Su Jincheng's phone was an old one, it could only receive calls and send text messages, and he couldn't add WeChat, so he could only find an excuse to get away with it. It's okay. I have a friend who owns a mobile phone store. I'll take you there to buy one. Su Jincheng nodded, then followed Lu Yemen out and sat in the passenger seat of the Panamera. Chapter 3: Unlocking New Skills. On the way to the mobile phone store, Su Jincheng got to know Lu Yemen a little through their chat. Lu Yemen is the daughter of the founder of the Crown Group and currently serves as the group's president. In addition to her role as president, this high-class beauty is also a renowned architectural designer in Jiangnan City. She possesses both talent and beauty, truly a modern-day darling. Although the Panamera is positioned as a business car, its exterior still adopts the style of a sports car, coupled with its pink paint. As soon as it arrived in the city center, many photography enthusiasts gathered around to take pictures. Wow, this Pamela is so beautiful, and the owner is even more beautiful. Look at the guy in the passenger seat, he's so handsome. Ah, it turns out the better the car, the better looking the person sitting in the passenger seat is. Douyin really doesn't lie to me. Amidst the envious gazes of a group of onlookers, Lu Yemen parked his car in front of the mobile phone store. Hey, man, how come you have time to come and sit with me today? Chi Sijia looked at Su Jincheng curiously, suddenly understood something, and said deliberately, "Are you here to show off your new boyfriend to me? Man is so lucky to have such a handsome boyfriend." No. Sijia, you misunderstood. Mr. Su and I just met today. Mr. Su is the owner of Crown One Villa. The beautiful CEO Lu Yemen gently stroked her hair and replied with a little shyness. No way, such a young rich man. Since Mr. Su is not your type, I'm going to make a move. Man, don't hold a grudge against me when the time comes. After saying that, Chi Sijia cast a coquettish glance at Su Jincheng, and Su Jincheng responded with a smile. Ms. Chi, I'm here today to buy a mobile phone. Could you please recommend one to me? Then I recommend two models, one is the Huawei Mate 40RS Porsche Limited Edition, and the other is the iPhone 13 Pro Max. Both have wireless charging functions. Which one do you like? Su Jincheng is now not short of money at all, and he doesn't need to hesitate like before when shopping. Adults make choices. Since both were recommended by Miss Chi, I'll take both. As expected of a wealthy brother, I love your straightforwardness. I'll teach you how to use two phones later. As long as there is an operating manual or document, Su Jincheng can learn all the functions of any operating equipment in just 1 second. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Chi. I have some urgent matters to attend to later. I will study the functions of the mobile phone myself when I get home. Chi Sijia felt a little disappointed after being rejected, but at the same time, Lu Yemen was relieved. Ms. Lu, thank you for sending me here today. I'll treat you to dinner another day. I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Su Jincheng waved to the two girls and left. Life's ups and downs happened too quickly, and Su Jincheng still needed time to digest it, so he walked towards the nearest bar. In the bar, countless men and women were twisting their bodies wildly. Every beat of the explosive electronic music struck people's nerves. Smelling the smell of alcohol in the air, even the calmest people would feel a little bit of throbbing. Su Jincheng ordered a bucket of 60-proof whiskey, known as the water of life. Under the bartender's puzzled look, he poured it directly into the glass and drank it one after another, just like drinking water. Su Jincheng wanted to numb himself. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the 1,000 cups skill. Su Jincheng, who was a little drunk just now, suddenly woke up and a black question mark appeared on his head. Are you kidding me? There's actually this kind of skill. Drinking to drown your sorrows only makes the sorrow worse. Faced with this very practical but inappropriate skill, Su Jincheng could only put down his wineglass helplessly. At this moment, under the enchanting atmosphere light, a young girl entered Su Jincheng's field of vision and attracted his attention. The girl's outfit was unique, reminiscent of medieval Gothic Europe. Her hair was loose and unkempt, and she wore thick smoky makeup, pale foundation, heavy eyeliner, and bright lipstick.
She was dressed in a European-style dress adorned with roses, lace, and ribbons, exuding a melancholic, rebellious, and wild air.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the beauty rating skill. As soon as the system finished speaking, a visible but intangible panel appeared in front of Su Jincheng's eyes.
Name, Li Shiyun. Age, 18. Height, 163 centimeters. Appearance, 96. First blood, still there. Strategy progress, 0-100. What the hell? There's such a skill. So this girl is so beautiful, why does she wear non-mainstream makeup? Without caring about being surprised, Li Shiyun suddenly rushed towards Su Jincheng and threw herself directly into Su Jincheng's arms, wrapping her arms around Su Jincheng's neck and hugging him tightly. Su Jincheng once again raised a question mark. Am I really that attractive? Just by looking at you, you're not going to decide that we're forever together, are you?
In order to prevent Li Shiyun from falling, Su Jincheng had to hold her shoulders with both hands. However, he clearly felt that the girl in his arms trembled slightly when he touched her.
What do you mean, you're shy when someone embraces you?
Su Jincheng muttered in his heart that he would not do anything rash before figuring out the situation, because Su Jincheng was just a bootlicker so far and only knew how to do things to please women. So, Su Jincheng wanted to push Li Shiyun away and ask her what she meant. But Li Shiyun seemed to be suddenly frightened and grabbed Su Jincheng's wrist very quickly, not wanting him to leave her side. At this moment, 3 burly men in black suits appeared at the door of the bar. As soon as they came in, they looked around, obviously looking for someone. Soon, the 3 strong men looked towards Su Jincheng, their eyes fell on the girl in his arms, and walked towards him.
Su Jincheng understood instantly that Li Shiyun was using him as a shield.
In that case, I will do my best to cooperate with your performance. Su Jincheng understood what he meant and released his hands that were supporting Li Shiyun's shoulders, and instead hugged Li Shiyun tightly with his arms. Li Shiyun's delicate body trembled and she moaned. Then, a cold voice came from Su Jincheng's arms, "Don't move, or you will regret it." Seeing that the other party was still threatening him, Su Jincheng raised his lips to a wicked smile.
I have a system, so why should I be afraid of you? If you don't let me move, I will move anyway. Su Jincheng's left hand began to tickle Li Shiyun. Li Shiyun couldn't stand such teasing.
She suddenly jumped forward and tried to dodge, but she hugged Su Jincheng even tighter. Their faces were almost touching.
Su Jincheng felt the girl's breathing become rapid.
Seeing this, the 3 strong men walking towards the site stopped immediately and held a small meeting on the spot. They thought that their young lady would never tolerate another man being so close to her, and this woman only looked a little similar to the young lady from behind.
So the 3 strong men changed direction, searched the bar and left. Chapter 4 mission starts. Okay, now that they're gone, it's time to let go. My neck is hurting from you, Su Jincheng said after reluctantly removing his hands. Li Shiyun in his arms suddenly retreated away.
Under the dim light, Su Jincheng still found that the girl's face had turned red to the neck. It was obvious that she was extremely shy.
How dare you touch me?
Li Shiyun tried her best to hide her shyness, tilted her head, and stared at Su Jincheng fiercely. Su Jincheng pointed at the entrance of the bar and said innocently, "You really have a conscience that has been eaten by a dog. I clearly helped you, but you are still blaming me.
It's really unreasonable.
If I hadn't been quick-witted and pretended to be a couple with you, you would have been captured long ago.
Do you think your figure is the only one I want to touch?"
Seeing Su Jincheng's aggrieved face, Li Shiyun was stunned for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed and a little disappointed. Li Shiyun had never been spanked like this by a man since she was a child, but the other party did help her. Otherwise, she would have stood him up today and might even be despised by people in the circle.
Don't I look good? This guy must be taking advantage of me.
I must make him pay the price. Li Shiyun made up her mind, patted Su Jincheng on the shoulder, and then clasped her hands together. "Thank you for your help, brother.
Your behavior just now is understandable."
Su Jincheng found it funny to see Li Shiyun acting like a chivalrous hero, but he still cooperated seriously. No, I'll stand up when I see injustice, and I'll take action when it's time to do it. If you encounter difficulties next time, I will still help you without hesitation.
As a thank you, I decided to take you to a place.
Li Shiyun said seriously, but the cunning flash in her eyes betrayed her. Knowing that the other party was deceiving him, Su Jincheng didn't care at all.
He pretended to be curious and asked, "Okay, where is this place? Is it fun?" "You'll know when you get there."
Seeing that Su Jincheng had taken the bait, Li Shiyun smiled and took Su Jincheng out of the bar. Su Jincheng followed Li Shiyun and opened the rating panel facing Li Shiyun's beautiful figure, and found that the progress of the strategy had increased by 10%.
Oh, my damn charm that has nowhere to go.
Su Jincheng smiled in his heart.
In the corner of the bar's basement, Li Shiyun stopped in front of a Nissan that looked a bit old, pointed at the car and said to Su Jincheng, "Have you seen my car? I'll take you for a ride." Upon hearing this, Su Jincheng frowned. "You at least drive me for a ride in a BMW or Mercedes-Benz, but you drive a shabby Nissan, so I might as well just ride a bicycle and follow you." "Humph, you look like a country bumpkin. This is the Japanese god of war. If you don't want to sit, forget it. I won't force you. But I won't owe you anything." Li Shiyun unlocked the car while looking at Su Jincheng with disdain. Su Jincheng didn't respond, but opened the passenger door and got in. The soft leather seats and the cool interior with a sense of technology really make you feel classy when you are in it. "You took advantage of me. Even if you helped me, I have to get back at you. I'll let you see how powerful I am later," Li Shiyun said to herself. Buzz buzz. Li Shiyun didn't say much and started the car directly. The sound of the engine instantly increased her adrenaline. After the car started, Li Shiyun seemed like a different person. She no longer had the delicate look that a girl usually has. Her eyes were firm and she looked straight ahead. As soon as the handbrake was released and the accelerator was stepped on, the Nissan took off and rushed out of the garage. The moment she left the basement, Li Shiyun quickly turned left and drifted onto the road at a speed of 60 yards. "How is it? Isn't it nice to ride in my car?" Li Shiyun controlled the god of war, with an excited and complacent smile on her lips. He glanced at Su Jincheng, and then his eyes instantly became surprised and unexpected. Li Shiyun originally thought that Su Jincheng would be frightened by the sharp turn and turn pale, and would pitifully beg her to slow down. But what she didn't expect was that at this moment Su Jincheng was fiddling with his two newly bought mobile phones and studying their common functions. "You forced me to use my ultimate move." Li Shiyun snorted coldly and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The car's speedometer quickly went from 60 to 140. If you are on a highway, driving at 140 miles per hour will not feel particularly fast. But now in the city, driving at 140 miles per hour on a road with a speed limit of 50 miles per hour, everything around me, including the air, is speeding backwards. If you look at it from a god's perspective, the Nissan driving at high speed is like a mouse scurrying around, constantly changing lanes and overtaking. "Stop swerving so hard, braking and accelerating all the time. I can't even read the words on my phone." Su Jincheng looked at Li Shiyun with dissatisfaction, frowned and complained. Seeing that her superb driving skills did not scare Su Jincheng, Li Shiyun was so angry that her chest was shaking. She could only listen to Su Jincheng and slow down. After a while, the car slowed down at a deserted street intersection and turned into an alley. On one side of the scene ahead, there are bright lights, all of which are turned on car headlights. On both sides of the street, there are no less than 50 supercars and modified racing cars parked. "Racing gang." Su Jincheng raised his eyebrows and immediately knew what the gothic girl next to him did. Li Shiyun seemed to be very famous in the circle. As soon as the car stopped, the men and women present gathered over here. Ms. Li, who is always punctual, was 20 minutes late today. I thought she was too scared to come. A young man with a stern face laughed, slapped the back of the Nissan hard, and said loudly. Li Shiyun and the young man were at loggerheads. "Fu Lang, I, Li Shiyun, will never be afraid of you, even if I am afraid of anyone else. Stop talking nonsense and start the game when you are ready." Fu Lang sneered and raised his hand to wave back. A man wearing a racing suit and with a grim expression walked out of the crowd. "Fu Lang, you are so shameless. You even asked a professional driver for help." Seeing the man in the racing suit, Li Shiyun's face turned pale and she pointed at Fu Lang angrily. Fu Lang shrugged and looked at Li Shiyun proudly. "Which rule of the competition says that you are not allowed to have helpers? If you're scared, just admit defeat. I don't want the 500,000 yuan bet. Just call me good brother." Hearing this, the men and women present began to laugh. Li Shiyun gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, "It's still uncertain who will win or lose. If you lose, just kneel down and call me aunt." Fu Lang did not respond, but just clapped his hands arrogantly. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by waves of roaring engine sounds, the crowd slowly dispersed, and a cool supercar slowly drove in front of the Nissan car. Lamborghini SVJ.
Looking at the supercar in front of her, Lee Shuryun's face became even uglier. Although his Japanese god of war is very powerful, it is still a little inferior to a real supercar. In addition, the opponent has a professional driver, so Lee Shuryun has almost no chance of winning today's race. Su Jincheng, who was sitting in the car, saw Lee Shuryun making a fool of herself and felt very satisfied.
Ding dong.
Start the mission, help Lee Shuryun win the game.
Mission reward: obtain 100% controlling stake in the Yunwan Edi International Hotel. Yunwan Edi International Hotel is the most luxurious and top-notch hotel in Jiangnan City, no doubt about it.
If you want to book a private room at Yunwan Edi, you must first verify your capital. If your cash flow does not reach 1 million, you cannot even enter the hotel.
Damn it.
I just wanted to watch the show, but ended up having to take action. Faced with such a reward, no one would refuse, let alone Su Jincheng, who had just become rich.
Chapter 5: Gaining a little follower.
When you see injustice, you should speak out.
When it's time to take action, you should take action.
Su Jincheng got out of the car humming a hero song.
Fu Lang followed the sound of the song and saw Su Jincheng.
He was surprised and said, "It turns out that Miss Lee had also made preparations in advance and hired a pretty boy as a helper."
Everyone then looked at Su Jincheng and burst into laughter. Because Su Jincheng looks nothing like a racing master, he really does look like a pretty boy.
Lee Shuryun glanced at Su Jincheng and felt a little guilty.
Not only did he lose face, but Su Jincheng was also humiliated.
Su Jincheng ignored Fu Lang's sarcasm and the ridicule of the crowd, and walked straight to Lee Shuryun and patted her shoulder.
"Brother, I didn't expect you to run into trouble so soon. I said I would help you without hesitation."
Only Su Jincheng knew that he helped Lee Shuryun just to get the mission reward. Lee Shuryun's eyes lit up, and a glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in her lost heart. Thinking of Su Jincheng's calmness when he was riding in the car before, could he really be so lucky to meet a racing master?
"Don't waste time, let's start the game." Su Jincheng waved at Fu Lang. Fu Lang frowned, called the racers around him, and whispered in his ear, "Knock them over if you get a chance. I'll take care of the rest." After saying that, Fu Lang glanced at Su Jincheng viciously and got into the SVJ. The Nissan and SVJ were ready side by side in 2 lanes, constantly stepping on the accelerator, eager to try. The Lamborghini's window rolled down, and the professional racing driver looked at Su Jincheng with disdain, while Fu Lang even made a thumbs-down gesture. He shouted at Lee Shuryun, "Let your pretty boy take you to show off and fly, ha ha, I hope you can still see our taillights." Su Jincheng and Lee Shuryun sat in the car and ignored Fu Lang's provocation. At this moment, a tall and sexy model wearing a bikini, holding 2 small flags, twisted her waist and stood right in front of the 2 racing cars. 3, 2, 1, the 2 small flags held high by the model fell down, and then the whole street was filled with the roar of car exhausts. The performance of SVJ is obviously much stronger. It established a leading advantage at the start, and Nissan followed closely behind. Although Su Jincheng had never driven a Nissan, the system had just transmitted all the operating skills and performance parameters of the car, as well as the map of Jiangnan City, into Su Jincheng's mind. Su Jincheng has no problem at all with operating techniques. Since the opponent is a professional driver and there is a gap in performance between the 2 cars, it is difficult to win by skill alone. So, while Su Jincheng was operating, he was also working out the shortest feasible route in his mind. After all, the streets are open circuits, and there is no rule in the competition that says you can only drive along the original route. Lee Shuryun looked at the taillights of the SVJ and frowned. She looked at Su Jincheng, who was concentrating on driving and tried hard to catch up, but found that every time she got closer, she would be left behind by the other party. And if Su Jincheng hadn't reacted quickly, the Nissan would have been in danger of being cut off and overturning several times. This Fu Lang actually dared to play tricks on us. Lee Shuryun was so angry that her chest was shaking. As the race progressed, the 2 cars shuttled back and forth on the streets, speeding up. After driving onto the elevated road, they reached a speed of nearly 200 yards. As they got closer to the finish line, Fu Lang and the others no longer wanted to find an opportunity to knock Su Jincheng over. With a roar, the SVJ accelerated significantly, and the distance between it and the Nissan was widened. Asshole! Lee Shuryun cursed inwardly, knowing that if nothing unexpected happened today, she would definitely lose. Su Jincheng was not in a hurry. At a fork in the elevated road, he turned right sharply and took a ramp. "Hey! You're going the wrong direction." When Lee Shuryun saw that something was wrong, she hurriedly shouted to Su Jincheng. If you don't want to lose, check your seatbelt first and then sit still. Su Jincheng didn't care about what Li Shiyun said and continued to step on the accelerator and drive forward. Hey, where are Li Shiyun and the others? They won't admit defeat and run away halfway, right? Seeing that the Nissan was no longer in the rearview mirror, Fu Lang laughed. We rushed to the point in one fell swoop and didn't knock them over. They were lucky. When he reached the bend of the ramp, Su Jincheng not only did not turn the steering wheel, but also stepped on the accelerator hard. The car directly hit the roadblock, flew out of the overpass, and rushed into a small woods. Li Shiyun was immediately frightened and screamed, "Ah!" It turned out that when Su Jincheng was analyzing the map, he discovered that a car accident had occurred at the bend here. Because a large truck was turning too fast, it caused its rear end to skid and directly crashed into the fence on the side of the road. Because the road section here is in the suburbs, the damaged fence was not repaired in time. Only some roadblocks and signs were put up to warn drivers. Su Jincheng seized this opportunity and took a shortcut. Su Jincheng kept steering to avoid some of the thicker trees, but he didn't care about the small saplings and just went straight after them. Although Li Shiyun's car might cost a lot of money to repair if she drives like this, if I help her win the competition, I can get a hotel. Su Jincheng's purpose was very clear. At worst, he would just treat Li Shiyun to a big meal to compensate her. After SVJ performed a handsome drift at the last intersection of the race, there was only 1 kilometer left to the finish line. Fu Lang shouted wow and celebrated his victory in advance. 600 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters. Just when the SVJ was 100 meters away from the finish line, a Nissan with its body covered with branches and leaves suddenly jumped out from an alley nearby. In order to avoid hitting the Nissan that appeared out of nowhere, the SVJ was forced to step on the accelerator to slow down. Subsequently, Nissan crossed the finish line first, with SVJ in second place. Ding dong! Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100% controlling stake in the Cloud Art Residence International Hotel. This scene stunned Fu Lang and the people who had been waiting at the finish line. Fuck! You can't even beat a broken Nissan. An angry Fu Lang punched the racer directly. Li Shiyun was still in shock and excitement at this time. The scene of flying over the overpass just now completely shocked her soul. Hey, we won, why don't you react at all? Su Jincheng patted Li Shiyun and asked. Li Shiyun came back to her senses and looked at the handsome Su Jincheng. Her face turned red again. Without caring about being shy, Li Shiyun grabbed Su Jincheng's hand, her face full of admiration, and said seriously, "Master, please accept me as your apprentice." "Sorry, I don't accept disciples." Su Jincheng shook his head, looked at the disappointed Li Shiyun, and said with a smile, "But you can be my little follower, serving me tea and water, and massaging my legs." "Yeah." Li Shiyun cheered out loud, thinking that as long as she could follow Su Jincheng, she would definitely be able to learn how to drive in the future. Facing the excited Li Shiyun, Su Jincheng opened the rating panel again and found that the progress of the strategy had reached 90%. This little girl is too easy to conquer, Su Jincheng said embarrassedly. After the two finished talking, Li Shiyun got out of the car and went straight to Fu Lang. "Fu Lang, I admit defeat. Call me auntie." Since there were many witnesses to this match, Fu Lang could only stammer and call her Aunt Li Shiyun. Fu Lang looked at Li Shiyun with a victorious attitude and said secretly, "One day I will pin you under me and make you cry for mercy. I'll remember you." After Fu Lang pointed at Su Jincheng and made some harsh remarks, he got into his Lamborghini, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. He didn't want to stay in this place any longer. Chapter 6 Class Reunion. After Fu Lang left, the people around him also left one after another. "Boss, where are we going now?" Li Shiyun is a nightlife person. It is only 10 p.m. now, so it is still early for her to go home. "It's so late, where else can we go?" "I want to go home," Su Jincheng retorted to Li Shiyun in a bad tone. "Okay, which home are we going back to, yours or mine?" Li Shiyun blinked her big eyes and asked expectantly. "Everyone goes back to their own home and finds their own mother." Su Jincheng looked at Li Shiyun, whose makeup was a little smudged, with the demeanor of a boss. "Also, don't do this kind of unconventional look in the future. You look like a ghost." "Receive." Li Shiyun bowed and nodded obediently, her eyes full of admiration, and obeyed Su Jincheng's orders. Afterwards, Su Jincheng registered a WeChat account with his newly bought mobile phone, added Li Shiyun as friends, and took a taxi to Crown One.
Sitting in the taxi, Su Jincheng used the WeChat function to add mobile phone address book contacts as friends and added Ji Ziong, who was his roommate in college at the time.
Ji Ziong, may I ask who you are? Su Jincheng, Ziong, I am Su Jincheng. Ji Ziong, oh, Lao Su, you changed your phone. That's great. I'll add you to our university class group. Su Jincheng, holding fist expression. As soon as he entered the class group, Su Jincheng found that his classmates were chatting enthusiastically. Xin Zhengye, how are your classmates finding jobs now? By Jicheng at Xin Zhengye, deputy class leader, I heard you joined Tiante my studio? I'm so envious. Xin Zhengye at Bai Shicheng, it's just average. I'm quite busy with work. How about you? Bai Shicheng, alas, it's so hard to find a job nowadays. I plan to go back to my hometown and take the civil service exam. Luo Zhong, I really envy the deputy class leader. The head of our department is a pervert. He pays us little but does a lot. He tortures us every day. I'm almost going crazy. Nang Yang Yang, tearful expression. Just when everyone in the class group was complaining, class monitor Lu Jie appeared in the class group. Lu Jie at everyone, good evening, classmates. It's been a long time since we last met. Gao Qin, hey, squad leader is showing up? You've been traveling abroad for so long, did you bring back any gifts for everyone? Expectant expression. Lu Jie at Gao Qin, laughing and crying expression. I am going abroad this time to discuss a business deal for my family business. The time is tight and the task is heavy. I really don't have time to choose gifts for everyone one by one. Bai Shicheng, squad leader, don't be so low-key. Looking at your circle of friends, you just bought a top-of-the-line Porsche 718? Wang Jincheng, wow, you're truly our squad leader. Lu Jie, you're too kind. I think I'm still too young and don't want to be too high profile, so I'll get a 718 for transportation first and then change to a better one later. Su Tingting, thumbs up emoji. Xin Zhengye, oh my goodness, congratulations to the squad leader for getting a luxury car. Shouldn't you treat everyone to a meal? Lu Jie at everyone, no problem. To celebrate my squad leader's 718 shopping festival, I'd like to invite everyone to have a drink at the Yunduan Edi International Hotel tomorrow night. Gao Qin, wow, a 5-star hotel. The class monitor is such a rich guy. Bai Shicheng, 3 thumbs up emoji. Luo Zhong, okay, I'll definitely be there. When we heard that we were going to have a dinner at a 5-star hotel in the evening, the class group suddenly became lively. Su Jincheng looked at the chat content one after another and laughed disdainfully. Having been in the same class as Lu Jie for 4 years in college, he naturally had a clear understanding of Lu Jie. This guy relied on his family's wealth to look down on classmates from poor families and often used his money to support female classmates who were having difficulties in life. He had already posted updates on major social media platforms to show off the fact that his family bought him a car as soon as he graduated. Today I just want to find a reason to hold a party and show off in person. In addition to this purpose, Lu Jie must have other purposes. Lu Jie at Xia Zhongqing, the league secretary, will also come tomorrow, right? Sure enough, looking at this news, it was all within Su Jincheng's expectations. Xia Zhongqing is the league secretary of her class and is also the recognized campus beauty of Jiangnan University. She has a pure and sweet appearance, and her 1.7-meter tall figure is even comparable to that of a professional model. What is even more commendable is that during her 4 years in college, she never had any scandal with any boy, but instead focused on improving her own qualities. She is beautiful both inside and out, and is the perfect goddess in every boy's heart. Of course, it is also the target that Lu Jie has always coveted. After this message was sent out, Lu Jie's younger brothers followed suit. Xin Zhengye at Xia Zhongqing, league secretary, you must come. It would be boring if you don't come. Bai Qiqing, yes, class leaders must not be absent. Xin Zhengye, league secretary, the class monitor has specially prepared a wonderful program for tonight. You have to come. Celebrative expression. Xin Zhengye withdrew a message. Gao Qin, I saw it. Xin Zhengye, what's the exciting show? Give me a sneak peek. Ding Ku, will there be a rose expression surprise? Luo Yuyi, I'm so looking forward to it. 3 love emojis. Huan Han, oh meaningful expression. Lu Jie at Xin Zhengye, deputy classmate, stop talking nonsense. There's no such thing as a wonderful program. We're just talking about friendship, okay? Lu Jie, 3 kitchen knife expressions. Lu Jie, please don't make random guesses.
I believe the league secretary will definitely come to participate, so please rest assured.
And at this moment, Xia Zhongqing at Su Jincheng, are you going? What the hell?
Su Jincheng, who had been diving to peek at the screen, was suddenly confused by Xia Zhongqing. Although they were in the same class for 4 years, he and Xia Zhongqing did not have much interaction. They were just classmates who knew each other. What is Xia Zhongqing doing by at ing himself at this critical juncture? At the same time, the class group was in an uproar because of Xia Zhongqing's message.
The crowd of onlookers were secretly guessing what was going on. Could it be that this poor boy Su Jincheng had quietly managed to win everyone's dream girl?
During the 4 years of college, inside and outside the campus, how many top goddesses that handsome, rich and smart men dreamed of were actually won over by this ordinary guy?
This is too much nonsense. Lu Jia, who also saw the news, immediately became angry and jealous.
Who in the entire academy doesn't know that he is pursuing Xia Zhongqing? Although he was rejected by her many times, Lu Jia never gave up and had long regarded Xia Zhongqing as his girlfriend.
Besides, no matter his family background, achievements, or popularity, which one could this poor Su Jincheng compare to? Take the top-of-the-line Porsche 718 under his crotch for example. Su Jincheng probably won't even be able to afford a tire in his lifetime, right? Is Xia Zhongqing blind? Lu Jieka controlled his emotions and asked the first question. Lu Jia at Su Jincheng, when did you change to a smartphone? You must have made a lot of money moving bricks, right? As Lu Jia's first henchman, Xin Zhengye saw his elder brother Lu Jia blow the horn of attack and immediately followed the rhythm. Xin Zhengye, can you post a recent photo to see if you are tanned? Laughing emoji. Oh. Su Jincheng sneered. Although his family was not well off, he was at least a programmer in an internet company.
I took all the money I earned home to help my parents pay off their debts, so I didn't have much money on me. However, Su Jincheng, who had obtained the system, was already wealthy and powerful, so he naturally didn't care about this kind of provocation. On the contrary, Xia Zhongqing did not play by the rules, which left Su Jincheng completely confused.
Chapter 7 Cloud Art Mansion. Ding dong.
Just when Su Jincheng was wondering, the system prompt sound suddenly came from his mind again.
Start the mission, attend the university reunion. Mission reward, 1 million RMB. What the hell? This can also start a quest? But the reward is a bit small, it's a small quest.
Su Jincheng suddenly felt speechless.
However, it would be inappropriate for me not to be present at the party on my territory.
After accepting the task, Su Jincheng once again focused his attention on the chat content in the class group. Su Jincheng at Xia Zhongqing, since the squad leader has spoken, I will naturally go and participate.
Su Jincheng at Lu Jia, I'm not working as a bricklayer. I'm just a programmer in a small company.
I bought a second-hand Huawei phone, which is not worth mentioning.
Su Jincheng's words were half true and half false, intending to create an opportunity for squad leader Lu to show off. Sure enough, Lu Jia, who had no idea what Su Jincheng was thinking, was overjoyed when he saw this opportunity. Lu Jia at Su Jincheng, it's okay. This is the case with most young people who have no background or family background nowadays. My branch's technical department is still short of people. If you are interested, you can contact me at any time. I will help you arrange it and I guarantee you will be satisfied with the salary. If you dare to come, I'll assign you to clean the technical department's toilets.
After belittling Su Jincheng, Lu Jia felt extremely happy and comfortable.
Seeing Lu Jia's reply, Su Jincheng couldn't help laughing out loud. This class monitor, is he starting to show off by stepping on others? You have to be low-key in life.
The more you pretend, the more painful it will be when you get slapped in the face.
Xia Zhongqing at Su Jincheng, it doesn't matter, gold will always shine, see you tonight.
Lu Jia, who was directly ignored by Xia Zhongqing, was even more jealous at this time.
Damn it, was Xia Zhongqing drugged by this poor bastard? Is she so attracted to him? Thinking of this, Lu Jia, who could no longer bear it, chatted privately with Xin Zhengye. Tomorrow night, he will severely humiliate Su Jincheng, otherwise he will not believe Lu. Xin Zhengye replied, Boss, are we still going to do the ultimate confession tomorrow night? Lu Jia, of course I will.
I just don't believe I can't steal a poor bastard S-girl.
Lu Jia, prepare everything for me and be smart tomorrow. Xin Zhengye, Boss, don't worry. Class group. Lu Jia at everyone, fellow students, I have reserved box 99 at the Yunwan Edi International Hotel. Tomorrow night at 7 p.m., We won tea leave until we are drunk. Ha ha. It seems that Lu Jia is quite capable.
He is actually qualified to reserve the Cloud Art residence. Su Jincheng sneered and looked at the time on his phone, which showed 22:15. Just in time, I'm going to inspect my new hotel ahead of time.
Master, please turn around and go to the Yunduan Edi Hotel.
There were few cars at night, so Su Jincheng arrived at his destination quickly. As soon as he got off the car, Su Jincheng's eyes were attracted by the hotel in front of him. The noble and luxurious exterior design made him unable to take his eyes off. The hotel is designed with golden color as the main color, filled with rich Mediterranean style, and has decorations from all over the world. French bronze, Italian musical fountains, French crystal chandeliers, world-class bedroom supplies, and magnificent corridors decorated with gold foil.
Gold carvings and jade bricks, magnificent and extraordinary.
It's worthy of being a platinum 5-star hotel, but now it belongs to me.
Su Jincheng nodded with satisfaction.
Just at this moment, a familiar Mercedes-Benz stopped at the door. The security guard at the door immediately came over, opened the car door, welcomed the guest in, and arranged for the waiter to help the guest park the car. When Su Jincheng saw the person coming, he was stunned. Song Meiyu was seen walking towards the hotel arm-in-arm with a middle-aged man wearing a white suit and a Jaeger LeCoultre watch. At the same time, Song Meiyun also saw Su Jincheng and was also stunned. Then his face was full of sarcasm.
Hey, Su Jincheng, what are you doing here? Are you here to eat at the hotel as well?
Song Meiyu's words were harsh and sarcastic. She didn't believe at all that Su Jincheng came here to eat. The reason for saying this was to embarrass Su Jincheng and satisfy himself.
I'm here to eat, Su Jincheng said.
Su Jincheng didn't say that he was already the owner of this hotel, he just wanted to see what trick Song Meiyu could play. Ha ha, poor loser, it turns out you're not dead yet. If I were you, I would definitely drink the medicine in a deserted place.
The middle-aged man burst into laughter as if he had heard a huge joke. A poor idiot like you can afford to eat here? You should be careful before you brag. I see. You must be working at a hotel. It seems Cloud Art Residence is just like that. They hire anyone.
Song Meiyun doesn't care about the old friendship at all, and now she just wants to kill Su Jincheng.
Honey, when we get in, make sure to complain to the lobby manager. Don't let any random people in and lower the hotel's service quality. Okay, baby.
After saying that, the middle-aged man looked at Su Jincheng and kissed Song Meiyu on the face.
Afterwards, the waiter took the middle-aged man and Song Meiyun into the hotel.
Su Jincheng was speechless about these two people and was too lazy to pay attention to them from beginning to end.
Hello sir, do you have a reservation?
When the waiter at the door saw that Su Jincheng did not follow him in, he came over and asked.
Certainly.
So the waiter led Su Jincheng into the hotel.
The restaurant inside Yunduan Art Residence is also luxuriously decorated with gold and splendor.
The first floor is mainly composed of some scattered tables, each of which can only accommodate 4 people at most.
There are about 20 tables in total. Song Meiyun was eating king crab.
When she saw Su Jincheng enter the restaurant led by the waiter, she immediately put down the crab legs and said loudly,
"Waiter, what's wrong with you? Why are you bringing all sorts of people into the restaurant? Can't we eat properly?" "Yeah, do you know what he does? He can't even afford a box lunch."
"You're not worried that he can't pay, but I'm worried that he might affect the hygiene of the food." The middle-aged man wiped his mouth with a napkin and said the same thing.
"With your quality, how can I dare to eat in your hotel again?" In fact, it was also his first time to dine at the Yunduan Edi Hotel.
After all, it was a huge expense, and he had saved money for a year to have the opportunity to experience it. The waiter initially suspected that the other party was not here to eat, but when he said he had a reservation, he didn't think much of it and just brought him in. Now that he heard someone tell the truth, he was certain that Su Jincheng was here to cause trouble. "Sir, please leave and don't disturb other customers' dining mood."
"Where did this beggar come from? Get out of here. Call your manager out. For such a high-end place, is there no threshold? I paid so much money and this is the only quality of service I get?"
As Song Meiyun and the middle-aged man finished their words, even the other diners looked at Su Jincheng with disgust and dissatisfaction, and started shouting. At this time, the lobby manager heard the noise and walked from the back office to the front hall. He asked the waiter and understood what had happened. "Sir, please leave immediately.
Our restaurant is also a 3-star Michelin restaurant. The price is not low and it is not open to the lower class. If you still don't leave, I will have to call security to ask you to leave.
Although the manager's words were polite, they were still full of discrimination against Su Jincheng.
Chapter 8: The Hotel is Mine.
Seeing that Su Jincheng's arrival aroused public anger, Song Meiyon laughed out loud. "Sir, please leave now, or don't blame me for being rude." The lobby manager issued an ultimatum and waved to the security guard at the door. Suddenly, two burly security guards came over and prepared to kick Su Jincheng out.
Who said we booked a restaurant? I'm here to stay. Su Jincheng said calmly. Haha, accommodation? Do you know how much the cheapest room in Yunwan costs per night? Song Meiyun sneered again.
How can you, who can't even afford to run a hotel, afford to spend money at the best hotel in Jiangnan City? In the cheapest king-size bedroom of Yunwan, the lights are on and everything is peaceful. It is filled with the new concept of 9 entertainment spaces including mirrors, paintings, lights, decorations, hangings, displays, colors and rooms. Not only that, each room is equipped with an independent chef and restaurant, and the food standards are the dual standards of Black Pearl 3 Diamonds and Michelin 3 Stars. By this calculation, the minimum cost for the most ordinary room per night is more than 200,000 yuan. Even a rich man like this middle-aged man is reluctant to spend so much to stay for one night.
Wouldn't it be better to find a place that costs 1,000 yuan a night?
The manager hesitated when he heard what Su Jincheng said. Judging from the other person's clothing, he didn't look like a rich person, let alone book a room, but out of professionalism, the lobby manager still asked. Since you said you booked a room with our hotel, you must have received a text message confirming your reservation.
Could you please show it to me? Su Jincheng frowned. I asked someone to book it for me. I'll call and ask. Pfft, manager, why are you wasting time talking to this guy? He's obviously a liar.
When he saw that his lie was exposed, he actually said that someone else booked it for him. The middle-aged man couldn't wait to see Su Jincheng make a fool of himself and then leave in disgrace.
I guess he'll say it was a misunderstanding and they booked the wrong place.
Ah, poor bastard, pretending to be broke.
Su Jincheng ignored the two people's ridicule and dialed a phone number. Hello, is this Zhuang Xiangchen?
The person on the other end of the phone was very strange. Apart from the boss, almost no one dared to call him by his full name.
Even some senior officials would call him Mr. Zhuang out of flattery. It's me. May I ask who you are? I'm Su Jincheng. Su, boss Su? What are your instructions? Zhuang Xiangchen trembled noticeably when he heard Su Jincheng's name.
Just that morning, the former boss suddenly said he quit and wanted to go home to farm.
After that, a wealthy man named Su would take over.
I thought he was a wealthy man in his 40s, but Su Jincheng's voice sounded particularly young.
I was just looking for a vacant room to sleep in for the night.
I told them I had a reservation, but no one believed me and the lobby manager even tried to kick me out. I had no choice but to call you.
What? Mr. Su, there is such a thing. Please wait, I will be there soon.
As he spoke, Zhuang Xiangchen began to put on his clothes hurriedly, not caring about his image, and rushed out.
Mr. Zhuang, why did you leave? We haven't even started yet.
Zhuang Xiangchen ran away before he could earn the money from the beauty in his bed. The beauty quickly ran to the mirror to look at herself. She wasn't ugly, so she wouldn't be scared away.
So you finished the call, huh? Was there no reservation at all? Song Meiyun looked down at Su Jincheng and said. You need to wait a few minutes.
The person who made the reservation for me will be here soon.
Su Jincheng replied calmly. What are you waiting for?
If you have any information, just ask him to send the screenshot directly.
Is there any need to come in person?
The middle-aged man was also speechless about Su Jincheng. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen anyone so shameless.
Manager, what are you still hesitating about? Do you believe such a clumsy lie?
When the lobby manager saw this situation, he no longer hesitated and directly called the security guard to kick Su Jincheng out. Just when the security guard was about to grab Su Jincheng by the collar, a Maybach suddenly drove outside.
Stop!
Following the sound, I saw a disheveled man rushing into the hotel in a panic. The man first ran to the lobby manager and slapped him, then ran respectfully to Su Jincheng and bowed at a wide angle of 120 degrees.
Boss Su, I'm late. This scene stunned everyone, and the restaurant suddenly fell silent. It's okay. Please arrange an empty room for me. I'm a little sleepy. Su Jincheng said expressionlessly. It's already been arranged, Mr. Su. Please take the elevator directly to the top floor, the 99th floor. The entire floor is your exclusive room, Tianchong Linlang.
After saying that, everyone looked at Su Jincheng enviously until he walked into the elevator. The lobby manager, rubbing his red and swollen face, was a little surprised and asked cautiously, "Excuse me, Mr. Zhuang, is Mr. Su?"
Mr. Su is the owner of Yunwan Edi and holds 100% of the controlling stake. Zhuang Shangcheng glared at the lobby manager fiercely and cursed with gritted teeth. I think you don't want to do this anymore, and you even want to kick President Su out. Song Meiyun hadn't seen the situation clearly yet and didn't know the seriousness of the matter, so she walked forward and asked unconvincedly. Mr. Zhuang, did you recognize the wrong person? This Su Jincheng is a liar. Do you think I'm kidding you? Zhuang Shangchen slowly turned around and looked at Song Meiyun, saying impatiently. I don't want to repeat the same thing a second time. Besides, I don't think I have the responsibility or obligation to explain it to you. After hearing this, Song Meiyun felt mixed emotions and began to regret dumping Su Jincheng. But then she thought again, Su Jincheng had loved her deeply before, and even though they broke up, he must still have feelings for her in his heart. Moreover, Su Jincheng is an honest man. He is beautiful and has countless suitors. As long as she takes the initiative to get back together with him, he will be so happy that he will transfer the hotel to his name directly. After I've swindled all of Su Jincheng's money, I'll kick him out. Thinking of this, Song Meiyun ran straight to the elevator, ready to go up and apologize to Su Jincheng. Someone, get this woman and this man in white out of here. Zhuang Shangchen didn't give Song Meiyun any chance at all. Also, both of them are blacklisted. Never let me see this pair of bastards again. And you, go work as a waiter for a few months and reflect on your actions. Change your bad habit of looking down on others. Zhuang Shangchen pointed at the lobby manager and taught him. Thank you, Mr. Zhuang. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely correct my mistakes and won't make the same mistake again. The lobby manager came from an ordinary family, with elderly parents and young children to support. He had also endured a lot of hardships and worked his way up from being a waiter. He was constantly being flattered and gradually lost his original intention. However, since the circumstances were not serious, Su Jincheng gave him a chance. You don't have to thank me, this is all Mr. Su's idea. Zhuang Shangchen really admired this young but fair boss. Some people forget their own status when they stand too high. Mr. Su has taught me a good lesson. Chapter 9. The school beauty is interested in me. The next afternoon, Su Jincheng was sleeping soundly when suddenly the cell phone beside him rang. Hello, who is this? Su Jincheng, who was still asleep, asked weakly. Jincheng, it's me, Meiyun. Song Meiyu's gentle voice came from the phone. Su Jincheng had no idea what Song Meiyu wanted to talk to him about at this time, and her attitude was so nice. It was really unexpected. If it were in the past, Su Jincheng would definitely be so excited that he would fly away, but now everything about Song Meiyun has nothing to do with him. What do you want me for? Jincheng, there's actually something I want to tell you. What's up? Su Jincheng appeared very calm, and no emotion could be heard in his words. Can we meet and talk? I miss you so much now, dear Song Meiyu said in a coquettish voice. If you have anything to say, just tell me on the phone. I'm very busy. Song Meiyun immediately said, I wanted to tell you last night, but you were already asleep, so I didn't bother you. I've been testing you, but I didn't expect you to be so outstanding, Jincheng. You've exceeded my expectations. Really? Thank you for the compliment. Su Jincheng sneered in his heart. However, I'm sorry that you didn't pass my test. I wish you happiness. After saying that, Su Jincheng directly pressed the hang up button. Su Jincheng would not have any attachment to a gold digger like Song Meiyu. Beep. Song Meiyun started crying bitterly after the phone was hung up, but it was too late. Su Jincheng put down his phone, stretched, and walked into the bathroom. He was going to get ready for the class reunion in the evening. When Su Jincheng took the elevator to the lobby on the first floor, he found Lu Jia and several of his men setting up the venue on the grass outside. There are many kinds of preparations, such as roses, candles, balloons, and cakes. Squad leader really invested a lot this time. Xin Zhengye gave Lu Jia a thumbs up. While setting up the confession venue, Lu Jia reminded them, remember, when the time comes, you must lead all your classmates to shout together together. Don't worry, squad leader, I'm a professional at creating atmosphere.
Bai Shiqing said, patting his chest. Su Jincheng did not go directly to box 99, but instead inspected various departments of the hotel and learned about the specific situation of the hotel from the managers of each department.
It was almost 1930 when Su Jincheng took the elevator to the 5th floor and walked into box 99.
As soon as I entered the door, I saw that the two large round tables were already full of people, with only a small table in the corner having empty seats. After all, we were having a meal at the Yunwan Edi Hotel, and some people might not even be qualified to sit here in their entire lives, so this gathering was particularly well attended. Due to his poor family background, Su Jincheng spent most of his energy on studying and working during his 4 years in college, and his social life fell behind, so his relationship with his classmates has always been rather dull. So when he walked into the box, only a few roommates greeted him, and the rest seemed like strangers, still gathered in groups of 3 or 4, chatting away. Su Jincheng glanced at Xia Zhongqing's position, and unexpectedly met her eyes. Xia Zhongqing smiled at him, then lowered her head with a slightly blushing cheek. She was wearing a slim-fitting white t-shirt and washed white wide-leg jeans today. Although simple, she looked even more pure and beautiful against her super high looks and perfect figure. Sitting among the crowd, it is as beautiful as a work of art. Of course, it would be better if Lu Jia wasn't there, the crazy and fawning guy next to her.
Su Jincheng is here? Following Xia Zhongqing's gaze, Lu Jia, who was sitting next to her, looked up at Su Jincheng with disdain and said in a contemptuous tone, "You're too late. The big table is full. Go find a seat at another table." Su Jincheng smiled nonchalantly and walked towards the small table in the corner.
There were a few students who were usually quiet and reserved sitting at the small table.
Perhaps because they didn't like to join in the crowd, they all chose to sit here.
After nodding slightly, Su Jincheng randomly picked an empty seat and sat down. Not long after he sat down, Su Jincheng suddenly felt a faint fragrance coming. Then, a figure pulled open the chair next to him and sat down. The person who came was the beautiful lady, Xia Zhongqing.
Su Jincheng, you don't mind if I sit here?
Xia Zhongqing asked with a faint smile.
No problem.
Su Jincheng smiled and used the beauty rating skill directly on Xia Zhongqing.
Name, Xia Zhongqing. Age, 23. Height, 168 centimeters. Appearance, 97.
First blood, still there.
Strategy progress, 7100.
Seeing the value on the panel, Su Jincheng thought to himself, she is indeed the campus beauty, her appearance has reached 97.
But, the strategy is already 70% complete? After I went to college, I basically never talked to her.
I didn't expect Xia Zhongqing has always been interested in me.
Su Jincheng suddenly felt a little excited. Su Jincheng, what's wrong with you?
Seeing Su Jincheng staring at her blankly for a long time, Xia Zhongqing shyly reminded him, and a faint blush appeared on her face.
Ah, sorry.
Su Jincheng quickly looked away, but now that he knew Xia Zhongqing's feelings, he felt relieved. Lu Jia, who was sitting at the next table, saw Xia Zhongqing's shy look and became very angry.
I say, League Secretary, we don't usually interact much, and you're pushing me into the fire pit. Su Jincheng finished his joke and glanced at Lu Jia.
Sure enough, at this moment, his face turned ashen.
No.
Xia Zhongqing pursed her lips and smiled.
If I said I prefer people who are low-key and ambitious, would you believe me?
Yes, of course I do. Su Jincheng replied with a smile. After all, in Xia Zhongqing's cognition at this time, Su Jincheng was still that poor boy with no background and no family background. It was not easy for him to reach a strategy level of 70% when there was no intersection between them.
Bang!
Seeing the two of them whispering intimately, Lu Jia, with an unhappy look on his face, picked up a bottle of Martel XO and smashed it heavily on the table in front of Su Jincheng.
Classmate Su Jincheng, it's been a few months since we last met, right? Squad leader Lu, who looked like he was going to eat someone, said this with gritted teeth. Come on. Let's have a nice drink together today and reminisce about the past. I'm sorry, Squad leader Lu. Su Jincheng shook his head and said. You are such a forgetful person. Have you forgotten that I never drink white wine? Su Jincheng, you're wrong. Are you complaining that the monitor's brandy isn't good enough? The lackey Bai Jiqing sneered at the side. Don't you see yourself in this state? Apart from today, I'm afraid you will never have the chance to drink such good wine in your life, right?
Bai Jiqing, who was determined to curry favor with Lu Jia, launched a crazy attack on Su Jincheng. Bai Shiqing, we are all classmates, don't say such extreme words.
Xia Zhongqing, who couldn't bear to watch it anymore, frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. Chapter 10 Affectionate Confession. Seeing that his goddess was actually protecting the poor boy Su Jinchang, Lu Jia was even more furious. But then I thought, I have specially prepared a confession ceremony, so there is still a chance. So Lu Jia had to suppress his inner anger, pretending to be magnanimous and pulling Luo Zhong away and said, Luo Zhong is drunk and talking nonsense. Please don't be offended, Zhong Qing. I heard Yunhuan Yi has 1982 Lafite, La Luo, go get 2 bottles. Then, Lu Jia said sarcastically without revealing his expression. After all, we at Jinchang are of a high standard and aren't used to drinking these kinds of liquor or foreign wines. So, let's just drink some wine. Thank you very much for your kindness, squad leader. Su Jinchang didn't care at all and smiled calmly. Afterwards, Luo Zhong returned to the box with 2 bottles of Lafite. Come on, Jinchang, fill up the glasses. I'll take 1 and you take 3. Let's go first. As he said that, Lu Jia tilted his head back and drank the whole glass of wine. Lu Jia has been hanging out in bars for many years and has developed a good drinking capacity a long time ago. His purpose was to make Su Jinchang drunk so that he could humiliate him more happily, and maybe even take some ugly photos of him and post them in the class group. In this way, Su Jinchang would never be able to raise his head in front of Xia Zhongqing again. Thinking of this, Lu Jia almost choked himself with laughter. Xia Zhongqing heard Lu Jia's words of persuasion and said dissatisfiedly, Lu Jia, why do you only get 1 cup and Jinchang has to drink 3? You're so unfair. Su Jinchang raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, okay, I can't get drunk even if I drink, I'll drink 3 times as much as you and I'll drink until you bleed. It's okay, League Secretary. After all, our class monitor paid for this wine. Su Jinchang gave Xia Zhongqing a reassuring look and said with a smile, and this is 1982 Lafite. Drinking 1 more sip is a win. So Su Jinchang started drinking in big gulps. Soon, both bottles of Lafite were empty. Captain, this wine is really different, but it's gone before I can even get enough of it. Su Jinchang held up 2 empty bottles and said to Lu Jia. Lu Jia was about to show off in front of Xia Zhongqing when he turned around and called Luo Zhong. La Luo, go get 10 more bottles. We need to let Jinchang drink to our heart's content today. Squad leader, how about this? You drink 1 glass and I'll take 3 bottles so I can enjoy it more. Su Jinchang thought that drinking from a cup was too slow, so he squinted his eyes and looked at Lu Jia. I'm afraid 10 bottles aren't enough for us. Lu Jia was also unambiguous. Since you, Su Jinchang, want to play, I will accompany you to the end. Lao Luo, just bring 50 bottles. When Luo Zhong heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then he advised. Squad leader, if you can't finish the wine at Yunhuan, you can't return it. So, just drink as much as you can and take as much as you can. Lu Jia didn't know how much the 1982 Lafite cost, but he looked at the price when he went to pick up the wine. As the amount of 1982 Lafite on the market becomes less and less, the price is also getting higher and higher, reaching 100,000 yuan per bottle. And 50 bottles means 5 million renminbi. Lu Jia started to show off again. If I tell you to go, then hurry up. I, Lu Jia, can still afford this little bit of wine. Luo Zhong had no choice but to obey Lu Jia's words, called a few waiters, and used 5 small carts to bring in 50 bottles of Lafite. At this moment, Xin Zhengye, Bai Shiqing, and others rushed into the box. Hi, squad leader. After taking a bite of the braised abalone, Xin Zhengye winked at Lu Jia and whispered to him. Everything is ready. That's right, all of you quickly take your positions. Lu Jia nodded while holding the wine glass and said in a low voice. But Xin Zhengye continued. Seeing how the league secretary is defending Su Jinchang, I'm afraid you're in trouble tonight, boss. Bullshit. Lu Jia glanced at Xia Zhongqing and said disdainfully. Zhongqing must be using Su Jinchang as a shield. You guys will be working hard to create the atmosphere and get everyone clapping and cheering. I think there's something going on. Lu Jia, who still refused to give up, said in a deep voice. He was full of confidence in the confession ceremony he had carefully arranged. Girls, don't they all like this sense of ritual? When the time comes and the atmosphere is right, Xia Zhongqing will be moved and agree. Okay, then shall we start now? Can. After saying that, Xin Zhengye winked at Bai Shiqing, Luo Zhong, and others. Then several people sneaked to the curtain. All of this naturally did not escape Su Jinchang's eyes. He smiled slightly, leaned back in his chair leisurely, and prepared to enjoy a wonderful performance. Bang! With a sudden slight sound, all the ceiling lights in the box went out. What's going on? Is there a power outage? The students who were unaware of the situation asked in confusion. At this moment, the curtains in front of the transparent glass door of the box slowly opened to the left and right. The flower bed outside the door, decorated with balloons and flowers, gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. The burning candles on the ground were also arranged into the shape of I love you. Dear students, please be quiet for a moment. At this time, Lu Jie straightened his clothes, stood up and spoke loudly. Before tonight's dinner begins, I have carefully prepared a ceremony, and I invite everyone to witness it. As he spoke, he walked over to Xia Zhongqing, who looked puzzled, and said in his self-proclaimed affectionate tone. Excuse me, Zhongqing, could you please take up a moment of your time? Xia Zhongqing didn't know how to refuse for a moment, and was immediately dragged to the lawn outside by two girls who had been arranged in advance. The squad leader is going to confess his feelings to the league secretary in public. The monitor is so romantic. If it were me, I would have agreed right then and there. The crowd started to cheer. Xian Zhenye, who was standing by, quickly handed the bouquet of flowers that he had prepared long ago to Lu Jie. Zhongqing. Lu Jie, holding a bouquet of flowers, knelt on one knee in front of Xia Zhongqing and looked at her with deep affection. Xian Zhenye and the others immediately clapped their hands vigorously and shouted. Together! 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 Under their hard work, the other students who were unaware of the situation screamed and cheered. Xia Zhongqing, who was standing opposite Lu Jie, frowned slightly, with an expression of disgust on his face. She didn't like this forced behavior. Zhongchang, Just when Lu Jie was about to say some cheesy love words, a basin of water fell from the sky and directly extinguished the candle in the middle of the flower bed. Oh my god! Who is it? Are you kidding me? Seeing that his confession ceremony was ruined, Lu Jie threw the bouquet directly to the ground. His anger was boiling in his chest like a boiler under too much pressure, about to explode. Puff! This whole scene was seen by Su Jinchang, who was sitting in the box drinking bottle after bottle, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. The crowd that was originally making a fuss on the side suddenly fell silent. This is so embarrassing. At this moment, a manager in a suit and tie came over and said, Excuse me, sir, the artificial turf here costs 1,000 renminbi per square meter. If you light a candle here and a strong wind blows over and the candle falls over, causing a fire, we can't take the responsibility. Please forgive me. Xia Zhongqing couldn't stand such an embarrassing scene, so she turned around and walked into the box. The other students around also returned to the box one after another, but no one spoke again. Only Lu Jie was left in the flower garden, standing disheveled in the wind. Chapter 11. I'm not pretending anymore. In the box. There were empty bottles of Lafite neatly arranged on the ground around Su Jinchang. Xia Zhongqing looked at the empty bottles on the floor and asked in shock. Jinchang, did you drink all this? Before he could finish his words, Su Jinchang opened another bottle and gulped it down. Everyone around looked at Su Jinchang as if he were a monster. Who drinks dozens of bottles of wine at once? Seeing this scene, Xian Zhengye couldn't help but sneer. Su Jinchang, are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Aren't you afraid of being sent to the ICU after drinking so much? Oh, classmate Bai Zhicheng just said that if you order a drink and can't finish it, you can't return it. Su Jinchang smiled slightly. Then I'm just helping the squad leader share the burden. Otherwise, it would be difficult to carry so much wine back. If it gets broken, it would be a big loss. At this moment, Lu Jie walked back to the box in disappointment. He no longer had any interest in eating, so he took out his bank card and handed it to Luo Zhongdao. Lao Luo, go and settle the bill. Luo Zhong didn't say anything, took the bank card and walked out of the box. Hello sir, there is insufficient balance on your card. The waitress at the front desk said with a smile. What? Try again. After all, the bank card does not belong to Luo Zhong, and Luo Zhong is not sure how much money is in it. However, since Lu Jie can afford to invite everyone to such a place, he should not be short of money. Sir, I've tried many times. You can confirm the specific balance yourself. Luo Zhong quickly replied. Okay, then how much does it cost in total? A total of 5,372,000 renminbi was spent. I'll round off the number and charge you 5,370,000 renminbi. As soon as the waitress finished speaking, Luo Zhong immediately rushed to the private room.
After opening the door, Luo Zhong leaned over to Lu Jie's ear and whispered,
Boss, your card balance is insufficient. Lu Jie, who was eating a giant Australian lobster, was so frightened that he almost vomited. What? The 3 million in my card isn't enough?
At this time, Lu Jie didn't care about his image and shouted out loudly. Luo Zhong was startled by Lu Jie and replied cautiously, it will cost more than 5 million.
Hearing this, Lu Jie's legs softened and he asked in a low voice, Why do you want so much money?
The wine is a bit expensive, 100,000 a bottle, and we ordered 52 bottles in total.
I know that, but I can't drink that much. Send the unfinished wine back to the hotel.
When Lu Jie heard that it was because the money for the wine was high, he breathed a sigh of relief.
Boss, I also wanted to ask the hotel to be flexible, but Su Jincheng drank all the wine.
Luo Zhong pointed at Su Jincheng while speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jie looked back at Su Jincheng in shock.
What? Su Jincheng, you drank 50 bottles by yourself?
Su Jincheng burped for 30 seconds before replying slowly.
Yes, squad leader, the wine is indeed good, thank you for the hospitality.
Ever since he acquired the skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk, Su Jincheng drinks alcohol just like drinking water, except that he needs to go to the toilet more often in between. Lu Jie looked at Su Jincheng's look of not caring about trouble and wanted to rush over and twist his head off.
But I am not in the right.
After all, it was he who asked Su Jincheng to drink, and he had already pretended to be so arrogant.
You can't just say that you have no money, because then your reputation will be ruined.
However, of the 3 million in the card, more than 2 million was asked from family members, and the remaining hundreds of thousands were the money he earned in the past few months. He is still short of more than 2 million.
Where can he get it?
There is no other way except to ask my family for it, but my family will definitely not give it to me. Lu Jie suddenly had the idea of selling Su Jincheng. But seeing how poor Su Jincheng looked, he immediately gave up the idea. So Lu Jie walked to the front desk with a dark face and asked,
Can I pay part of the bill first, and then I'll come back to pay the balance in a few days?
The lady at the front desk still kept a smile on her face and said patiently,
No, sir, we don't accept installment payments here.
When Lu Jie walked out of the box with a sad face, someone asked Luo Zhong,
Did the monitor not bring enough money? How much is still needed? I have some savings here. We are classmates, so I can help you.
Yes. After all, the main purpose of this meal is also a class reunion. Seeing that the situation was not going well, some enthusiastic classmates shouted to help Lu Jie.
We still need more than 2 million.
Luo Zhong shrugged helplessly at everyone.
That's a bit too much.
After all, we've only been working for a few months and don't have that much savings.
Is it because of the alcohol Su Jincheng drank?
Yes, Su Jincheng, you really hurt the squad leader. Suddenly, all the criticisms were directed at Su Jincheng again. Seeing this, Su Jincheng first shook his head, then took out his phone and called Zhuang Shangchen. After a while, hurried footsteps were heard in the corridor beside. A dozen men and women in uniform suits came jogging over.
Then, in front of everyone's astonishment, they stood in a neat row facing Su Jincheng, with various manager position labels hanging on their chests.
They bowed 90 degrees and shouted in unison.
Hello, President Su. What the hell? Am I dreaming?
The manager's respectful behavior was like a nuclear bomb exploding on the spot, and everyone was stunned into silence for a moment.
Su Jincheng smiled slightly and said, I'm a little thirsty today, so I drank a few extra bottles.
I hope you don't mind, classmates. Zhuang Shangchen immediately turned around and whispered to the catering manager.
Inform the new chef to entertain Mr. Su's classmates tonight with the highest level dinner standards. Boss Su, is this arrangement okay for me?
Sure.
Su Jincheng nodded with satisfaction. Okay, have fun tonight then.
Before leaving, the tactful Zhuang Shangchen did not forget to shout. All dishes in room 99 tonight will be prepared by Black Pearl 3 Diamond and Michelin 3-star chefs.
All expenses will be paid for by our President Su. No way.
When the students heard Zhuang Shangchen shout, they were all excited.
Oh my god. Xin Zhengye, who had recovered from his shock, screamed. Su Jincheng is President Su? Su Jincheng is actually the owner of Yunduan Edi International Hotel? It turns out that the real person never reveals his true identity. I didn't expect that the low-key Su Jincheng is the real tycoon. Suddenly, everyone looked at Su Jincheng with admiration. This was the real boss.
In comparison, the squad leader Lu, who always makes fun of others, has a much smaller vision. I don't know when Lu Jia returned to the door of the box and witnessed the whole process. His face had turned as red as liver. It turned out that from the very beginning, I was being fooled by Su Jincheng, the real boss. I even want to steal the rich man's girl. This courage must have been given by Fish Leon.
Don't pretend to be cool, or you'll get struck by lightning.
Xia Zhongqing, who was standing by, also felt uncomfortable at the moment.
Chapter 12 Call You Chinger.
The way the whole class looked at Xia Zhongqing had changed from not understanding at the beginning to now making sure they understood immediately. Everyone naturally understood her initiative to pay attention to Su Jincheng as she had known Su Jincheng's wealth for a long time.
Who has ever seen a top beauty approach a penniless poor boy for no reason? They all have a purpose.
This made Xia Zhongqing, who had always been aloof and proud, feel very embarrassed.
Soon, waiters lined up in a long queue and took turns bringing exquisite dishes to the table. 18 dishes on a table. Oh my god! This plating is so exquisite.
Looking at the exquisitely presented king crabs, crystal pork trotters, baked snails with vegetables and other luxurious dishes that are difficult to name,
everyone present exclaimed.
Looking at the wine in front of him with foreign words written on it, Bai Zhiqing curiously took out his mobile phone, used the image recognition function, and scanned the bottle.
If you don't know it, you don't know it. Once you know it, you will be shocked. This wine seems to be Romane Conti?
Wow, it's the 2005 collector's edition, and the current market price is 300,000 yuan a bottle.
Holy crap, this meal, not counting the alcohol, must have cost at least 2 or 3 million, right? Su Shenhao, I don't want to eat anymore. Can you convert it into cash for me?
Before everyone was overjoyed, a foreign man with a retro British hairstyle, wearing a black tuxedo and a bow tie walked into the box.
After bowing to everyone, he walked to the piano and sat down.
As the man's fingers danced rhythmically on the piano, a song canon sounded in the private room, with beautiful melody and a romantic atmosphere. Of course, the pianist can also play the piano music that the customer wants to hear according to the customer's requirements.
Xin Jingye and the others knelt and licked over with a charming smile. That.
Boss Su, we were blind before and didn't recognize the great man.
You are a magnanimous person. Don't bother with us. As an apology, brothers, each of you will blow a bottle.
After saying that, several people picked up the uncorked Romane Conti and started pouring it into their mouths. Su Jincheng rolled his eyes after hearing their shameless words. Wow, they just blew the money from a bottle of wine worth 300,000 renminbi, and more than 1 million renminbi evaporated in an instant. It is true that when you are poor, no one cares about you in a busy city, but when you are rich, you have distant relatives even if you are in a remote mountain area.
Xin Jingye and his gang are indeed experts at adapting to changing circumstances.
After these people returned to their respective seats, Xia Zhongqing whispered to Su Jincheng.
If I say I don't know your background, would you believe me?
Yeah, I believe it.
Su Jincheng nodded with amusement. At least a few days ago, Su Jincheng was still just a poor boy. System?
This thing cannot be seen or touched.
Even if I tell you about it, who will believe it?
After hearing Su Jincheng's affirmative answer, Xia Zhongqing felt relieved.
Just as the system showed, she did have a good impression of Su Jincheng.
That's why Xia Zhongqing chose Su Jincheng as her shield.
As for the other boys in the class?
She was too lazy to even take a second look at anyone who was either a sycophant or a dull-witted person.
Jincheng, I'm so sorry today.
Xia Zhongqing whispered, I did this without your consent.
Sniffing the faint fragrance coming from the goddess, Su Jincheng said half-jokingly. What goddess doesn't need a loyal knight by her side? Loquacious.
Hearing Su Jincheng's words, Xia Zhongqing couldn't help but smile, and a warm feeling suddenly surged in her heart. At this time, Su Jincheng opened the panel and saw that the progress of the strategy had risen to 90%. Only 10% away from the complete guide. The scene of Su Jincheng and Xia Zhongqing having a pleasant conversation was all seen by Lu Jia, who was far away.
He watched as his unilaterally chosen girlfriend flirted intimately with Su Jincheng.
That hatred is like a surging river that never stops.
Su Jincheng.
Gnashing his teeth, he shouted in resentment in his heart, the hatred of having my wife taken away, the humiliation today.
One day, I, Lu Jia, will repay you 100-fold.
Lu Jia clenched his fists, took out his mobile phone as he walked out of the Yunwan art residence, opened WeChat, and clicked on the profile picture of a woman in revealing clothes.
I'll give you half an hour, come to my house immediately.
Without waiting for the other party to reply, Lu Jia took back his phone and walked quickly towards the basement.
Let us talk about revenge later. I need to find someone to vent my anger tonight.
It was almost midnight, after we had eaten and drunk our fill. This highest-level dinner at the Cloud Art residence has finally come to an end. After eating and drinking their fill, the people said goodbye and left in groups of 3 or 5. With the help of the fence-sitter He Tancheng and others, Su Jincheng and Xia Zhongqing are the only ones left in the box. These guys are really good at adapting to changing circumstances. Su Jincheng rubbed his head helplessly and said with a wry smile.
Ding dong. Mission completed, reward has been paid into bank account. As soon as the system finished speaking, Su Jincheng received a transfer message on his mobile phone. Well, shall I take you home?
Su Jincheng, who walked out of the hotel gate side by side with Xia Zhongqing, pointed at the AMG Green Goblin at the door and asked politely. The housekeeper knew that Su Jincheng was attending a class reunion tonight, so he drove over in advance to pick him up and take him home. However, Su Jincheng didn't need a designated driver at all, so he asked the housekeeper to go back by himself.
But you drank so much before, you can't drive.
Xia Zhongqing knew very well that one should never drive after drinking, so he hurriedly tried to dissuade him. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. If you don't believe me, come and smell if I smell like alcohol.
After saying that, Su Jincheng opened his arms.
Xia Zhongqing didn't think much about it for a moment and walked forward to confirm. Suddenly, Su Jincheng put his hands together and hugged Xia Zhongqing tightly in his arms.
Ah!
Xia Zhongqing was startled by Su Jincheng's sudden action, and then shyly buried her face deeply in Su Jincheng's chest. It was a long time before they separated. Xia Zhongqing blushed, looked into Su Jincheng's eyes, and said softly.
Really not, thank you for your help.
After saying that, the two of them got into the car one after another. With the roar of the engine, this cool green goblin sped towards the road outside the hotel.
By the way, you've done a really good job of keeping secrets.
Looking at the luxurious interior of the car, Xia Zhongqing said with a smile. We've been classmates in college for 4 years, and I didn't realize you were a super rich man.
Oh, let's not talk about this anymore. It's just good luck. Su Jincheng couldn't tell Xia Zhongqing about his system, so he avoided the question directly. By the way, League Secretary, where is your home? Su Jincheng asked casually after driving aimlessly for more than 10 minutes. Yinzhong Road, Central Residential Area. Su Jincheng nodded, then set the navigation and drove along according to the prompts. Well.
Xia Zhongqing hesitated for a moment and said softly.
Could you please stop calling me the League Secretary? Then what should I call you? Su Jincheng said with a smile while driving. I'm a troublemaker and prefer to keep things short. How about I call you Qinger?
Hearing this, Xia Zhongqing was slightly stunned, and her pretty face began to get hot again.
Good.
Xia Zhongqing blushed and nodded softly.
Chapter 13 Probationary Boyfriend. Central Community. Su Jincheng drove the AMG Green Devil smoothly to a stop at the entrance of the community. Thank you for sending me back.
Xia Zhongqing said with a smile.
Won't you invite me up for a cup of tea? Su Jincheng responded with a smile. All right.
Xia Zhongqing blinked playfully and said seriously.
If you're not afraid of being beaten to death by my dad. Forget it then.
When Su Jincheng thought of Xia Zhongqing's father's burly physique and his frowning expression, he immediately gave in.
I can't afford to offend your dad.
I remember a time in my freshman year when a gang leader from outside the school wanted to pursue Xia Zhongqing without knowing his own limitations, and he would guard the school gate with a group of thugs all day long.
As a result, this news also reached Xia Zhongqing's father's ears.
Xia Zhongqing's father is not only the deputy director of the Jiangnan City Police Department, but also a well-known daughter con man.
Dozens of police officers were immediately summoned and 5 special police explosion-proof vehicles were driven over.
In the name of cracking down on gangs and illegal activities, all the thugs were caught in one fell swoop.
From then on, no one in Jiangnan University dared to have any evil intentions towards Xia Zhongqing. Then I'm leaving.
Xia Zhongqing smiled faintly and opened the car door.
Hey, wait a minute. Su Jincheng suddenly remembered something and said quickly. I don't have your WeChat yet.
Hearing this, Xia Zhongqing was slightly stunned, then covered her mouth and smiled.
No way, we've been classmates for 4 years and we haven't even added each other as WeChat friends? Oh, it's my fault that I don't even have a sense of existence. I'm so miserable.
Su Jincheng pretended to be pitiful and patted the steering wheel.
Alright, I'll add you.
Xia Zhongqing said angrily, then took out her mobile phone, opened WeChat, and clicked a few times quickly.
Ding dong.
At the same time, a message alert sound suddenly came from the mobile phone in Su Jincheng's pocket.
Are you satisfied now?
After saying that, Xia Zhongqing smiled gently at Su Jincheng, her eyes curved like crescent moons, as if the spiritual charm was overflowing.
Su Jincheng was a little absent-minded. Then I'll go up first.
Xia Zhongqing held the bag in one hand, shook the other, and then turned and left.
Xinger.
Before Xia Zhongqing had walked far, she heard Su Jincheng shouting behind her.
If you get into any trouble in the future, be sure to tell me. Su Jincheng, forever. Yeah, I know.
Hearing this, Xia Zhongqing felt a surge of warmth in her heart again.
She turned around and smiled, saying,
From now on, please give me more guidance, Mr. Probationary Boyfriend. After saying that, Xia Zhongqing turned around with blushing cheeks and walked away quickly, feeling very shy. When Su Jincheng heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise.
Then I must become a regular employee as soon as possible.
He then took out the mobile phone from his pocket, clicked to pass the verification, and drove back to Crown One. The next afternoon, Su Jincheng, who had had a good sleep, prepared to go to the company to complete the resignation procedures and get some of his things back. He is still an employee of the company, but he doesn't plan to do it anymore and is thinking of resigning from the company, but he hasn't had time to say it yet. When Su Jincheng returned to the company, he found that everyone in the company had a sad face.
Su Jincheng felt that something seemed to have happened in the company.
Afterwards, Su Jincheng found the human resources manager Wang Shasha to ask about the situation.
The boss is missing and everyone is looking for her. Wang Shasha told Su Jincheng. Boss? The White Widow? Su Jincheng frowned.
He thought of the company's boss, Song Ruoyu, the fashionable and beautiful woman in her 30s who liked to wear all white. It is rumored that she has always been single, but has never been married and has no boyfriend.
However, no one in the company dared to pay attention to her. Song Ruoyu has a very aggressive personality and is very authoritative in the company. So, everyone called her the White Widow behind her back. The braver young men would at most secretly look at her back. However, Su Jincheng already had a girlfriend, Song Meiyu, before, so he didn't pay much attention to Song Ruoyu. What's going on? Su Jincheng thought to himself, I have only been away for 2 days, and yet such a big thing happened in the company. I heard that the boss was defrauded of a large sum of money by his classmates, and the company has no money to continue, so everyone is looking for her. Wang Shasha said anxiously with her face flushed. Don't worry, let's mobilize everyone to look for it. When Su Jincheng heard that it was because of money, he calmed down. We couldn't find her. We went to her home and places she often went to, but we couldn't find her. No one answered the phone. Wang Shasha's voice was filled with tears. She had not received her salary for this month and her quarterly bonus yet. It seems the last resort is to call the police. Wait a minute, don't call the police yet. I think I have an idea. Su Jincheng suddenly remembered that he once delivered documents to Song Ruoyu's other residence at night. Where? Wang Shasha asked quickly, she needed any clues now. I'm not sure either. I'll go check it out first. Just wait for my news. Su Jincheng decided to go there in person since he was free now. Su Jincheng sat in the Green Devil, entered Tianyue Bay in the navigation, and drove along following the prompts. After driving into the community, Su Jincheng found a temporary parking space and headed straight for building number 5. He still remembered Song Ruoyu's residence. 21st floor, number 2106, this is it. After finding it, Su Jincheng started knocking on the door. I could hear faint noises in the house, but no one came to open the door. After knocking for a long time and no one came to open the door, Su Jincheng increased his strength. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Finally, the door opened from the inside. A beautiful woman of 30 appeared at the door. I saw her with a flushed face, wearing white pajamas, swaying from side to side. This is the White Widow Song Ruoyu. Who are you? Song Ruoyu didn't seem to recognize Su Jincheng and murmured something. Will you knock on the door properly? As soon as you open your mouth, the aroma of wine hits your nose. It's me, Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng thought that this woman was drunk. Su Jincheng? Why are you here? Song Ruoyu finally regained some consciousness and was not completely drunk. She remembered his name. Mr. Song, everyone has been looking for you these past 2 days. Su Jincheng felt relieved when he saw that Song Ruoyu was just drunk. I'm afraid she might become depressed and want to commit suicide, which would be troublesome. It's no use looking for me. I have no money now, not a penny. Song Ruoyu held onto the door and roared furiously. The house is not mine anymore. The company is not mine anymore. Suddenly, Song Ruoyu covered her mouth and hurried to the bathroom. She vomited after drinking. Taking advantage of this gap, Su Jincheng stood at the door and called Wang Shasha. We found the person. I'll ask about the situation first. Maybe things aren't that bad yet. Wait for my call. Su Jincheng comforted Wang Shasha on the phone. Now he has made great success with the help of the system, but others still rely on salaries and bonuses to make a living. Everyone will definitely feel anxious if they don't get the salary they work hard for. Su Jincheng decided to find out the truth about this matter first and then find a way to solve it. Money is definitely not a problem for him now. Su Jincheng had an idea in his mind, but he didn't say it out loud for the time being. Chapter 14 It's a misunderstanding. Song Ruoyu was still vomiting in the bathroom, and the smell of alcohol drifted from the bathroom to the front door. Su Jincheng shook his head, closed the door, and prepared to go over to see how Song Ruoyu was doing. I was thinking of finding something for Song Ruoyu to sober up. Bang! There was a sudden sound in the bathroom, like someone falling to the ground. Su Jincheng ran over hurriedly. Okay. The bathroom was a mess. I saw Song Ruoyu lying on the ground, breathing heavily and muttering from time to time. He was fine, just drunk and fell asleep. So what should we do now? Su Jincheng was dumbfounded. He couldn't just leave Song Ruoyu lying in the bathroom like that, he had to carry her to the bed. The key is that the pajamas need to be changed. These clothes are too dirty to wear. From Song Ruoyu's shoulders, it could be seen that she didn't seem to be wearing anything under her pajamas. At this time, Su Jincheng used the beauty rating skill on Song Ruoyu. Name, Song Ruoyu. Age, 30. Height, 165 centimeters. Appearance, 93. First blood, still there. Strategy progress, 0-100. I didn't notice it before, it turns out that Mr. Song's looks are still very attractive. Su Jincheng said to himself. Faced with such a drunk beauty, you are basically at her mercy. If he helped change clothes, it would be difficult for him, a young man in his 20s, not to make mistakes. Su Jincheng swallowed his saliva. Change? Or not? Su Jincheng was confused. The bathroom floor was very wet and cold, so it was not good for Song Ruoyu to lie there. Su Jincheng slapped his forehead, decided not to hesitate any longer, and stretched out his hands towards Song Ruoyu. Trembling. Trembling. In the bedroom. A ray of setting sun came in from the window and shone on Song Ruoyu's rosy face. Her face no longer had the drunken flush. Her black hair was scattered on the white pillow, and her face was as pale as the snow that had just fallen in early winter. Song Ruoyu had her eyes closed, but her brows were still furrowed. It seemed that even in her sleep, her worries were still very difficult to understand. Sudden. Her eyelashes moved and her eyes slowly opened. Her black eyes were clear and beautiful, but in the blink of an eye, they began to reveal a sense of confusion and doubt. Who I am? Where am I? Holding his forehead, which was aching, Song Ruoyu sat up. After looking around, she realized that she was lying in her bedroom, on her soft and comfortable Simmons bed. Suddenly her eyes widened. She remembered something. She remembered that she owed a lot of money, that she drank a lot of alcohol, and that she was drinking to drown her sorrows. Then a man from the company came and kept knocking on the door. She was very angry and went to open the door. Then she felt her stomach churning and ran to the bathroom to vomit. As a result, before he had even finished vomiting, he lost his balance and stumbled and fell into the bathroom. After? She doesn't remember what happened after that. I was drunk and lost my memory. Wake up and find yourself lying in bed? What was the name of the young man who knocked on the door? Jincheng? Yes, his name seems to be Su Jincheng.
Song Ruoyu tried hard to recall, but she could not remember how she returned to the bedroom.
Could it be that Su Jincheng who helped me back to the bedroom?
She was only wearing pajamas, with nothing underneath.
Because I was hiding at home, I didn't expect anyone to find this place.
After all, few people know about this residence. Song Ruoyu suddenly thought of something, took a look under the quilt, and found that she had changed into clean underwear.
Her expression changed immediately.
That Su Jincheng not only saw herself naked, but also changed her underwear.
Song Ruoyu immediately began to examine her body.
You know, even if someone did something to her, she wouldn't be able to resist. And she is well aware of her own charm, which is not something that ordinary young people can resist. There are countless bosses and professional managers who have expressed their feelings to her in the same office building.
If that really happened, she wouldn't even have time to cry. Boom, boom, boom.
Outside the bedroom, the familiar knock on the door was heard again.
It's just a very soft sound. Who? Su Jincheng? Song Ruoyu subconsciously called out the name. Mr. Song, it's me.
It turned out to be Su Jincheng.
This guy is very brave and hasn't he left yet? Come in.
Song Ruoyu gritted her teeth, wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, and her eyes became a little cold.
Mr. Song, I just heard some noise. Are you awake? Su Jincheng pushed the door open, but didn't walk in.
Instead, he stood at the bedroom door with a smile on his face.
Song Ruoyu looked at Su Jincheng's face with a faint smile, and the volcano in her heart was about to erupt. You can still laugh.
Her fingers gripped the quilt tightly, even her nails dug deep into it, but she didn't feel any pain.
What did you do to me after I blacked out?
Her voice also turned cold. Su Jincheng felt that Song Ruoyu's expression was not right, but he did not think about the reason carefully.
I didn't do anything. Su Jincheng answered seriously.
You were drunk and lying in the bathroom. The floor was cold, so I. Before Su Jincheng could finish speaking, Song Ruoyu interrupted him.
So, you changed my clothes? Your pajamas are dirty and can't be worn anymore. I threw them into the washing machine for you.
Su Jincheng explained with a smile still on his face.
Asshole, I'm going to kill you.
As soon as she finished speaking, Song Ruoyu jumped up from the bed, not caring that she was only wearing underwear, and pounced on Su Jincheng like crazy.
Su Jincheng was a little puzzled. Was Song Ruoyu crazy? Why was she so excited?
He originally wanted to dodge, but when he saw Song Ruoyu rushing towards him, he just stood there without moving. If he dodged, the woman would definitely bump into the door and might even get hurt. Song Ruoyu jumped directly onto Su Jincheng, clamped her legs around his waist, and started scratching Su Jincheng's handsome face wildly. Su Jincheng couldn't bear the pain, so he grabbed Song Ruoyu's hands with both hands. Since her hands were no longer usable, Song Ruoyu used her mouth to bite Su Jincheng's face.
Mr. Song, what are you doing?
Just then, someone suddenly spoke outside the door.
Su Jincheng and Song Ruoyu both looked back.
I saw a red-faced woman standing outside the door, looking at Su Jincheng and Song Ruoyu in surprise. The person who came was Wang Shasha. I didn't expect that although Mr. Song doesn't show it on the surface, he is actually very hungry inside. Wang Shasha thought to herself.
Wang Shasha, why are you here? Song Ruoyu asked in surprise.
The matter was soon made clear. It turned out that Wang Shasha was still worried after receiving Su Jincheng's call, so she called Su Jincheng again and said that she wanted to come over and take a look too. It just so happened that Song Ruoyu was drunk in the bathroom at that time, and Su Jincheng was worrying about how to move her back to the bedroom. Suddenly I received a call from Wang Shasha and asked her to come over quickly.
Later on, Wang Shasha was responsible for changing clothes, wiping the body and cleaning the floor. Su Jincheng just made 2 phone calls to inform Wang Shasha of some information. So, you were the one who took me back to the bedroom?
Song Ruoyu looked at Wang Shasha, and her eyes changed again. Luckily, I exercise regularly, otherwise I wouldn't be able to carry you, Mr. Song.
Wang Shasha nodded. So you changed my underwear too? Song Ruoyu asked. Of course it's me. Song Ruoyu. Chapter 15 Nosebleed.
Only then did Song Ruoyu realize that she had completely misunderstood Su Jincheng.
All of this is simply made up in my imagination. Mr. Song, can you come down now?
Su Jincheng was afraid that Song Ruoyu would fall, so he held her up with his hands. But the woman was so heavy and bulky that he could hardly hold on any longer. Only then did Song Ruoyu realize that the posture between herself and Su Jincheng was very strange, and she quickly loosened her legs and fell back to the ground.
Why didn't you explain it just now? Her face flushed, and she couldn't help but ask Su Jincheng in embarrassment. Mr. Song, I wanted to explain, but you didn't even give me a chance.
Su Jincheng covered his face, which felt a little hot.
He hadn't said 3 sentences since he entered the room when he was tickled by the woman. Song Ruoyu acted without asking questions clearly, and was too cruel.
She is worthy of being called the White Widow.
Fortunately, Su Jincheng didn't do anything to her.
Reputation is a small matter, but I'm afraid that in the end, even my little brother won't be able to save himself.
Is your face okay? Song Ruoyu asked as she looked at the red marks on Su Jincheng's face. Fine.
Su Jincheng looked in the mirror and controlled Song Ruoyu's hands in time, leaving a few more scratches on his face.
Let me help you clean it up.
Song Ruoyu was worried that Su Jincheng's face would get infected, so she found a wet towel and ice cubes and prepared to apply a cold compress to him.
Song Ruoyu attacked him just now, but Su Jincheng didn't feel anything.
Now she came close to me again, with a pleasant fragrance on her body. Su Jincheng suddenly felt a little shy. He was too embarrassed to stare at Song Ruoyu's face anymore, so he lowered his head. It would have been fine if he hadn't lowered his head, because as soon as he lowered his head, he saw Song Ruoyu's flawless figure. After all, Song Ruoyu is only wearing underwear now.
Ah! Wang Shasha suddenly reminded from the side.
Su Jincheng, you're bleeding from the nose.
Su Jincheng was embarrassed.
Song Ruoyu, who was staring closely at the wound on Su Jincheng's face, inadvertently glanced at Su Jincheng's overall facial features. His fair face was cold and handsome with sharp edges, his thick eyebrows were rebelliously raised slightly upwards, and under his long and slightly curled eyelashes, his eyes were indescribably clear.
Gradually, Song Ruoyu's face became hot and her heartbeat quickened.
However, she still insisted on helping Su Jincheng treat the wound on his face, and of course helped him stop the nosebleed. Finally, she kicked Su Jincheng out of the bedroom because she wanted to change her clothes. Coming out of the bedroom again, Song Ruoyu changed into her favorite white clothes. White t-shirt. White short skirt. White slippers.
How much does this woman like white? Obviously, white is not resistant to dirt, and even the slightest stain will be very obvious. Su Jincheng was confused and speechless towards Song Ruoyu.
He was also wearing a pair of white slippers, and it looked like he and Song Ruoyu were a couple.
Why are you wearing my slippers? Song Ruoyu looked at the slippers on Su Jincheng's feet and felt a little dissatisfied.
If I don't change my shoes, your floor will be dirty.
Su Jincheng said helplessly. Can't you learn from others?
Song Ruoyu pointed at Wang Shasha. She didn't like others wearing her slippers.
Wang Shasha didn't change into slippers, but put on shoe covers. I didn't have time to look for shoe covers. You had already fainted, so I had to go check on you. Su Jincheng was speechless again. This female boss is really unreasonable. Remember to change your shoe covers next time.
Song Ruoyu felt warm in her heart, but she still reminded Su Jincheng seriously.
No. Su Jincheng nodded, thinking there wouldn't be a next time.
The three of them sat on the sofa, Su Jincheng and Wang Shasha sat on the double sofa, and Song Ruoyu sat on the single sofa by the window. After getting drunk, Song Ruoyu has obviously regained some of her original competence as a career woman.
What's the current situation of the company?
She asked Su Jincheng directly.
Wang Shasha knows better than me.
Su Jincheng raised his hand and pointed at Wang Shasha.
I definitely don't know what's going on.
I haven't come to work for a few days, and I came today just to prepare to resign.
Tell me about it, Shasha.
Song Ruoyu turned to Wang Shasha.
Everyone is panicking.
I heard that your classmates cheated you out of a large sum of money, and your company is going bankrupt.
Song Ruoyu pressed his head down and then raised it again. I won't hide it from you. I was indeed cheated. I'm currently bankrupt. I've mortgaged my house and company. If I can't pay back the money tomorrow, none of it will belong to me,
she said in a calm tone. When Wang Shasha heard this, her face turned pale. She was afraid that Song Ruoyu would say that she had no money.
But I can still afford your salary. Song Ruoyu did not say anything to disappoint Wang Shasha, as she still had some money on hand as a backup. Didn't you say you didn't have a penny when you were drunk?
Su Jincheng muttered to himself. As expected, the saying truth comes out when drunk only applies to men. Even though Song Ruoyu was so drunk, she still didn't forget to lie to herself. You can only believe 3/4 of what women say. If you take it too seriously, you will lose. I'll call the finance department later to calculate your salaries and bonuses.
I'll go to the company tomorrow morning. After I finish all the work, everyone can go home. Song Ruoyu's words also reassured everyone. Okay then, thank you, Mr. Song.
Wang Shasha finally let go of the stone in her heart. She can get her salary, and everyone can get money too. As for other things, I can't think about them too much now.
I can only take one step at a time.
Now that she knew the exact news, she didn't stay for long and wanted to go back to pass on the message to everyone.
You go first, Mr. Song, and I have something to discuss.
Su Jincheng sat on the sofa without moving, and he had no intention of leaving. After hearing what Su Jincheng said, Wang Shasha understood immediately. Then he immediately said goodbye to Song Ruoyu and left. At this time, Song Ruoyu was a little surprised and didn't know what Su Jincheng wanted to talk to her about.
Is he still not satisfied with his salary and bonus and wants some additional severance pay? But Song Ruoyu didn't say anything, just watched Wang Shasha leave. What do you want to talk to me about?
After Wang Shasha left, Song Ruoyu opened her cherry lips and spoke.
I want to work with you. As soon as Su Jincheng opened his mouth, Song Ruoyu felt like she had heard a huge joke. Although Su Jincheng is in IT in the technical department, he earns more than the average person. But he is still a small employee in the company after all. How can he cooperate with me?
However, Song Ruoyu was still very grateful to Su Jincheng in her heart, as he was the first person willing to help her.
Like I said, I'm broke. Song Ruoyu did not refuse directly, but used an excuse that she thought was reasonable. I know that. I have some money at home that can help you through this difficult time. Su Jincheng revealed a little about his family background because he didn't care at all whether Song Ruoyu went bankrupt or not. To put it bluntly, no matter how big Song Ruoyu's company is, can it be compared with his own cloud art residence? His decision to cooperate with Song Ruoyu was not a sudden one, but he had had this idea before he came. He now owns one of the best villas in the country, one of the best international hotels in Asia, and more than 50 million in cash. In addition, the hotel can also bring in nearly 10 million in net income every day. Su Jincheng naturally didn't want to put this money in the bank. He hoped to create more value. But Su Jincheng is young after all, and he is not good at doing business and has no experience in this area. The Yunwan art residence was also fully handed over to Zhuang Shangchen, who became a hands-off manager. Of course, Zhuang Shangchen's salary was also increased to 50 million yuan a year. So he needs people, talented people with outstanding abilities. Song Ruoyu happens to be this kind of person, so it is understandable that Su Jincheng wants to cooperate with her. Chapter 16. I'm yours. I didn't make it clear before. I was defrauded of more than 10 million yuan in total. Song Ruoyu emphasized her tone again. Money is not a problem. Over 10 million is not a lot. I can help you fill this hole. Su Jincheng still insisted on cooperating with Song Ruoyu. Then your family is really rich, so how do you want to cooperate? Song Ruoyu really didn't expect Su Jincheng to be so rich. She thought that having 5 million would be good enough. However, she suddenly realized something. Since Su Jincheng's family is so rich, he still comes to his company to be a programmer. What's the point? Looking for a way to enjoy the pleasure of life? Or are you still pursuing your own beauty? Song Ruoyu began to look alert and decided to be careful. My condition is simple. You and I will set up a company together. I'll provide the startup capital for the company. I own 70% of the shares, and you own 30%. Also, you have the final say on all company affairs. I will never interfere. I will transfer the over 10 million yuan you were defrauded of into your bank account all at once. The conditions offered by Su Jincheng were quite tempting. Not only did he give Song Ruoyu 30% of the shares for free, he also gave her an additional 10 million renminbi. Song Ruoyu didn't want to be moved, but she had to be moved. Su Jincheng gave so much. She really needs money now, she doesn't want to be left with nothing. Since you've given me so much money, I'm yours from now on. Song Ruoyu's mood suddenly improved a lot, and she said with a smile on her face. Su Jincheng paused. Doesn't Song Ruoyu think that this sentence sounds ambiguous? As he spoke, Su Jincheng opened the panel again towards Song Ruoyu. Name, Song Ruoyu. Age, 30. Height, 165 centimeters. Appearance, 93. First blood, still there. Strategy progress, 2100. After seeing the specific numbers, Su Jincheng realized that he had overthought. 20% is just equivalent to a woman letting down her guard a little bit towards you. In fact, Song Ruoyu didn't think that much. As a strong woman in the workplace, she felt the call of mission. However, establishing a company is not something that can be completed in a day or two. Su Jincheng gave Song Ruoyu some time to prepare and asked her to prepare a business plan first. As for the more than 10 million, the bank is closed now, and he promised to transfer it to the other party's bank account early tomorrow morning. Song Ruoyu did not doubt his sincerity, since she had nothing now anyway. Su Jincheng can't deceive anything except people. After the matter was settled, Su Jincheng said goodbye and went back. That night, Su Jincheng was lying in bed, planning his short-term future. Suddenly, the system voice sounded. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, the female boss's thoughts. Tip: there is no reward for completing a hidden mission once. Tip: after completing 10 hidden tasks cumulatively, you will receive an achievement gift pack. Wow, there's actually a hidden mission. After listening to the system's instructions, Su Jincheng muttered to himself. The system is really interesting, but it's a pity that you can't chat with me normally. I'm tired, I'd better go to sleep first. The next morning, Su Jincheng was awakened by the bright sunshine outside the window. Damn, I forgot to draw the curtains last night. How depressing. Su Jincheng, who originally wanted to take a nap, lost interest in an instant. While having breakfast downstairs, Su Jincheng suddenly felt that he seemed to have too few cars. The only car I own right now is a green goblin. Time to buy some cars. As he spoke, Su Jincheng opened the car app and began to search for top luxury cars. After all, he could be considered the richest man in Jiangnan City now, and if his car was too cheap, it would make him look like a loser. After browsing the information about luxury cars for a while, Su Jincheng decided to buy a McLaren to drive first. However, Su Jincheng planned to take a taxi to the 4S store himself. He wanted to buy the car and drive away. Sir, we have reached our destination. The driver turned and said to Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng said he didn't want to take a nap, but it was the morning rush hour and the traffic was jammed. The car kept starting and stopping, and Su Jincheng fell asleep due to the shaking. Okay, thank you, master. As soon as Su Jincheng got out of the car, he walked towards the McLaren store. As soon as he entered the door, Su Jincheng was attracted by a McLaren P1 made entirely of carbon fiber in the hall. After walking around P1, Su Jincheng saw that no salesperson came to explain to him, so he called out to the female salesperson closest to him. A loser dressed like this is visiting a supercar dealership. However, the female salesperson who was called not only didn't even turn her head, but also muttered something under her breath. Let's go play the coin-operated car at the entrance of the supermarket. Although Su Jincheng is very rich now, he does not blindly pursue luxury brands. Of course, now I am definitely not wearing ripped clothes and yellowed sneakers like before. He believes that as long as he wears clean and comfortable clothes, that's enough. At this moment, the saleswoman's eyes suddenly lit up and she hurriedly twisted her slender waist and walked towards the door. Mr. Wu, what brings you here today? When the saleswoman saw that a young master had come, the smile on her face became even more respectful, and she bent her waist even lower, revealing her snow-white chest without any concern. Su Jincheng looked over when he heard the sound. The leader was a handsome young man, about 25 or 26 years old, followed by 3 big men in black, who were obviously bodyguards. The young man looked at the flattering woman in front of him and said, I'm here today to pick out a car for my brother. Do you have any recommendations? As he spoke, he stretched out his left hand and placed it on the saleswoman's shoulder. Mr. Wu, we have the McLaren GT and McLaren 720S in stock. Order now and get it now. The female salesperson took the young man on a tour and gave him an explanation. By the way, we have another one here, why are you still here, you loser? The female salesperson was about to introduce the P1 to the young man, but she found that Su Jincheng was still standing in front of the car, looking at the two of them with his arms folded across his chest. The young man was also a master of judging people by their appearance. Seeing that Su Jincheng had an extraordinary temperament, he took the lead in greeting. Brother, I'm Wu Hong from Wu Family Real Estate. I wonder if you are. Jiangnan City has 4 major families, Zhao, Sun, Wu and Lu, each of which controls hundreds of billions of wealth. And Wu Hong is the eldest son of the Wu family.
Before Wu Hong finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that Su Jincheng was wearing fake Chanel clothes, and his expression immediately changed. Boy, you're wearing fake Chanel and visiting the McLaren 4S store.
Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Su Jincheng didn't care at all, smiled and replied. There's no necessary connection between what you wear and what car you drive, right? Wu Hong continued to sneer. Can you afford a McLaren with your dick? You should ask about the price before entering. You might not even be able to afford a car model.
Wu Hong treated Su Jincheng as someone who came to the McLaren store to take photos.
Because he basically knows everyone in the second-generation circle in Jiangnan City.
And he had never seen Su Jincheng before.
Chapter 17, Get the Full Amount. Su Jincheng ignored Wu Hong's sarcasm and said directly to the saleswoman. I want this McLaren P1 behind me.
Please help me with the purchase procedures. After saying that, he took out a bank card from his pocket and motioned the other party to go through the relevant procedures. When Wu Hong heard that Su Jincheng actually wanted to buy P1, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. I think Su Jincheng is a psychopath, maybe his head was hit by a car. Seeing that the saleswoman in his arms was indifferent, Wu Hong pushed her.
Go and try using his card.
I don't believe a country bumpkin like him can afford it.
As McLaren's most expensive supercar, the P1 costs less than 20 million yuan when all the top-level accessories are selected.
Most people would just buy a McLaren worth a few million, saving more than 10 million to buy other supercars.
Isn't this delicious?
Now a young man jumps out and says he wants to buy a P1. Either he has too much money and nowhere to spend it, or his brain needs to be treated in the hospital.
Although the saleswoman was extremely reluctant, she still took the bank card and walked into the office.
Wu Hong couldn't stand it any longer. I can't even bear to spend so much money on a McLaren myself, so what's the reason for you to be so arrogant? Su Jincheng still ignored Wu Hong, but went to the living room and sat down on the sofa and waited. Wu Hong wanted to see Su Jincheng make a fool of himself, so he brought people to sit opposite him. After a while, a middle-aged man in a black suit with a manager badge on his chest hurried into the reception room. The manager first saw Wu Hong, greeted him, and then began to look around as if looking for someone. However, when he saw Su Jincheng sitting opposite Wu Hong, he immediately looked away.
Su Jincheng doesn't look like someone who can afford a McLaren. After looking around and not seeing anyone, the manager asked the saleswoman behind him. Where is that gentleman from before? The female salesperson was so frightened that she couldn't speak.
She just raised her hand and pointed at Su Jincheng. The manager looked in the direction and found that Su Jincheng was the young man he had ignored.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Su, I'm indebted.
The manager came over immediately.
All the formalities have been completed for you. You can drive away now.
As he said that, the manager held the car keys in both hands and handed them to Su Jincheng.
Su Jincheng took the car keys speechlessly. Do you look that poor?
But he didn't care, after all, he just wanted to buy a car. It seems that I still need to buy some clothes to decorate myself in the future.
Wu Hong saw the scene and asked the manager in surprise. He bought this car?
Yes, Mr. Wu, Mr. Su paid the full amount and became a lifetime member of our McLaren. The manager was grinning from ear to ear. We had a big order today, and the store's treasure was sold. After hearing this, Wu Hong stood there for a few seconds, then suddenly walked towards Su Jincheng. Seeing this, Su Jincheng thought Wu Hong had been slapped in the face and wanted to attack him. He pretended to drink tea, quickly picked up the cup on the tea table, and prepared to defend himself.
Hello, Brother Su.
Wu Hong suddenly stretched out his right hand towards Su Jincheng with a smile on his face. I'm not very good at seeing things, so please don't take it to heart if I offended you just now. Su Jincheng took a sip of tea slowly and leisurely, then uttered, However, he did not extend his hand to shake hands with Wu Hong.
People should have dignity. You just humiliated me so much, and now you're trying to do this to me?
I slept with your wife, and then I told you, sorry for sleeping with the wrong person?
Joke.
After Su Jincheng put down the teacup, he walked towards P1 parked in the hall without looking back.
Buzz buzz.
Just as Su Jincheng was about to leave, the female salesperson who had ignored him before suddenly walked to the car. The woman unbuttoned a button on her shirt without saying a word, then gave him a wink, and finally threw a small note to Su Jincheng.
You know what I mean.
I have a lot of experience, I know how to serve people, and I'm proficient in all kinds of skills.
The female salesperson is a mature and domineering woman. Her every move is extremely charming. Young men of Su Jinchang's age usually can't resist her.
When Su Jinchang saw the big breasts of the woman in front of him, he couldn't control himself. Su Jinchang swallowed, rolled up the car window, and sped towards the road outside the 4S store. At this time, Wu Hang in the reception room was gritting his teeth and his eyes were flashing with uncontrollable anger. In the entire Jiangnan city, even the people from the 4 major families have to give him face. This guy's surname Su actually dared to ignore me. Just for this reason, he was determined to kill Su Jinchang.
Huzi, check it for me.
Wu Hong suddenly whispered viciously.
Huzi nodded towards Wu Hang and said, "Please rest assured, master."
As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Hong pointed at the female salesperson and said to the manager,
"This employee is leaving get off work early today. Do you have any objections?" The manager didn't dare to offend the Wu family and nodded quickly. On the other hand, the female salesperson used the same trick on Wu Hong again.
She doesn't care who sleeps with her, as long as he has money, it doesn't matter who he is. As soon as Su Jinchang walked out of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, his cell phone rang.
I opened my phone and saw that it was my mother calling. "Hey, son, are you busy?"
The warm voice of Su Jinchang's mother came from the other end of the phone.
"Hey, Mom, no hurry, I'm driving." "Driving?" "Being a driver for the boss."
The mother was very happy after hearing this and said immediately,
"That's a good thing.
The leader values you, so you must perform well."
"No, Mom, I'm driving my own car." "What? Your own car? An electric scooter?"
The mother was very confused.
"No. The kind with 4 wheels and a steering wheel." Su Jinchang was simply amused by his mother. You bought a car? Where did you get the money?"
"Son, although we are poor, we have earned all our money through hard work with our own hands."
"You absolutely cannot steal or rob. Don't go astray. Otherwise, your father and I will no longer acknowledge you as our son." Su Jinchang has good family education, and his parents are afraid that he will go astray.
The way I was taught since childhood was that even if I couldn't become a talented person, I had to become an adult.
Okay, Mom, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go back to see you tomorrow."
Su Jinchang knew that no matter what he said to his mother now, she would not believe him. I might as well go back tomorrow and tell my parents about my recent situation.
Tomorrow is Thursday. Why are you back? Don't you have to go to work?
The old mother said anxiously.
Mom, I suddenly have something to do. See you tomorrow. After saying that, Su Jinchang immediately hit the hang up button. Call.
After Su Jinchang let out a long sigh, he called the housekeeper at home. I have to drive the Maybach S580 I just ordered back to the hotel.
Chapter 18 Returning Home in Glory. Early the next morning. Su Jinchang didn't seem as grumpy as he was yesterday when he woke up.
Instead, as people said on the internet, I did radio gymnastics in a good mood.
Wake up in the morning and embrace the sun. Let your body be filled with bright sunshine. Full of positive energy. Because I am going back to my hometown today to give my parents a huge surprise.
Su Jinchang quickly washed up, had breakfast and set off. He has to go to the supermarket first to do some shopping.
He can't go back empty-handed. His hometown is far away from the center of Jiangnan City, so Su Jinchang decided to drive a McLaren there. Even if there is a traffic jam, everyone will take the initiative to avoid it. After all, it is a luxury car.
Even if a part on the car body is broken, it will cost tens of thousands to repair it.
If some unlucky guy who didn't buy car insurance gets hit by a luxury car, all those years of work would be in vain. In less than 2 hours, Su Jinchang drove to the village entrance. Looking at the green wheat fields, Su Jinchang felt a little emotional. The last time I went home, it was the wheat harvest season.
In order to get more salary, I didn't go home during some holidays, even the Chinese New Year.
After all, overtime work was worth triple pay at that time. It's really just a blink of an eye, another year has passed, time flies so fast. I haven't been back for a long time recently. Thinking of this, Su Jinchang felt guilty towards his parents.
So I decided to stay at home for a longer time this time and spend as much time with my parents as possible. Or, it would be even better if the elderly could live directly in the villa.
It would be a waste to leave so many rooms empty.
Because there is no cement road in the village yet and the McLaren's chassis is too low, it can only be parked at the entrance of the village.
Because the roar of the McLaren engine was so loud, many villagers soon came to watch.
Everyone looked at Su Jincheng's car as if they were seeing a monster.
What kind of car is this? Why does it look like this? Brother Jincheng, what kind of car are you driving?
The person who was speaking was the neighbor's child, who came running over when he heard that Su Jincheng had returned.
Come, little girl, have some candy. Su Jincheng did not directly answer the little girl's question.
Instead, he took out a bag of candy from the car and distributed it to everyone. As soon as Su Jincheng's parents heard that their son had returned, they hurriedly put down their farm work and ran towards the village entrance.
Su Jincheng, you're back. When Su Jincheng's father saw Su Jincheng coming back, tears couldn't help but slide down his face.
Su Jincheng, who was distributing candy to everyone at the village entrance, suddenly heard his father's voice.
He put down the candy in his hand and quickly ran 2 steps to greet him. He walked to his father's side and held his father's calloused hands tightly. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Your son is back to see you. Su Jincheng started crying as he spoke. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Old Su raised his slightly trembling hand and gently wiped the tears from Su Jincheng's face. Why are you standing at the entrance of the village? Go home first.
Su Jincheng's mother wiped her tears and spoke to the father and son.
Yes, yes, yes. Look at me. I was so excited that I forgot everything.
Only then did old Su wipe the tears from his face embarrassedly, help Su Jincheng carry the things and walk home. Su's mother knew that Lao Su and Su Jincheng had a deep father-son relationship, so she went to cook first, leaving time for the father and son. Seeing that his mother was not there, Su Jincheng looked at his father and asked,
Why did Mom come back so soon? Wasn't she in the hospital?
One afternoon last month, Su Jincheng was still typing code desperately when he suddenly received a call from his father.
Su Jincheng's mother was hospitalized. After learning the news, Su Jincheng's first thought was to go home and take a look.
But at that time I took on a big project and couldn't take leave, so I could only send some money home. Su Jincheng has been a very filial person since he was a child, but his mother has always been frail and sickly.
This has always been Su Jincheng's biggest concern. Your mother, isn't she afraid of spending money? I'm still thinking about saving money for you to get married. I heard that the requirements for getting married in the city are very high now. I want to buy a house and a car, but the housing prices in the city are so high.
Besides, our family still owes money to other families. Old Su couldn't continue speaking, lit a cigarette and smoked it helplessly. Su Jincheng actually guessed how things would develop, but he still felt unwilling. My parents worked hard all their lives to raise me. Not to mention when I had no money before, but now that I have money, I can't let my mother's illness be delayed any longer. I am no longer the poor guy who was penniless and couldn't even pay the rent. You must take your mother to the best hospital in the world, hire the best doctors, and use the best medicine.
Strive to completely solve the problems of weakness and anemia that have plagued me for many years. No matter how much it costs, even if it means giving up everything you have now. Dad, I'm rich now. I bought the car at the entrance of the village. From now on, you 2 old people won't have to suffer anymore.
Su Jincheng knew that the most direct way to say anything was to say something concrete. Now the most important thing for parents to feel at ease is to let them see their achievements.
Really? But your car looks weird.
The village chief just bought a Wuling Hongguang a few days ago and spent a lot of red money on it. Besides, their car looks much more impressive than yours.
It can seat several people at the same time. Lao Su's honest words reveal the simple character of a farmer. Dad, my car is a little more expensive than his.
Su Jincheng didn't dare tell his father directly that the McLaren at the entrance of the village was worth less than 20 million.
Otherwise, the old couple would be scared to death. Oh, that's good. As long as you have something promising. As for home, you don't have to worry about it.
We old couple can take care of ourselves. Old Su tried his best not to let his son worry about the family, as he himself had no special abilities in his life. Since you can't help your own children, try not to add any burden to them. At noon, Su's mother specially made Su Jincheng's favorite sweet and sour pork ribs and scrambled eggs with tomatoes.
Old Su was in a good mood and took out his treasured old rice wine and asked Su Jincheng to drink a few glasses with him. The whole family is very happy.
Especially for Su Jincheng, it felt like the new year, full of joy.
By the way, son, you told me on the phone yesterday that you made a small fortune. Was it from a legitimate source?
Su's mother suddenly remembered that she had called Su Jincheng yesterday.
Of course I did. I learned investment from the boss of the company and made a lot of money. Don't worry, I'm a very decent person.
Su Jincheng couldn't tell his parents about the system, so he found a perfect reason to explain it to his parents. But just when the family was enjoying their meal, they unexpectedly heard the sound of a group of people violently knocking on the door.
Open the door, old man surnamed Su, you can't hide from the first day, open the door quickly. Chapter 19. The new car was smashed.
Su Jincheng's mother was so frightened by the sudden sound that her chopsticks dropped to the ground.
Ah, old man, these people are here again.
Mother Su looked at old Su hurriedly and said. The knocking on the door became more and more urgent, and the noise seemed to be about to tear the door down. Seeing this, Su Jincheng lost interest in eating and immediately comforted him.
Mom and Dad, I'm here, don't be afraid. Tell me first, what is going on?
Old Su sighed, frowned, and said helplessly. Our house received a demolition quota a few months ago.
But the demolition team is watching over my house. Your mother and I are the only two old, weak, and sick people. We are easy to bully. They plan to give us only a portion of the demolition compensation, and they won't even allocate resettlement housing to us.
You know, with the demolition compensation, you can pay back the money you borrowed from others to pay for your schooling. That's why I refused to move and decided to confront these bad guys head on. After saying that, Lao Su walked to the corner of the wall and picked up a hoe with both hands. Although there was fear in his eyes, his expression was forced to be fierce.
It seems like I'm already used to such scenes. Son, go hide in the room first. I'm afraid we might get hurt accidentally if a fight breaks out.
Old Su said to Su Jincheng with a simple smile on his face.
I'm an old man, so it doesn't matter what happens. Maybe they can even compensate me.
Su Jincheng listened to his father's words and felt that there was something depressed in his heart that he couldn't vent.
As the pillar of the family, how can I hide behind my parents at a critical moment?
Mom and Dad, I'm grown up now, and I'm here to protect you. As he spoke, Su Jincheng also picked up a shovel and stood in front of his parents. Just then, the door was smashed down and a group of ferocious-looking men rushed in. The man in the lead had a shaved head and a tattoo of a tiger descending a mountain on his arm. Each man was holding a stick or a steel pipe in his hand, staring at Su Jincheng's family in a ruffian-like manner.
Damn it, are you deaf? You didn't open the door even after I called you for so long.
The bald man picked up the iron rod and pointed at Su Jincheng and said,
Hey, is this little beast back?
The bald man looked at Su Jincheng's fair and clean appearance, and thought in his heart that he was just a weak and helpless boy, and did not take Su Jincheng seriously at all. Mother Su's face flushed with anger, and she pointed at a few people and shouted angrily.
What on earth do you want to do? What are you doing, playing dumb or acting stupid?
We discussed the demolition compensation with you earlier. But you refused to accept our toast and insisted on drinking the penalty drink.
So don't blame us for being rude now.
As soon as he finished speaking, the little brothers behind the bald man started waving sticks and smashing things everywhere. The wooden table was smashed, the food on the table was scattered everywhere, and the sound of glass dishes colliding filled the whole house.
Suddenly, Su Jincheng's arm was hit by flying glass fragments, leaving a bloody mark in an instant.
The wound was not deep, but blood quickly flowed down the arm and dripped onto the ground.
Son, you are bleeding.
When old Su saw blood flowing from Su Jincheng's arm, he became furious and rushed towards the bald man with a hoe. However, because Lao Su is old, his movements are slow. The bald man dodged the hoe that was swung towards him by turning sideways.
Ha 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 ha. Old man, are you putting on another show for me?
Seeing this, Su's mother took out her old phone and threatened the bald men, saying,
If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Call the police immediately. No one else can handle this area except us.
The bald man's men shouted.
Which real estate company are you affiliated with? Su Jincheng said in a deep voice.
This sentence made the whole audience quiet down, and the younger brothers didn't dare to speak. The bald man touched the back of his head and snorted coldly. Boy, I advise you not to look for trouble.
While I still want to talk to you nicely, you'd better tell me the truth.
Su Jincheng raised the shovel in his hand and pointed it at the bald man, trying his best to control his emotions and said, Tell me who your superior is, or we'll all have a rough day today.
You little bastard, I'm not going to talk nicely today. What can you do to me? The bald man has been doing evil for many years, and this is his first time encountering a troublemaker, and he is already furious. Smash it hard for me. I don't believe there's a house I can't tear down today.
At the bald man's command, several of his younger brothers started smashing everything they saw. The others ran directly out of the house and smashed the chicken coop and the water well to pieces. The scene was in chaos. A little brother suddenly saw the McLaren car keys on the ground and immediately gave them to the bald man and said to him nervously, "Brother Chang, the car at the entrance of the village seems to belong to this guy." The bald man took the car keys with a smile. "He drives a luxury car and lives in a house like this. And looking at the way this guy is dressed, do you think he can afford a car like this? I can't even afford such a nice car, it must be a rental. Go smash my car. I want to see what this kid can do to show off." The bald man took out a knife and walked towards the McLaren. He stabbed the tire a few times, and the tire became deflated with a few hissing sounds. Seeing their boss take the lead, the younger brothers present rushed towards the McLaren and started beating the car with sticks. These people already had hatred towards the rich, and now with the bald man's instructions, they became even more crazy. "No. You can't do this. This is what my son worked so hard to earn." Seeing these people smashing the car, Sue's mother wanted to rush over to stop them immediately. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by Su Jincheng. "Mom, don't go. There are so many of them. We can't afford to suffer such a loss." When the other residents in the village saw this, no one dared to step forward. Su Jincheng watched as the car that had been brought to the village entrance less than 24 hours ago was smashed into a pile of scrap metal in the blink of an eye. Although this luxury car worth tens of millions is just the net profit of Yunwan Art residence for me now, the worst that can happen is that I can buy a new one. But a car is like a concubine to a man. Now that I see my car being destroyed like this, I feel like my partner has been gang raped. Su Jincheng's dissatisfaction had reached its peak as his dignity was crushed to the ground by this group of thugs. He originally planned to use money to get rid of this group of people, but now Su Jincheng wants to sacrifice his bald head to the gods. Su Jincheng took out his cell phone and opened WeChat. He first sent his location to Lu Yemen and then made a voice call. "Hello, Mr. Su, hello." Lu Yemen's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. "Miss Lu, I would like to ask you for a favor." Su Jincheng didn't have time to chat with Lu Yemen, so he got straight to the point. "Can you quickly find out which real estate company owns the land in the area where I'm currently located?" Lu Yemen heard full of anger from Su Jincheng's brief words. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Lu Yemen guessed several possibilities in his mind and immediately agreed. "Okay, Mr. Su, please wait here for a moment." Chapter 20: The Hand is Broken. After Lu Yemen hung up the phone, he immediately called the head of the security department and asked him to bring a group of special forces to provide security. At the same time, the responsible persons of the demolition office and the real estate company were identified and notified to go to the scene immediately. The 20 million McLaren P1 was smashed beyond recognition by these scum in just a few minutes. The bald man proudly shouted to Su Jincheng, "Kid, if you don't have money, don't try to drive a luxury car like others. Today I'll show you how badly you'll die if you act pretentiously." Su Jincheng ignored him and glanced at the time impatiently. After a while, cars were seen driving out of the village one after another. A total of 10 Toyota Prados surrounded Baldi and his group. The Toyota kept honking its horn, as if in silence for the smashed McLaren. At this time, the head of the security department got out of one of the cars and walked quickly to Su Jincheng. "Mr. Su, I'm the head of security for the Crown Group. Wang Bing, are you okay?" Seeing Su Jincheng's arm still dripping with blood, Wang Bing immediately called medical staff to bandage Su Jincheng. "Fuck, who the hell are these people?" The bald man couldn't stand the whistle and shouted, "You're even more arrogant than me on my territory. Come on, brothers." As soon as he finished speaking, he found that no one around him moved. "Brother Chang, they have several times more people than us," one of the younger brothers reminded. "Fuck, who are these people?" The bald man suppressed his anger and observed the situation calmly. Could it be that this brat called him? The bald man thought of Su Jincheng's dress and immediately denied his idea. The first is that Su Jincheng doesn't seem to have such ability. The second is how Su Jincheng could possibly gather so many people in such a short time. Just then, the roar of a wild beast resounded throughout the village, and a Koenigsegg came into everyone's sight. Lu Yemen got out of the driver's seat, and the 2 black cars following closely behind also stopped at the entrance of the village. After taking a quick look at the scene, Lu Yemen walked towards Su Jincheng. Mr. Su, Tang Fon, the head of the demolition office, and Pan Jin, the person in charge of real estate, have arrived. "Ms. Lu, can I borrow one of your security personnel?"
Su Jincheng asked in a deep voice. Lu Yemen said to Wang Bing decisively without any hesitation.
Wang Bing, from now on, you will follow Mr. Su's instructions. Whichever hand they use to smash my car will be crippled. Su Jincheng said coldly. The bald man was so scared when he saw the big scene and heard what Su Jincheng said. Afterwards, the security personnel rushed forward and quickly controlled the bald man and his men. The bald man had no ability to resist at this time, and now he panicked and shouted with all his strength.
You can't touch me. I have someone above me.
I work for Shimao Construction Real Estate. If you touch me, you are going against Shimao Construction Real Estate. At this time, Tang Fong and Pan Jin were trotting towards Lu Yemen in a hurry. When they heard the bald man's words, they were so scared that their legs went weak and they almost fell down. The man running in front was obese, and the fat on his body was shaking rhythmically. Following behind him was a thin man wearing gold-rimmed glasses.
Damn it, this is all your fault. Didn't I tell you to get rid of the stubborn residents in the village as soon as possible? How could the Crown Group be alarmed because of this family? If anything goes wrong with my real estate project, I will bury you all alive.
Pan Jin quickened his pace and whispered to the person behind him.
Tang Fong pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose. He didn't know why things had developed to this point. Now I am being scolded so much that I dare not say a word and can only bow my head and admit my mistake. Baldy came here today just to follow Tang Fong's arrangements. When he looked up from the ground and saw that Tang Fong was among the people coming, it was like he had found a life-saving straw. Now that something has happened, I can only hope that he can save me. As if afraid that Tang Fong didn't notice him, the bald man shouted at Tang Fong. Brother Tang, you are the one who asked us to do this. You have to save us. Brother Tang.
At this moment, Tang Fong wished he could learn the art of disguise to disguise himself, otherwise he would have difficulty keeping his position as the director of the demolition office. But what I didn't expect was that the bald idiot would take the initiative to get involved with me. When the higher-ups come to investigate, not only will I not be able to save them, I will be in big trouble too.
You all should behave yourself. Tang Fong knew it was too late for him to distance himself from the matter. In order to calm the anger of those above, the people below have to suffer a little. Then Tang Fong angrily cursed at the bald group of people. You bastards, how do I teach you to do things, huh? I want you to communicate well with every household and try your best to provide adequate compensation. And you guys ended up doing this? Stupid brains. But Brother Tang, it wasn't you who told us.
The bald man wanted to refute something, but was immediately scolded by Tang Fong.
Shut the fuck up. Always be aware of your identities. You are just temporary workers. If I want to fire you, it would only take a word. Now that you've gotten into trouble, if you don't want to be fed by the government, shut up. After being scolded by Tang Fong, the bald man also understood the current situation and dared not speak anymore.
Pan Jin stood in front of Lu Yemen and said with a smile.
The people below didn't do their job well.
They disturbed Mr. Lu and Mr. Su today.
I apologize to you. Shimao Construction Real Estate Company cannot even be ranked among the many real estate companies in China.
If it weren't for the support of the Crown Group, we would never have been able to get this land. After all, Crown Group is the financial backer of Shimao Construction Real Estate Company.
So as the person in charge of Shimao Construction, how dare he challenge his own father?
Su Jincheng pointed at the pile of scrap metal and said,
An apology isn't enough. That McLaren was the work of your people. I bought it less than a day ago and it's already broken after driving 200 kilometers.
When Pan Jin saw that only the frame of the McLaren was left, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. The demolition office may lose the millions of dollars it just saved. However, since he was in the wrong, Pan Jin could only reluctantly give up and said, Young Master Su, there's something wrong with the way our people do things. The cost of your loss will be borne by Shimao Construction.
Haha, you're the ones taking on the responsibility? Isn't your company funded by the Crown Group? Su Jincheng sneered. The company has to pay for it, but it was the Crown Group that smashed my car. Does that have anything to do with you?
This was Pan Jin's original idea, but he didn't expect that Su Jincheng would directly expose it.
Chapter 21 Punishing Evil and Promoting Good. Then I will personally pay you to compensate for your losses. What do you think?
Pan Jin's voice was shaking when he said this. If Shimao Construction wants to continue its project, he dare not offend the people of Crown Group. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem.
Do you think I'm short of money?
Su Jincheng said with disdain. For rich people, the simplest problems are those that can be solved with money. But for Pan Jin, no amount of money can solve the current problem.
Then Mr. Su, please give me some instructions on how to calm your anger?
After saying this, Pan Jin shouted angrily at Tang Fong behind him.
Tang Fong, get out here. You're the culprit. Bring your men over here and apologize to young Master Su. Su Jincheng said impatiently. I just said that whichever hand they use to hit the car will be destroyed. Listen carefully to what I'm saying. I don't want to have to say it a third time.
Pan Jin was shocked when he heard this.
Although Baldy and others are temporary workers, they are still internal employees of the company.
If my hand is disabled because of what happened today, I will have to support these people for the rest of my life. These people are local hooligans who often force villagers to demolish houses.
Pan Jin has seen this before.
That shameless look of hers is not to be trifled with. Young Master Su, we are all gentlemen, so let's not shed blood.
Tang Fong almost crawled over and bowed repeatedly to Su Jincheng. How about we discuss some ways to calm you down? Master Su, it's my fault that my subordinates are ignorant. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. How about I fire all these bastards right now?
The bald man who was suppressed by the security personnel was about to resist when he heard that his job was going to be lost. But then he thought again, he had already offended Su Jincheng, and there was no room for negotiation. Thinking of how he had let his car be smashed without knowing how to live or die, the bald man really wanted to stab himself twice. But there is no medicine for regret in the world, and a car that has died cannot be brought back to life. In order to save his arms, the bald man pretended to cry.
Master Su, we all know we were wrong. I kowtow to you. It's all because I'm blind and don't know what's great about you. Just treat us as garbage. I have elderly parents and young children at home. Please give us a chance and spare us.
After saying that, the bald man started banging his forehead against the ground, not daring to stop even when blood started to seep out. Seeing this, the younger brothers around him followed suit and kept begging Su Jincheng. Tang Fong saw that if Baldy and the others admitted their mistakes, Su Jincheng would calm down. So, taking advantage of this momentum, he said to Su Jincheng,
Master Su, please be magnanimous and don't bother with us vulgar people. Some people just don't understand what people say. Su Jincheng took out his cell phone, checked the time and said, My time is limited, Miss Liu, how do you think we should handle this? Liu Yemen took the document from the secretary and said,
Mr. Su, I will immediately report Shimao Construction's illegal demolition to the authorities. I will also ask the group to withdraw its investment and announce to the public that we will no longer cooperate with them. When Pan Jin heard this, he was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his throat.
Once the Crown Group withdraws its investment, Shimao Construction Real Estate Company will be on the verge of bankruptcy. Pan Jin panicked and quickly winked at Tang Fong, asking him to do as Su Jincheng asked.
At this time, Tang Fong's face turned green and he stood there not knowing what to do. I don't know how many families in this village have experienced the same thing. Fortunately, Su Jincheng's family happened upon them, otherwise the forced demolition would have continued.
If we just let this matter go, these people will never learn their lesson. Su Jincheng deeply understood the feeling of being bullied and having no way out.
Therefore, we must teach these bad guys a lesson today, no one can stop us. After waiting for a full minute, Su Jincheng narrowed his eyes slightly and said helplessly,
Ms. Liu, it seems that Shimao Construction is unwilling to cooperate with Crown Group.
Tang Fong is also very optimistic about this project of Shimao Construction. So he invested all his wealth in it, and only then did he get the position of director of the demolition office. If Sun Hung Kai Properties withdraws its investment, it will be left with nothing. Pan Jin was in an even worse situation. Not only did the Crown Group withdraw its investment, but the real estate project was also lost. He won't be able to recover a single cent of the huge initial investment, and will also be burdened with hundreds of millions of dollars in debt. I finally saw the project getting off the ground, but it was terminated because of this incident.
My life is over. Seeing this, Pan Jin whispered to Tang Fong. Otherwise, I'll give you some shares later, and I promise to give you a promotion. Money can't solve the problem on Su Jincheng's side, but money can still bribe Tang Fong. Then you must remember what you said today.
Tang Fong made up his mind, picked up a steel pipe on the ground, and walked to a Toyota. Then he placed his wrist across the hood and shouted,
Mr. Su, please watch carefully.
I, Tang Fong, am using this arm to apologize to you. After saying that, he raised the steel pipe high and smashed it hard towards his forearm.
The broken arm bone drooped down instantly. Ah!
Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream resounded throughout the village. Su Jinchang looked at her coldly, and Lu Yemen couldn't help but turn her head away from Su Jinchang. It's vaguely like a pair of lovers cuddling each other. Seeing that Tang Fong had already cut off one of his arms, Pan Jin quickly said,
Master Su, President Lu, please rest assured.
I will take care of today's affairs.
Regarding the demolition of Mr. Su's house, I will definitely make proper arrangements. Mr. Su, do you think this is okay?
Su Jinchang thought what Pan Jin said was okay, so he nodded and asked him to implement it quickly. Then regarding our cooperation between Shirmao Construction and Crown Group, Pan Jin said cautiously. The cooperation continues as usual.
Lu Yemen said slowly. Thank you, Master Su, for your understanding.
I promise that Sheng Tang Mingfu will abide by the rules and regulations in the future. This kind of illegal and disorderly behavior will never happen again.
Thank you, Mr. Su, and thank you, Mr. Lu.
As Pan Jin spoke, he bowed and admitted his mistake.
After the matter was resolved, Wang Bing asked his security personnel to release the gang of thugs.
Without any restraints, the group of little brothers scattered and ran away. The bald man also knew that if it weren't for Tang Fong today, he would have been the one with a broken arm. He ran to help gratefully, helped Tang Fong into Pan Jin's car, and then left quickly.
After these people left, the village became much quieter. Ding dong!
Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, punish evil and promote good.
Tip: there is no reward for completing a hidden mission once. Tip: after completing 10 hidden tasks cumulatively, you will receive an achievement gift pack. Tip: currently completed 2 times. Su Jinchang was extremely excited for doing a good deed that was recognized by the system. However, this grand scene really scared Su Jinchang's parents. Chapter 22: Driving a Koenigsegg to sell vegetables. Great! Our son has made it big. Now, we can finally hold our heads up high.
Seeing a group of people following Su Jinchang's lead, Su's father and mother were shocked. Su Jinchang smiled slightly, then shook the hands of the 2 old men and said, Mom and Dad, don't worry, your son will become more and more powerful in the future.
Today, you will go to Jiangnan City with me. I have a big villa over there with many rooms and a housekeeper taking care of it. Take away whatever you can from the house here. From now on, every household in the village will be relocated. This is where Su Jinchang grew up.
When he thought about it being demolished, he felt reluctant to leave. Son, we still have some vegetables in our fields.
Old Su slapped his forehead and suddenly said to Su Jinchang, I have to take it back and sell it later.
Thinking that he would have almost no chance to farm in the future, Su Jinchang rolled up his sleeves and went to work in the fields with old Su. Seeing Su Jinchang busying himself, Lu Yemen, seeing that she had nothing to do, offered to help Su's mother pack up. When Su's mother saw Lu Yemen, she found that she was pretty and was also the president of the Crown Group. I felt so happy that I quickly said yes 3 times.
Women can't stop talking when they are together.
But it was Su's mother who kept asking Lu Yemen some personal questions. Such as how old the girl is, does she have a partner, does she have any brothers or sisters at home, etc. In the end, he actually asked directly whether she was willing to be with her son. This made Lu Yemen, the president of a group, blush, and he didn't know how to answer these questions. After all, Su's mother also came from a young age.
Judging from Lu Yemen's reaction, I knew there was something going on, so I started talking about other topics. By the time everything was ready, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. I thought there wasn't much to pack, but ended up filling up 5 prados. The security personnel who were originally evenly distributed in 10 cars were now squeezed tightly into the other 5 cars with Su's father and mother. Since there was really no place to put them, some of the vegetables harvested from the fields were placed in the front trunk of Lu Yemen's Koenigsegg. Su's father and mother saw that the Koenigsegg and their son's McLaren looked equally strange. So I thought the price was just a little bit more expensive than Wuling Hongguang. If you knew this was a car worth tens of millions, you would never dare to put food in the Koenigsegg. However, Su Jinchang now has a relatively good understanding of cars, so he felt very embarrassed. He promised to give Lu Yemen's car the best car wash package after returning. But Lu Yemen didn't care about it at all. After all, a car is a tool for people to drive and use. Ding dong!
Start the mission, drive a Koenigsegg to sell vegetables. Mission reward, get 10 billion in cash. Su Jincheng, who was sitting in the passenger seat and chatting happily with Lu Yemen, was startled by the system's voice. Good boy, there's actually a task like this. Su Jincheng muttered to himself. However, this reward is a bit too generous. But how should I tell Lu Yemen that I want to use her car to sell these vegetables? It's good enough that they sent me back home. Do I really have to force them to drive a supercar to sell vegetables? If it's your own car, there's definitely no problem. But who would have the nerve to ask for money if it's someone else's car? This task is too pretentious. People without social anxiety wouldn't dare to play it this way. However, Su Jincheng thought of an unreasonable excuse, so he said shamelessly in a low voice. Ahem, Miss Lu, my mother just sent me a message. Let me sell all the vegetables I have in your cart. I think we should just drive to the outside of the vegetable market and put the vegetables on the ground in front of the car. Of course, our vegetables look good and are nutritious, so they will definitely sell quickly. So, look, are you available? Su Jincheng is already handsome, and now he is bombarding Lu Yemen's ears with his subwoofer. It was hard for Lu Yemen to disagree. Soon, Lu Yemen drove Su Jincheng to the vegetable market. Some people around the vegetable market were attracted by the roaring Koenigsegg. Everyone thought it was a rich guy showing off his car on the street, and they all took out their phones to start recording and taking pictures. However, when Su Jincheng and Lu Yemen took the vegetables out of the car and placed them on the ground, then he shouted, selling vegetables, fresh and nutritious vegetables, cheap and affordable. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What? A rich man drives a Koenigsegg to sell vegetables? Look, isn't that beautiful lady Lu Yemen? Some sharp-eyed onlookers suddenly said. It seems so. I heard he's the president of the Crown Group. Then who is the man next to her? Could he be her boyfriend? He should be the second-generation young master of a certain family. How could Lu Yemen be with ordinary people? While the onlookers were surprised, they also began a heated discussion about the identity of Lu Yemen's boyfriend. Soon, several hot searches about Su Jincheng and Lu Yemen appeared on a certain blog. However, Su Jincheng and Lu Yemen were completely unaware of this and were still working hard on selling vegetables. In contrast, Lu Yemen grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth and lived in a wealthy condition. But when she sat on the streets selling vegetables, she had no complaints and instead worked very hard to sell them. Looking at Lu Yemen's appearance at this moment, Su Jincheng became a little curious about her and immediately used the beauty rating skill. Name, Lu Yemen. Age, 25. Height, 170 centimeters. Appearance, 99. First blood, still there. Strategy progress, 8100. The time when Lu Yemen went to Su Jincheng's villa before, Su Jincheng gave it a score of 95 with his naked eyes. Unexpectedly, the system gave Lu Yemen a higher evaluation, reaching 99, just 1 point away from perfection. But what the hell is this strategy progress? The two had only met twice, both times to resolve important matters. There's no reason. Could it be that Lu Yemen is trying to improve himself? Alas, if you can't figure it out, don't think about it. It consumes too much brain cells. In the words of Lu Sun, emotions are a very complicated thing. Because many people want to take some close-up photos of Koenigsegg, they can only get the chance to get close under the pretext of buying groceries. So the dishes sold out quickly. In order to take pictures of cars, some photographers directly handed over $100 bills, and after taking the pictures, they left without even taking the food. Ding dong. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 billion in cash. As soon as the system finished speaking, Su Jincheng's phone screen lit up. Gradually getting used to large sums of money, after 10 billion arrived, Su Jincheng was too lazy to count how many zeros were behind it. Because he was delayed for an entire afternoon, after selling the vegetables, Lu Yemen sent Su Jincheng directly home, and then rushed back to the company to handle business. Chapter 23 Good Brothers Getting Married. Inside Crown Number 1 Villa. Su Jincheng was playing King of Glory in the toilet. Originally, Yuenga should have changed his position to take back the puppet, and then used a cross-slash to take away the opponent's OE. As a result, the network time became 460 milliseconds. Damn it! Su Jincheng slapped his thigh in anger. As soon as he finished speaking, an incoming call popped up on the phone screen. Hey, Li Weixiong, you haven't called me in a long time. I thought you were missing. The person who called was a former colleague of Su Jincheng at the White Widow Company.
What, you're getting married? Who's your partner? Do I know him? It's Chen Xiantong. When did you two get together? You two are incredible.
You dare to have an office romance right under the nose of the White Widow.
However, the confidentiality work is indeed done well. Chen Xiantong is also Su Jincheng's colleague.
He also knows this girl and she is a nice person.
Fuck, it's going to be settled tomorrow, and you're telling me now? Li Weixiang is Su Jincheng's only good brother in the company.
I had to go back to my hometown for an urgent work matter, but the project delivery date was approaching. As a result, Li Weixiang stayed up for several nights to help Su Jincheng complete this big project. In the end, he was even hospitalized because of the hard work, and Su Jincheng always kept it in mind.
Wait a minute, where are you now? I'll be there soon.
Li Weixiang is getting married tomorrow, and Su Jincheng will definitely go over to help.
After saying that, Su Jincheng immediately hung up the phone, pulled up his pants, and took the elevator down to the basement. Just 3 minutes after the car started, Su Jincheng received another call from Li Weixiang. What? Not getting married again? What are you doing? Are you kidding me?
Su Jincheng almost lost his temper. I still have some food in my stomach that I haven't given away yet, and I'm not feeling well now.
Chen Xuantong's parents put forward some conditions that I simply cannot meet. Li Weixiang's tone was very sad, and it was obvious that he really liked Chen Xiantong. Condition? What conditions?
Forget it, just wait until I come over. Su Jincheng could tell that Li Weixiang's tone was not right and was afraid that he would do something stupid, but he had to go there anyway.
30 minutes later. The AMG Green Goblin stopped in front of Chen Xuantong's house. Hey, Li Weixiang.
As soon as Su Jincheng got out of the car, he saw Li Weixiang squatting on the ground.
Li Weixiang was wearing a suit, but at the moment he lowered his head with a very depressed expression.
There were several of his friends around him, constantly saying words of comfort to him.
Su Jincheng, you're here.
Li Weixiang raised his head, glanced at Su Jincheng, and greeted him.
However, Li Weixiang was so sad that he didn't notice the AMG behind Su Jincheng. What's going on? Su Jincheng put his hand on Li Weixiang's shoulder and asked with concern. Chen Xuantong's parents suddenly asked me to buy a car worth more than 1 million renminbi as the first car for the wedding.
I just paid the down payment for a house and I still have to pay the mortgage every month.
I can't afford that much money. Tomorrow is the wedding day. Isn't this embarrassing?
Li Weixiang became more and more sad as he spoke, and his voice gradually became tearful. Today's society is indeed very unfriendly to young people, with low wages and high prices. Even if you earn 10,000 renminbi per month, it will take you 9 years to afford a 1 million renminbi car without eating or drinking. Li Weixiang is able to buy a house on his own, which has surpassed 99% of young people. Su Jincheng began to suspect that Chen Xuantong's parents looked down on Li Weixiang and wanted to disrupt this marriage.
Well. Li Weixiang looked at Su Jincheng and couldn't help sighing. He knew that Su Jincheng had no choice. What did Chen Xiantong say? Su Jincheng wanted to know Chen Xuantong's attitude.
She doesn't mind what our wedding car is, and she's still trying to persuade her parents in the house.
But the two elders just won't agree. Without this wedding car, we can't get married tomorrow.
Li Weixiang had a bitter face, and it was obvious that he loved Chen Xiantong very much.
That's no problem, Su Jincheng understood.
As long as two people truly love each other, I can help them.
Leave this to me. Don't worry about preparing for the wedding. We will definitely get married tomorrow. Su Jincheng patted Li Weixiang's shoulder again and said, Do you have a solution?
A hint of surprise flashed in Li Weixiang's eyes, and he stood up immediately. But when he thought about it, and realized that Su Jincheng's family was much more miserable than his, he squatted down again. I can't tell the truth, after all, Su Jincheng really wants to help me.
I said leave it to me, don't worry and it's done.
Su Jincheng ignored him and walked towards Chen Xuantong's room.
Chen Xiantong is inside trying to persuade her parents, so don't go in. One of Li Weixiang's friends wanted to pull Su Jincheng, but Su Jincheng dodged him with a small move. Inside the house,
Chen Xiantong had tears in her eyes but was still trying to persuade him.
Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you? I don't mind the wedding car, why do you still put forward such a condition? It's not you two getting married, could you please not cause me any trouble? We are so young, is it necessary to buy such an expensive car?
When two people get married, as long as they support each other, they will have these material things in the future. Chen's mother kept shaking her head, opposing Chen Xuantong's opinion. No, without a Maserati President as a wedding car, I will never agree to your marriage.
Oh. Mom, how can you be so unreasonable? What's wrong with me being unreasonable?
You are my daughter, and you have to listen to me when it comes to such an important matter as marriage.
Daughter, listen to us. Your father means the same thing. The family was in a stalemate in the house when Su Jincheng walked in. Chen Xiantong? He shouted. Su Jincheng, you're here?
Chen Xiantong gave Su Jincheng a bitter smile, indicating that things were difficult on her side.
Uncle, aunt, hello.
Su Jincheng smiled at Chen's father and mother.
Young man, are you here to persuade us? Chen's father and mother didn't know Su Jincheng, but they could guess what he was here for. However, in today's situation, no one's persuasion will be of any use. No, uncle and aunt, you misunderstood. Su Jincheng smiled and shook his head. They are all wrong.
I think the conditions you two elders proposed are quite good.
Marriage is a lifelong event, so you should prepare well. No matter how many conditions you put forward, it is never too much. After all, I only have one daughter in my family. I can't let her suffer in another family. Chen Xiantong was stunned for a moment. Su Jincheng was completely on the side of her parents. Su Jincheng, what are you talking about? Chen Xiantong glared at Su Jincheng, feeling very dissatisfied.
I thought to myself that Li Weixiang and you have such a close relationship, yet you actually speak like this. It would be fine if he didn't come to help persuade me, but he came to sabotage me.
You really chose the wrong person. Do you really think what we say is right? Chen's father and mother did not believe Su Jincheng immediately. Of course, you two elders are definitely doing this for Chen Xuantong's own good.
Su Jincheng laughed, completely ignoring Chen Xiantong, who was glaring and stamping her feet beside him.
How do we resolve the wedding car issue? Mother Chen looked at Su Jincheng. She wanted to know Su Jincheng's answer.
The wedding car is easy to handle, just leave it to me.
Su Jincheng said, patting his chest. Chapter 24. He bought this car. But we don't want you to lend them your car. Father Chen added on the side.
As soon as Chen's father and mother heard this, they knew that Su Jincheng had a nice car of his own.
I know the car I found for you must belong to Li Weixiang. Su Jincheng nodded in assurance. How do we know if you're lying to us? No matter what Su Jincheng said, Chen's father and mother still remained skeptical. Well, seeing is believing, hearing is not. How about you, uncle and aunt, come with me to check out the car and see if I'm lying to you.
Su Jincheng simply invited the two elders to go and see the car, only in this way could they feel at ease.
Good. Chen's father and mother looked at each other. They wanted to see where Su Jincheng would find a car. Who drove the car?
Su Jincheng and Chen Xuantong's family came out of the house and asked directly.
I have a car. I drove the car. I drove a car, too.
Several of Li Weixiang's friends said this.
That's great. Let's take uncle and aunt to see Weixiang's car.
After Su Jincheng arranged for everyone to get in the car, he got into his green goblin.
Li Weixiang was stunned when he saw Su Jincheng getting into a Mercedes-Benz. Jincheng, since you're here, why did you rent such a nice car? What a waste of money. Li Weixiang knew Su Jincheng's family background and said this angrily.
Hey, Weixiang, this is the car I bought, not rented.
What? You bought it? Where did you get the money? Li Weixiang was completely confused by Su Jincheng's operation. Just a few days ago, Su Jincheng was crying poor to me. And then he bought a Mercedes-Benz? A 3 million GTR at that. Don't worry about where I got this car. I need to deal with your problem first. Everyone follow me.
After saying that, Su Jincheng stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. However, considering that everyone was driving an ordinary car, Su Jincheng drove a little slower.
Half an hour later, all four cars arrived at their destination. Lexus 4S store. Why are we here at the 4S store?
After getting off the car, Chen's father and mother walked over suspiciously.
Li Weixiang, Chen Xiantong, and others also looked at Su Jincheng. They didn't know why Su Jincheng asked everyone to come here. Isn't marriage a big deal?
I'm afraid if I misunderstand and the car I choose isn't what my uncle and aunt want, then I'll end up with bad intentions. So please go directly to the 4S store to confirm it, don't pick the wrong car.
Su Jincheng explained with a smile. This made sense. Chen's father and mother nodded and agreed with Su Jincheng's explanation. Since we were already at the 4S store, we might as well go in and take a look together. At this time, a female salesperson with a high ponytail came over. Hello, welcome to the Lexus 4S store. The staff at the 4S store had already seen this group of people and the cars they were driving. Except for Su Jincheng, the spending power of the others seemed limited. However, unlike the female salesperson at McLaren, the Lexus staff are all very well-mannered. No one was neglected. Is there a car worth more than 1 million? Su Jincheng spoke straight to the point. Yes, we have this one here. Please follow me. The saleswoman thought for 2 seconds, nodded, and led the way. Along the way, Mr. and Mrs. Chen were dazzled by the sight. There were so many nice cars here that they had to walk very carefully. Since I don't know much about cars, I was afraid that I might accidentally get an expensive car. That is not something the Chen family can easily afford to pay. This is the Lexus LS 500h. The female salesperson smiled and led everyone to a car. The prices of the sports version, luxury version and executive version are all over 1 million yuan. The Lexus LS is a sporty luxury large sedan with an unmistakable imposing presence. As a large luxury sedan, the LS styling is completely different from that of the Mercedes-Benz S-Class, BMW 7 Series, and Audi A8L. The pronunciation of Lexus in English is similar to the word luxury, which easily makes people think that the car is a luxury car. The irregular cross shape makes the front part of the car look very three-dimensional. There are 2 chrome decorations under the air vents on both sides, adding a touch of refinement. The V-shaped LED daytime running lights are reasonably embedded in the integrated headlights. In addition to being exquisite, they are also simple and neat. The overall look is very much like a ninja's dart. The sleek curves, combined with the tall and dynamic waistline, extend all the way to the rear. The taillight lines embody the designer's unification of softness and sportiness. The interior is wrapped in mature dark gray and beige leather, with deep red mahogany accents. The center console provides a complete set of navigation, entertainment, and air conditioning systems, while the area extending to the driver's right provides driving control options. The front seats, both the driver and the passenger, have multi-directional electric adjustment, as well as heating, electric curtains, and other functions. The female salesperson introduced each part and function of the Lexus LS to everyone one by one. What a beautiful car! A friend of Li Weixiong couldn't help but sigh. Well, comparing yourself with others will only make you angry, and the same goes for cars. Uncle and aunt, what do you think of this car? Su Jincheng turned and asked Chen's father and mother. This car is very impressive and is very suitable as the lead car in a wedding. Chen's father and mother expressed their approval. However, Li Weixiong's expression became even uglier. The car looks so good, but the price is not so good. Looking across the entire Jiangnan city, how many people can afford a million-level car? Let's go! Now that the car has been confirmed, the next step will definitely be a problem for Su Jincheng. Li Weixiong and Chen Xianton looked at each other and made a decision in their hearts. The wedding had to be postponed. This was something they had agreed upon, quietly typing on their phones on the way here. We can't let Su Jincheng be embarrassed. How much is the executive version? Seeing that Chen's father and mother were very satisfied, Su Jincheng asked. The saleswoman was stunned for a moment. She thought that the group would leave after she finished her introduction. The total price of this car is 1.18 million, including vehicle purchase tax, insurance, license plate fees, etc. However, with good professional ethics, the female salesperson reported it without hesitation. 1.18 million? Chen's father and mother clicked their tongues and said, "This car is so expensive. Let's go, don't ask any more questions." The more Li Weixiong listened, the more annoyed he felt, and he turned around and prepared to leave. Does your 4S store have any cars in stock? Su Jincheng still stood there and kept asking questions. Yes, sir. The female salesperson now began to pay attention to Su Jincheng. This gentleman came in a Mercedes-Benz, could it be? She had an uncertain thought in her mind. Can all the paperwork for this car be completed today? Just as she thought of this, Su Jincheng asked again. Yes, sir. The saleswoman nodded hurriedly, her eyes flickering more and more. That's good. The gentleman bought the car. Su Jincheng pointed at Li Weixiong and said the words that the female salesperson wanted to hear most. Chapter 25 Wedding Gift.
When Li Weixiang heard this, he immediately pulled Su Jincheng aside and said angrily,
Jincheng, could you please stop causing trouble? Where would I get the money to buy this car? Su Jincheng smiled, took out a bank card, and handed it directly to the saleswoman.
Please help us with the car pickup procedures, thank you.
Oh, by the way, is that LC in the showroom for sale? After hearing this, the saleswoman replied with some nervousness and expectation. Sell them all. Paying full price for an LS Executive Edition is already quite expensive, but do you really need to buy an LC?
If I sell both of these cars, I can rest at home for a few months.
Okay then, I'll buy that LC. After saying this, Chen's father and mother, Li Weixiang and Chen Shentong, some of Li Weixiang's friends, all of them were stunned where they were. The air around became quiet. They were so shocked by Su Jincheng's words that they were speechless. Looking back, Su Jincheng felt that everyone looked at him in a strange way, as if he had turned into a man-eating monster. What's wrong? Su Jincheng turned on the front camera of his phone and took a picture. He was still as handsome as ever. Su Jincheng, stop joking. This joke is not funny at all.
Li Weixiang still didn't believe that Su Jincheng could afford this car, and even wanted to buy another LC. As Su Jincheng's colleague and good brother, he should know Su Jincheng best. They rent Mercedes-Benz, buy this car and that car.
Why do you like to show off now?
Li Weixiang was a little disappointed with Su Jincheng.
I'm not kidding.
As Su Jincheng spoke, he took out the Supreme VIP black card that he had just asked someone to get from the bank.
After hearing what Li Weixiang said, the female salesperson began to doubt Su Jincheng.
However, as soon as I saw this card, I felt relieved. She has been working in sales for many years and has met all kinds of customers.
Supreme VIP black card.
She recognized it immediately. That card will only be issued if you have a deposit of more than 100 million renminbi in the bank. In other words, Su Jincheng in front of us has a net worth of at least 100 million, and perhaps even far more. Buying 2 Lexus cars worth more than 1 million yuan makes you a small boss, no big deal.
Su Jincheng, I'm very grateful that you want to help me, but this isn't the right occasion. Li Weixiang didn't know what a black card was, let alone the meaning behind it. He walked over and wanted to pull Su Jincheng away. The female salesperson took a step forward calmly and stood in front of Li Weixiang.
Sir, this way please, we need to go to the front to pay.
She politely invited Su Jincheng. You can't let the duck in your mouth fly away. Wait until I come back. Su Jincheng nodded to Li Weixiang and followed the female salesperson. This is a joke. Li Weixiang's face turned red with anxiety.
He was worried that Su Jincheng would get into trouble.
Chen's father and mother looked at each other and said nothing.
They could tell from Su Jincheng's words and actions that he was not joking. But they were not sure whether Su Jincheng really had the money to buy 2 cars at the same time.
A moment's effort.
Su Jincheng walked back with the female salesperson and waved the invoice he had just issued in his hand.
Weixiang, LS has already paid.
Once the contract is signed and the paperwork is completed, you can drive the car home directly. Su Jincheng spoke to Li Weixiang calmly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. You're still joking at this hour. Li Weixiang shook his head helplessly at Su Jincheng. This brother was really good to him. Sir, this car has indeed been purchased in full.
Your friend is not joking. The female salesperson couldn't help but defend Su Jincheng and smiled at him.
She stole a glance at Su Jincheng.
It was rare to see such a young, wealthy, and handsome man.
I don't know if he has a girlfriend.
If not, can I exchange WeChat with him? Did you really buy it? Now everyone realized that what Su Jincheng had just said was true.
He was not joking from beginning to end.
Where did you get so much money?
Li Weixiang didn't expect that after just a few days of not seeing each other, Su Jincheng suddenly became a rich man.
Spending millions is not something that ordinary people can do. I followed someone and made some investments. Su Jincheng didn't explain in detail, and he couldn't tell Li Weixiang that it was because of the system. No one would believe such an adventure. Wait a minute, when buying a car, don't you sign the contract first and then pay?
A friend standing next to Li Weixiang suddenly discovered a problem.
That's right. Everyone also remembered that you have to sign a contract before buying a car.
Everyone looked at Su Jincheng again. Originally, the contract was to be signed first, but it required this gentleman's signature, so Mr. Su paid the fee first.
The female salesperson stood up again and pointed at Li Weixiang and said, "Isn't this Xiao Su's car? Why does it need someone else's signature?"
Chen's mother was very confused.
The female salesperson was silent now because she didn't know the details. "This car is my wedding gift to Weixiang."
Su Jincheng smiled slightly. "This Lexus will be his from now on, and of course I need his signature."
"Deliver a car? Wedding gift?" Li Weixiang was once again shocked by Su Jincheng's actions.
Just now he was shocked that Su Jincheng could afford a car, and now he was shocked that Su Jincheng was so generous.
"This is a Lexus LS worth 1.18 million yuan. Can you just give it away like that?" Chen's father and mother also widened their eyes in shock, thinking they had heard it wrong. "You are my good brother. When you get married, of course I have to give you a big gift." Su Jincheng had a sincere smile on his face. "This is the wedding car for you and my brother Li Weixiang. Do you like it?" "This. I can't have it." Li Weixiang wanted to refuse as he couldn't accept such an expensive car. "Are you still my good brother?" Su Jincheng frowned.
If Li Weixiang refused at this time, he would be slapping him in the face.
"Yes, but this gift is too heavy. Brother, I can't bear it." Li Weixiang hesitated and looked back at Chen Xiantong, wanting to ask his girlfriend's opinion. "Since it's a gift from your brother, you should accept it."
Chen's father stepped forward to help his daughter make the decision. He could see that Su Jincheng was not short of this little money, and he even had more.
"Uncle and aunt, now you don't have to worry about the wedding car tomorrow.
Actually, as long as two people get married and truly love each other and support each other, they will always have a house, a car, and a good life." Su Jincheng looked at Chen's father and mother.
Don't worry. It's his blessing to have a brother like you."
Chen's father and mother were smiling, but they also blushed a little because of what Su Jincheng said.
How could they not understand that Su Jincheng said this just to support Li Weixiang?
But now with Su Jincheng, they suddenly feel that their son-in-law has become more pleasing to the eye.
It turned out that they opposed their daughter's marriage because Li Weixiang didn't have much money.
"Not only do I not have a car, I also have a mortgage to pay off." They didn't want their daughter to suffer, but unfortunately she couldn't understand.
It's different now.
A son-in-law like this has a bright future.
Chapter 26: The Li Family. An hour later.
The 4S store has completed all the procedures.
Thanks.
Before leaving, Chen Xiantong walked up to Su Jincheng and spoke to him softly.
"You're so polite. I told you he and I are brothers. At tomorrow's wedding banquet, the bride must toast me."
Su Jincheng smiled indifferently.
"Must." Chen Xuantong's tone was very affirmative.
Her beautiful eyes were dotted with tears again.
"These are tears of happiness." Afterwards, Li Weixiang personally drove the Lexus LS and took Chen Xiantong and Chen's father and mother away.
"I didn't expect that gentleman to be so generous.
He's really rich.
He can give away luxury cars worth over $1 million just like that.
The most important thing is that he is quite handsome.
If I had a boyfriend like him, I would be so happy." In the 4S store, the beautiful female salesperson who witnessed the scene was still excitedly talking to her colleagues about what had just happened.
To be honest, she is now envious and jealous. Why doesn't she have such a friend? You all know he's rich and handsome. Why didn't you think of adding her on WeChat at that time? If you become his girlfriend, you will have a house and a car. Another female salesperson nearby joked. I just regret it. I actually wanted to ask him for his WeChat ID. But the fact that he gave away the car and bought another one shocked me, so I forgot about it. The saleswoman was really regretting it. If she hadn't been afraid that the other party would think she was reckless, she would have wanted to chase him out. At this moment, the colleagues around suddenly stopped talking, leaving only the female salesperson chattering. How? You don't believe me? I really want to add him on WeChat. The colleague opposite winked at her, but she still tried her best to prove herself. If you want to add me on WeChat, there's still time. A warm laugh came from behind her. The saleswoman's body suddenly stopped, and she felt that the voice seemed a little familiar. It seems, he is the gentleman who bought the car just now. She looked at her colleague across from her in confusion, then slowly turned around. Behind. It was indeed him. Su Jincheng stood there with a faint smile on his face. He heard everything the saleswoman said. Ah, Mr. Su. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was just joking.
The saleswoman's face was as red as the sunset clouds in the sky, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into.
It's okay. I really want your WeChat, otherwise, why would I come back?
When Su Jincheng said this, he also winked at the saleswoman and then used the beauty rating skill.
Name, Yun Charan. Age, 25. Height, 165 centimeters. Appearance, 94. First blood, still there. Strategy progress, 3100.
When the colleagues around heard this, they all laughed, knowing that Su Jincheng was joking.
Mr. Lin, what brings you back?
After being laughed at by everyone for a while, Yun Churen calmed down and got back to work.
Su Jincheng couldn't help but admire that the employees of this 4S store had such high quality.
What he said just now was to give Yun Churen a way out, otherwise she would be very embarrassed. I came back because I had my own car and I couldn't just drive away with the new one I bought. So I have to ask you to help me send LC to Yunwan Art Residence. Su Jincheng explained. Since everyone had seen that Su Jincheng was not short of money, they were not surprised to hear about Yunwan Art Residence.
Afterwards, the Lexus 4S store quickly arranged a truck to help with the transportation. After finishing the work, Su Jincheng prepared to leave.
Before leaving, Yun Churen naturally stuffed an exquisite business card into Su Jincheng's pocket. On it was her phone number and her WeChat ID was also quietly written.
Time flies. The next day came in the blink of an eye. After Su Jincheng said goodbye to his family, he drove to attend Li Weixiang's wedding.
Since you can't drive a green car to someone else's wedding, the LC came in handy. As soon as his Lexus sports car appeared at the wedding scene, it immediately attracted everyone's attention.
Who is this?
This car is beautiful.
Of course it's beautiful, it's a sports car. Are you here to attend Li Weixiang's wedding? When did Li Weixiang have a friend like this? Do we know him? Su Jincheng got out of the car and some of his former colleagues recognized him. Isn't this Su Jincheng? Ha! This guy is so rich now?
The workstation was right next to mine before, and it was only less than 10,000 yuan a month. This money can only afford a car a month at most.
Doesn't that mean he won't have to eat?
Anyway, he's resigned now, and I don't know where he made a fortune. Su Jincheng didn't care about other people's eyes and comments.
He walked up to the newlyweds standing in front of the gate. Li Weixiang and Chen Xiantong wore wedding attire today.
Chen Xiantong looked particularly beautiful, and Li Weixiang also looked handsome and elegant. Several of Li Weixiang's friends whom I met yesterday, as well as some of the girl's friends, were busy greeting guests.
Congratulations!
Su Jincheng smiled at them.
Su Jincheng, you're here. Li Weixiang was very grateful to Su Jincheng.
Without Su Jincheng, it would be hard to say whether he could have held this wedding today. The groom hands over the cigarette and the bride lights it.
Although Su Jincheng didn't know how to smoke, he still took a puff. This is a wedding cigarette.
You must take it. He chatted with Li Weixiang for a few words with a smile and then walked inside. Because he knew that he was not the only guest and the bride and groom must be very busy today.
When Su Jincheng walked in,
another luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom drove over. It was just that Su Jincheng happened to have his back to the car and didn't notice it. But even if he saw it, he wouldn't be able to recognize whose car it was.
Sitting in the car were Li Shiyun and her nanny Yu Yue.
Li Shiyun is Chen Xuantong's cousin, and the two are distant relatives.
Her cousin was getting married and she came to the wedding on behalf of her family. Su Jincheng didn't know that Chen Xiantong and Li Shiyun had this kind of relationship. But even if he knew, Su Jincheng wouldn't care.
To be honest, he and Li Shiyun were not very familiar with each other, it was just that he helped her win the racing competition. Li Shiyun turned around and happened to see Su Jincheng's back.
I think I see someone I know.
She told Yue that the man's back gave her a familiar feeling, but she couldn't remember it for a moment.
Yue looked up and saw Su Jincheng's back, but she didn't recognize him. I can't recall.
Li Shiyun frowned and raised her hand to press it gently.
Did you not sleep well last night? Seeing this, Yue asked with concern. I slept for 3 hours.
Li Shiyun nodded, because she had been playing like crazy some time ago, her daily routine was disrupted and she often suffered from insomnia at night.
Chapter 27 No Red Envelope. Your sleep quality is too poor.
I'll take you to see a Chinese doctor someday.
I know a Chinese medicine clinic that's very good at treating you. Yue suggested. I'll go when I'm free, hee hee.
Li Shiyun could only deceive the nanny in this way for the time being. She doesn't even have enough time to play, and it's hard to find time to see a Chinese doctor. The two got out of the car while talking. Cousin-in-law, congratulations.
Li Shiyun walked up to the newlyweds and handed them a big red envelope. Thank you, cousin.
Chen Xiantong and Li Shiyun were not shy and accepted the red envelopes generously.
Li Weixiang also smiled and nodded at Li Shiyun and Yue.
This is the most distinguished relative in the girl's family, so he naturally has to give him a warm welcome. A VIP table was specially set up at the wedding banquet, which was prepared for guests like Li Shiyun.
The little girl walking in front seems to be the daughter of the head of the Li family. How come I haven't heard of her being related to the Chen family?
I didn't expect the Chen family to be so well hidden.
Someone recognized Li Shiyun. Li Shiyun didn't like others talking about her like this, but she didn't say anything.
She exchanged a few pleasantries with Chen Xiantong, then walked into the wedding hall with Yue.
Su Jincheng entered the wedding hall.
When Mr. and Mrs. Chen saw Su Jincheng coming in, their eyes lit up and they hurried over.
Su Jincheng, please take the VIP seat today. We have already arranged it. Mother Chen said to Su Jincheng with a smile. Aunt, no thanks.
I know some of Weixiang's friends.
I'll sit with them.
Su Jincheng didn't want to go to the VIP seats, as those sitting there were all high-ranking people. He didn't know anyone and there was no one to talk to while he sat there.
How can this be possible? You are Chen Xiang and Jiang's benefactor. Mother Chen was a little anxious. Chen's mother made this arrangement because she took into consideration that Su Jincheng's current identity was different from before. He is so rich, what if he is given an ordinary seat and Su Jincheng is unhappy?
She didn't want to offend such a person. Besides, her son-in-law might have to rely on him in the future, so she had to manage the relationship for her son-in-law.
Auntie, it's really nothing. I can't find anyone to talk to there.
Su Jincheng also knew what Chen's mother meant, so he simply told her the reason to reassure her.
Mother Chen wanted to persuade him, but Father Chen pulled her back.
Su Jincheng is going to meet his friends, so don't stop him.
I apologize for the poor hospitality.
He spoke politely to Su Jincheng again.
Uncle and aunt, don't worry about me. Just be busy. Su Jincheng walked away with a smile.
Why do you say that?
If things aren't arranged properly, what will happen to my son-in-law in the future? Mother Chen felt somewhat resentful towards Father Chen. Su Jincheng is not that kind of person. He will treat Weixiang well. Father Chen interrupted her. He could see that Su Jincheng was sincere in what he said.
His vision is better than Chen's mother's.
Mother Chen didn't say anything then, and continued to greet other relatives and friends with a smile.
There are so many relatives on both sides that it is very busy to greet them all.
Su Jincheng walked to a table by the window.
All the people sitting there were Li Weixiang's friends, so he didn't feel restrained sitting here.
Su Jincheng, sit down quickly. Some people who still remembered Su Jincheng immediately smiled and asked him to sit down.
Although most of Li Weixiang's friends had only met Su Jincheng once, everyone was very happy to see each other again at the wedding.
It's been a long time since we last met.
Su Jincheng also greeted with a smile, and then sat next to a woman. But the woman didn't even look up at him, nor did she respond to his greeting. Su Jincheng felt a little strange. This woman seemed to have something against him, but he hadn't offended her.
Some people think they are great just because they have a little money and drive luxury cars, so what? They are not as generous as me.
Suddenly, the woman began to talk to herself.
Driving a luxury car? Did she see it? This seems to be directed at me. This was his brother's wedding, and Su Jincheng couldn't reason with this woman. Because you can never win by reasoning with a woman. Thinking of this, Su Jincheng already felt regretful. He should have known not to sit next to this woman. You are so angry today, could it be that the woman's period has come? Su Jincheng didn't respond and just chatted with the other people at the table. Everyone talked about work and their lives.
Although the other people also heard what the woman said, they all thought she was sending a voice message. I didn't know whether this was directed at Su Jincheng, nor did I care. I continued to talk to Su Jincheng with a smile. However, when the woman saw the scene, she looked at Su Jincheng more and more displeased. I think some people are just shameless. Everyone else has given red envelopes, but they have the nerve to come in empty-handed and even sit here smiling.
She couldn't help it and just started to accuse. Su Jincheng finally understood. It turned out that this was talking about him.
He didn't give the newlyweds a red envelope when he came in just now, and she saw it and misunderstood that he was eating for free.
Depend on. Who am I? I gave him a Lexus worth over 1 million yuan. Isn't that a big red envelope? Su Jincheng was a little amused. This woman had a straightforward temper and he couldn't blame her. It was just that this accusation made him feel a little embarrassed. Several friends who were helping to receive guests outside knew about Su Jincheng's car gift. But they are not here, so they cannot speak for Su Jincheng. I am more wrong than Doi.
Su Jincheng felt extremely aggrieved, but he could only force a smile and pretend not to hear.
Guodongling, stop talking. Today is Chen Xiang and Jianya's wedding. A man couldn't stand it.
Although he also had some opinions about Su Jincheng not giving a red envelope, he still didn't want Guodongling to make a fuss.
This is a wedding, we can't disrupt other people's festive atmosphere. Ha! You're so embarrassed to sit at your friend's table.
Li Weixiang doesn't have such a friend. Guodongling finally made a sarcastic remark to Su Jincheng and then reluctantly stopped talking, but she still glared at Su Jincheng.
Su Jincheng pinched his nose.
He could only endure what happened today, but it was so hard to endure. As soon as he finished speaking, the looks of the other people at the table when they looked at Su Jincheng also changed.
Then,
the atmosphere at the table suddenly became a little quiet. Everyone was a little dissatisfied with Su Jincheng for not giving a red envelope, so no one paid any attention to him.
Su Jincheng's stool felt like there was a nail in it, and he felt uncomfortable. Should I change seats?
Su Jincheng thought aggrievedly. Looking around, I saw that the tables in the wedding hall were almost full. Su Jincheng couldn't find an empty seat for a while, so he had to sit alone in his original seat.
Fortunately, not long after, romantic music suddenly sounded.
The wedding began and the hall suddenly became lively. The host introduced the bride and groom on the set-up stage and presided over the wedding ceremony.
Chapter 28, Being His Mistress.
After the previous wedding ceremony, the bride and groom began to toast to each table. After a while, they walked to Su Jincheng's table.
Congratulations! Congratulations! Have a baby soon. Happily ever after.
Everyone said blessings and stood up with their glasses in hand. Li Weixiang and Chen Xiantong thanked everyone with a smile and had a drink with them. After the table was finished drinking, Li Weixiang and Chen Xiantong did not leave. They filled another glass of wine.
Everyone, I'm sorry.
This time, Chen Xiantong and I would like to toast Su Jincheng alone, to my best brother.
Thanks.
Li Weixiang hugged Su Jincheng on purpose, with sincere gratitude in his eyes. But everyone at the table seemed a little puzzled.
Didn't he Guodongling say that Su Jincheng didn't he even give a red envelope? Why doesn't Li Weixiang mind Su Jincheng?
It seems that their relationship has not changed at all. I don't know why he and Chen Xiantong thank Su Jincheng.
Don't thank me, we are brothers. Su Jincheng didn't explain either.
After both sides clinked glasses and drank the wine, Li Weixiang nodded to Su Jincheng and left with Chen Xiantong.
A while later, Chen's father and mother came over. Everyone, eat and drink well today. The two elders greeted the people at the table warmly and also toasted this table with a glass. Su Jincheng, thank you. Chen's father and mother solemnly drank another drink with Su Jincheng. Soon, Li Weixiang's parents also came over to toast and specifically thanked Su Jincheng.
Seeing this scene, the expressions of the people at the table became more and more strange. Not only the bride and groom treated Su Jincheng specially, but Chen Xuantong's parents and Li Weixiang's parents also treated Su Jincheng specially. They looked at Guodongling and wondered if she had misunderstood something. The scene of the bride and groom and the two elderly people showing special treatment to Su Jincheng was also captured by the guests at other tables.
Who is this guy? He looks quite handsome. Not a relative of the groom.
He's not a relative of the bride either. I heard over there that it was the groom's former colleague. It's fine if the bride and groom toast him individually, but why are the elders on both sides also toasting him individually? Maybe this guy is of noble status. What kind of noble status does he have? If he really had that kind of status, he would have been invited to the VIP seat long ago. Everyone was guessing, but no one was sure what to do. What on earth did you do? At this time, Hua Dongling felt more and more that something was wrong, so she poked Su Jincheng beside her.
You finally talked to me. Su Jincheng responded with a smile. Did I say something wrong just now? If so, I apologize.
Hua Dongling said frankly.
Of course I was wrong. I gave you a red envelope, but you didn't see it. Su Jincheng nodded immediately. Then why don't you explain?
Hua Dongling felt a little embarrassed when she realized that she had really blamed the wrong person.
I'm afraid you'll faint after hearing this. Su Jincheng made a joke. Why would anyone faint over a red envelope? Didn't everyone give it?
Seeing that Su Jincheng refused to explain the reason, Hua Dongling did not continue to ask.
After talking about the matter, she and Su Jincheng started chatting and laughing.
When the other people at the table heard this, it seemed that Su Jincheng had not violated any etiquette, and they all expressed their apologies.
Su Jincheng breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere finally returned to normal.
If it continued like this, he would be so aggrieved that he would die. Even when boys are wronged, they need to be coaxed.
Just then,
suddenly, an explosive piece of news spread among the crowd, shocking everyone attending the wedding banquet. This time, not only did someone give money, but someone also gave a Lexus LS Executive Edition worth $1.18 million. The person who delivered the car was sitting at a table on the scene.
Ah, this.
Everyone attending the wedding was shocked, because luxury cars are not cheap.
They gave it as soon as they said they would. How good must their relationship be? Who sent it?
They began to whisper to each other and ask around, and even forgot to enjoy the banquet. This explosive news will allow the many guests present to brag about it when they get home. We were at the same wedding with people who could afford luxury cars. Naturally, everyone at Su Jincheng's table had also heard the rumors.
Who do you think is so rich? That's so generous. I like him so much. What if the person delivering the car is a man? Then I'd ask him not to be so rigid about gender. Why don't I have such people around me?
Su Jincheng watched everyone discussing with each other, but did not tell the truth. He didn't want to show this off in front of others. This car is actually a thank you to Li Weixiang for all his help in my work.
If I get married and someone gives me a luxury car like this, I'll kick the groom out and give him the money instead. Hua Dongling dares to say anything and make any joke. Puff. Cough, cough, cough.
Su Jincheng accidentally spilled the water he had just drunk onto the ground. I thought to myself, Auntie, please don't say that.
I'm afraid your future groom will beat me to death.
Seeing Su Jincheng coughing non-stop, Hua Dongling naturally reached out and patted him on the back a few times, and Su Jincheng felt better.
No one cares. This is not intimacy, it is just normal help. You are happy, but what about your marriage partner? A male guest nearby said jokingly. If you already have a luxury car, why would you care about your partner?
Hua Dongling waved her hand.
She was a very realistic woman. I would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. What if he has a girlfriend, or gets married? Another male guest also asked jokingly. Then I'll be his mistress. Hua Dongling spoke in an extremely domineering manner. Puff. Cough, cough, cough.
Su Jincheng spit out tears again.
What's wrong with you? Did you choke on water twice? Hua Dongling patted Su Jincheng's back carefully and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. I'm fine. Su Jincheng quickly shook his head.
He didn't even dare to say that he was the one who sent the Lexus. This lady is not only cruel to others, but even crueler to herself. If he dared to say anything, this lady would do anything and would make him regret it on the spot.
You want to be my mistress, but I don't dare to accept you.
But Su Jincheng didn't say anything, and there were other people at the scene who knew about it.
However, the originally confidential information was soon leaked. The person who delivered the car was Su Jincheng, a good brother of Li Weixiang. The news spread like wildfire again. Su Jincheng? Who is Su Jincheng? Does anyone know him?
Everyone started asking again. They all wanted to meet Su Jincheng. They wanted to see who this Su Jincheng was.
Su Jincheng?
Li Shiyun and Yu Yue were sitting in the VIP seats and also heard the name.
Why do I feel this name is familiar?
Li Shiyun raised her hand and pressed her forehead.
Is it familiar? I don't think I've ever heard of it. Yu Yue smiled.
Then, Li Shiyun took out her mobile phone, opened WeChat and looked through her friend list. He discovered that there was a person named Su Jincheng in the list, and he was his boss.
Chapter 29, Meet the Little Follower Again. Li Shiyun, boss, do you still remember me?
Li Shiyun, I came to attend my cousin's wedding banquet today.
Li Shiyun, what are you doing now?
Li Shiyun sent 3 messages to Su Jincheng in a row, then turned around and looked around.
Do you know someone named Su Jincheng? That doesn't have to be him. Don't you know that there are many people with the same name in our country?
In Jiangnan City alone, I can find hundreds of people named Su Jincheng.
Do you believe it?
Yu Yue saw Li Shiyun looking for someone and continued.
You're right.
I remember the night I met my boss, he was dressed very ordinary.
How is it possible that after a period of time, he becomes a wealthy man who gives away cars?
Although she thought so in her heart, she still looked around, wanting to see the person named Su Jincheng at the scene.
Su Jincheng?
While the VIP guests were chatting over there, Su Jincheng's table also heard the news. Listen, the person who sent the luxury car has the same name as you. After hearing this, Wu Dongling smiled at Su Jincheng.
Su Jincheng didn't dare to say anything, lowered his head and continued eating. I'm so hungry.
Several good friends of Li Weixiong who were helping with reception outside came over.
Hurry up and sit down. You've been busy too. Come and eat something. As soon as the words fell, everyone made room for them. What are you talking about?
The new friends saw everyone chatting animatedly and asked while eating.
We are laughing at Su Jincheng, the man who sent the luxury car. He has the same name as him. Wu Dongling smiled. What are you laughing at?
He was the one who delivered the car. Because he was so hungry, one of the kids ate his food like crazy and said without even raising his head.
Wu Dongling was stunned. The people next to him were stunned. Everyone at the table was stunned at the same time.
Because of just one sentence, everyone at Su Jincheng's table suddenly became quiet. At this time, everyone's expression was a little strange, especially Wu Dongling. Wu Dongling's pretty face suddenly turned red, and her hands tightly grasped the corner of her clothes.
What's wrong with you?
The newcomers looked at Wu Dongling strangely. At this moment, the rest of the people at the table suddenly started laughing, and then the laughter got louder and louder. Wu Dongling suddenly covered her face, her earlobes turned red, and she lowered her head and shyly fell on her knees. Of course she knew what these people were laughing at, she had just said that. Who would have thought that it was such a coincidence that the person next to me was the one who gave me the luxury car?
Damn Su Jincheng, you have caused me so much trouble.
Then she couldn't help laughing herself, and her body trembled.
The newcomers were confused and thought, what's so funny about this? How could you be so happy? It's not your fault.
A male guest smiled and pointed at Wu Dongling, then at Su Jincheng, indicating that it was related to the two of them.
She wants to be Su Jincheng's mistress. Another female guest revealed it.
Wu Dongling, who was exposed, was ashamed and said nothing.
You?
The companions who had just arrived turned around and looked at Su Jincheng in surprise.
Not me. It has nothing to do with me.
Su Jincheng quickly raised his hand to indicate that this matter had nothing to do with him. This girl said she wanted to be a mistress, and I couldn't stop her. At this time, the male guest next to him smiled and recounted what had just happened.
Oh.
After knowing the whole story, the new partners were a little speechless about Wu Dongling.
I'm just kidding, Su Jincheng won't take it seriously. Wu Dongling's voice became softer. That's hard to say. I'm a person who listens very seriously.
Su Jincheng said slowly.
Boom. Everyone was stunned at first, and then laughed even harder. Wu Dongling didn't even dare to raise his head.
Their laughter startled the people at the next table, who had heard what they had said.
Su Jincheng? Is this person Su Jincheng?
I heard them say this is the young man who gave the luxury car. The news spread quickly in the wedding hall, and everyone's attention was focused on Su Jincheng. When they saw Su Jincheng, they remembered the scene where the bride and groom had toasted each other alone.
So that's why.
No wonder the bride and groom toasted Su Jincheng separately, and no wonder the two elders treated Su Jincheng specially. If it were any other company, they would have to give Su Jincheng such courtesy.
This gift is too big. How rich is this young man? Su Jincheng, how rich are you?
Wu Dongling asked the same question, and she suddenly raised her head bravely again. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Su Jincheng as if they wanted to eat him up.
Don't look at me like that, I'm scared. Su Jincheng teased her again. Will you tell me?
Guodongling hit Su Jincheng on the back with her little fist, neither lightly nor heavily. The other people at the table also looked at Su Jincheng. They also wanted to know the answer.
I was just lucky and made a little money by following other people's investments.
Shen Xiang is my good brother, so the gift he gives me must be something worth giving. Of course, Su Jincheng would not say that he had a system, and maybe he would make more and more money in the future.
When I get married, what will you give me? Guodongling is indeed bold and dares to ask anything. Wait a minute, you just said you wanted to be my mistress, why are you marrying someone else now?
Su Jincheng teased her with a smile.
If you really dare to let me be your mistress, I won't marry anyone. Guodongling's words made Su Jincheng begin to feel overwhelmed. I'm going to the bathroom first. Su Jincheng used the usual excuse men use. Coward.
Guodongling snorted with her upturned nose, her face still flushed.
I admire you.
The female guest at the table gave Guodongling a thumbs up, but she didn't dare to say such bold words, although she also wanted to say the same to Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng stayed in the bathroom for a long time before walking out leisurely.
Boss.
A pure and lustful girl stopped him at the bathroom door, obviously having been waiting for him here. Su Jincheng looked up and saw Li Shiyun standing in front of him.
Excuse me, who are you?
Su Jincheng was stunned for a moment, his brain desperately searching for his impression of the beautiful girl in front of him. The girl was very beautiful, with light makeup on. Her long, smooth hair fell to her waist, and she had a great figure. The long-haired beauty walked directly to Su Jincheng and said with a smile.
Boss, don't you remember me? I'm your little follower. Su Jincheng frowned.
He still didn't recognize the long-haired beauty in front of him.
But no matter who it is, Su Jincheng is very happy to meet such a beauty. I'm Li Shiyun.
You took me racing that night, and we won the race together.
You're actually a little follower. You've changed into a beautiful lady, I really didn't recognize you.
Su Jincheng was surprised and activated the beauty rating skill and found that Li Shiyun was the real Li Shiyun. Afterwards, Su Jincheng gave Li Shiyun a full body check with his eyes. He found that after changing her clothes, the girl was much more beautiful than he had expected. It seemed that the system did not give random scores.
Chapter 30 A World for Two.
Li Shiyun scratched his head embarrassedly and laughed.
Boss, if you told me not to be non-mainstream, of course I'll listen to you.
So I found a stylist that night and had my hair redressed.
Su Jincheng nodded with satisfaction, and then asked curiously. Why are you attending Chen Xuanton's wedding? Besides being the boss's little follower, I'm also Chen Xuanton's cousin.
Li Shiyun stuck out her tongue at Su Jincheng and introduced her new identity.
What a coincidence! The groom and I are also good brothers. Su Jincheng didn't expect that the bride and Li Shiyun had such a relationship.
However, Su Jincheng only knew that Li Shiyun was attending the wedding as a relative, and had never heard of the four major families. If he saw Li Shiyun sitting in the VIP seat, he would definitely be surprised.
Boss, actually, I have something I want you to help my little sister with.
Li Shiyun said shyly. She came here not only to say hello to Su Jincheng, but also because she needed the boss's help with something.
This isn't a good place to be. How about this, call me after the wedding and we'll find another place to talk. Su Jincheng pondered for a moment.
He could see that his little follower was worried. But it was noisy here and not a place to talk about things, so it was difficult for the two of them to communicate further.
That's fine.
I'll send you a message on WeChat later.
Boss, remember to check your phone.
Li Shiyun smiled at Su Jincheng, her face pale and unconcealable.
Good. Su Jincheng nodded.
Then both of them returned to their original seats.
What did he say? Yue asked. She obviously knew what Li Shiyun wanted to talk to Su Jincheng about. I've already made an appointment with the boss. We'll talk after the wedding.
Li Shiyun shook her head tiredly, indicating that she had not discussed the matter yet.
That's good. Yue sighed. She was afraid that Su Jincheng would refuse. The company has too many problems and they are too difficult to solve.
Considering that there have been bad rumors about the Li group during this period, Li Shiyun's mood became even more depressed. Although he is only a freshman now, his father is the current head of the Li family, and he will definitely be the successor in the future. However, according to the current situation, it is a question whether I can survive until I graduate from university.
On Su Jincheng's table. Who is that woman? Guo Dongling saw Su Jincheng talking to a pretty girl and asked casually.
You're already in charge before you even become a mistress.
Su Jincheng smiled and did not reveal Li Shiyan's identity. Hate.
Guo Dongling blushed and punched Su Jincheng's back with her little fist again.
Soon, Li Weixiang and Shen Xiantong's wedding banquet ended, and Su Jincheng did not stay.
Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, brotherly love.
Tip: there is no reward for completing a hidden mission once. Tip: after completing 10 hidden tasks cumulatively, you will receive an achievement gift pack. Tip: currently completed 3 times.
Suddenly, the system's voice appeared in Su Jincheng's mind.
However, since there was no reward, Su Jincheng didn't pay much attention to it.
Then he said something to the bride and groom and left the wedding hall.
Do you want me to take you there?
Su Jincheng consulted Guo Dongling, who came out with him. Guo Dongling blinked her big eyes to show her acceptance.
Are you going home or somewhere else? Su Jincheng looked at her. If I don't go home, are you going to take me back to be your mistress? Guo Dongling's face suddenly came in front of Su Jincheng.
As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jincheng took Guo Dongling's hand and walked towards the car, smiling wickedly.
Okay, let's go to the world of 2 tonight. Go on, are you really planning to let me be your mistress? That would be a steal for you.
Guo Dongling spat, her face slightly red, as if she had thought of something inappropriate for children.
I said let's go to the movies. Where do you want to go? Su Jincheng turned around and said in surprise. See a movie? A world for 2? Do you think I'm so easy to fool because I'm a child? Are we the only 2 watching the movie?
Where did you put the other moviegoers? Guo Dongling blushed and bared her cute little white teeth as she scolded him.
She refused to admit that she had any wrong thoughts. Yes. I'll book the whole place, so can't we just spend some quality time together?
Su Jincheng shrugged his shoulders. To him, this was a trivial matter.
This is the bad taste of you rich people.
Don't make fun of me, a poor person. Guo Dongling refused to listen any further and hit Su Jincheng's shoulder.
Hurry up. Hurry up and send me home. Okay. Aunt, please follow me.
The 2 of them walked to Su Jincheng's car, talking and laughing.
Wow. Your car is beautiful.
When Guo Dongling saw the Lexus LC, he couldn't take his eyes off it.
Hurry up and get in the car.
If you keep looking, my car will become a lobe in your eye.
Su Jincheng made a little joke. Go. Take a look, the paint on this car won't peel off. Guo Dongling stood there and refused to move. Auntie, you're not going to sit here and watch for the whole afternoon, are you? Su Jincheng said helplessly. Boss Su, I have a small request, you must agree to it.
Guo Dongling suddenly turned around, blinked her beautiful eyes, and looked at Su Jincheng with a pleading look.
What request? Let me make it clear first, don't borrow money. Talking about money hurts our feelings. Su Jincheng made another little joke to Guo Dongling. Tisk, I'm not that kind of vulgar person. That's right, you let me drive this car for a while, okay? I like it so much, please? Guo Dongling put his hands in a posture of worshipping Buddha. Su Jincheng didn't expect Guo Dongling to make such a request.
He pondered for a moment and said that driving was no problem, but Guo Dongling must have a driver's license.
Do you have a driver's license?
Thinking of this, Su Jincheng looked at Guo Dongling suspiciously. This matter cannot be taken lightly, he needs to get to the bottom of it. After all, there are thousands of roads, but safety comes first.
I already have a driver's license.
Seeing that Su Jincheng seemed to agree, Guo Dongling nodded hurriedly.
Why do you need a driver's license if you don't have a car? Su Jincheng asked deliberately. What do you care about me? Besides, it's the 21st century. Who says you can't get a driver's license if you don't have a car? What kind of logic is that? Guo Dongling gave Su Jincheng a blank look, snatched the car keys from his hand, and got into the car impatiently. Su Jincheng shook his head and had to sit in the passenger seat. This car sounds so powerful.
Guo Dongling started the car engine made a strong roar, and she became excited.
Chapter 31: A good person. Be careful when you drive, this car is different from the one you drove when you were learning to drive. Su Jincheng specifically reminded him that he was afraid that Guodongling would not be able to control himself well. Please don't doubt my ability. Guodongling carefully steered the wheel and started smoothly.
Su Jincheng felt relieved. Although Guodongling's driving skills cannot be compared with her own, they are better than 70 to 80% of female drivers.
The Lexus LC drove onto the road, attracting the attention of many passers-by along the way. Do you live far away? Is it necessary to take the highway?
After the car ran for a while, Su Jincheng found something wrong.
I want to drive outside the city for a while, is that okay?
Guodongling said in a flattering tone, as if she was acting coquettishly towards Su Jincheng.
I think you want a race. Su Jincheng smiled and shook his head. Hee, you figured it out.
Guodongling stuck out her tongue on her pretty face, and it was obvious that she really liked driving this car. Su Jincheng thought about it and decided to go along with the lady's wishes since they were already far away from Jiangnan City.
If Guodongling wanted to speed in the city, he would definitely not allow it. The car drove all the way to an area without speed cameras.
Guodongling stepped on the accelerator, and the sports car accelerated and sped away in a blink of an eye.
The car speed instantly exceeded 200 kilometers. Go!
Guodongling was extremely excited, as if Su Jincheng had given her this Lexus LC. Slow down, auntie, I still want to live, I don't want to go to the west. Su Jincheng shouted exaggeratedly.
He didn't expect Guodongling's racing was even crazier than Li Shiyun. No, I can't stop. There's a car chasing me. Guodongling shook his head frantically and refused to agree. Su Jincheng actually stared at the rearview mirror. What the hell? Do you really think domestic highways are like Germany's unlimited speed highways? Hee, I tricked you.
Guodongling was muttering to himself with a smile on his face.
Boss Su, sit tight.
Guodongling directly turned on the Sport Plus mode. The sports car accelerated again and began to speed at full speed. Su Jincheng could only be thankful that the road was still flat and there were few cars on the road at this time. He couldn't stop this crazy girl and could only watch her speed away.
Half an hour later,
Guodongling finally got off the highway and found a place to park the car.
Why isn't it open? Su Jincheng looked at her. Please take me home. I'm tired. Guodongling seemed completely satisfied and was now feeling lazy and listless. Just like colleagues. Good. After saying that, the two of them didn't get out of the car, but just changed seats inside. After entering Guodongling's address into the navigation, the two set off. No conversation along the way.
The carriage became quiet.
Arrive.
An hour later, Su Jincheng woke up Guodongling, who had fallen asleep.
Thank you for letting me be willful for once. Thank you for letting me spend a unique time with you too. I will remember this day.
Guodongling suddenly said to Su Jincheng before getting off the car. Before Su Jincheng could react, she quickly kissed him on the face.
Okay, I'm going back to being Cinderella.
Shyly, she ran into the community and disappeared from Su Jincheng's sight.
What a pity. Before Su Jincheng could fight back, Guodongling ran away. He could only watch the cooked duck fly away. Just then, the phone vibrated. He looked down and saw that it was a message from Li Shiyun. And at noon, Li Shiyun also sent me 3 messages, but I didn't notice them. Li Shiyun, boss, are you free now? Su Jincheng, I'm free, where are you now? Li Shiyun, positioning, Starbucks coffee. After Su Jincheng found out Li Shiyun's location, he drove there. Boss, here.
As soon as he got off the car, Su Jincheng saw Li Shiyun standing at the door of the coffee shop waving at him.
Su Jincheng followed Li Shiyun to a corner. There are fewer people in the corner, so it is more convenient to talk. Mr. Su, what kind of coffee do you drink? UAE asked Su Jincheng politely. Oatmeal latte. Su Jincheng glanced at the menu, which listed various types of coffee, and he ordered one at random. After a while, the waiter brought steaming hot coffee. Okay, Shiyun, let's get down to business. Su Jincheng waited for the waiter to leave, straightened his sitting posture, and said to Li Shiyun.
Li Shiyun and UAE looked at each other.
They didn't expect Su Jincheng to be so proactive. Let me tell you. UAE wanted to speak, but Li Shiyun interrupted her and said it would be better for her to say it.
Our Li group has encountered a lot of trouble recently.
Li Shiyun frankly told Su Jincheng that the Li group is now in trouble.
You know, these are the secrets of the group.
Li Group? It seems that one of the four major families in Jiangnan City has the surname Li. It seems that my little follower is from a prominent family. Thinking of this, Su Jincheng continued. What trouble?
Su Jincheng didn't want to pry, but he had to know what the problem was before he could make a decision.
Boss, you should also know that we are a listed company and will issue circulating shares in the secondary market.
But those shares are now being acquired by others in the secondary market in a hostile manner. In order to maintain his position as a major shareholder, my father was forced to make acquisitions at high prices, which consumed a lot of money.
Li Shiyun said with a frown.
Her words revealed that the Li Group was facing a serious crisis. When Su Jincheng heard this, he understood that this kind of hostile takeover is actually very common in the stock market. This is because someone has set his eyes on the position of the head of the Li Group and wants to forcibly snatch it from Li Shiyun's father. Because the Li Group is a listed company, as long as it acquires a sufficient number of shares and becomes a major shareholder, Li Shiyun's father's control over the company will naturally be deprived. In order to avoid losing control, the company will be forced to acquire shares and prevent the other party from becoming a major shareholder. This method is to compare who has more money and who has stronger financial resources.
So, your group is short of funds now? Now is certainly not the time to think about this question, Su Jincheng just asked with some understanding.
Yes.
Li Shiyun nodded. That's why I came to see the boss.
Why did you choose me?
Or, what makes you think I'm rich?
Su Jincheng suddenly asked.
Li Shiyun paused.
Last time I was in trouble, it was you, boss, who helped me twice. Besides, you gave me a car this time, even though it was only over $1 million, you didn't even blink an eye.
So? I know the boss is a good person.
She raised her head, revealing her beautiful, dreamy eyes.
Chapter 32, Besiege Way to Rescue Zhao. This is a compliment to me. Hearing Li Shiyun's answer, Su Jincheng sighed in his heart.
We want to borrow 1 billion this time, for 30 days, and we'll give 5% interest.
Li Shiyun took the opportunity to talk about this topic.
She also sat up straight and got into a negotiating posture. Even if Su Jincheng asked for a higher price, she was ready to grit her teeth and accept it.
The Li Group has indeed reached its wit's end and can't find anyone else. 5% interest is 5%, which is exactly $500 million yuan for 10 billion yuan.
The interest rate is actually very high and the return is also good.
1 billion was not a lot for Su Jincheng.
He was about to agree, but suddenly stopped.
Didn't you ask the bank for a loan?
Su Jincheng stared into Li Shiyun's eyes and asked. Because, our group has been plagued by too many negative rumors lately. And these rumors are known to almost the entire business community. So, banks are hesitant to lend us money in the short term. Li Shiyun sighed. They had already contacted the bank but failed. So far, no bank is willing to lend to the Li Group.
Hearing this, Su Jincheng's heart moved.
He took back the words that were about to come out of his mouth.
He couldn't agree to Li Shiyun.
So, he deliberately picked up the cup of oatmeal latte and savored it slowly, pretending to be thinking seriously. Because there is a great possibility that out of the 1 billion investment, only 500 million can be recovered, and not even a penny of interest can be earned.
The Li family will undoubtedly suffer a devastating defeat in this acquisition battle.
In the end, the first letter of the group's name will be changed.
Su Jincheng seemed to have seen the tragic end of the Li family. It's really miserable. For Li Shiyun, her identity as the eldest daughter of the Li family disappeared overnight. Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the operator skill. At this moment, the system spoke very sensibly. Su Jincheng was a little surprised.
With this skill, he didn't know how the acquisition battle would fail. Mr. Su? Yu Yue saw Su Jincheng's hand holding the coffee in the air, but he was hesitant to express his opinion.
She looked at Su Jincheng with some confusion, having a bad feeling in her heart, wondering what the other party was hesitating about.
Actually, I have this money, but I can't lend it to you. Su Jincheng thought about it and spoke frankly.
Li Shiyun's eyes darkened. This was the answer she least wanted to hear. Saying this meant that Su Jincheng rejected her.
Mr. Su, our interest rate is very high. Yu Yue was worried about Li Shiyun and couldn't help but speak for her. I know you're offering high interest rates, but this isn't about the money.
Su Jincheng shook his head and decided to refuse. He felt quite regretful.
Boss, can I ask why you made this decision?
Li Shiyun suddenly asked.
I don't think you can win this acquisition battle. Su Jincheng pondered for a moment and decided to tell the truth. You mean we might lose? Li Shiyun once again showed the same unyielding spirit she had during the racing that night.
She felt that the Li family still had a chance to make a comeback.
It's not a possibility, it's a certainty.
Su Jincheng narrowed his eyes, he believed in his own judgment.
I see.
Li Shiyun suddenly lowered her head. That's why banks are afraid to lend us money. That's why loan companies are afraid to lend us money.
That's why you don't dare to lend us money.
Li Shiyun suddenly collapsed. Her family had been under too much pressure during this period. I don't know what the banks and loan companies think, but that's what I think and what I plan to do. Su Jincheng's words seemed cruel, breaking the heart of a strong girl.
Tears suddenly flowed down Li Shiyun's face. I don't lend money, but that doesn't mean I can't help you.
Su Jincheng spoke slowly again.
Swish.
Li Shiyun immediately raised her tearful face. She looked at Su Jincheng with hope in her eyes. It was like she was about to choke on water and found the last straw, and she had to grab it.
At this time, Li Shiyun made Su Jincheng want to protect her. Boss, what can you do? Li Shiyun asked nervously. Who is the other party? Have you found out?
In fact, Su Jincheng still has no idea now, but he still wants to see if he can also profit from it.
I found it. Li Shiyun nodded. Of course, the Li Group has its own methods.
Without waiting for Su Jincheng to ask, she took the initiative to introduce herself. Not long after this hostile takeover began, Li Shiyun's father, Li Jae-yong, had someone track down the other party.
Hongtian Group. This is the culprit this time. This is also a listed company. Both companies are located in Jiangnan City and are also listed in the United States.
However, the market value of Hongtian Group has reached $80 billion, which is equivalent to more than 500 billion yuan in domestic market value. The market value of the Li Group is less than $20 billion, which is less than 150 billion yuan in domestic market value.
Compared with the two, Hongtian Group is like a behemoth. Hongtian Group has always wanted to take over the Li Group.
However, during several previous negotiations between the two sides, Li Jae-yong always refused to agree. This time, the other party simply purchased stocks directly in the US stock market, trying to forcibly take over. However, the acquisition behavior is a market behavior, and it is useless to call the police.
We can only struggle to survive in the US securities market. The Li family has now run out of funds and can no longer hold on.
After hearing this, Su Jincheng understood that the key to solving this problem lies in Hongtian Group.
Unless Hongtian Group takes the initiative to stop, the Li Group will be able to escape the crisis. But how can Hongtian Group stop on its own initiative? There is only one answer. Besiege Wei to save Zhao. You have a stock trading team, right? Su Jincheng asked after thinking for a moment. Some. Li Shiyun nodded.
She was not surprised that Su Jincheng would think of this.
She would be surprised if Su Jincheng couldn't guess it. Li Jae-yong did secretly organize several traders to specifically purchase company stocks in the US stock market. Because this was a covert operation, few people in the company knew about it. Su Jincheng smiled and said, "It's good to have a management team.
As long as you use the trader skills and have a professional team, you are sure to win.
As your boss, I can help you this time, but I have one condition."
Su Jincheng then raised a finger and put forward his request.
Mr. Su, what are your conditions? Yue couldn't help but ask nervously. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Su Jincheng was also going to put forward the conditions that all men wanted? If I agree, my young lady's innocence will be ruined. If they don't agree, the Li Group will become history. Chapter 33 Preparing for the Hunt.
Li Shiyun's strategy progress had already reached 90%. As long as Su Jincheng wanted, she could be pushed down at any time. It's just that because I'm a girl, I have to remain reserved in this matter. But today, the opportunity finally came.
So can Su Jincheng's conditions be called conditions?
Su Jincheng saw a suspicious blush on Li Shiyun's face and knew that she was thinking something wrong.
What are girls thinking about nowadays? Would I mention that kind of coercive condition? He didn't say anything either, just wanted to hear Li Shiyun's answer. I promise you. Li Shiyun had almost no hesitation and even answered loudly. This directly scared Yu who was beside her. My goodness, our young lady is a bit too proactive. I was afraid that Su Jincheng would make the young lady embarrassed, but in the end the young lady fell for him. You don't regret it? Su Jincheng deliberately emphasized his tone. Of course I don't regret it.
Li Shiyun stared at Su Jincheng with her beautiful eyes and said firmly.
I can see that you are very sincere, little follower. So my condition is.
Even at this point, Su Jincheng started to keep the secret. Li Shiyun and Yu on the opposite side also opened their mouths, waiting for the answer with some anticipation.
Just let me take charge of your company's trading team. Su Jincheng finally stated the conditions. What? Yu's expression froze. She didn't expect Su Jincheng's conditions to be like this.
On the other hand, Li Shiyun's mood, which had just been high, obviously fell again. Li Shiyun found out that her boss didn't have any special feelings towards her.
Is it because I am not good looking? Or is it that my body shape is not good enough?
Just because Su Jincheng put forward a serious condition, Li Shiyun forgot about the family crisis.
Okay, boss. No problem. Li Shiyun thought for a moment and gave a reply.
And they must obey my every word and every sentence unconditionally.
Even if you are my father, you cannot interfere with my decision. Otherwise, my assistance to your group will end. Su Jincheng stared into Li Shiyun's eyes and said seriously.
He must make the management team obey his instructions unconditionally. Only in this way can his plan succeed.
Yu frowned slightly. If the young lady agreed, Su Jincheng's power would be terrifyingly great, equivalent to controlling the life and death of the Li group. Once something happens to Su Jincheng, the Li family will have no chance of recovery. Su Jincheng's meaning is now very clear.
If you agree to this condition, he will help.
If you don't agree, I'm afraid he will just give up. I promise. Li Shiyun always chooses to believe in Su Jincheng. It's not just because Su Jincheng is the boss he recognizes.
Moreover, the Li family has no way out, as there are cliffs behind them.
I'm going to take action tonight. I want to meet this team. Is that a problem? Su Jincheng said lightly. No problem, they're always available. Li Shiyun nodded. Okay, let's keep in touch.
After Su Jincheng said this, he turned and left the cafe. Su Jincheng returned to the car and took out his cell phone to call Zhuang Shengchen.
Lao Zhuang, find me 4 professional traders.
Once you find it, book them a presidential suite and I'll be there right away.
After the call ended, Su Jincheng drove towards Yunduan Art residence.
There is a 13-hour time difference between Longhua and Piaoli, so the trading time is 9:30 p.m. in Longhua.
Su Jincheng's action was also scheduled for the evening. His time is actually very tight.
After arranging Li Shiyun and her operation team, he also had to form his own operation team. However, this matter needs to be carried out in secret, as he doesn't want the Li family to know that he has other arrangements. When Su Jincheng arrived at Yunduan Art residence, Zhuang Shengchen and 4 traders were already waiting in the presidential suite.
Boss Su. Su Jincheng walked into the room and nodded to Zhuang Shengchen.
These are our company's professional traders, and their team leader is Tong Qing.
Hello, President Su. Under Zhuang Shengchen's introduction, several traders greeted Su Jincheng. Thank you for your hard work this time.
Su Jincheng smiled at them.
It's not hard. We are willing to serve Mr. Su. Several professional traders spoke immediately. Follow my instructions. I will reward you with a lot of benefits after you complete the mission. Su Jincheng promised.
The 4 traders appeared calm on the surface, but were extremely excited inside. Last time I heard that Yunduan Art residence had a new young owner who was very good at dealing with people and doing things. This time we have to put in all our effort and try our best to complete the task. Then, Su Jincheng took out a pre-written plan and handed it to them.
You must follow this plan. Su Jincheng began to deploy the operation. No one has any objection. Everyone just looked at the plan quietly, with amazement in their eyes from time to time. Also, please prepare a US bank account for me.
All the funds were converted into US dollars and transferred to the US account.
Su Jincheng was giving instructions while Tong Qing was operating. No problem. Okay, then everything is ready, just waiting for tonight. Everyone, go downstairs and have dinner. We're going to be hunters tonight. Time passes by every second.
Night fell without anyone noticing.
Night fell over the city.
The darkness in the sky seemed to be hiding some ferocious beasts that were about to descend upon the earth.
Hong Tian Group.
Fu Lang stood in front of the 5 traders. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and exuded the air of a rich kid. More than a dozen black-clad bodyguards with a sinister aura were scattered around to protect his safety. Opposite him was a row of large-screen monitors displaying U.S. stock data. At this moment, the data on the screen is still static, and the U.S. stock exchange has not yet opened.
How is everyone preparing? Fu Lang asked calmly. Master Fu, we are all ready.
The 5 traders looked a little ferocious. They had made full preparations. Tonight was the day to reap the rewards of the Li Group. And starting from tomorrow, the Li Group will change hands.
The Li Group will be renamed the Fu Group in the future. How much do we have in our hands now?
Fu Lang actually knew the data, but he still asked. Master Fu, we are only 5% away from our goal.
A trader replied. Very good.
Fu Lang's face flushed a little, and he was actually very excited. He seemed to see Li Jae-yong kneeling in front of him tomorrow, begging him bitterly. And Li Shiyun will also become his plaything. I can finally get revenge for my last race. Thinking of this, Fu Lang's mouth corners turned upwards. Everyone work hard and get that 5% of the stock, and I'll give everyone a big red envelope. Fu Lang used money to boost the morale of his traders, a method that had always worked for him.
Chapter 34 Selling All. Mr. Fu, please rest assured.
The traders were indeed very excited. They are like hungry wolves in the forest, their eyes full of greed.
U.S. Securities Exchange. That's what they hunt. There are still 2 hours left until the opening time. Fu family.
Fu Yuanbai, chairman of Hongtian Group, was sitting in the study. He looked to be in his 60s, with a gloomy face and a very powerful aura.
Mr. Fu is already prepared and is going to take over the Li Group tonight. Fu Yuanbai was listening to his subordinates' reports. Don't report this kind of thing to me in the future. Let him do it.
Fu Yuanbai was satisfied with Fu Lang's performance. As the 3rd generation of the Fu family, this eldest grandson did not disappoint him. By merging with the Li Group, he was actually just giving Fu Lang practice.
This is to cultivate Fu Lang.
He hopes that the Fu family can produce more talents.
He didn't take the Li Group or the Li family seriously.
Once the acquisition is completed, he plans to give Fu Lang a greater burden.
Fu Yuanbai yawned. He felt a little bored about what happened tonight and was no longer planning to pay attention to it.
It was getting late and he prepared to rest. Seeing this, the subordinates quietly took their leave. In the study, only Fu Yuanbai's tall and conceited figure remained.
Li Group.
Li Jae-yong and Li Si-yun walked into a dimly lit room. The 4 traders they hired were in the room.
Mr. Li.
A young man in a plaid shirt stood up quickly when he saw Li Jae-yong walk in. He is the head trader, his name is Che Rui.
Everyone, please sit down. Li Jae-yong said with a little tiredness. Mr. Li, may I ask if our funds are in place?
Che Rui asked. He and the traders were waiting for Li Jae-yong to provide the latest batch of funds.
All the funds I have on hand have been spent. No one wants to lend us money. Li Jae-yong shook his head and told the bad news. Without new funds, we're in trouble tonight.
Che Rui was horrified. He was worried that Li Jae-yong would not be able to borrow money, and now it seems his worries have come true.
I know, everyone just needs to do their best. Li Jae-yong's expression was still calm.
Mr. Li, if we don't have funds, the group on the other side will definitely launch a general attack tonight.
Che Rui reminded Li Jae-yong. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Without funds, even the best trader cannot display his talents. Li Jae-yong nodded. At this point, Li Jae-yong can only do his best and leave the rest to fate. He was not sure whether Su Jincheng could turn the tide of the battle. But since his daughter Li Shiyun strongly recommended it, he had no choice but to believe it. So what should we do? Che Rui's tone was somewhat sad.
He felt that the Li Group might be beyond saving.
I found a helper for you. Li Jae-yong suddenly said. Helper?
Che Rui thought that without funds, no matter how many helpers came, it would be impossible to reverse the situation. I have only one request for you, and that is to obey his command unconditionally.
Li Jae-yong stated Su Jincheng's conditions. What? Why should we listen to him? Che Rui is also a proud and arrogant person.
It is impossible for him to submit to an unknown little person. Just because he said he could save us.
And you can't do that now. Li Jae-yong's calm words silenced the traders present.
Soon, it was 9 o'clock in the evening.
Su Jincheng walked into the Li group.
He had already listened to Li Jae-yong's introduction and knew the situation here.
Hello everyone. Su Jincheng nodded and greeted the 4 traders.
Che Ruwei looked at him indifferently, with no intention of greeting him. The other 3 traders also looked indifferent.
Su Jincheng didn't care about the attitudes of these 4 people. I guess you all know who I am.
Then I won't introduce myself.
Nice Securities is about to open. And what you have to do is sell all the stocks you have already bought.
Attention, I said throw it all away, don't keep a single share.
Su Jincheng said to Che Ruwei and the other 3 traders. His expression was nonchalant, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. What? Are you crazy? Che Ruwei yelled at Su Jincheng with a red face.
It took them several days to finally buy back the shares.
With just one order, Su Jincheng ignored their acquisition results. If all of this were thrown away, Hongtian Group would definitely be overjoyed.
This is simply surrender, and the other party will collect the stock shares that are suitable for major shareholders in advance. And this acquisition war will end early, so there is no need to launch anti-acquisition actions.
Do as you say. Su Jincheng completely ignored Che Ruwei's objection. He's crazy. We can't do that. Director Li, he wants us to give up resistance. Che Ruwei suggested that Su Jincheng ignore him and instead go to Li Jae-yong.
Li Ziyong's eyes were also shocked. He didn't expect Su Jincheng to order the 4 traders like this.
This? Was my trust in him wrong? Could it be that his daughter also chose the wrong person? Su Jincheng is actually here to accelerate the demise of the Li Group? Could he be an undercover agent sent by Hongtian Group? Is he in collusion with Hongtian Group?
As this series of thoughts came to his mind, Li Jae-yong clenched his fists tightly. Li Shiyun, who was standing by, was also feeling uneasy. She didn't expect Su Jincheng to give such an order.
If this is the case, you are inviting a wolf into your house.
If Su Jincheng is kicked out now, there may still be a chance of rescue.
But
if Su Jincheng's decision is correct, then the Li family will lose their last chance to save the situation.
No one knows how complicated Li Jae-yong's mood is right now. He looked around. No one can make decisions for him.
All Li Shiyun could do was to silently hand him a cup of coffee, as if asking him to calm down. Li Jae-yong suddenly held onto the corner of the table. He felt like his head was about to explode.
You don't have much time. I'll only give you 1 hour. If you can't do it, you leave, or I leave.
Su Jincheng's words rang out again, and this time he was still unhurried. But his words seemed particularly cold. It seemed that he was not prepared to accept any rebuttal.
Execute or deny, traders have only 2 choices.
These 2 choices mean completely opposite results.
Su Jincheng glanced at Li Jae-yong indifferently.
As he said this, he looked at his phone, which showed that it was 9:30 in the evening. The United States Stock Exchange has officially started trading. Su Jincheng only gave the traders 1 hour, and the rest was his own time to act.
Cha Ruwei gritted his teeth angrily and looked at Li Jae-yong.
As long as Li Jae-yong objects, he will kick Su Jincheng out immediately.
Everyone looked at Li Jae-yong, waiting for instructions from the person in charge of the Li Group. Chapter 35, Poisoning Late at Night. Obey. Sell all your stocks. Li Jae-yong spoke these words one by one.
This shows how complicated and contradictory his heart is.
Mr. Li, please listen to me this time. We can't do that. We are courting our own destruction.
Che Ruwei was almost begging. He felt that this must be wrong.
How can Li Jae-yong still support Su Jincheng? How could you not listen to his advice? Obey. I don't want to say it a third time. Li Jae-yong's tone became firm.
Since he chose to support Su Jincheng, he would let go of what happened next.
Win or lose. Dead or alive. He doesn't care anymore. He risked his life. Good. Li Jae-yong is the employer, and his orders are decisions.
Che Ruwei was still standing there motionless, while the other 3 traders turned around silently and returned to the computer.
They began to carry out Su Jincheng's orders. 1 share. 10 shares. Hundreds of shares. Thousands of shares. Thousands of shares.
The number of stocks held by Lee Jae-yong began to decrease significantly.
Hurry up. Don't worry about the stock price. The faster you sell, the happier I'll be.
Su Jincheng kept asking and urging. He kept asking everyone to sell faster, almost asking them to do so at any cost. Even if you suffer a loss, you must sell all your stocks without leaving a single one.
Traders have high professional qualities. Once a decision is made, they will do it well.
$21.60, sell 20,000 shares. $21.10, selling 40,000 shares.
$21.20, sell 30,000 shares. $20.80, selling 60,000 shares.
The voices of the traders rose and fell, and they became busy. When Lee Jae-yong listened to these voices, his heart was actually bleeding. But he still gritted his teeth and said nothing. He had decided not to interfere. On the other hand, Lee Shuryun's eyes looked a little dazed, and no one knew what she was thinking.
Her mood was very complicated.
The fate of the Lee group is closely linked to his own fate.
Maybe tomorrow.
No, maybe tonight, she will no longer be the eldest daughter of the Lee family. As long as Hongtian Group obtains the status of a major shareholder, it will definitely eliminate all members of the Lee family as soon as possible. Perhaps, Fu Lang, who has been coveting me for a long time, also wants to occupy me.
Che Ruwei still did not give up and still insisted on his opinion. You do this. You're selling off on a massive scale like this. Longfor Group will notice it immediately. Even a fool can see that you sold your stocks. And then they'll eat up the shares right away and get the majority shareholders' share. You are trying to kill the Lee Group and the Lee family.
Che Ruwei's body was shaking, and he pointed at Su Jincheng and roared desperately.
Are you accusing me?
Su Jincheng smiled indifferently. You must be colluding with Longhu Group behind the scenes.
How much did they give you? Mr. Lee, you trusted the wrong person.
Che Ruwei was in great pain.
Why did no one believe his good intentions? He looked at Lee Shuryun. He actually had something on his mind, but no one else knew about it. Lee Jae-yong didn't say anything. Lee Shuryun didn't say anything. Su Jincheng didn't say anything.
No one paid any attention to Che Ruwei.
Time passes by every second.
$21.60, selling 30,000 shares.
$21.10, sell 10,000 shares. $20.50, sell 8,000 shares. $20.20, last 5,000 shares, sell. The trader's selling is nearing its end. The last one was also thrown away. Is it my turn to perform?
Su Jincheng looked at the time on the display screen and a calm smile appeared on his face. It is now exactly 10:30 in the evening.
His hand moved slightly.
At this time, everyone's attention was once again focused on Su Jincheng, waiting for his next instructions.
Che Ruwei also stared at Su Jincheng.
He wanted to see what method Su Jincheng could use to turn the situation around.
This is simply a lunatic.
But you believed his words.
Wait till you regret it. Well, everyone is tired after this hour, let's take a break first.
Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Su Jincheng smiled at them.
Tired?
The traders were a little confused. Of course we are tired, but we are not afraid of being tired.
You have to tell us what to do next. You can't just leave us waiting here, can you? Time waits for no one. One more minute, even one more second, might bring a glimmer of hope to the Lee Group. Although they don't know when the specific time will be.
Only Su Jincheng himself knows everything.
Order some takeout. I'm hungry, let's get some midnight snacks. Only when you're full will you have the strength to continue fighting. Do you think I'm right? Su Jincheng said while touching his belly.
Then he looked around the room and finally found Lee Shuryun. Lee Shuryun is very nervous now, so Su Jincheng decides to find something for her to do to distract her attention.
Takeout? Everyone, what would you like to eat?
Lee Shuryun was stunned at first, then took out her mobile phone and opened the food delivery app. She mainly asked Su Jincheng, and no one else spoke. At this critical moment of life and death, no one else had an appetite.
Any steak?
Yes,
there's also a steakhouse where you can order.
Then please help me get a medium rare steak.
What would you like to eat?
Su Jincheng ordered one for himself, and seeing that no one else said anything, he asked again.
We're not hungry.
The traders also shook their heads. They were hired to work, and it was not suitable to eat at this time.
I asked around, but no one responded. You're not eating anything? Isn't everyone hungry tonight? Okay, then order me one.
Su Jincheng felt a little embarrassed when he saw that he was the only one ordering food.
Good.
Li Shiyun nodded and placed the order.
Half an hour.
The delivery guy in a yellow vest brought us a steaming hot medium rare steak. The room was suddenly filled with the aroma of steak, making people salivate.
Everyone almost couldn't help but rush up to beat Su Jincheng. Isn't this too much? This kind of behavior is spreading poison late at night. No wonder foreigners say that Longwei is unsafe at night. It tastes good, the chef's cooking is excellent.
Su Jincheng ignored the looks of others, took a bite of the tender and juicy steak, and gave a thumbs up.
Then,
everyone in the room watched Su Jincheng leisurely savoring the steak, chewing it slowly and carefully.
Such a joy to eat. Eat this to your heart's content. It's so satisfying to eat.
Li Jae-young suddenly felt that the atmosphere in the room was a little weird. Everyone was clearly on edge just now, but now the tense atmosphere seems to be gradually disappearing.
Chapter 36 Hunting Time. Everyone is still worried. Shouldn't Su Jincheng be concentrating on the US securities market at this time?
Then do your best to direct the trader's actions.
I didn't expect that he was in the mood to order takeout, and even ordered steak.
Looking at Su Jincheng eating with gusto, he didn't look like he was going to give any instructions.
Che Ruwei finally couldn't help it and raised his eyelids. Mr. Lin, why don't you give orders?
Others don't ask, but he does.
Of course I'm in command. I've already been in command.
Su Jincheng answered while chewing on his steak, his mouth glistening with oil.
We've sold all our stocks, what do we do next? Che Ruwei was furious as he watched Su Jincheng eating steak leisurely. He now really wants to add a buff to Su Jincheng's head. I actually just arranged it, didn't I?
Su Jincheng also said with a depressed look on his face.
What have you arranged? Everyone else was stunned. Didn't I tell everyone to take a break first? It turns out that what Su Jincheng said just now was his arrangement. We don't want to rest. Che Ruwei is about to explode. Don't want to rest, then. Wait.
Su Jincheng squinted his eyes and chewed steak. After a long while, he uttered a word vaguely.
This answer left everyone present dumbfounded. What are you making us wait for? Che Ruwei had no intention of letting Su Jincheng go. Su Jincheng has already ruined a good situation, and I will not let him go. Wait for the right time.
We need an opportune moment to buy back the stocks we sold.
Su Jincheng thought about it and gave an explanation. Buy it back? Are you sure that the stocks that have been eaten up will be sold out again? Hongtian Group has been making acquisitions all the time. Che Ruwei felt that Su Jincheng was making a big joke and he didn't understand stocks at all. Li Jae-young didn't say anything, and Che Ruwei said everything he wanted to say.
He actually wanted to ask, but he remained silent. The villain role will be played by Che Ruwei. That's why I said wait. We have to wait for Hongtian Group to sell those stocks. Su Jincheng brought the question back to the word he had just mentioned.
Are you kidding me? Will Hongtian Group sell off the stocks it has already acquired? Are you crazy? Or has Hongtian Group gone crazy? Che Ruwei is now increasingly certain that Su Jincheng is in collusion with Hongtian Group. Pity.
It's too late to say anything now, Li Jae-young has no chance. I didn't know before that the Hongtian Group might go crazy tonight. Su Jincheng smiled disapprovingly.
Mr. Li, look at this. This is the situation you're in if you trust him. We are now completely defeated. Che Ruwei didn't want to talk to Su Jincheng anymore. He felt it was useless. He looked at Li Jae-young. Are we done with this?
Li Jae-young finally spoke and looked at Su Jincheng.
Finish? No. It's still early. Su Jincheng immediately shook his head. Didn't I say wait? Wait for time, wait for the opportunity.
I don't know when Hongtian Group started to go crazy.
Su Jincheng did not make any promises because there were some things he could not fully control. Good. Then we just have to wait. Li Jae-young couldn't guess what Su Jincheng was thinking, nor could he guess why the Hongtian Group went crazy. But so far,
I'm going crazy after hearing what you said.
But Su Jincheng's expression remained calm, and he continued to enjoy his steak leisurely. Wait. For Su Jincheng, it was a moment of enjoyment. I'm a little hungry. Li Shiyun suddenly spoke. Since she was just waiting anyway, why should she watch Su Jincheng eat steak? To be honest, I'm a little hungry too. Li Jae-yong also nodded. Even if we eat dinner at 6 p.m., it's almost 11 p.m. now, how can we not be hungry? Aren't you hungry? Su Jincheng raised his head in surprise and asked. Is it okay if I'm hungry now? Che Ruwei suddenly felt that Su Jincheng was disgusting. Are you only happy and satisfied when we all watch you eat? Okay, then order me another steak. For some reason, Su Jincheng suddenly became a big eater tonight. But maybe this is a good sign. The others were once again left speechless by him. Has this person not eaten for 3 days? Or is it the reincarnation of a starving ghost? I didn't eat dinner. Su Jincheng looked up and smiled, his expression seemed a little tired. Just then, the data line on the screen representing stock fluctuations suddenly jumped violently. The jumps seem to be quite large and keep coming down. Li Group's shares. It's like falling into a dark abyss. It has fallen by $3. It fell below $17. They discovered it immediately. The traders were stunned for a moment. Su Jincheng was right. The drastic change in stock price immediately alarmed everyone in the room. Su Jincheng raised his head. He looked at the display calmly, and the data line representing the fluctuation went all the way down. His hands clenched slightly into fists, a smile playing on his lips. My plan was successful. Someone is selling. Sell at any price. And the volume of selling was enormous. The trader analyzed the selling data and shouted excitedly. With such a large quantity, it is easy to identify the target for selling. Hongtian Group. Hongtian Group has thrown out all their chips. They no longer consider controlling the Li Group or seeking the position of major shareholder. Li Jae-yong also raised his head and stared at the screen. The stock price fell? The average stock sell-off price was above $20. The current price means that the Li Group can buy more shares. So is it time to buy now? Li Jae-yong glanced at Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng remained calm and focused on the data. But beyond that he made no comment or gave any new instructions. Hasn't the stock hit rock bottom yet? And he actually knew from the beginning that the stock would fall? That's why he was so calm. That's why he asked us to sell all our stocks. Only then did Li Jae-yong feel fortunate that he had made the right choice. If he didn't support Su Jincheng, the Li Group would really be gone forever. Everything now proves how correct Su Jincheng's decision just now was. The stock price fell sharply. $15. $13. $11. Suddenly, Su Jincheng finally stood up. He seemed to have been waiting for this moment. In a short period of time, the stock price fell to $10, almost half. Buy. Buy. Buy all in. Su Jincheng waved his hand and issued a buy order. Chapter 37: The Boss's Style. The traders have been waiting for this moment for a long time. This is a feast for the gluttons. They moved swiftly and began to execute the buying operation, with the keyboards clacking away. Buy 700,000 shares at $10.10. Buy 300,000 shares at $10.30. Buy 200,000 shares at $10.50. The traders shouted louder and louder, more excitedly than before. They're eating up these low-priced stocks, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This round of stock price drop was extremely violent and lasted no more than 5 minutes. Before many people could react, the stock price rebounded to $20. Only a few took advantage of this opportunity. Su Jincheng. He is undoubtedly the biggest winner here. After this series of operations, the stocks in Li Jae-yong's hands not only did not decrease, but increased a lot. Not only that, it also made a profit of $5 billion. It was a complete victory. The crisis of the Li family was resolved, and no one could shake Li Jae-yong's position as the major shareholder. Only then did Su Jincheng turn around. Congratulations! He smiled at Li Jae-yong and Li Si-yun. Li Jae-yong stared at Su Jincheng blankly, as if he didn't react for a moment. It seemed like it was all a dream. How? Is there dirt on my face? Su Jincheng wiped his face deliberately as if jokingly. Only then did Li Jae-young step forward and hold Su Jincheng's hand tightly. Mr. Su, thank you. You are our Li family's great benefactor. Win. He himself didn't expect that he would become the final winner. And all this was brought to him by Su Jincheng. How did you do that? Che Rui's mouth was already open, he had not yet recovered from the shock. Mind. Su Jincheng replied that he would not tell anyone the real reason. Let us go back to when the US securities market just opened. 9:30 p.m. A presidential suite in Yunduan Art Residence. Tong Qing's eyes were full of seriousness as he directed the three traders with all his strength. Short. Short everything. We must short all of Hongtian Group's stocks. Quick. 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 We only have 1 hour to short sell, we have to be quick. For Tong Qing, this is a battle that must be won. 9:35 p.m. Hongtian Group. Mr. Fu, someone is selling a large amount of Li Group stocks. The trader reported to Fu Langhui. Who? Fu Lang's face was filled with joy. This was truly a timely help. I haven't found it yet. The trader replied immediately. Never mind. Whoever they are, they mean well, so we're buying them all. Fu Lang believed that someone was helping them, so of course he had to buy. By buying these stocks, he will become a major shareholder of the Li family. Fu Lang's face was filled with the joy of victory. 10:28 p.m. A presidential suite in Yunduan Art Residence. Tong Qing has collected enough Hongtian Group stocks and short sold them all. He took out his cell phone and sent a message he had prepared long ago to Su Jincheng. Boss Su, the deployment has been completed. Waiting to be hunted. 10:29 p.m. Li Group. Su Jincheng received a message from Tong Qing. He put down the stake calmly. Use, trader, target, Hongtian Group stocks. Su Jincheng muttered to himself. And at the moment this skill was activated, the stock of Hongtian Group began to plummet. 10:32 p.m. Fu family. Fu Qianhan was sitting at the computer when he suddenly discovered that his company's stock price had plummeted, plummeting by 90%. His face was pale and he crawled to the bedroom to wake up his father Fu Yuanbai. Fu Yuanbai woke up from his dream and scolded Fu Qianhan first. He finally fell asleep, but was woken up again. After Fu Qianhan told everything in detail, Fu Yuanbai's face changed completely, and he felt darkness before his eyes. What exactly happened? The group's stock plummeted, and it fell so much. This will directly destroy his hard work. The news was about to spread. Fu Yuanbai's face turned pale and he ordered the immediate withdrawal of all internal and external funds. He decided to raise the stock price at all costs to ensure that Hongtian Group survived the crisis. 10:50 at night. Fu Lang received orders from Fu Yuanbai. Sell all the shares of Li Group in hand. Funds must be returned to headquarters immediately. At this moment, Fu Lang's expression changed from confidence to astonishment. He is only one step away from success. Tomorrow he will be the major shareholder of the Li Group. He could never take this step again. Master Fu, we have already won. The traders under him were extremely unwilling. Sell off, not a single share left, at any price. Fu Lang was in great pain, but he had no choice but to give the order. The confident and calm smile on his face disappeared. All of this came from Su Jincheng's deployment and his hunting plan. In fact, his plan also had a big loophole. But in the end, it succeeded. That short period of time was the guarantee of his success. In order to save Hongtian Group, the Fu family dared not slow down in withdrawing funds. If you are slow, you will attract more ferocious vultures. By the time their stock price returns to its original level, the Fu family's direct loss will be less than $40 billion. Fu Yuanbai spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Among them, Jincheng made a huge profit of $30 billion. The equivalent domestic value reached 190 billion yuan. This night, excluding fixed assets, only the cash on hand was counted. Su Jincheng directly stepped into the ranks of the billionaires. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, boss style. Tip: there is no reward for completing a hidden mission once. Tip: after completing 10 hidden tasks cumulatively, you will receive an achievement gift pack. Tip: currently completed 4 times. Suddenly, the system's voice appeared in Su Jincheng's mind.
At this moment, Li Shiyun suddenly walked in front of Su Jincheng. In front of his father Li Jaeyong, Xiaorui, and everyone else. She stood on tiptoe, raised her delicate and smooth hands, and gently held Su Jincheng's cheeks. "Little follower, you." Before Su Jincheng could finish his words, he suddenly felt warmth between his lips. Soft and light with a hint of rich sweetness. Then, Li Shiyun ran out with a blushing face, leaving behind Su Jincheng with a dazed look on his face. There was also Che Rui, who clenched his fists but seemed helpless. Chapter 38: Encountering a Colleague. Early morning. The warm sunlight shone through the window onto Su Jincheng's face. He opened his eyes and felt a little dizzy. I remembered that I made money last night, a lot of money at that. Although he already had a cloud art residence, it was also given by the system. Earning 190 billion renminbi with my brain is such a great feeling that I can't express in words. And several traders under his command, led by Tong Qing, also went crazy. In order to commend them, Su Jincheng gave each of them a cash reward of 100 million yuan. As a result, Tong Qing directly bought dozens of bottles of Romane Conti and kept toasting Su Jincheng. But Su Jincheng has the skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk, so drinking alcohol is just like drinking water. Tong Qing and the others drank too much and vomited everywhere. After they made a fuss, the presidential suite became a complete mess and was no longer habitable. In the end, we had to book another presidential suite for them to sleep in. Because he had been partying until 3 or 4 in the morning, Su Jincheng is now suffering from brain oxygen deprivation and lack of sleep. Su Jincheng rubbed his head and sat up from the bed. It was so comfortable to sleep on the bed at home. He wanted to check whether the money he earned had returned to his account, but when he raised his hand, he knocked the phone off the bed. When he picked up his phone, he found that there were more than a dozen WeChat messages on it, all sent by Xia Zhongqing. "Xia Zhongqing, what are you doing?" Curious expression. "Xia Zhongqing, are you free today?" "Xia Zhongqing, I want you to accompany me to Jiangnan Art Museum to see the exhibition." "Xia Zhongqing, it seems that Mr. Su is too busy and doesn't even reply to my messages." "Xia Zhongqing, at least take a look at your phone." "Xia Zhongqing, okay, let us make an appointment next time." Disappointed expression. Every 5 minutes, Xia Zhongqing would send a WeChat message. Seeing Xia Zhongqing's expectation turn into disappointment, Su Jincheng directly replied with a 59-second voice message admitting his mistake. "As soon as I sent it, my phone vibrated." Xia Zhongqing replied immediately. Seeing the words "waiting for you" on the phone screen, Su Jincheng immediately went to get dressed. Because it was my first date with Xia Zhongqing, and the place was an art museum, which had a lot of artistic atmosphere. Su Jincheng spent a lot of effort to put together a fashionable and trendy outfit that suits his age. I have to say that Su Jincheng is handsome and a natural clothes hanger. Wearing this outfit, you look more youthful and handsome. After dressing up, Su Jincheng took out his cell phone and sent a message to Xia Zhongqing while sitting in the elevator. "Su Jincheng, see you downstairs in your house in half an hour." Xia Zhongqing, okay. Happy expression. "Xia Zhongqing, be careful on the road." Su Jincheng's mood was even better after receiving Xia Zhongqing's immediate reply and concern. After getting on the LC, we drove towards the central community. 20 minutes later, at the gate of the central community, the school beauty goddess Xia Zhongqing was standing by the road at this time, flipping through her phone with a slightly bored look. Today she is wearing a pink cotton camisole with a pair of dark shorts. He wore a loose red and black plaid shirt and a pair of black leather Martin boots. This outfit perfectly sets off her extremely white and flawless slender legs. It not only fully demonstrates her innate literary and artistic temperament, but also subtly exudes a hint of mischievous and sexy atmosphere. Such a perfect and charming goddess couldn't help but attract the attention of passers-by. "Zhongqing?" Suddenly, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked out of an oyster-gray Lexus ES at the other end of the road. Xia Zhongqing looked up. "Gone Junnan?" Looking at this man, Xia Zhongqing said with a little surprise. "Why are you here?" Don Junnan adjusted his glasses and said with a smile. "I was just about to go to the Jiangnan Art Museum to see an exhibition, and I saw you on the way, so I wanted to come and say hello." Don Junnan is Xia Zhongqing's colleague, and both of them work at Iwan Games Company. When Don Junnan first met Xia Zhongqing, he was deeply fascinated by her. "I'm also going to the art museum to see the exhibition," Xia Zhongqing replied politely. When Gon Junnan heard this, he thought it was time to warm up his relationship with goddess Xia Zhongqing, and hurriedly said, "What a coincidence! I happen to be driving. How about we go together?" After saying that, he turned around and pointed at the car parked at the other end of the road.
No, I have an appointment, I will go with him later.
Don Junnan still said without giving up.
Boy or girl? If it's a girl, we can wait for her to go together. If it's a boy, then he really doesn't know how to be gentle with women. He made you wait outside in this hot weather. We can go there first. He'll be going there anyway.
Just then, Su Jincheng came over.
Zhongqing, is this your friend?
Xia Zhongqing turned around and saw that it was Su Jincheng. She immediately greeted him with a smile. Gan Junnan, who was standing by, felt a little unhappy when he saw that his goddess was actually very happy.
This is Gan Junnan, a senior in our company. I met him by chance.
Xia Zhongqing immediately explained to Su Jincheng, fearing that she would be misunderstood.
Then, he introduced Su Jincheng to Gan Junnan. Ah, he is Su Jincheng, my M. Hello, my name is Su Jincheng, and I'm Xia Zhongqing's college classmate.
Seeing that Xia Zhongqing looked a little embarrassed, Su Jincheng spoke up with understanding.
After all, my relationship with Xia Zhongqing hasn't reached that point yet, so it's hard to say. Oh, it's a classmate.
Hearing Su Jincheng take the initiative to introduce himself, Gan Junnan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said with a smile.
That's good. Hearing this, Su Jincheng's mind suddenly became clear as a mirror. It seems that this guy named Gan Junnan also covets Xia Zhongqing. By the way, Su, did you get here by taxi?
To be honest, taking a taxi is a bit inconvenient, and you might encounter some unethical drivers.
How about this, since it's on my way, I'll give you a ride first. After the exhibition, Zhongqing, I'll take you back, okay?
Seeing that Su Jincheng looked like a student, Gan Junnan thought that he definitely didn't have a car.
Its top-of-the-line Lexus ES costs more than 400,000 renminbi.
After saying that, he pointed towards his car again, but this time, there was a Lexus parked behind his car. As a Lexus owner, Gan Junnan recognized at a glance that this was a Lexus LC, which was very expensive.
But he didn't know who the car belonged to.
In short, let us rule out Su Jincheng first.
Xia Zhongqing looked around but didn't see the AMG Green Demon that Su Jincheng had driven before. Gan Junnan was a senior in his company, so he couldn't help but look embarrassed. Chapter 39, A Top Student. The Gan Junnan in front of us not only comes from a wealthy family.
He is also a top student who graduated from a well-known foreign art academy and is highly valued by the company.
He is currently a big celebrity in the company.
At the moment, as a newcomer in the workplace, Xia Zhongqing couldn't afford to offend him. After all, this job is a good starting point and she cherishes it very much.
Senior Gan, right?
Su Jincheng, who was standing by, saw Xia Zhongqing's dilemma and decided to step forward as her protector.
I'd rather not trouble you. Besides, I also drove here. After the art exhibition, we also plan to have dinner together, don't you think, Xinger? Yes.
Xia Zhongqing nodded at the right time.
I'm sorry, Senior Gan, thank you for your kindness. Xinger? Hearing Su Jincheng calling Xia Zhongqing so intimately, Gan Junnan instantly felt a little angry. It's okay. Gan Junnan pretended to be magnanimous and said. In that case, I won't bother disturbing your fun.
After saying that, he suddenly changed the subject and said.
Hello, Su, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Gan Junnan. I graduated from the Eagle Kingdom's Royal Academy of Fine Arts with a master's degree in oil painting.
I first worked at Guangmeng Studio at Iwan Company as the chief art director for the game project Super Seminary.
I wonder where you are now.
Hearing Gan Junnan's rapid-fire introduction of himself, Su Jincheng shrugged and said with a smile.
It's not that high, I just run a small business to make a living. Oh? You're not working in a field related to your university major?
Upon hearing this, Gan Junnan's contempt for Su Jincheng became even stronger. Young people nowadays waste their time in college and end up not being able to find suitable jobs.
Gan Junnan shook his head, pretending to be heartbroken and continued.
There are fewer and fewer people who can actually learn real skills from school.
Are you starting to show off your superiority? Looking at Gan Junnan's pretentious attitude, Su Jincheng couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Xinger, the exhibition is about to begin, let's go. After saying that, he took Xia Zhongqing's hand and walked towards the car, leaving Gan Junnan alone there. Seeing this, Gan Junnan felt even more jealous. He also wanted to see what kind of car Su Jincheng was driving.
When Gan Junnan saw Su Jincheng opening the door of Xia Zhongqing's Lexus LC, he was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. It turns out that this Lexus sports car belongs to Su Jincheng. But it doesn't matter. Today's art exhibition is in the field I'm good at, and you'll be embarrassed soon. Gan Junnan thought resentfully in his heart. Then, Su Jincheng started the car and stepped on the accelerator to drive towards the destination. We drove at lightning speed and arrived at Jiangnan Art Museum in more than half an hour. I didn't expect you to have so many means of transportation. Looking at Su Jincheng's Lexus LC, Xia Zhongqing said with a smile. It's okay, so. Su Jincheng responded with a smile. However, as a billionaire, it is indeed a bit too low-key for him to drive a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. The last time the McLaren P1 was smashed, it was really a pity. After all, it was a supercar worth tens of millions. And I have so much money, why not spend it? Thinking of this, Su Jincheng decided to buy another Lamborghini to drive. Don't buy an entry-level Lamborghini, just buy poison. As the two of them walked to the gate of the exhibition hall, Gan Junnan happened to appear. It really is haunting. Su Jincheng sighed speechlessly. Then he pulled Xia Zhongqing towards the main exhibition hall on the left. I'm sorry, Jincheng. On the way to the main exhibition hall, Xia Zhongqing whispered with a hint of apology. Oh? Are you talking about that guy named Gan? Su Jincheng smiled at Xia Zhongqing and said. It's okay, I'm not that petty. After all, it is impossible for a beauty of Xia Zhongqing's level to go uncoveted. Actually, I'm quite annoyed by him too. After secretly glancing at Gan Junnan who was following behind the two of them, Xia Zhongqing said helplessly. Normally in the company, he takes advantage of his supervisor's favor and behaves in an arrogant manner. Isn't that more than that? Su Jincheng smiled and said. Is he still pestering you? Right. Xia Zhongqing confirmed the facts stated by Su Jincheng. Well, actually, I'm very happy about this. It shows that my Qinger is very charming. Then, Su Jincheng said with a little worry. It's just that it makes me a little scared all day long. Go away, who is your family? Xia Zhongqing said coquettishly. Besides, I really dislike guys like him. Wow. My Zhongqing showed her loyalty to me. I'm so touched. Pa, you're going to die, all you know is a chatterbox. Seeing Su Jincheng and Xia Zhongqing flirting in front, Gan Junnan's face turned green as he followed behind. After a while, Su Jincheng and the others arrived at the main exhibition hall. Xia Zhongqing saw an oil painting with exquisite brushstrokes at first glance, and immediately walked over and stopped to admire it. Just like this exquisite painting, Su Jincheng was even more immersed in Xia Zhongqing's perfect profile. This is the masterpiece of Irika, the famous oil painting master. Just when the two of them were enjoying a peaceful time, the annoying Gan Junnan came over again. Irika is particularly good at using classic and orthodox large-scale color combinations. It can make the picture present an unparalleled immersion and appeal, which makes people easily indulge in it. You like Irika-sensei's paintings too? Xia Zhongqing was slightly stunned when she heard Gan Junnan's comments. Certainly. Gan Junnan saw that Xia Zhongqing suddenly showed interest and continued. To be honest, Mr. Irika is my teacher at the Art Academy and we have a good relationship. Also, I heard that he is here today. I can introduce him to you later. Really? Although she disliked Gan Junnan very much, Xia Zhongqing was still surprised that he knew her idol. At this moment, a crowd of people surged not far away. I saw an elderly man wearing a black hat walking slowly towards me, surrounded by a crowd of people. Irika-sensei. Gan Junnan, who saw it, shouted immediately. Are you Gan Junnan? Irika, with his white hair and beard, was slightly surprised. Yes, teacher, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Gan Junnan hurried over and shook hands with Irika attentively. I haven't seen you for 3 years. I miss you so much. Chapter 40, Reaching the Pinnacle. Hey, you're really good at talking, it looks like you're doing pretty well now. Irika looked at Gan Junnan and said with a smile. Oh, it's all because of your good teaching, teacher. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. As he spoke, Gan Junnan glanced at the people around him with a rather complacent look, and said loudly and boastfully. I'm not very talented. I'm just a project art director at Iwan Company. I can't compare to you, teacher. You've become the art director of Iwan Company at such a young age? That's amazing.
Hearing this, the people around exclaimed in amazement. Don Junan, whose vanity was satisfied, secretly glanced at Xia Zhongqing and felt secretly happy. Ha, look at me, am I much better than the mediocre guy next to you? Not bad, you are really young and promising. Glancing at the astonished crowd around him, Irika nodded approvingly and said, "The live improvisation performance is about to begin, you must show me your skills on stage. I want to see if you have made any progress in the past few years." "Of course, teacher." Don Junnan agreed, pointed at Xia Zhongqing and said, "I came with a friend of mine this time, who is also your loyal fan. Zhongqing, come here quickly, I'll introduce you." Don Junnan waved towards Xia Zhongqing. Hearing this, Xia Zhongqing was slightly stunned and looked hesitantly at Su Jincheng beside him. "Go ahead, don't be embarrassed." Su Jincheng smiled and said, "Hasn't Irika-sensei always been your idol? This is a good opportunity to get to know him." Seeing that Su Jincheng didn't seem to care, Xia Zhongqing nodded and walked over slowly. "Hello, Mr. Irika, my name is Xia Zhongqing, and I'm currently an illustrator." "Oh? Not bad. Irika nodded and smiled casually. "Since you're here, why don't you show off your painting skills and exchange ideas with everyone?" "Yeah, okay." Seeing that he had the opportunity to be personally instructed by teacher Irika, Xia Zhongqing happily agreed. The most eye-catching part of this exhibition is the on-site improvisation session. Many well-known painters at home and abroad are eager to try it out. After all, being able to showcase one's painting skills at such a high-level exhibition is also a good publicity for oneself. Everyone, please be quiet. As the most important guest of this exhibition, Irika walked to the center of the exhibition hall and spoke to the dense crowd. "I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all the audience and fellow flower lovers for coming today. At the same time, I would like to once again thank the sponsor of this event, Tianqi Group, for their strong support for this exhibition." As he spoke, Irika waved to the people in suits sitting in the audience. "The works we painted on site this time will be reviewed by art experts from Tianqi Auction House. The best of these works will have the opportunity to be among the competing lots for the auction house's auction of works by emerging artists around the world next month." Wow, this is amazing. Tianqi Auction House is one of the world's top art auction houses. Yes. Last year, one of Irika-sensei's works was sold at a whopping 300 million renminbi. If this can catch the eye of Tianqi Auction House, I'm sure it will be a meteoric rise from now on, right? Oh my god, I want to go up and show it too. When the audience heard Irika's words, they were like a boiling pot of boiling water. Facing the audience's enthusiastic applause, Irika bowed slightly and continued. "Now let me announce that the theme of today's improvisation is time. Now, all the painting masters, please pick up your brushes and create your works." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of warm applause from the audience. I didn't expect the scene today to be so grand. After listening to Irika's opening speech, Su Jincheng couldn't help but sigh. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the pinnacle skill. Explanation: this skill is advanced. The host's skills in driving, vocal music, academics, and art are all at the highest human level. When the system finished speaking, Su Jincheng was stunned. What the hell? Is there such a thing? In addition to being surprised, Su Jincheng only felt a mysterious power slowly lingering in his mind. His consciousness rapidly sublimated, and at the same time, countless skills that were constantly being refined flashed through his mind. Just like a group of shining stars, they eventually gathered into a vast galaxy, which was deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul. When Su Jincheng slowly woke up from his shock, he felt that he had a completely new understanding of the world before him. Ah, this feeling is so wonderful. Su Jincheng muttered to himself. Jincheng, what's wrong with you? Hearing Su Jincheng talking to himself, Xia Zhongqing beside him asked curiously. I'm fine. Su Jincheng, who had completely come to his senses, responded with a smile. Oh, that's good. Xia Zhongqing nodded slightly, then pointed to the easel not far away and said. Then I'll go paint first. Wait a moment. Just as she took a step forward, Xia Zhongqing only heard Su Jincheng say lightly. Such a good opportunity, I also want to give it a try. Huh? Just you? Hearing Su Jincheng's words, Gan Junnan, who was clinging to Xia Zhongqing like a sticky candy, said with disdain. Are you kidding me? Painting doesn't just require hands. This is all live broadcasting, be careful not to make a bad drawing or you'll be embarrassed to your grandma's house.
Although he didn't know whether Su Jincheng could draw, Gong Junnan believed that profession and hobby were two different things. Moreover, at least in the field of art painting, the salary is relatively high. Otherwise, why did Su Jincheng switch to business as soon as he graduated? Xia Zhongqing was also surprised when she heard Su Jincheng's words. As Su Jincheng's classmate, she had never seen Su Jincheng paint. In such formal occasions, the scene is filled with professional painters and audiences with high artistic accomplishments.
If we go up at this time, wouldn't we be asking for trouble? That, Jincheng.
Xia Zhongqing advised tactfully.
The people here today are all professionals. Do you really have no questions? No problem, I'm confident.
Su Jincheng gave Xia Zhongqing a thumbs up.
You're making me laugh to death. Are you confident?
Gong Junnan covered his stomach and sneered contemptuously.
Where does this inexplicable confidence come from? Look at all the people here, any one of them can kill you instantly. Chapter 41, Inspiration.
As long as you are sincere, you can naturally create works that can touch people's hearts.
Su Jincheng said lightly. As for the rest, Senior Gong, please don't worry about it. Ah, okay, then you asked for it.
Gong Junnan, who was determined to embarrass Su Jincheng, pointed to a few spare easels in the corner and said, There are a few spare easels over there, just go there yourself. But if you make a fool of yourself later, don't blame me for not warning you. Su Jincheng smiled slightly, glanced at Xia Zhongqing who looked worried, and said,
Let's go, Chinger, time is limited, let's hurry up. Okay.
Unable to persuade Su Jincheng, Xia Zhongqing had no choice but to agree. As the painters took their seats one by one, the originally noisy exhibition hall gradually quieted down. All you can hear is the sound of various brushes spinning and jumping on the paper. The audience also began to hold their breath and carefully watched the close-up shots of the painter painting played on the big screen in the exhibition hall. The images on the screen switched one by one, and soon cut to Su Jincheng's side. Su Jincheng was seen standing in front of the easel, holding a paintbrush, unmoved.
Hey, what is this guy doing? The confused audience started discussing it. Yeah, it's been so long since it started, why are you just standing there in a daze? Who is he? Is he a famous painter? I've never seen him before, and he's so young, is he just here to make up the numbers?
Hearing the discussions of the audience, Gong Junnan, who was standing not far from Su Jincheng, sneered.
This guy is really just pretending. I really thought he was capable. God is really helping me.
Let me see if you can still hold your head up in front of Zhongqing. Thinking of this, Gong Junnan became even happier and almost hummed a little tune.
Jincheng, Jincheng?
Xia Zhongqing, who also saw Su Jincheng standing there in a daze, reminded him anxiously in a low voice. However, Su Jincheng still stood there unmoved. What they didn't know was that Su Jincheng had already entered a subtle and extraordinary state. In his mind, the world seemed to not exist. There was only a blank piece of paper and endless abstract and fleeting pictures. At this moment, the paint, paper, and painting tools seemed to have merged with him into one, beautiful and harmonious. Suddenly, inspiration burst into Su Jincheng's mind. I saw him holding a paintbrush, applying various thick paints, and waving them on the paper with abandon. Rhythm, color, structure, golden ratio. When he was painting with great excitement, Su Jincheng took off his coat passionately. As he painted, he wiped the tip of the brush with his coat.
Passionate and unrestrained, wild and free.
This unique way of painting immediately attracted the attention of the cameraman on site.
More and more close-up shots were given to Su Jincheng. What's this kid up to? Irika, who was also watching Su Jincheng's painting on the screen, frowned and commented.
This young man is really grandstanding. It can be seen that this senior professor from an orthodox academic school is very dissatisfied with this unconventional way of creation. It's simply disgraceful.
Then, Irika whispered to the museum director. Director Qian, please find someone to ask him to leave. No. At this moment, Mr. Gibran, who was sitting next to Irika, intervened and said, I really appreciate this expressive way of creating. The chief art appraiser of Tianqi Auction House chuckled and said, Give him a chance and we'll see. Well, since Mr. Gibran is so interested, let him be.
After all, Tianqi is the financial sponsor of this exhibition, so Irika has no choice but to meet his requirements. Soon, 2 hours passed. The improvisation session also came to an end. The painters who had completed their paintings brought their works to the central stage for display.
Next, here's the work of my most proud student, Mr. Gon Junnan. As the host, Irika walked to Gon Junnan's painting with a smile. Now, please allow Mr. Gibran to give us his professional comments. Mr. Gibran straightened his neat suit, walked to the front of the stage, and carefully analyzed the painting of the nude man in front of him. After a moment, he picked up the phone and said, "The composition, the color palette, and the subject matter are all incredibly beautiful. Wow!" The world's top connoisseur gave a positive evaluation, and the audience was amazed. Gon Junnan, who was standing at the front of the crowd, couldn't help but smile and felt very proud. Humph, it seems there is something interesting going on. Gon Junnan thought excitedly, and then secretly glanced at Xia Zhongqing. After all, no painting has yet won Mr. Gibran's favor. If my works are lucky enough to be collected by Tianqi Auction House, I will be really rich. By then, wouldn't it be easy to pursue his goddess Xia Zhongqing? As for Su Jincheng, who can only scribble, there is no comparison between him and me. Then may I ask Mr. Gibran, does this work meet your bank's collection standards? Seeing Mr. Gibran's affirmative evaluation, Irika asked immediately. As soon as the words fell, all the audience, including Gon Junnan, became nervous. It's a pity. As a result, just like all his previous works, Gibran just shook his head slightly and said, "Although this work is very beautiful, with all due respect, the theme we want to express today is time. I don't see anything about time or duration in this picture of the nude man. Aside from the digression, this painting still has a long way to go to meet our auction house's minimum collection standards." Oh, after all this time, I was just saying some polite words. Irika thought helplessly. Gon Junnan in the audience also felt a little lost. On the contrary, I think this work is pretty good. Mr. Gibran on the stage passed by Gon Junnan's work and walked to a watercolor painting. "Excuse me, who is the artist of this painting?" "Ah, it's mine, Mr. Gibran." In the crowd, Xia Zhongqing raised her hand and spoke shyly. "Oh, beautiful lady." Mr. Gibran smiled and commented, "It's true that the painting reflects the artist. Bold watercolor smudges paired with the delicate textures of colored pencils. The overall atmosphere is very dreamy, and honestly, I love it." Yes, Mr. Gibran's comments are indeed very accurate. Irika, who was standing by, also carefully analyzed Xia Zhongqing's watercolor work and said, "Like a dream, like fleeting time, it perfectly reflects today's theme of time." Then, may I ask if Miss Xia Zhongqing's work meets the standards? Chapter 42, A Masterpiece. After the words fell, Mr. Gibran pondered for a moment and responded with a hint of regret. "I'm sorry, perhaps because of the rush of time, I feel that this work is not perfect yet. However, if it can be improved on the existing basis, I personally look forward to it." Oh. Mr. Gibran is really strict. Actually, I think this work is really great. Yeah, at least it's much better than that picture of a naked man. The audience sighed when they saw that such amazing works could not catch Mr. Gibran's eye. At this time, Xia Zhongqing also lowered his head in disappointment. "Oh, it's okay." On the other hand, Gon Junnan let out a long sigh at this time. Fortunately, Xia Zhongqing's work was not approved, otherwise where would I put my face? Zhongqing, don't be discouraged. It's already remarkable that we have received positive comments from Mr. Gibran. Shamelessly, Gon Junnan comforted Xia Zhongqing in a flattering way. "We are not like some people. At least we are both determined and dream-chasing companions." Gon Junnan, with a hint of meaning in his words, glanced at Su Jincheng beside Xia Zhongqing with contempt and continued to lick. "We are still young and the future holds endless possibilities. One day, we will be able to create a work of art that is worth collecting. This guy is really shameless." Su Jincheng looked coldly at Gon Junnan, who was frantically flattering him, and laughed in his heart. "Mr. Gibran," Irika on the stage said with a hint of regret, "is it true that none of the paintings I created impromptu this time meet the standards for your bank's collection?" "Oh, yes, it's a pity indeed, Mr. Irika." Mr. Gibran shrugged his shoulders and continued. "After all, our Tianqi auction house is not a charity. As the chief appraiser, I have the obligation and responsibility to be responsible for the quality of the works in our collection. Mr. Gibran, there's a painting in the corner that we haven't seen yet." Suddenly, a curious person in the audience shouted loudly, "Oh!" Hearing this, Gon Junnan couldn't help but turn his head to look at the omitted work. "Ha, isn't this drawn by that kid Su Jincheng?" After taking a quick look, Gon Junnan smiled awkwardly at Xia Zhongqing and said, Zhongqing, look at what's that? It's just a bunch of scribbled characters.
Hearing Gan Junan's intentional malicious comments, Xia Zhongqing couldn't help but look at him with disgust. Then, Xia Zhongqing also raised his head and looked at the work created by Su Jincheng. On the thick drawing paper, there is an extremely abstract picture composed of countless complex and chaotic colors. What is even more abrupt is that there is a large blank space at the top of the entire drawing paper. At first glance, it looks like a child's random graffiti. Mr. Gibran took a casual look, shook his head, and prepared to walk off the stage.
What is this painting about? You dare to walk onto the stage with this level of skill? As the organizer of this event, Irika also felt ashamed and immediately waved his hand and said, "Please send 2 people to carry this shelf away." "Teacher, I'll do it." As soon as Irika finished speaking, Gan Junnan, who had long disliked Su Jincheng, immediately raised his hand and shouted. He jumped onto the stage in 2 or 3 steps like a mad dog. Alas! There really are people who are so shameless. Gan Junnan, standing in front of Su Jincheng's painting, had no intention of letting Su Jincheng go easily. Instead, he stood on the stage and continued to humiliate people in front of everyone. My 3-year-old nephew can draw this better than him. I didn't expect that there would be a clown performing at such a formal occasion. Ha, stop it, the author is standing in the crowd. Seeing this, the audience laughed at him. Jin Cheng. Xia Zhongqing tugged at Su Jincheng's sleeve worriedly and whispered to him. Works are just a way of expressing one's inner thoughts. If they don't understand you, don't take it to heart. Thank you, Xinger, don't worry. After saying that, Su Jincheng picked up the paint-covered coat in his hand and walked slowly towards the stage. The fun has just begun. Ha! Fortunately, the show has just begun. Looking at Su Jincheng walking towards him, Gan Junnan sneered even more proudly. Everyone, look! The artist of this masterpiece is here. Let's all listen to his thoughts on the creation of the film. Hearing this, the audience laughed even louder. Faced with endless ridicule, Su Jincheng did not respond. After a cold smile, he casually draped his paint-stained coat on the easel. Ah, that's really interesting. What does he want to do? Could it be that you can't bear to look at it anymore and are covering it up with clothes? Seeing Su Jincheng's actions, everyone present was puzzled. When Mr. Gibran saw the crowd talking again, he looked back curiously. What? Along with the shocked tone, an incredible expression suddenly appeared on Mr. Gibran's face. Mr. Gibran, what's wrong with you? Seeing Mr. Gibran so surprised, Gan Junnan asked with concern. Mr. Gibran ignored Gan Junnan, but took out a monocle from his pocket and then carefully admired Su Jincheng's work. Oh my God! This is truly divine craftsmanship. After admiring it, this world-class art appraiser was shocked. His extremely exaggerated shout immediately echoed in the spacious exhibition hall. Everyone present felt a ringing in their eardrums and was inexplicably shocked. This is incredible. Mr. Gibran muttered to himself in disbelief. At this moment, the expression on his face was as if he were a devout believer who had discovered the Savior. Very nervous, yet extremely enthusiastic. Lincoln! Truman! Come over here and see. Mr. Gibran suddenly turned around and shouted to his colleagues in the audience. Look, how great this work is. This is simply goddess masterpiece. After hearing Mr. Gibran's high praise, everyone present couldn't help but look at Su Jincheng's work. Oh my God! In the exhibition hall, the original ridicule towards Su Jincheng turned into exclamations. Xia Zhongqing, who didn't understand why, was also affected by the reactions of the crowd. Su Jincheng's paint-covered coat echoed the bright tones on the drawing paper below. One light and one dark, one yin and one yang. Although it is very abstract, it gives people an unparalleled visual impact. This coat is like a stroke of genius, making the whole work come alive. Chapter 43 Starting Price, $1 billion. What is even more surprising is that this painting seems to have magical powers. Just looking at it will make you feel like you are in a magnificent river of time. That feeling is both immersive and real, and also filled with a sense of illusory wonder. As long as you reach out your hand, you can catch up with the time that is flowing quietly. The beauty of childhood, the troubles of youth, the insights of growing up. All the memories about time suddenly lingered in my mind like movie scenes. Quiet and peaceful, warm and nostalgic. Everyone present burst into tears and involuntarily knelt on the ground. And the object of their admiration is the author of this great work, Su Jincheng.
In contrast, Su Jincheng stood quietly on the booth with his hands in his pockets. Above the dome, a soft ceiling light enveloped him, like a god with his own brilliance.
Solemn and holy.
Seeing this scene, Xia Zhongqing in the audience couldn't help but feel hot all over and her heart beating faster.
I also felt a spontaneous admiration for Su Jincheng. Sbarasi. It's truly amazing. Mr. Gibran, whose eyes were also wet, trembled and said, "It's so unexpected. I am sure that this is the greatest work I have ever seen in my life, no doubt about it. Mr. Su, you are a genius." Mr. Gibran, extremely excited, held Su Jincheng's hand tightly and said loudly, "Please be sure to hand over this great work to our Tianqi auction house." What?
Hearing Mr. Gibran's sincere request, Don Junan, who was standing aside, almost popped his eyes out. Don Junan, who was angry and embarrassed, had lost his basic judgment ability at this time, and of course would not recognize Su Jincheng's masterpiece. However, seeing that everyone present, including his teacher, seemed obsessed with Su Jincheng's words, Don Junan, who was already angry and embarrassed, became even more crazy.
No. I don't agree. Don Junan roared in frustration. Are you all blind? How could such a piece of rubbish as this be worshipped by you? Bah! Shut up, Don Junan. Hearing this, Irika immediately stopped him.
Seeing Don Junan's look of being unable to accept defeat, he, as a teacher, naturally felt ashamed.
Snort! Don't you like this painting? Then I will take away his love today and destroy him. Ha 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 ha.
Don Junan, who had completely lost his mind, screamed at the top of his lungs, picked up a paintbrush and pounced on Su Jincheng's work.
It happened in the blink of an eye. The tall Mr. Truman punched Don Junan in the face.
Then, 2 bloody front teeth flew in the air. The owner of the tooth, Don Junan, also fell to the ground.
You are so rude.
Mr. Gibran rubbed his forehead, shook his head and said, Mr. Irika, I never thought you would have such an uncultured student.
This is extremely disappointing to me. Get out of here, you mad dog. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Your existence is a desecration of art. You're so disgusting. Get out of here with your obscene pictures of naked men. I'm really impressed. There are actually people like him in this sacred art world.
Seeing Don Junan acting so cruelly, everyone present angrily accused him. Seeing that the public anger was difficult to appease, Don Junan, who had lost both the painting and his reputation, left in disgrace like a stray dog.
Mr. Su Jincheng.
Just as Su Jincheng was discussing the collection with Mr. Gibran, Irika, who always cherished his reputation, walked up to Su Jincheng with an apologetic look and said, I am guilty of failing to discipline my child properly and have offended Mr. Su. I hope you will forgive me.
It doesn't matter.
Su Jincheng simply replied indifferently.
Given his current state of mind, how could he bother with a villain like Don Junan? You are such a magnanimous gentleman. Mr. Gibran said admiringly. Then, Mr. Su, I want to know your answer.
After hearing Mr. Gibran's words, everyone on the scene became nervous again. This is a work that has received the highest praise from the world's top art appraisers, and people want to know what happens next.
Mr. Gibran, what is your estimated reserve price for this great work?
Irika, who was also full of expectations, obviously did not forget his role as the host and asked the questions that everyone was most concerned about.
Oh, Irika-san. Mr. Gibran raised his head, looked at the masterpiece before him again with a lingering feeling, and said,
In fact, this work is priceless. If I had to make an assessment of the value of this work, I think the minimum starting price must be $1 billion. Hiss. As soon as the words fell, the only sound heard was countless people in the exhibition hall gasping for air. Although everyone had been mentally prepared, they were still shocked when they heard the price announced by the chief appraiser himself.
Oh my God. 1 billion in US dollars. This is still the starting price. I remember the highest price ever sold was $500 million, right? $1 billion, doesn't that directly break the world record for the highest price of art auctions? I'm so lucky to be a witness to history. Hearing the extremely shocked discussions of the audience, Su Jincheng on the stage looked nonchalant.
After all, he can be regarded as the epitome of global painting art.
Su Jincheng was not surprised by the starting price of 500 million US dollars. However, this is another large amount of liquid funds for me.
In addition to the rewards he received from selling vegetables while driving a Koenigsegg, and the small amount of money he earned from stock trading. In the near future, I shouldn't have to worry about lack of cash.
Mr. Gibran, I agree to your collection request. Thinking of this, Su Jincheng gave an affirmative answer. Thank you very much.
Mr. Gibran, who received Su Jincheng's approval, said excitedly. I hereby assure you that our company will never dishonor this masterpiece of yours. I swear, I will sell this work for a price that will shock the entire universe.
Ha ha, then I would like to thank you in advance.
Su Jincheng said with a smile.
Lincoln, draft the auction contract immediately.
Mr. Gibran, ecstatic, immediately shouted to his colleagues.
Chapter 44, Ruined Confession. No problem, I'm ready.
Mr. Lincoln, a short man, came over immediately with a few pages of contract.
Mr. Su, before you sign the contract, I think I need to remind you. Mr. Gibran said seriously.
Because the auction amount is huge, according to the regulations of the auction industry, a cooperation statement must be signed before signing the contract. The content is that you promise not to publish other works publicly within 50 years.
Oh?
Hearing this clause, Su Jincheng was slightly stunned.
I just created a masterpiece and now I'm asked to stop painting?
Although it is a bit frustrating, it is understandable. After all, this is a great work whose auction amount is very likely to set a world record. If you can continue to mass-produce the same type of work, its value will gradually decrease.
This is very unfair to the auctioneers and collectors. After thinking for a moment, Su Jincheng responded with a smile. No problem.
Then he took the pen and signed his name on the cooperation statement.
Once the declaration is taken care of, the rest is much simpler.
After Su Jincheng carefully read all the contents of the entrustment contract, he signed his name without any objection. The auction house staff who had been waiting on the side walked to the stage and took photos of the works amid the size of the crowd. Then, a special nail gun was used to fix the jacket and drawing paper together.
Finally, the entire easel was placed in a special heavy safe and carried away. Happy cooperation, Su Jincheng.
Mr. Gibran, with a smile on his face, stretched out his hand and shook hands with Su Jincheng. After a few greetings, Mr. Gibran, who still had matters to attend to, politely said goodbye to Su Jincheng.
Ding dong.
Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, Painting Master.
Tip, there is no reward for completing a hidden mission once. Tip, after completing 10 hidden tasks cumulatively, you will receive an achievement gift pack. Tip, currently completed 5 times.
Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Su Jincheng's mind. I have completed it 5 times already.
I am really looking forward to what will be in the next achievement gift pack. Thinking of this, Su Jincheng walked towards Xia Zhongqing. Cough cough cough.
Looking at Xia Zhongqing's dull expression, Su Jincheng coughed dryly and said with a smile.
My Qinger, what's wrong with you? It's incredible.
After recovering from her shock, Xia Zhongqing said in a daze.
Jincheng, how did you do it? Do you want to know? Su Jincheng blinked and said mischievously. Of course.
Xia Zhongqing opened her big watery eyes and looked at Su Jincheng expectantly.
Actually, it just happened like this.
As he spoke, Su Jincheng moved a little closer to Xia Zhongqing's ear and whispered mysteriously.
Because, while I was daydreaming, the Jade Emperor lent his power to my right hand. Go, go, go.
Xia Zhongqing blushed and said coquettishly.
You just love to joke with me.
At the same time, he could feel Su Jincheng's breathing close to his ear. Xia Zhongqing, who had never been in such close contact with the opposite sex, suddenly felt a tingling electric current spread throughout her body.
Jincheng, I.
Xia Zhongqing lowered her head shyly, not knowing what to say.
Qinger.
Looking at Xia Zhongqing's eyes as clear as stars, Su Jincheng also became nervous.
Call. After taking a deep breath, Su Jincheng controlled his emotions and locked his eyes on Xia Zhongqing's beautiful eyes.
I saw Xia Zhongqing in front of me, raising her beautiful face with an expression full of anticipation.
Qinger, I like. Mr. Su.
At this critical moment, a group of reporters suddenly swarmed in with microphones in hand.
The loud shouting interrupted Su Jincheng's expression.
What do you want to say about your work receiving such high praise?
Can I interview you about the background of this work? Could you also tell the viewers in front of the TV how you grew step by step into such an outstanding painter? Master Su, I love you.
Dad, I am your long-lost son.
Get lost. I'm Papa Su's biological son.
At this moment, Su Jincheng, who was being hit in the face by countless microphones, felt like 1,000 horses were running through his heart. Looking at the reporters surrounding him, Su Jincheng even wanted to kill them.
Don't you guys understand the atmosphere? Didn't you see the look on my face as I was about to confess my feelings?
At this time, Xia Zhongqing was pushed aside by the huge crowd.
Looking at Su Jincheng, who had a gloomy face in the crowd, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. No comment. No comment. No comment. Xinger, let's go.
Su Jincheng, whose confession was interrupted, responded angrily to reporters from all directions. Then he used his hands and feet to get out of the crowd in a panic. Then he took Xia Zhongqing's right hand and ran with her towards the exit of the art museum. At this time, Xia Zhongqing held Su Jincheng's hand tightly, with happiness written all over her face.
Are you kidding me? I just want to be a low-key rich man quietly, and provide a home for the ignorant beautiful girls in society. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Alas, now I finally understand the truth that people are afraid of being famous, just as pigs are afraid of being fat.
Su Jincheng shouted helplessly in his heart while running.
Huff, huff, huff.
Su Jincheng, who had finally escaped from the enthusiastic crowd, was now sitting in his car panting.
Ha ha.
Seeing this, Xia Zhongqing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laughed. I never thought that you, Su Jincheng, would be so embarrassed.
Oh, isn't it? Su Jincheng wiped the sweat from his face and said with lingering fear. How could that just be an interview? It was simply a large-scale recognition of one's father. I'm lucky I didn't get killed by that group of people. It's not that exaggerated. It's a good thing to be recognized by everyone. Xia Zhongqing laughed and said. Think about great artists like Van Gogh and Monet who lived in poverty their entire lives. Just be content. That's true.
Su Jincheng thought about it and responded with a smile.
Chapter 45 is trending again. Su Jincheng added.
Xinger, Mr. Gibran just praised your work.
Would you like me to help you perfect it, and then you can hand it over to Tianqi Auction House under your name? As he spoke, Su Jincheng took a look at Xia Zhongqing's unfinished work.
If Su Jincheng were the representative, even if the auction was conducted in Xia Zhongqing's name, a pretty good price could be achieved. Although it won't be as exaggerated as Su Jincheng's own work, a price of tens of millions of dollars will definitely not be a problem. If nothing else, it can at least help Xia Zhongqing achieve personal financial freedom.
I don't want to.
Unexpectedly, I only heard Xia Zhongqing refuse in her cute and naughty tone. Every painting I create is my own child. I can't bear to hand it over to others to help me improve it. Only by relying on your own real talents and knowledge to gain recognition from others can you feel a greater sense of accomplishment.
Ha, Xinger, you are right. She is indeed an extremely noble school beauty goddess.
Such a good opportunity to gain both fame and fortune is right in front of her. But he is able to stick to his original intention, which is really rare in this era.
Su Jincheng couldn't help but praise Xia Zhongqing in his heart.
Even if I were to encounter such an opportunity before obtaining the system, I would probably find it difficult to resist.
It seems that my Su Jincheng's vision is still good. Su Jincheng continued with a smile.
Poverty and humbleness cannot move him, and power and might cannot bend him.
This is a true man. You are the real man.
Hearing this, Xia Zhongqing rolled her eyes at Su Jincheng and retorted in a stern tone.
Hey, it would be better if there weren't such a big word. Su Jincheng started to talk nonsense again. Oh my. You're so bad.
Xia Zhongqing reacted immediately, blushing and hitting Su Jincheng's chest with her little fist.
All right.
Seeing Xia Zhongqing's shy look, Su Jincheng's heart moved, and he immediately said again.
By the way, Xinger, I hadn't finished what I was saying just now in the art museum. Shoo.
Hearing this, Xia Zhongqing raised her fair fingers, gently touched Su Jincheng's lips and said.
I know everything. Ha!
Su Jincheng smiled a little embarrassedly.
I haven't even finished telling you yet. Yeah, you're such a cunning fellow, you actually took advantage of me in that state to launch a surprise attack. However, I won't easily agree to this kind of thing.
Xia Zhongqing continued playfully. I still need to observe you to see if you are sincere to me. Xinger, the world can bear witness to my feelings for you.
Su Jincheng complained quickly. That depends on your performance in the future. All right.
Su Jincheng, knowing that he had missed the best opportunity, could only speak helplessly. At this moment, he couldn't help but greet those blind reporters 1,000 times in his heart.
Okay then, let's go eat? Just tell me where you want to go.
I made a small fortune today, so I can eat whatever I want.
Okay, that's what you said.
Xia Zhongqing, who was putting on makeup, smiled and said,
Don't worry about your wallet when the time comes. Are you kidding me? Am I short of money now? Okay, let me think about it first.
Xia Zhongqing tilted his head and thought for a while, then said,
Let's go eat hot pot. No problem.
Su Jincheng said with great pride. The goddess will is mine, I dare not disobey, let me fish for the moon from the bottom of the sea.
Fasten your seatbelts, we're leaving now. Su Jincheng reminded with a smile.
Half an hour later, Su Jincheng and his companions reached their destination.
Reaching for the moon from the bottom of the sea.
This is one of the best hot pot restaurants in the country, so the prices are quite high.
Led by the enthusiastic waitress, the two came to the small private room reserved by Su Jincheng. After quickly ordering the food, Xia Zhongqing seemed a little bored and took out his cell phone. Hey, why are there so many Weibo messages?
After taking a look, Xia Zhongqing said in surprise.
Wow! Su Jincheng, look, you're trending on Weibo. What?
Hearing this, Su Jincheng took out his mobile phone in surprise, opened Weibo, and took a look, and was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I saw that the homepage of Weibo's hot searches was a piece of news about my own work.
Shocking.
A young man's impromptu work at the Jiangnan Art Museum has been highly praised by a renowned international auction house. It is reported that the estimated auction reserve price of his work is $1 billion, which is about to break the world record. Behind the title is a deep red label with the word explosion. At this time, a hot search volume has reached more than 60 million.
Oh my god.
Looking at himself in the Weibo news picture, Su Jincheng said with a smile.
News spreads incredibly fast these days. It just ended and it's already all over the internet. And more.
Xia Zhongqing frowned and flipped through his phone and said, There's another trending search below this. E-Net Group's art director caused a scene at the art museum.
What? Su Jincheng was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Could it be that this trending search is about Gong Junnan? Yes, that's him.
As he spoke, Xia Zhongqing came towards Su Jincheng and continued. Look, there's also a video of him causing trouble.
Hearing this, Su Jincheng looked towards Xia Zhongqing's phone.
I don't know which busybody took a picture of Gong Junnan's crazy behavior today and uploaded it to Weibo. In the video, Gong Junnan, who was originally complacent, ended up being hated by both God and man.
This reversal is extremely dramatic. The comments are filled with messages from countless netizens who are just watching the fun. E-Net Group is really riding on this wave of popularity.
I have never seen such a shameless person doghead save life.
Haha, he's an art director.
I think he should switch careers and become a martial arts instructor.
Are his 2 teeth still there? Is there anyone kind enough to give them to me? I plan to keep them as heirlooms. Ha, it will be easier for him to eat noodles from now on.
He won't even have to open his teeth, he can just slurp it up.
Ha, these netizens are all talented and speak so nicely. Looking at the comments below the Weibo post, Su Jincheng couldn't help but laugh.
Hey, there's also a statement from the company group. Xia Zhongqing, who was also looking at her phone, said in surprise. Latest announcement, Gong Junnan, the art director for the game project Super Seminary developed by Guangmang Studio within our group, has been suspended for his egregious and inappropriate behavior, which has severely tarnished the company's image.
He will be fired at a later date. Chapter 46 Investing in a Supermarket. Ah. So sudden. Hearing this, Su Jincheng was slightly stunned, then he reacted.
After all, Yiwang Group is the leading internet technology company in China, and its every move has a huge influence. But now, such a scandal has been exposed by employees within his own group and it has even become a hot topic.
I believe everyone in the Yiwang Group is extremely angry.
Su Jincheng casually refreshed the Weibo topic again and saw that a public statement from Yiwang Group had reached the 3rd place on the hot search list. Its content describes the specific circumstances of Gong Junnan's dismissal.
Ha, it seems that Yiwang Group's public relations are really powerful. They responded so quickly.
Take the right stand and sacrifice pawns to protect the king.
I guess the next step is to find a way to remove the hot searches related to this matter.
As I thought of this, there was a sudden knock on the door.
Excuse me, please.
The door of the private room slowly opened, and a waiter came in pushing a food cart full of ingredients.
Afterwards, the exquisitely presented hot pot ingredients were neatly placed on the dining table. Please enjoy your meal.
The waiter nodded respectfully and then slowly left the box.
Wow! It's truly a top-notch hot pot restaurant. The ingredients look so rich and tempting.
There are crab meat, fish balls, scallops, tripe, duck throat, duck intestines and so on. At this moment, Xia Zhongqing was like a cute greedy kitten, with a happy smile on her face.
Well, it looks pretty good. Su Jincheng looked at the dazzling array of ingredients in front of him and nodded with satisfaction.
In less than an hour, the two of them finished enjoying the sumptuous lunch while chatting and laughing.
Oh, I'm so full.
Xia Zhongqing touched her belly with great satisfaction and said with a happy face,
Xinger, just enjoy your meal.
As he spoke, Su Jincheng handed a wet tissue to Xia Zhongqing.
By the way, Xinger, are you free this afternoon? What's the matter?
I want to go shopping and buy some clothes.
If you have time, come with me.
Hearing this, Xia Zhongqing looked at Su Jincheng with regret and said,
Mainly, I have a talk show this afternoon. Is it an interview with an illustrator? Aha! Seeing Su Jincheng's lost look, Xia Zhongqing couldn't help but whispered. Well. Actually, you can turn it down. No. Su Jincheng said quickly. Little fool, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You can add something special to your resume.
Su Jincheng was quite moved when he heard Xia Zhongqing's words.
Oh well. Hearing Su Jincheng's words, Xia Zhongqing couldn't help but nodded regretfully. There's no time to lose.
I'll take you back first so you can get ready, Su Jincheng said with a smile.
Okay.
After parting with Xia Zhongqing downstairs of her house, Su Jincheng prepared to go home for a nap. Just then, a phone call came. Su Jincheng picked up the phone and saw that it was the White Widow Song Ruoyu.
Mr. Su, have you missed me these days? Song Ruoyu's slightly magnetic voice came over. Mr. Su? This is a good name, Su Jincheng smiled. Tell me what you want from me. Don't talk about anything weird. Have you finished writing your business plan? Su Jincheng knew that she was fine and would not look for him.
That's why I thought about it and I thought we could open a supermarket, which is very promising. When Song Ruoyu said this, her tone was a little excited.
Supermarket? Why did you think of this? Su Jincheng was not familiar with the supermarket, so he asked curiously. Don't underestimate supermarkets.
Running a supermarket is very profitable, much more than you think.
Do you know the Walmart supermarket in the United States?
This is the world's largest supermarket, with an annual turnover of over $500 billion. Carrefour, ranked second, has an annual turnover of over $80 billion. Metro, ranked fifth, has an annual turnover of over $40 billion. Song Ruoyu has checked a lot of information in the past few days, learned about many supermarkets, and collected a lot of data.
Can you make so much money? Su Jincheng's heart moved. He had indeed never paid attention to supermarkets before.
I didn't expect that a supermarket's turnover exceeded that of many large enterprises.
How about it, Mr. Su, are you moved?
Anyway, Song Ruoyu herself was moved.
What's your budget? How much do you plan to invest? Su Jincheng asked calmly. My initial budget is 100 million yuan.
I plan to open a chain of supermarkets.
Song Ruoyu stated her initial plan. Because last time Su Jincheng directly gave Song Ruoyu 10 million to help her pay off her debts. So she thought Su Jincheng's family must be very rich, although she didn't know how much money they had. Then 100 million should be no problem for the Su family. 100 million? Su Jincheng pondered for a moment. In fact, 100 million is just a small amount for Su Jincheng now.
However, Su Jincheng still wanted to learn more about it.
Don't be so quick to object.
I have a close friend who also works at a large domestic supermarket as an assistant to the president.
She happens to be in Jiangnan City inspecting stores for work. We can talk to her and ask for her advice.
Seeing that Su Jincheng was a little hesitant and worried that he would disagree, Song Ruoyu immediately added another sentence.
Which supermarket is she from? Gagaku family. Su Jincheng knew Yaligia, which was also a well-known large-scale chain supermarket in China.
Since bringing her parents over, Sue's mother often goes to Yaligia to shop.
Then make an appointment with her. Su Jincheng did not object and went to talk to someone.
He also wanted to know more about the supermarket.
She is next to me now. If you are free, you can come and meet her.
At this moment, another woman's laughter came from the other end of the phone. It turned out that Song Ruoyu had been with her best friend, and they seemed to be shopping.
Okay then, where shall we meet? Su Jincheng made an appointment with them at a place.
Before leaving, Su Jincheng searched online for information about the Yale family. Yaligia is invested by the well-known domestic tycoon Chan Yangan and has been operating in the country for 22 years. Currently, there are 150 large-scale comprehensive supermarkets and 50 convenience stores in the country. It covers 18 provinces and 36 large and medium-sized cities in China, with approximately 20 million members. Not only does it have rich management experience, but its sales model is also very advanced. The only problem is that the Chang family has been in poor condition in recent years. They have encountered many problems and have incurred a lot of debts. Especially this year, many people have come to the Chang family to pay off their debts. To this end, they have sold many of their high-quality businesses to repay their debts.
Chapter 47 Young Master of the Chang Family. Someone once considered buying Yaligia. But for now, the Chang family has no plans to sell. The Yale family is a hen that lays golden eggs for the Chang family. Chang family?
Su Jincheng smiled when he saw this.
This seemed interesting.
After he understood the situation of the Yale family, he drove over in his Lexus LC.
20 minutes later,
he arrived at the agreed place.
A Starbucks on Guanxian Street. This is a relatively prosperous area in Jiangnan City, and it is also very convenient for shopping. Su Jincheng guessed that Song Ruoyu and her best friend were shopping nearby just now. Women are animals that love shopping.
When I pushed the door open and walked into the coffee shop, Song Ruoyu was already sitting by the window. She was still wearing a white t-shirt and a white skirt.
Su Jincheng was too tired to complain about the White Widow's outfit.
Sitting next to her was a beautiful woman who looked younger than her and was wearing a black t-shirt and black flared pants. Two beautiful women were sitting in the cafe, one in black and one in white, very conspicuous. When Su Jincheng saw Song Ruoyu, he walked straight over.
Young Master Su, this is Lung Feng. Song Ruoyu stood up and introduced with a relaxed expression.
Immediately afterwards, Lung Feng also stood up gracefully.
A crack in the door?
Su Jincheng was stunned for a moment, his expression a little strange.
What kind of strange name is this? Puff. The two beautiful women were instantly defeated.
Song Ruoyu laughed so hard that her chest was shaking, and Lung Feng couldn't stop laughing either.
People are as cold as ice and as windy as snow. Don't give them random nicknames. Song Ruoyu glared at Su Jincheng and hit him with her little fist.
Su Jincheng then realized that he had misheard.
It was indeed easy to mishear this name. He felt a little aggrieved. It was obviously your pronunciation that was wrong, but you blamed me. Cold wind? Door crack? If you read it a little faster, who can tell the difference?
It's okay, Mr. Su might not have listened carefully.
My name is Lung Feng.
Because it was extremely cold on the day I was born, there was a force 7 gale, so my father gave me this name.
Lung Feng didn't mind and introduced himself again. Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng also introduced himself. I know your name. Lung Feng smiled. It was obvious that Song Ruoyu had said something about Su Jincheng before. At this time, the waiter came over. Su Jincheng ordered a cold brew. Why did Master Su suddenly think of opening a supermarket?
Before he could speak, Lung Feng started the conversation first, as if he was quite curious about the matter.
I actually didn't expect that, and that's what she just mentioned.
Su Jincheng pointed at Song Ruoyu and smiled frankly.
Lung Feng obviously didn't know about this.
She looked at Song Ruoyu in confusion, wondering why didn't you tell me?
My life is so miserable.
This Mr. Su wants to start a business with me, but I still have to think of a business plan myself. When Song Ruoyu said this, she rolled her eyes at Su Jincheng.
Doesn't Mr. Su have his own business plan? Lung Feng's eyes became even more confused. This doesn't seem like something a young master from a wealthy family would do. Instead, it seems like he's doing whatever he wants.
There was no plan before.
I just happened to think of it when I saw her that day. Su Jincheng shook his head. thinking that he used to be an employee under the White Widow, so how could he think about starting a business?
Lang Feng confirmed his guess that these rich people really don't treat money as money and are not afraid of losing all the money.
Tell Mr. Su first, what are the prospects for opening a supermarket?
Song Ruoyu encouraged her from the side, and it was obvious that she was really moved. I'm in favor of opening a supermarket. Supermarkets can make a lot of money, but before that, you have to consider many factors. The location of the supermarket, the customer flow around the supermarket, the staffing of the supermarket, the layout of the supermarket, the variety of goods in the supermarket, etc.
This is not an easy matter, and you have to consider many aspects. Without 2 or 3 months of advance planning, you can't even open a small supermarket.
Lang Feng listed most of the pros and cons of opening a supermarket in one breath.
This is taking too long. Is there no faster way? Su Jincheng thought for a moment and asked. This time is already very short.
Many large supermarkets take more than half a year to prepare their plans. Lang Feng felt that Su Jincheng was a complete layman who knew nothing but dared to enter this industry.
I don't know if it's because ignorance is bliss or if he really has a lot of money. Isn't there a faster way? Like, say, an acquisition?
Su Jincheng naturally had his own considerations, and he didn't like the previous plan.
Acquisition? If you want to acquire it, it will take a lot of time and require a lot of preliminary preparation.
For example, you need to hire lawyers, accountants, appraisers, etc. to investigate the acquisition target.
You need to understand the assets, operations, finances, debt, etc. of the acquisition target.
You also have to consider whether the target is willing to be acquired.
Many acquisitions ultimately fail. Lang Feng is indeed a professional in this area. As long as you ask, she can give you the answer. Hearing this, Su Jincheng felt a little headache. It seemed that the acquisition was not easy. Do you have any other questions?
Lang Feng laughed when she saw Su Jincheng and Song Ruoyu fell silent. She just felt that these two people were thinking things were too simple.
Lang Feng, I've been looking for you everywhere. So you're here? Just then, a young man wearing designer clothes hurried into Starbucks. He saw Lang Feng and walked straight over.
Su Jincheng noticed that Lang Feng frowned. It seemed that she didn't want to see the other person. Before the young man got close, he discovered Su Jincheng and Song Ruoyu sitting next to Lang Feng. His eyes lit up when he saw Song Ruoyu, but when he saw Su Jincheng, there was a hint of vigilance and hostility in his eyes.
Who is this? He walked up to Su Jincheng somewhat unhappy. Su Jincheng looked at the young man with a sour face and wondered how I had offended you. Are they eating your rice or digging up your ancestral graves?
This is young Master Su, and this is young Master Chang. Although Lang Feng didn't want to meet the young man, he still stood up and introduced the two to each other.
Young Master Su?
My grandfather is Chang Yangan.
I wonder which family young Master Su is from. Young Master Chang looked at Su Jincheng with a bit of arrogance and asked. Chang Yangan? Isn't this the founder and investor of Eulegia? Su Jincheng raised his eyebrows and then raised his head.
He didn't expect to meet the Chang family here. My family isn't famous, and young Master Chang hasn't heard of it either.
You can just call me Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng said lightly. Even if he said his grandfather's name, the other party would not know it. What were you talking about?
Young Master Chang immediately lost interest in Su Jincheng and turned to question Lang Feng.
We are discussing a supermarket project. Chapter 48 Bid 15 billion. Lang Feng's expression was a little cold.
This strong young man was one of her suitors.
Wherever I go, he will follow me, like a fly that I can't shake off.
She had deliberately sneaked out today to go shopping with her bestie just to avoid him, but she didn't expect him to find her anyway. The cold wind was also helpless.
Who is interested in supermarkets?
Young Master Chang naturally has a say in this matter, as his family runs a supermarket.
Su Jincheng took over the conversation calmly. Su Jincheng, you should ask me about the supermarket. My family owns Eulegia.
As expected, young Master Chang changed the way he addressed Su Jincheng, as if he did not recognize Su Jincheng's identity.
Gagaku family? No way, did I hear it right? Su Jincheng deliberately showed a surprised expression. My grandfather Chang Yangan is the founder of Eulegia.
Young Master Chang proudly emphasized his tone, as if he wanted to show off in front of the two women.
But I heard that your Chang family seems to be selling the Yale family?
Then Su Jincheng smiled again and asked.
Who? Who told you that?
There's no way my family would sell the Yale family.
Young Master Chang immediately shook his head in denial. Then why did I hear that your family has a serious debt problem this year and there are many people asking for debts? Su Jincheng is exposing the Chang family's scars and has no regard for the Chang family's reputation at all. What do you mean? Chang Xiao's face darkened.
He felt that Su Jincheng had bad intentions.
I don't mean anything else, I just want to ask, is Eulogia still for sale? If you want to sell it, I can make an offer. Su Jincheng's attitude was very relaxed and his tone was neither hurried nor slow. It seemed that Eulogia was just an ordinary commodity and he was just discussing the bidding issue. Song Ruoyu and Lang Feng looked at Su Jincheng and then at Chang Xiao.
The conversation between the two made them feel that a big war was about to break out.
This is a woman's intuition. Young Master Chang is definitely not an ordinary person.
This Su Jincheng doesn't seem to be an ordinary person.
Could it be that I was wrong before?
Lang Feng thought to himself.
Are you sure you can afford it?
Some time ago, someone offered 5 billion, but we didn't sell it. Young Master Chang snorted, his eyes filled with anger, disdain, and the arrogance of the Chang family.
10 billion. Su Jincheng lightly uttered a number. You? Not for sale.
Chang Xiao's voice paused.
12 billion. You? Not for sale.
Chang Xiao's voice seemed to be much quieter.
15 billion. This is my last bid. Su Jincheng's tone was very calm, showing his full confidence.
This time, Chang Xiao stood there hesitating for a long time, but in the end he did not say no.
This is 15 billion. It's not cabbage. Young Master Chang could refuse without even raising his eyes.
But he knew better than anyone else that his family's situation this year was indeed very bad, and the debt collectors were almost breaking down the door.
With these 15 billion, the Chang family can breathe a sigh of relief.
Compared with the life and death of the Chang family, the Yale family is not that important. However, young Master Chang did not dare to agree to Su Jincheng easily. After all, he did not have that much power to make the decision. No matter what, he felt that he still had to tell his family and his grandfather Chang Yangan. Su Jincheng didn't urge him, he waited for the other party's response. After a while, Chang Xiao seemed to have finished thinking.
Mr. Su, can I make a phone call first?
Young Master Chang changed the way he addressed Su Jincheng again. This time, his tone was more polite and respectful.
Can. Su Jincheng nodded slightly.
He also knew that it was impossible for the young master in front of him to make the decision on such a big matter. He just wanted young Master Chang to inform his family, and he believed that the Chang family would definitely not be tempted. The price he offered was 3 times more than the highest price offered by others.
If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever. Su Jincheng didn't believe that anyone else could offer a higher price than him.
It can be said that as long as the Chang family is willing to sell Eulogia, they will not refuse his offer. Chang Xiao hurried out again and found a quiet place to make a phone call. Su Jincheng ignored him, lowered his head, picked up the cup of cold brew, and slowly took a sip. He suddenly felt that it was quiet around him. When he looked up, he found 2 beautiful women staring at him intently with complicated expressions in their eyes.
Why aren't you talking? Is there something on my face? Su Jincheng smiled and took out his mobile phone to turn on the front camera. Oh my god. What did I just hear? Are you kidding me?
Song Ruoyu stroked his forehead with her white fingers, her tone filled with surprise.
You think I'm kidding? Su Jincheng replied indifferently. If you're not kidding, then I'm crazy. 15 billion, how come it sounds like buying groceries? You just spent it like that?
In order to buy a supermarket, the bid was more than twice as high as others.
How could your family possibly agree? Will they curse you to death? Tell me, do you have a mine at home? Song Ruoyu wanted to strangle Su Jincheng's neck and force him to answer.
She still found it unbelievable that the Su Jincheng in her impression was not the Su Jincheng in front of her.
The difference is huge.
Lang Feng, who was standing beside her, was so shocked that she was speechless. Her beautiful eyes were shining with surprise. When she first saw Su Jincheng, she felt that he was just an ordinary person, whose only advantage was that he was a little handsome. Although she heard that Su Jincheng's family was a bit rich, she didn't really care. Even though 20% of the world's people hold 80% of the wealth, that still leaves 1.4 billion people. She has met many rich people, not to mention the young Master Chang just now. So she didn't think Su Jincheng was that great.
But now, she found that she could not see through Su Jincheng, this young man in ordinary clothes. Because this seemingly ordinary young man spent 15 billion just by talking casually.
Dragon Country is so big, but there are only a handful of people who have 15 billion. And Su Jincheng made the offer so casually without even telling his family.
What does this prove?
It proves that he doesn't care about the 15 billion at all, and his family doesn't care either.
How rich must his family be? Lang Feng is currently the assistant to the president of Yalegia. If Su Jincheng buys Yalegia, she will become Su Jincheng's direct subordinate.
She will have a lot of time to interact with Su Jincheng, and maybe there will be a chance to warm up her relationship with Su Jincheng.
Lang Feng's heart was moved. She was also an ordinary person.
Facing this young, rich and polite handsome man, it would be a lie to say that she was not moved.
Mr. Su, do you really want to buy Yalegia?
The cold wind suddenly became much warmer than before, and the sound was much softer.
Chapter 49 Buying a Supermarket. Song Ruoyu immediately noticed the change in Lang Feng's tone and looked at her warily. It's not certain yet. It depends on whether they agree. Su Jincheng shook his head.
He didn't know what the final result would be. But he didn't care. If Yalegia refuses to acquire it, he can still acquire other supermarkets. He just didn't believe that anyone would refuse such a high offer.
I don't think the Chang family will refuse.
They will just put forward some small conditions. Lang Feng has her own judgment. In her opinion, only a fool would disagree with such a high offer.
Your behavior is a little abnormal? Song Ruoyu couldn't help it, and suddenly leaned close to Lang Feng's ear and whispered something.
She and Lang Feng are best friends, and she can detect all kinds of abnormalities and reactions in each other.
What did you say?
Lang Feng pretended to casually lift her hair, but she would not admit it, although her earlobes were a little red.
Don't blame me for not reminding you. Young Master Su is not a simple man.
Be careful or he will eat all your bones. Song Ruoyu still leaned close to her ear and reminded her.
I know, don't worry. Lang Feng nodded calmly. What are you whispering about? Can't you tell it to everyone? Su Jincheng asked doubtfully.
He looked at the two women biting their ears in surprise. Whispering in front of him might be saying something bad about him, which would inevitably make him suspicious.
You want to hear about women's affairs, too? Song Ruoyu rolled her pretty eyes at him. I don't want to hear it. Keep biting my ears.
Su Jincheng immediately gave up his curiosity, as he knew that no matter how much he asked, he would not get any results.
At this time, Chang Shao finished his call and walked in from outside. Young Master Su.
Young Master Chang greeted him.
Mr. Chang, what do your family say? Su Jincheng asked calmly. My name is Chang Wenla, you can call me Chang Wenla. Chang Wenla didn't dare to show off in front of Su Jincheng at this time. My grandfather said that you need to provide proof that you have the financial ability to pay. Chang Wenla continued. Su Jincheng nodded. The Chang family was still very cautious.
After all, it is impossible for ordinary people to come up with such a large sum of money.
That's no problem. I can ask the bank to issue you a certificate. Su Jincheng replied immediately. Chang Wenla approved Su Jincheng's method, and the certificate issued by the bank was legally effective.
We need to sign a deposit contract.
You need to pay 500 million yuan as a deposit. If you regret it, the 500 million yuan deposit will not be refunded. Chang Wenla looked at Su Jincheng nervously and said.
With such a huge amount of money, if Su Jincheng lied, he would also be implicated if he spread the word back.
Okay, after signing the contract, I'll transfer 500 million to the account you specify.
Su Jincheng agreed, and as for drafting the contract, he glanced at Song Ruoyu. Song Ruoyu is here, so she can naturally handle matters like drafting contracts. It was a rare occasion for Song Ruoyu to go shopping with her bestie. She wanted to object, but she held back and kept silent.
At this moment, Su Jincheng had a very domineering temperament and would not tolerate rejection. There's one more thing. I need to fly home right away. My family needs to gather some people to discuss it. Su Jincheng also expressed his approval. For such a big matter, Chang Yangan must seek the opinions of family members. He cannot act arbitrarily. Draw up the contract right away. I'll call the bank and ask them to send the certificate. So, Starbucks became a temporary office.
Song Ruoyu was busy drafting the gold contract, and Lang Feng also came over to help actively. The other side. Zhuang Xiangchen received a call from Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng asked him to find someone to go to the bank to get a proof of funds and then send the proof over.
Chang Wanla left in a hurry. He prepared to fly home with the signed contract and bank proof of funds. Finally, it's done. Song Ruoyu watched Chang Wanla leave and let out a long sigh.
She raised her fair hand and wiped the sweat from her forehead.
Finish? It's still early.
There's still a series of acquisition contracts to prepare, you need to hire a lawyer, and you need financial personnel to cooperate with the audit.
There's a lot to do.
Su Jincheng ruthlessly interrupted Song Ruoyu before she could finish.
Even if he doesn't understand, he still knows these simple acquisition common sense. I am the one who does all these things. I'm alone. And I'm a woman. Song Ruoyu opened her pink little mouth and said dissatisfiedly. What else? Su Jincheng would never show mercy to the White Widow.
He wouldn't do it himself, and at the moment there was only Song Ruoyu available, so of course he had to make the best use of her.
But I'm so tired. I've been busy almost all morning.
Song Ruoyu sighed and pressed her forehead with her white fingers. There was still a lot of sweat there, and she had to continue working.
Not fair. This world is unfair.
This was something Su Jincheng should have done, but he put all the pressure on her little shoulders.
After you finish this, I will allow you to have a good rest. Su Jincheng raised the corner of his mouth. Wait a minute, you seem to have made a mistake. We seem to be partners, and I'm not your subordinate. Why do you ask me to do everything?
Song Ruoyu suddenly thought of something, and her eyes widened in anger.
I paid for all the money. Otherwise, we can break up and cancel our partnership. Will you pay me back the 10 million? Su Jincheng had already thought of a reason. If he has money, he is the boss. You wish. You can do it. You're cruel. Song Ruoyu didn't want to pay back the 10 million. She didn't want to go bankrupt again.
Since this is the case, she can only grit her teeth and continue to be exploited and ordered around. She had already made up her mind to wait until she had money, wait until she was richer than Su Jincheng. She took a whip, made Su Jincheng kneel on the ground, and whipped him hard. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile.
Stop grinning like an idiot. Get on with your work.
Song Ruoyu was just feeling a little happy when she was interrupted by Su Jincheng again.
No, it's already evening. I'm hungry, you have to treat Ling Feng and me to a meal. Song Ruoyu looked at the time and simply quit. How time flies. Su Jincheng looked down at his phone in surprise. Ling Feng kept laughing beside them.
She found it quite amusing to watch Su Jincheng and Song Ruoyu bickering.
Mr. Su, yes, we are all hungry.
At this time she also said something fun.
What do you want to eat?
Su Jincheng was not in a hurry, as the earliest reply from the Chang family would be tomorrow.
I'll look for it on the app. Speaking of eating, Song Ruoyu instantly regained his spirits. Aren't you very tired? Su Jincheng looked at her speechlessly and said. You have to eat even if you're tired.
Song Ruoyu didn't even raise her head, her fingers flipping quickly on her phone.
Found it, this place serves good Suzhou cuisine, let's go eat there. Chapter 50, Suzhou Restaurant. Song Ruoyu quickly chose a target. Suzhou cuisine? This store does look nice, and the environment is quite nice.
Ling Feng also leaned over to take a look, and the decoration style of the store immediately caught her attention.
Then let's go.
Su Jincheng didn't care where to eat, he was only responsible for paying.
The three of them walked out of Starbucks. Su Jincheng drove his own Lexus LC, and Song Ruoyu also drove a BMW 4 Series.
Ling Feng sat with her.
The two cars left Guanxian Street directly. How did you get to know Mr. Su?
Ling Feng was looking at the Lexus LC in front of him while chatting with Song Ruoyu.
Didn't I tell you? This guy is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. He has been working in my company all this time. Then what's the point of him doing this? Ling Feng looked a little confused when he heard this. How do I know what he's thinking?
I used to think I knew him well, but now I can't see through him.
Song Ruoyu shook her head.
She found that Su Jincheng was becoming more and more like a mystery that she could not solve no matter how hard she tried.
Do you think he did it for you? Ling Feng looked at Song Ruoyu suspiciously.
Even though she was a woman, she thought Song Ruoyu was very beautiful. Moreover, Song Ruoyu is now 30 years old and has her own unique charm. This woman has a beauty score of over 90 points. Perhaps Su Jincheng works in her company because he likes her and wants to get close to her.
This should be the most reasonable reason. Don't talk nonsense, how could he like me? Song Ruoyu's feet tightened and the BMW stopped for a moment. It seems like it's really possible. Long Feng laughed.
If he liked me, I was drunk that day and he had many opportunities, but he did nothing. I was only wearing pajamas at the time, and he didn't even dare to take off my clothes. I was so shameless that I ended up finding a female colleague to strip me naked. Am I really that unattractive? Song Ruoyu said this through gritted teeth, not knowing why she was angry with Su Jincheng. Women are like this. If they make a mistake, they have one idea, and if they don't make a mistake, they have another idea.
It's mainly because of your personality. Men are afraid of you.
Long Feng chuckled.
Her best friend is no ordinary woman. She is so powerful that many men cannot match her.
That's right. If he really makes a mistake, I'll cut off his penis when I wake up. Song Ruoyu held the steering wheel with his left hand and made a scissors gesture with his right hand towards the Lexus LC in front.
You're so cruel.
Lang Fengtong, as a woman, got goosebumps all over her body. Su Jincheng was driving in front when he suddenly felt a chill on his back and his body trembled.
Strangeness. Why do I feel scared?
Su Jincheng muttered to himself. The two cars drove on the road for 20 minutes and arrived at this Suzhou cuisine restaurant. This was Su Jincheng's first time here, so he got out of the car and took a look. The surrounding environment is nice, with yellow triangular houses and lush trees growing outside. The store seemed a bit old, and seemed to be full of the vicissitudes of history.
A bougainvillea was blooming on the steps, as if welcoming them.
After entering the store, the waiter quickly greeted them with a smile, placed them in a private room, and then poured each of them a cup of poor tea.
Su Jincheng sipped his tea while Song Ruoyu and Long Feng studied the recipe.
There were so many dishes on the menu that they were dazzled.
Finally, they became impatient and asked the waiter to recommend.
The waiter was quite efficient and quickly told me the names of their more popular dishes.
Watermelon chicken. Lobster lung soup. Mother oil tanker duck. Squirrel mandarin fish. Biluo shrimp. Crispy eel paste. Braised river eel. Snow crab fight.
The waiter recommended dishes that women like, so Su Jincheng could only bear it. Please serve the food faster, he just urged.
Soon. The food was served, but they didn't order any wine. The main thing is that everyone except Lang Feng is driving, so we can't let Lang Feng drink alone, right?
So everyone ate the delicious food with great interest. It tastes really good. After tasting a bite, Su Jincheng nodded in praise.
He continued to taste them one by one.
No wonder the Suzhou cuisine restaurant has such a good reputation, it is indeed delicious. I picked the place after careful selection. When Song Ruoyu heard Su Jincheng's praise, she felt a little happy and a smile appeared on her pretty face.
You're good.
Su Jincheng gave her a thumbs up.
So I'm relieved about what's next. You'll definitely complete those tedious acquisition tasks well, right?
Then Su Jincheng said to Song Ruoyu with a smile.
Right. Song Ruoyu glared at Su Jincheng.
Her good mood was ended by Su Jincheng again.
I'm still eating.
Can you please not talk about work while we're eating? She groaned in her heart.
On the plane, Chang Wenlo was still thinking about what had just happened, and he was still thinking about Su Jincheng. Who is this young Master Su?
There were countless doubts and unsolved mysteries in Chang Wenlo's eyes. He had never seen this young man before, nor had he ever heard of him in the circle of rich second generations.
There are only a handful of people in the whole country who are this rich, right? How come I've never heard of it before? Could it be someone from the top circle? Chang Wenlo's heart moved. People at that level are beyond my reach.
He began to recall the time he had spent with Su Jincheng.
I went from being arrogant at the beginning to being contemptuous later on.
Later, he discovered that he was the one who was looked down upon.
Chang Wenlo suddenly came to his senses.
That young Master Su didn't take him seriously at all from beginning to end. He was actually just a mouthpiece, and the purpose of Su Jincheng talking to him was to let him inform the Chang family.
Chang Wenlo did so, and he didn't dare not do otherwise.
If this matter were to be reported back to the Chang family by others, he would never have a good life in the Chang family again. Many people envy him, but he also has many rivals.
Never mind. The gods are fighting, I'm just a little kid. Chang Wenla used this sentence to comfort himself, and he ignored Su Jincheng's age. This guy is really rich, he can just casually take out so much money. If it were me, I would feel extremely painful to take out 50 million. In front of Su Jincheng, I seem even more pitiful. As a rich second generation, Chang Wenla's sense of superiority as a wealthy man disappeared in front of Su Jincheng.
He sat in his seat without moving, just thinking about things. A flight attendant on the plane had walked past him 3 or 4 times, but Chang Wenla seemed not to notice. If he had been on a plane before, he would have asked for the other person's cell phone number, but today, he was not in the mood.
Chapter 51 Paparazzi Su Wei.
The stewardess had a look of disappointment on her face. She actually knew Chang Xiao, but she had never found a chance to talk to him. Today was supposed to be an opportunity, but this powerful young man was preoccupied and didn't even look at her.
The flight attendant could only give up this opportunity regretfully. She was not the only one disappointed.
A tall and thin man also had a disappointed expression on his face.
This man's name was Su Wei. He was sitting not far from Chang Wenla and he was taking pictures of Chang Wenla all the time.
Su Wei saw the flight attendant walking in front of Chang Wenla several times. He pretended to squint his eyes, but he was actually very happy in his heart.
Whenever Chang Wenla approached the flight attendant, he would take a picture of both of them, then follow Chang Wenla and finally resell the pictures to make a small fortune.
He is a paparazzi, and his job is to report as much gossip as possible about the rich second generation. This is not a job that most people would dare to try, but it is very challenging and sometimes you can make a lot of money.
Unfortunately, he was unlucky today.
That strong young man was obviously preoccupied and ignored the flight attendant. Su Wei felt very sorry that the money he was about to get was gone. This is a common occurrence, and Su Wei quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, he is a paparazzi and he doesn't always get anything.
But what is this young master thinking about?
After observing him for a while, it was obvious that he had gotten into big trouble, otherwise he wouldn't have looked so worried all the time. The young Master Chang in his memory had never been so abnormal.
Young Master Chang just loves to play, so he won't encounter any serious problems. Could it be the Chang family? Is something big going to happen in the Chang family?
When Su Wei thought of this, he suddenly felt his heart beating faster. This was the sense of smell of a professional paparazzi. If something big really happened in the Chang family, it would definitely be explosive news, absolutely explosive news.
If I get this news, it will definitely be on the headlines and I will definitely make a fortune.
However, Su Wei was not sure whether it was as he thought. But he still decided to continue tracking.
Even if it's not what I guessed, it just took a little longer. Paparazzi don't lack time, they just lack money. Chang Wenla never expected that his expression would be seen by the paparazzi and would lead to speculation and attention. After an hour's flight, we arrived at our destination.
Su Wei was holding a briefcase containing filming equipment and followed Chang Wenla slowly.
He is very experienced as a paparazzi.
He won't get too close, which will arouse suspicion, nor will he be too far away, which will easily embarrass people. This professional quality is no less than that of an agent, except that his skills are a little lacking.
Chang Wenla walked out of the airport without noticing anything.
The car sent by his family to pick him up was already waiting outside. It was an Alphard.
He didn't say anything and just got in the car and left. Su Wei hurriedly waved to stop a taxi. Follow the car in front. Su Wei said hurriedly to the taxi driver. Who are you?
The taxi driver looked at Su Wei warily, fearing that something bad might happen to him.
There's someone in that car up ahead who owes me money. I want to know where he lives. Su Wei said he was a debt collector. Isn't this illegal? The driver hesitated.
You're just following the car, you won't be breaking the law, and I'll pay double the fare. Su Wei made an offer directly. The taxi driver stopped talking, stepped on the accelerator and quickly followed.
The Alpha didn't go anywhere else and drove all the way to Chang's house.
Su Wei got out of the car nearby, watched the Alpha stop, and watched Chang Wenla walk in.
He couldn't get any closer.
It was useless to get closer.
He couldn't enter Chang's house, and if he did, he would be driven out. Su Wei was not in a hurry and started wandering around Chang's house alone. Now we just have to wait for the opportunity. With so many people in the Chang family, we can always find a channel to get information. Chang Wonla didn't notice that someone was following him, and neither did the person who picked him up. The chairman is waiting for you in the study, the person at the door said to Chang Wonla. Chang Wonla nodded and walked into the house.
In the study, Chang Yangan already knew the news that Chang Wonla had returned. Chang Yangan is already in his 60s, and he has gained weight, with a belly that is fatter than that of an average person. Sitting next to him were two men in their 40s. They were his two sons, Chang Yunjian and Chang Yunkong.
Grandfather. Uncle. Second uncle. Chang Wonla entered the study and greeted the three people first. Sit down. Chang Yangan nodded. Chang Wonla didn't dare to sit down until he gave the order. Chang Wonla sat obediently on a stool. I heard you called home and asked if someone wanted to buy Yaligia? As soon as he sat down, Chang Yunjian asked. Chang Yangan narrowed his eyes and observed everyone silently as if it had nothing to do with him. Yes, that man is Su Jincheng, and he offered 15 billion. This is his deposit contract. He has already deposited 500 million yuan into the account. Chang Wonla hurriedly took out the contract and bank fund certificate. Chang Yunjian took it, looked at it, and nodded. I checked the accounts, and 500 million has already been deposited into our account. He really wants to buy Yaligia. Chang Wonla said to the three people in the room. A deposit of 500 million is not a small number, and no one would joke about it. Now we have to decide, should we sell the Yale family to him?
Chang Yunjian asked, his eyes always on Chang Yangan.
You all tell me about it. Chang Yangan did not immediately comment.
The other party offered 15 billion, which seems very sincere. Chang Yunkong next to him said something. I'm quite interested in this young man.
Chang Wonla, tell me what your impression of him is. Chang Yunjian looked at Chang Wonla. I can't figure this guy out. At first he looked very ordinary and his clothes were not very good. He talked about buying Yale House, and at first I thought he was joking with me. Then he started bidding, and I was shocked he dared to offer such a high price. Chang Wonla said slowly. You didn't say anything to offend him, did you? Chang Yangan suddenly looked over with narrowed eyes. No. Chang Wonla was shocked, how could he dare to admit it?
Thinking about the expression she had in front of Su Jincheng, she was a little arrogant and her tone was a little impolite, but she didn't completely offend him. The bid is so high, it's 3 times higher than the last price. This young man is so rich, isn't he afraid of being called a fool for having too much money? Chang Yunjian smiled. Chang Wonla subconsciously wanted to nod. He also felt that Su Jincheng's high bid looked stupid in the eyes of outsiders. Stupid? Anyone who says he's stupid hasn't understood the underlying message. Chang Yunkong's eyes flashed with brilliance. Oh? Second brother, what do you think? Chang Yunjian turned his head and looked at his second brother. Chang Wonla also looked over. Sitting here, he could only be a spectator. This was not the place for him to talk casually. Chapter 52 Breaking News. Of course the Yale family isn't worth the money. We know that, and I think young Master Su knows it too. He's not that stupid. So here comes the question. He quoted such a high price, what is his purpose? Is he really just trying to buy the Yale family? He has no other ideas? Chang Yunkong asked everyone a question in return, and his question caused everyone to reflect. So what do you mean? Chang Yunjian frowned. He knew that his second brother was the think tank of the Chang family, and he could see things more deeply and farther than others. He has his eyes on the Chang family. His purchase of Yaligia is just one of them. He also has another purpose. He is trying to show goodwill to the Chang family. Chang Yunkong seems to be revealing the hidden meaning behind Su Jincheng. You mean, he spent so much money because he wanted to help the Chang family overcome difficulties? Why did he do that? He has nothing to do with our Chang family? We don't even know him. Chang Yunjian stood up. If the 15 billion was given to the Chang family, all the debts of the Chang family would be paid off. Do you think these 15 billion are all for the Yale family? Brother, don't forget that our Chang family is not an ordinary Chang family. We are up there, but there is that person. He chose the Chang family because of that person's relationship. And he helped the Chang family, which meant he helped that one. Chang Yunkong revealed the essence of the problem. So that's how it is? Chang Wonla's heart was suddenly filled with shock. There were too many things hidden in this. He kind of regretted getting involved in this matter. It was not something he should have gotten involved in.
How does he know who is standing behind our Chang family?
Chang Yunjian said with a gloomy face that even in the Chang family, only a few people knew about this.
I don't know about that.
Chang Yunkang spread his hands. His ability was limited to this level of analysis.
He was neither interested nor concerned about how Su Jincheng knew. He only knew that the Chang family had overcome the difficulties.
The Chang family appreciates it, and they must appreciate it.
All right.
This should be the truth of the matter.
Don't say what you said here today outside. Chan Yangan waved his hand and stopped the debate. Everyone can decide now. Do you want to sell the Yale house to this young friend?
The purpose of his gathering everyone today has been achieved. Chan Yangan also wanted to use this opportunity to remind everyone that Su Jincheng was not simple, and his requirements for the Chang family were more than just a conservatory of music.
The second one is good. He actually saw it.
Chan Yangan looked at Chang Yunkang with a hint of admiration in his eyes.
I agree.
Chang Yunkang smiled in his heart. He performed very well today.
I agree.
Chan Yunjian had no objection, although he felt a little regretful that he had not seen the deep meaning behind Su Jincheng's words.
Chang Wenla's face turned pale as soon as he said a word. He shouldn't have spoken.
The three people in the room looked at him, but fortunately no one blamed him.
Everyone agrees, so I won't object. That's it. I'll leave this matter entirely to the boss. You'll be responsible for signing the acquisition contract with Su Jincheng.
Chan Yangan is old and has less energy after all, so he left after saying this.
Of course Chang Wenla also left. Brother, take me to say hello to that young Master Lin. I'd like to meet him if I have the chance. Chang Yunkang is now really interested in Su Jincheng. After discussion, the Chang family finally agreed to let Su Jincheng buy Elegia and accepted his offer. Then, the Chang family is busy.
They want to sell Elegia, so of course they have to make some arrangements.
Su Jincheng didn't know that the Chang family had agreed to his request.
Someone around him also told him about the 15 billion purchase of Elegia. During dinner in the evening, Song Ruoyu and Lang Feng also asked him why he offered such a high price.
Lang Feng even suggested that the decision could be changed to a lower offer before the contract was signed. Su Jincheng just smiled and didn't answer. He did not reveal his thoughts to the two beauties. After dinner, Su Jincheng parted ways with Song Ruoyu and the others. Although the Chang family has not responded yet, he believes that the Chang family will not reject his offer. Su Jincheng also asked Song Ruoyu to contact a lawyer and financial auditor in advance. This is just a form of investment. No matter what, he has to take over Elegia. He doesn't care whether Elegia makes a loss or a profit. But Su Jincheng and the Chang family didn't know. There is a third person watching this secret matter. Chang Ko has been staying near Chang's house. 8 o'clock in the evening. Chang Wenla came out of Chang's house and prepared to go drink with his friends.
When Chang Ko saw Chang Wenla, his eyes lit up and he immediately followed him.
Chang Wenla didn't realize that there were paparazzi following him. He was so shocked today that he urgently needed to drink to calm down. When he arrived at the bar, Chang Wenla drank a lot without realizing it.
He has a bad habit of telling secrets when he's drunk. This time when he was drunk, he said a lot. He revealed that the Yale family had been sold. He also told about Su Jincheng's quotation.
The only thing he didn't say was what his second uncle analyzed. He didn't dare to say it.
Even when he was drunk, he still felt depressed and didn't dare to say it.
But even so, it's still breaking news. Chang Wenla and his friends didn't notice.
There was a paparazzi at the next table, and his eyes were shining. Tonight, explosive news will be exposed and shock the whole country.
11 o'clock at night. A piece of news quietly appeared on the internet.
Yale House changes hands, mysterious young tycoon buys it for 15 billion. As soon as the news came out, major forums on the internet were in an uproar. Elegia is a well-known supermarket, and many people are used to shopping there.
News, big news.
The owner of the Yale family has changed.
Huh? Who told you that? I just went to Yale's to buy something. Don't you read the news? This is explosive news. It said that a young tycoon bought it for 15 billion. Fuck, so much money. Does he have a mine at home?
I don't know if there's a mine or not, I just want to cling to the rich man's thighs.
Stand aside, Shinhao, please accept my knees. Don't worry about it. I heard that this rich man is only in his 20s and has so much money at such a young age. How did he make it? God, if I had 15 billion, I wouldn't work and would just lie in bed and count money every day. Stop arguing, I've made up my mind. I must marry him. Who can give me the name and address of this rich man? You still want to marry him? I guess the beautiful women chasing after rich men are lining up 5 miles away. Chapter 53, Dealing with Chang Wenla. Information spreads quickly online. By 11:30, this news had already become a hot search on major websites and became the hottest topic at the moment. The phone at Eulegia's headquarters was almost blown away by calls, and reporters were eager to verify the authenticity of the news. Many reporters also came to the door of Chang's house, but they were all kept outside. 12 o'clock at night. Su Jinchang received a phone call just as he was about to go to bed. The call was from Song Ruoyu. Young Master Su, someone leaked the news of our acquisition of Eulegia, and now it's all over the internet, which is very disadvantageous to us. Song Ruoyu also noticed it by searching the news online, and she immediately called Su Jinchang. News spreads fast. Su Jinchang was not surprised, as he knew that some reporters were well informed. Do you think the Chang family might have spread the news on purpose? Song Ruoyu asked doubtfully. She suspected that the Chang family wanted to use this opportunity to make the acquisition of Eulegia a reality and prevent Su Jinchang from going back on his word about the price. Chang family? Probably not. Su Jinchang thought about it and felt that if this matter were to get out, it would only bring pressure to the Chang family, so there was no need for them to do this. Then how do we handle this? Should I call Chang Wenla? Or should we contact the Chang family directly? Song Ruoyu thought about contacting Chang Wenla or the Chang family to find out more about the situation. No need, just go to sleep peacefully. Since this matter is related to the Chang family, they will call and explain themselves. There's no need for us to contact them. Su Jinchang has already taken out his mobile phone and is checking the news. This news only briefly introduces the acquisition. All we know is that a young wealthy man bought it at a sky-high price, but the rich man's name was not mentioned. Su Jinchang hung up the phone, but it rang again soon. He took a look. It's an unfamiliar number. Hello, I'm Su Jinchang. Su Jinchang answered the call. Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Chang Yunjian. A deep and powerful male voice came from the other end of the phone. Chang's phone number? Su Jinchang raised the corner of his mouth. The Chang family reacted quickly. Are they afraid that I will withdraw the acquisition decision? Then, what they didn't know was that Su Jinchang was actually worried about them too. Hello, Mr. Chang. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, the news of your acquisition of Eulegia leaked out. I don't know how it got to the reporters and then spread online. This is the Chang family's fault. I will definitely hold the person who leaked it accountable. Chang Yunjian's voice was sincere and he was apologizing seriously. I just saw it. It's okay. It's the truth anyway. I'll just let everyone know in advance. Su Jinchang's tone was relaxed. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Su. We have already reached an agreement and have decided to sell Eulegia. Chang Yunjian called, not only to apologize, but also to test the waters. Seeing that Su Jinchang spoke in a relaxed tone and didn't seem to care about this matter, he felt relieved. Chang Yunjian had been planning to contact Su Jinchang tomorrow, but after this incident, he became a little impatient, fearing that the night would bring more trouble. If Su Jinchang turns his back on the acquisition, the Chang family will have a hard time. He has no choice but to make this call and apologize to Su Jinchang. Su Jinchang heard Chang Yunjian's anxious tone. It seems that the Chang family is also driven into a state of panic by debt. I'll have someone contact you tomorrow and try to sign the contract as soon as possible. Su Jinchang thought about this and replied readily. Well, it's getting late, so I won't disturb your rest. After getting Su Jinchang's promise, Chang Yunjian politely hung up the phone. Chang Yunjian put down the phone, and in an instant, his face turned gloomy. He was now standing in the study. On the ground. Chang Wenla was kneeling and trembling, his face pale. Chang Yunjian glared at him. This matter is not difficult to investigate, as only 4 people knew about the acquisition. Chang Yunjian and his second brother definitely won't tell it, and the old man will definitely not tell it. The only one who was not careful enough to keep his mouth shut and leak the news was Chang Wenla, this disappointing rich second generation. Uncle. I was wrong. I shouldn't drink. Chang Wonla burst into tears in front of Chan Yunjian. He knew he had made a big mistake. Do you know how serious this matter is? Do you know how much loss the Chang family will suffer if Su Jincheng cancels the acquisition? Is there shit on your brain? You dare to say anything? Drink a few sips of cat urine and you don't even know your last name anymore?
Chan Yunjian was so disappointed with Chang Wonla that he lost his temper in front of him.
Uncle. I was wrong. I was so wrong. I'll change. I'll never drink again. Chang Wonla is scared now, extremely scared. He is afraid that he will be kicked out of the Chang family, and then he will definitely be left with nothing. If you weren't a member of the Chang family, I would have destroyed you long ago. Go! Justice.
From now on, you are not allowed to leave this house for 6 months, or I will break your legs.
Chang Yunjian finally let Chan Wonla go. The matter of dealing with Chang Wonla also reached Su Jincheng's ears the next day. Su Jincheng ignored it. Chang Yunjian was doing this for him to see. If he didn't deal with the person, he was afraid that Su Jincheng would be angry and the acquisition would be affected. Chang family, this money must not be lost.
Su Jincheng did not delay and immediately called Song Ruoyu and asked her to bring people to contact the Chang family. Song Ruoyu had already found a lawyer and an audit team, and she took them on a plane to the Elegia headquarters that same day. Since Su Jincheng didn't go, he just had to wait for the final signature and confirmation.
Early the next morning,
Su Jincheng went out and saw his mother tidying the room.
A large area was vacated. Mom, what are you doing with all this space? He asked his mother a little curiously. Well, you do not know.
I heard from Aunt Wang, who lives in the building next door, that Elegia has changed owners and has been acquired by someone. Su's mother said as she was busy.
What does this have to do with you? Su Jincheng thought that his mother was quite well informed. Why is it okay?
That prodigal son of a wealthy man spent 15 billion.
My God, how big of a spendthrift is he?
I have to go to Yale's house as soon as possible. If Yale's house is ruined by that prodigal son, there will be no good things to buy in the future.
Su's mother said anxiously. Su Jincheng was a little amused and confused about his mother's thoughts. Mom, I bought this supermarket. Don't worry, if you find anything good in the future, just go in. I thought it was a big deal, but from now on, the Yale family's surname will be Su.
Mother Su looked at Su Jincheng in shock and said,
Son, you are so rich now? Chapter 54 Lamborghini Poison. Su Jincheng smiled and replied. Mom, isn't this business getting bigger and bigger? Su Jincheng didn't dare tell his mother that the Yunduanidi Hotel was also his. He didn't want to scare the old man. Great. My son is really promising. Mom is happy for you.
After saying that, Su's mother helped Su Jincheng straighten his collar. Just then, Su Jincheng's cell phone rang.
Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Tong Cheng.
Su Jincheng remembered him because it was he who helped Su Jincheng earn 190 billion renminbi for Hongtian Group last time.
Hello. Boss Su, I have a request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Tong Cheng's voice seemed a little nervous. You say.
When Tong Cheng heard Su Jincheng's affirmative answer, he suddenly plucked up the courage.
Boss Su, I want to work with you and follow your lead.
Tong Cheng had this idea a long time ago.
Ever since Su Jincheng showed his investment talent, he was impressed.
Such a super talent cannot be found among 100 million people. He was always a little nervous, fearing that Su Jincheng would never contact him again and would set up an investment team on his own. He knew very well how much benefit he would gain by following Su Jincheng. The key is that Su Jincheng is so young, his future development and his future are limitless. If I don't surrender now, I may not have another chance in the future. Tong Cheng wanted to bring it up to Su Jincheng several times, but he didn't dare to open the mouth because he was afraid that Su Jincheng would refuse. This time he finally plucked up the courage. I'm short of people around me, so I have no objection if you want to come. Su Jincheng pondered for a moment. He actually thought highly of Tong Cheng. This person is very capable, but he has never asked to recruit him because he is worried that Tong Cheng is arrogant and unwilling to be inferior to others. Now that Tong Cheng has taken the initiative to propose it, he couldn't ask for more.
Mr. Su, that's great.
Tong Cheng was very happy on the phone and immediately changed his address.
Well, I want to buy a supercar recently, and I need your advice. Su Jincheng directly gave a small task. Master Su, then I recommend the Lamborghini Venom. However, the poison is limited to 4 units worldwide. 3 have already been bought, and the other is in a museum. It's not for sale. Before Su Jincheng could speak, Tongqing continued. But I heard from a friend abroad that the Lamborghini in the museum is going to be auctioned, and you can bid for it. The auction will be held next Tuesday in Birmingham, the Eagle Country, and will be hosted by the most prestigious David Auction House. Next Tuesday? Su Jincheng thought about it and realized that today was Tuesday, which meant he had about a week to prepare. Do you have enough time? Also, do you have your passport and visa? Tong Cheng was afraid that Su Jincheng didn't have a passport and visa. That's enough time. I have my passport and Eagle Country visa, Su Jincheng said. When his family was short of money, he had thought about going to the United States to work. He had already obtained a passport and a visa for the United States, and the visa had not expired yet. That's good. Tong Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. I expect to fly there on Friday or Saturday. Please give me your friend's contact information. Su Jincheng then asked for contact information. Tong Cheng on the other side paused. You don't have it, or is it inconvenient to contact your friend? Su Jincheng asked when he saw this. No. Master Su, let me go with you this time. Tong Cheng's voice was still cautious, yet somewhat expectant. This trip back and forth will probably take quite a while. Are you okay? Su Jincheng didn't object, as he was afraid that Tong Cheng would interfere with his own work. It's okay, I'm quite free recently, Tong Cheng said immediately. Then the matter of going to Eagle Country is left to you. You are responsible for this matter. Since Tong Cheng was willing to follow him, Su Jincheng simply threw everything to him. Good. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I will definitely do it, Tong Cheng immediately assured. After hanging up the phone, Su Jincheng thought about it and called Song Ruoyu again. Master Su, you finally remembered me? Song Ruoyu sounded resentful and her voice was a little hoarse. It seemed that she was very busy. Su Jincheng really forgot about her and handed the acquisition of Fuligia to her, as if he had never asked about it. Everyone envies this hands-off boss. I'm busy these days. I'll contact you as soon as I'm free. Su Jincheng felt a little embarrassed and reluctantly gave an explanation. This woman is too smart to be fooled. You're kidding a ghost. I'm not a little girl, you can't fool me. Song Ruoyu was indeed not easy to fool. She could hear that Su Jincheng sounded a little guilty. It's really something. Su Jincheng tried to remain calm, as he couldn't let this woman find out that he was lying to her. All right. Master Su, you're calling me now, there must be something wrong, right? Song Ruoyu just complained a few words. Since Su Jincheng called, it must be something serious. When will your acquisition audit be completed? Su Jincheng became serious. He didn't want to sign the contract after returning from Eagle Country, as that would take too long. It will probably take about a week, Song Ruoyu said. Her brows were a little confused, and she had a bad feeling in her heart. I'll give you 3 days, which is Friday, to complete the contract signing. Sure enough, Su Jincheng gave a deadline without any explanation on the phone. 3 days? So urgent? We have too much going on here. Song Ruoyu groaned. She didn't understand why Su Jincheng suddenly asked her to speed up. I have something to do here. Su Jincheng didn't say that he was going to Eagle Country. What's up? I am your partner, you must tell me. Unless you go find the mistress, then I won't ask. Song Ruoyu immediately asked vigilantly. She was worried that Su Jincheng was hiding something from her. Where are you thinking of going? Su Jincheng was a little amused and helpless. This white widow was not like this before. You are not my woman, why do you care about the mistress? So what's your business? Song Ruoyu was really determined to get to the bottom of things and insisted on getting to the bottom of things. I have to go to Eagle Country. I can't be sure when I'll be back. It will be too late to sign the contract then. Su Jincheng had no choice but to tell her that he was going to Eagle Country, otherwise this woman would definitely ask him endless questions. You're going to Eagle Country? Do you still have business in Eagle Country? Song Ruoyu asked in surprise. Have. Su Jincheng felt a little guilty because he was actually going to buy a supercar for himself.
This woman will definitely go crazy if she knows this.
Then can I go? Song Ruoyu thought for a moment and asked. Do you have a visa to Eagle Country? Su Jincheng asked. No. Then you can't go. It will take about 2 weeks to get a visa. You can't go. Su Jincheng was relieved. He didn't want to have this woman around him yet. Chapter 55 Absolute Loyalty. That's your fault, why didn't you inform me earlier? Song Ruoyu started complaining again. I just found out about this too. Next time I will definitely take you there. Su Jincheng could only promise, and Song Ruoyu finally let him go. Song Ruoyu was just joking, she actually couldn't go this time.
After signing the acquisition contract, there are still many things to do for Fuligia, and she can't leave at this time.
But she was in a good mood after chatting and laughing with Su Jincheng. Suddenly it felt much better.
Because some documents are needed to go through the procedures for going abroad, Tong Qing needs to go to Su Jincheng's house to get these documents. Tong Chang also found out from Zhuang Shangchen in advance that Su Jincheng lived in Crown No. 1 Villa.
Soon, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Tong Chang arrived at Crown Villa No. 1.
At this time, Su Jincheng was alone at home, and his parents had gone out to buy groceries.
Tong Chang walked into the villa and looked around.
I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, he is worthy of being the top rich man in Jiangnan City, being able to live in such a spectacular mansion. Su Jincheng handed the information to Tong Qing and noticed that there was a man in his 30s standing outside the door.
He looked strong.
Especially the other person's eyes, which are uniquely alert and sharp, and very impressive.
Su Jincheng's first impression of this person was that he was not an ordinary person. Who is he? Su Jincheng glanced outside the door casually.
He knew that there must be a reason why Tong Qing brought people here. When he heard Su Jincheng's question, he answered.
Master Su, I thought you still needed someone, so I asked him to come. Why are you looking for him? Su Jincheng asked. Master Su, I see that there is no one guarding you. I don't know if I misunderstood.
It turned out that Tong Qing had specially hired a bodyguard for Su Jincheng because of safety concerns when traveling abroad. He had never seen anyone around Su Jincheng before, so he judged that Su Jincheng probably did not hire a bodyguard.
Bodyguard? Su Jincheng was stunned. He had never thought about this question before. However, since he was going abroad, safety issues had to be put on the agenda, and he was very satisfied with Tong Qing's attentiveness. Is this person reliable? Su Jincheng didn't know the people Tong Chang brought with him.
His name is Zhang Yilong. He used to work for a security company, but is now unemployed. I used to be a special forces soldier, and I'm very skilled. He has also been abroad, to various countries, and has very rich experience.
Tong Chang knew what Su Jincheng meant, so he specifically introduced Zhang Yilong's background. People like him should be in high demand, so how could he be unemployed? Su Jincheng must understand clearly. He's a straightforward person who doesn't tolerate any sand in his eyes.
As a result, he offended the client and the security company had to fire him.
Tong Chang knew the reason why Zhang Yilong was unemployed. Straightforward? Su Jincheng nodded. A person with a straightforward personality is a good person. Such a person is unlikely to have so many little thoughts. You can't judge a person's heart by his appearance, and Su Jincheng believes that he can never be too cautious. The people around him know a lot of his secrets, and he doesn't want them to rebel against him, as that would bring very serious consequences. Su Jincheng needs people around him to be very reliable. Shall we let him in? Su Jincheng nodded to Tong Chang, which meant he agreed. Zhang Yilong.
Tong Chang was delighted that Su Xiao agreed, and immediately turned around to invite people in. Zhang Yilong had been standing straight outside the door. When he heard Tong Qing's voice, he restrained his aura slightly and walked in with a calm face.
This is Mr. Su.
Tong Chang said to Zhang Yilong who came in.
Young Master Su.
Zhang Yilong stood in front of Su Jincheng, his voice a little low.
Tong Qing just told you about your experience. I'm sure he also told you about mine. Are you really willing to be my bodyguard? Su Jincheng asked calmly.
As long as Master Su doesn't mind, I will seriously protect your safety.
Zhang Yilong looked at Su Jincheng.
Looking at this young man, he did speak directly.
Then let's do this. Go back and prepare, and follow me starting tomorrow. Su Jincheng gave orders in the tone of an employer.
I don't need to prepare, I can start working now.
Zhang Yilong shook his head. This guy is really dedicated. From now on, he has entered the role of bodyguard. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, absolute loyalty. Tip: there is no reward for completing a hidden mission once. Tip: after completing 10 hidden tasks cumulatively, you will receive an achievement gift pack. Tip: currently completed 6 times. The system's voice suddenly sounded, suggesting that Johnny Long would be absolutely loyal to Su Jincheng. That's fine. I'm going out for a while, you follow me? Su Jincheng stood up. Then Mr. Su, I'll leave first. Tong Cheng said goodbye and left upon seeing this. He had to hurry up and handle various formalities. He already knew the online rumors and knew that Su Jincheng was making a big purchase of Fulegia. He now admires Su Jincheng even more and is more determined in his decision to stay with young Master Su. Before Su Jincheng leaves, he needs to complete the signing of the contract to acquire Fulegia, and he also has to fly to another place in the country first. Tong Cheng planned to go with Su Jincheng, and then go with Johnny Long to accompany Su Jincheng to Eagle Country. Time is running out. There is a lot to do. Su Jincheng nodded, and without keeping him, he took Johnny Long and left home. He also has to meet Li Shiyun today. Su Jincheng had previously helped Li Jae-yong resolve the crisis of the Li Group in the acquisition battle. He maintained his position as a major shareholder, and his position was even more stable than before. You can say that. As long as Li Jae-yong does not lose his mind and does not go astray, the Li Group will always be in his hands and no one will be able to take it away. Li Jae-yong is very grateful to Su Jincheng and has been calling him these days, trying to arrange a meeting with him. However, it would not be appropriate for him to go alone. As his daughter happened to be interested in Su Jincheng, he asked Li Shiyun to go and thank him in person. Maybe, you can even marry a rich husband. Su Jincheng has been very busy these days, and he only managed to find time to agree to Li Shiyun's request to meet him. Can you drive? Su Jincheng brought Johnny Long to his Lexus LC. Meeting. Johnny Long nodded, but didn't say much. For a bodyguard, there are many things to master, and driving is almost a necessary requirement. He then took the keys from Su Jincheng and sat in the driver's seat. Su Jincheng smiled. With bodyguards around him, he didn't have to do many things himself. He got in the car and told Johnny Long the location. The car roared and left the villa. Su Jincheng and Li Shiyun met in a private room in a tea house. This time, Su Jincheng did not see Yue. Only Li Shiyun was standing at the door of the tea house in white clothes, looking very charming. Why are you waiting for me here? I know the place. Su Jincheng looked at Li Shiyun and smiled. Chapter 56 Misunderstanding. The Li Shiyun in front of him no longer looked as haggard as the last time we met. Her pretty face was glowing with exquisite beauty again, with astonishing beauty. This is going to be so fascinating. This little follower seems to be prettier and more charming. Su Jincheng sighed in his heart and didn't dare to look any longer, for fear that if he saw it, he wouldn't be able to tear his eyes away. Li Shiyun smiled. She could notice the look in Su Jincheng's eyes that all men had, but she didn't find it offensive. She seemed to have a very strong feeling in her heart and seemed to be very happy about his appreciation. Li Shiyun also looked at Su Jincheng with eyes as clear as autumn water. It's Su Jincheng in front of you. Almost single-handedly, he helped his family save the Li Group. He is his own white horse hero. Although she didn't know how Su Jincheng did it, Su Jincheng didn't tell her either. But it was Su Jincheng who did it, and she knew it very well, better than anyone else. Su Jincheng was a little surprised as to why this little follower didn't speak. I looked at her and my face turned red. Could it be that my eyes revealed something that I was not aware of? The boss is here, it would be rude of me not to greet him. Li Shiyun quickly got rid of her shyness, after all, she was the daughter of the Li family. This was not a place to talk, so she then invited Su Jincheng in. Johnny Long slowed down and followed behind the two of them. Li Shiyun turned around and glanced at Johnny Long. With her vision, she could tell that this was Su Jincheng's bodyguard. Why bring bodyguards with you when you're just meeting with me? Li Shiyun was a little confused and thought to herself, would I eat you? This statement seemed a bit ambiguous, and her face flushed again. This time Su Jincheng didn't pay attention. He followed Li Shiyun upstairs to the private room on the second floor. Johnny Long did not come in and stayed outside the private room. He didn't care what Su Jincheng and Li Shiyun did when they met, he turned a blind eye to it. His mission is to ensure Su Jincheng's safety. You are quite a responsible bodyguard, Lee Shuryun said after asking the waiter to bring 2 cups of bilyukan. I'm going abroad soon, so I need a bodyguard, Su Jincheng explained briefly. You're going abroad? Are you going to settle abroad? Lee Shuryun's heart skipped a beat and she looked up at Su Jincheng. This happened very suddenly, and she had never heard Su Jincheng mention it before. No. I have something urgent to do and need to go abroad. Su Jincheng didn't mention that he was going to attend the luxury car auction, which seemed a bit unprofessional. He didn't know why, but he didn't want to lose his good impression in front of Lee Shuryun. Then you should hire a bodyguard, so it will be safer. Lee Shuryun nodded. Su Jincheng was just out temporarily, and she seemed relieved. It seems that I will have many opportunities to meet Su Jincheng in the future. I'm going to Eagle Country this time. If you have any gifts you want, I'll bring them back for you, Su Jincheng asked. I don't need it. Lee Shuryun smiled and shook her head. She also often went abroad. That's right. I invited you here this time because I wanted to thank you on behalf of the family. This is a small gift, please accept it. Su Jincheng's words reminded Lee Shuryun that she had made an appointment to meet Su Jincheng just to thank him. She stretched out her white fingers, took out a bank card, placed it on the coffee table, and gently pushed it towards Su Jincheng. There is $1 billion in the card. Just to thank you is enough, no gifts are needed. Su Jincheng took a look and did not accept the bank card. He probably guessed that the amount was not small, but he made more money, a whopping $30 billion. In fact, he had to thank Lee Shuryun. If she hadn't come to him and asked for his help, this opportunity to make money might have slipped away. In a sense, if he really wants to express gratitude, he should thank the other party and give him a gift of thanks. But it was difficult for him to explain this matter clearly, and Lee Shuryun would not take his money. This is also the reason why Su Jincheng asked Lee Shuryun for a gift just now. He still wanted to express some gratitude secretly. Boss, don't you believe in our family's gratitude? Of course, Lee Shuryun didn't know what Su Jincheng was thinking. She stared at Su Jincheng with clear and charming eyes. Her slender fingers pushed the bank card forward again. It's not that I don't trust you. I accept your kindness, but I really don't want this gift. Su Jincheng put his hand on the card, and he wanted to return it to Lee Shuryun sincerely. The card moved forward slightly and then remained there. Then, the card moved towards Su Jincheng again. Lee Shuryun's finger was also on the card, and she pushed the card over again. Su Jincheng exerted force. The card is fixed. Move towards Lee Shuryun again. This means that he is determined not to accept it. Su Jincheng believes that he has made his attitude clear. The two faced each other with smiling eyes. But the two men's hands were placed on the table, their fingers wrestling on the cards. Lee Shuryun is a woman after all, so she is less strong. She leaned forward slightly and had to use more strength to hold down the card and prevent it from moving towards her. Unexpected things always happen inadvertently. Lee Shuryun encountered an accident. Her fingers lost their strength and suddenly slid forward along the card, and her arm also slid forward. She screamed, and her whole body leaned forward, losing balance and falling forward. Su Jincheng opened his palms. This was his subconscious action. He wanted to help and block Lee Shuryun. Result: he could only watch as Lee Shuryun's hand slipped into his palm. The only thing Su Jincheng could do was to hold on to help the other person stabilize his body. Man's hand. Woman's hand. Hold it casually. Lee Shuryun's body was still lunging forward. The small coffee table was knocked over and the tea spilled all over the floor. The two of them were originally very close, with their faces not far from each other. What a coincidence! It was just such a coincidence. It just happened. Things that shouldn't have happened in places where they shouldn't have happened. Su Jincheng's eyes widened and his mouth hit something. Teeth? Besides? He subconsciously held it in. Lee Shuryun's body suddenly stopped moving, and her eyes were even bigger than his. Time paused. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Crash. Jiang Yilong heard the noise and opened the door of the private room vigilantly and quickly. Crash. He glanced around the room, expressionless, and closed the door again. There were only 2 people left in the room again. The two seemed to wake up at this moment and return to their respective positions.
Lee Shuryun's whole face turned red, especially her earlobes, which were dazzlingly red.
This is the first time for her at this age. This is a misunderstanding.
Su Jincheng stuttered subconsciously.
Chapter 57, The Strategy is Full. Su Jincheng could only apologize. As a man, you must also apologize. Misunderstand? Then you just now. You did it on purpose.
Lee Shuryun pursed her lips and smiled.
I didn't mean to do that, it was just a misunderstanding. Men always make mistakes. Then I misunderstood as well.
Lee Shuryun suddenly bared her teeth, revealing her snow-white teeth.
Bit Su Jincheng's shoulder.
This bite caught Su Jincheng off guard.
It hurts, it hurts. You're crazy. Little follower, you are not eating Western food, this is not steak. Su Jincheng was in trouble. A woman's revenge always comes quickly and fiercely.
Su Jincheng screamed in the room. Zhang Yilong raised his eyebrows outside the door. His body moved, and then stopped moving. It's just that Zhang Yilong seemed to stand straighter, and his eyes had a certain fierceness.
The waiter not far away was so scared by his glare that he didn't dare to go over. Who is this? No one is allowed to pass through the corridor? Su Jincheng finally escaped. If he hadn't escaped, he would probably have died here today. He is a billionaire. He doesn't want to die yet. I can only turn around and apologize.
She is a crazy woman and cannot be reasoned with.
Su Jincheng shook his head and left the teahouse in embarrassment with Zhang Yilong.
When he walked out, he remembered something.
What did you see?
He turned and asked Zhang Yilong.
No. I didn't see anything. Nothing happened. I didn't even enter the room or open the door. Zhang Yilong answered seriously.
Su Jincheng's face twitched. This bodyguard is so straightforward.
Can't you be more tactful in your words? Where can I put my face?
In the private room. The small coffee table that was hit was picked up, but the tea on the ground was still spilled everywhere.
The shyness on Lee Shuryun's face still did not fade away.
This was the first time in her life that she had suffered such a big loss. Even though she took the initiative to kiss Su Jincheng's face last time.
However, there is still one final step missing. I'll settle accounts with you when you come back.
Lee Shuryun's eyes were brighter than ever before.
She showed her little white teeth again. In the car. Ding dong.
Tip, Lee Shuryun's strategy level is full and can be defeated at any time. The system voice suddenly sounded. Su Jincheng, who was about to fall asleep, woke up instantly.
That's it? However, Su Jincheng doesn't like Lee Shuryun very much at the moment.
He is thinking about Xia Zhongqing. Plans are really not as fast as changes.
It's better to pretend you don't know for now. At dinner time in the evening.
Dad, Mom, I'm going on a long trip in 2 days and may have to stay away for a while. At the dinner table, Su Jincheng told his parents that he was leaving soon.
Where you go? Father Su put down his chopsticks and asked. Go to South City, and then go to Eagle Country. Su Jincheng said. Nanchang is the city where the Yale family's headquarters is located, and the Chang family is also there. Why walk so far?
When Su's mother heard that she was going abroad, she was a little worried.
I have some work to do over there.
Su Jincheng explained that it was impossible for him to say that he was going to buy a luxury car.
Then go. I'm at home, don't worry. Tell your mother to pack a bag for you and take your clothes and other things with you. Father Su nodded to Su Jincheng.
He understood that his son had his own career and it was impossible for him to always be with the old couple.
I'll clean up after dinner.
Su's mother also spoke hurriedly.
No need, I can clean it myself.
Su Jincheng was worried that his mother would stuff a bunch of useless things into his luggage bag, and he would have to take them out secretly later. He himself wanted to leave empty-handed and just buy whatever he needed when the time came.
You clean it up yourself? You can't even clean up after yourself. Let your mother come. Father Su made the decision. Right.
Your dad is just like you, always losing things when he goes out. Without my help at home, you two would definitely be in chaos. Su's mother agreed very much.
Just talk about your son, why are you talking about me? Father Su choked, unhappy that he had been fooled into this. Aren't you the same? Tell me about it. When was it not me who helped? Mother Sue glared at Father Sue. Here we go again. Mom, I'm done. Su Jincheng covered his head and hurried back to his bedroom. Eat some more. I haven't finished eating the vegetables yet. Su's mother shouted from behind. Su Jincheng pretended not to hear. He was so old, but his mother still treated him like a child. All parents are like this. No matter how old you are, they will always be their children who never grow up. Thursday. Johnny Long came to pick up Su Jincheng. When he saw the two huge suitcases beside Su Jincheng, he raised his eyebrows and seemed a little surprised. My mom packed it, take it. Su Jincheng ordered helplessly. He originally wanted to take it out secretly, but was discovered by his mother, who scolded him and stuffed a few more pieces of clothes into his mouth. This isn't business, this is moving. Johnny Long didn't say anything. He carried the two large bags easily. Thank you for helping our Jincheng. Su's mother thought Johnny Long was Su Jincheng's colleague and thanked him. You're welcome. Johnny Long's face turned serious and he replied. Your colleague is pretty good, but he's too serious and doesn't smile much. That needs to change. Su's mother had met Johnny Long several times in the past 2 days, and she whispered to Su Jincheng. She thought Johnny Long didn't hear it, but it turned out he heard it all. Johnny Long's body stiffened and he didn't look back. I don't know whether I should smile at Su's mother at this time? Still laughing? Finally getting out, Su Jincheng breathed a sigh of relief. Find a place to mail these things, and remember to remind me to pick them up when you get home. He still felt that he shouldn't bring so many things, and he could only appreciate his mother's kindness. Good. Johnny Long nodded, it was an easy thing to do. They found a place, checked their luggage in, and headed straight to the airport. Tong Chang was waiting for them at the airport. After the two sides met up, they waited for a short while before boarding the plane. Su Jincheng was sitting in business class. Tong Chang and Johnny Long did not sit with him, they sat in the economy class at the back. Safety on domestic flights can still be guaranteed, so the two of them are naturally relieved. What happened to Master Su these past 2 days? Why do I feel like his expression is a little weird? Tong Ching is a very thoughtful person. Since he last met Su Jincheng, he has met Su Jincheng several times and always feels that something is wrong with Su Jincheng. He didn't dare ask Su Jincheng, but now he finally found the opportunity. Don't think too much. He's normal. Johnny Long's mouth was tight. In addition to protecting the employer's safety, bodyguards are also not allowed to disclose the employer's privacy, not even a little bit. Right. I was mistaken. Tong Ching smiled. He understood something from Johnny Long's expression. Chapter 58 Surprise. Su Jincheng didn't know that his expression betrayed him and aroused Tong Ching's suspicion. He was sitting in the business class at this time, with his eyes slightly closed, thinking about the acquisition of Eulegia. I must sign the acquisition contract by Friday at the latest, and I don't know how Song Ruoyu is doing. Su Jincheng didn't call to urge him. He has decided that no matter how busy he is at work, the deadline must be Friday. Su Jincheng was thinking about something and felt sleepy, so he decided to take a rest. Hello. He had just closed his eyes when the voice of a woman beside him made him open them again. Sir, your coffee is cold. How about I ask the flight attendant for another drink for you? The one who greeted Su Jincheng was the woman sitting next to him, who was probably in her 30s. She stretched out her white fingers and saw that the coffee on the table in front of Su Jincheng was indeed cold. Thank you, I don't want to drink yet. Su Jincheng looked down and smiled at the woman. Are you in trouble? I see you frown even when you sleep. The woman smiled sweetly and chatted with Su Jincheng. She had light makeup on her face and looked pretty good. I just had a dream, I'll be fine once I wake up. Of course Su Jincheng would not tell anyone about his own affairs, as he was not familiar with this woman. I really envy you for being able to fall asleep anytime, anywhere. I usually suffer from insomnia when I'm on a plane. That's the bad thing about being a woman when she's older. The woman sat next to Su Jincheng and kept her eyes on him. Su Jincheng himself didn't notice that his handsome temperament was the type that some older women liked very much. You're not that old. I think you're only 17 or 18, like my sister. Su Jincheng said casually. You are so good at talking. I wish I were that young. The woman's eyes lit up and she covered her mouth and laughed. Su Jincheng didn't want to say anything more, but the woman was still interested and wanted to continue chatting with Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng couldn't refuse, so he just treated it as a casual chat on the plane. I see you seldom fly? The woman looked at Su Jincheng, who was still wearing ordinary clothes. Very few indeed. Su Jincheng nodded. In his previous family situation, he usually took the train when traveling. I've flown a lot. I love airplanes.
The plane is spacious and bright, unlike the train, which makes me uncomfortable sitting on it. When the woman heard Su Jincheng say this, she immediately showed a sense of superiority.
Flying is really nice. Su Jincheng was a little speechless. The environment on today's high-speed trains is actually not bad.
Sister Bing Bing, I've told you many times, you're a movie star, don't chat up random men on the plane. These men all have ulterior motives when they talk to you. The key is that you have good intentions, but others don't appreciate them. At this time, a fat young man sitting next to her interrupted the woman. He seemed to be with the woman, and he looked unhappy when he saw the woman talking to Su Jincheng.
The woman and Su Jincheng were talking animatedly.
He glanced at Su Jincheng several times and wanted to interrupt them several times, but this time he finally couldn't help it.
Su Jincheng looked at him and said nothing.
He didn't want to chat with this woman, but she kept talking to him. The woman called Sister Bing Bing suddenly fell silent after hearing what the fat young man said. She seemed to have accepted the suggestion and did not continue chatting with Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng heard her name from the side. The woman's name was Huang Bingbing, and she was a small star in a domestic film and television company. This time she came to Nanjing City for tourism and shopping, and the fat young man was her agent.
Su Jincheng and she were just passing strangers, so he was happy that Huang Bingbing didn't talk about it.
He closed his eyes and rested again. He had no interest in this woman in the first place. I don't know how much time has passed.
Airplane finally arrived in Nanjing City. Mr. Su, we're here.
Johnny Long came over and woke Su Jincheng up quietly.
Mr. Su, we're here.
Johnny Long came over and woke Su Jincheng up quietly. Huang Bingbing was about to get up and leave when she suddenly sat down again.
Young Master Su? This person is actually called Su Xiao?
She looked a little shocked and tilted her head to look at the young man beside her. I originally thought that the person next to me was dressed normally and should be just an ordinary person.
She was just feeling a bit bored on the plane and wanted to chat with someone. This is because Su Jincheng was sitting next to her.
If it was someone else, she would not look for Su Jincheng, or even look at him.
You are a proud swan, and the other party is just a toad on the ground. Now it seems that I am the toad.
She seemed to have made a mistake, a serious one, and her agent seemed to have offended him.
Huang Bingbing's eyesight is also not bad. She can tell at first glance that Zhang Yilong, who is walking over, is a bodyguard. Can ordinary people have bodyguards? No one would believe this if I told them.
Then there is only one truth, this person must be of high status, most likely a wealthy man. She glanced fiercely at the fat young man and thought to herself, you have caused me a lot of trouble. The fat young man also heard Zhang Yilong's call. He now shrank his head, said nothing, and his face turned a little pale. Zhang Yilong noticed something unusual and gave the woman and the fat young man a cold look.
I don't know how these two people offended Su Jincheng. Are we there yet? Let's go. Su Jincheng didn't care.
He stretched and stood up.
That. Mr. Lin. I'm so sorry for what happened just now.
Huang Bingbing was standing next to him, apologizing timidly. She knew that she couldn't afford to offend this Mr. Su, so it would be better for her to apologize first. She hoped that Su Jincheng would not take it to heart.
Su Jincheng didn't say anything, just looked at her, turned and left. This little star is really good at acting. This made Huang Bingbing feel uneasy. She didn't know whether Su Jincheng had forgiven her or not.
She looked at the fat young man and thought that she couldn't keep this man around anymore, as he was always causing trouble for her.
The fat young man looked miserable. He also knew that he was about to lose his job. Su Jincheng got off the plane. Young Master Su, the Chang family has sent a car and it's already waiting outside.
Tong Qing said to Su Jincheng. He spoke to Song Ruoyu on the phone before boarding the plane.
Song Ruoyu has always been with the Chang family. If she knew about it, the Chang family would naturally know about it too.
Now that they knew about this, the Chang family, as the host, would definitely come to welcome the guests.
Good. Let's go. Su Jincheng nodded.
Since the Chang family sent a car to pick him up, he naturally didn't refuse. Anyway, he also needs to contact the Chang family, so this is a good opportunity to get to know the Chang family. There was an Alpha parked outside the airport, and people passing by looked at the car with admiration. Tong Chang led the way and the three of them walked to the front of the car. The car door opened. Song Ruoyu jumped out of the car with a beautiful face and charming figure.
Surprised? Unexpected? Chapter 59 Missed Opportunity.
Song Ruoyu looked at Su Jincheng with a sweet smile, her eyes dark and bright, and she casually lifted the black hair on her forehead.
There was no accident, but I was a little scared.
Su Jincheng smiled and joked that he didn't expect Song Ruoyu to come to pick him up.
But it's not surprising when you think about it.
Although I am her partner now, I am actually the boss. When the boss comes, whether the subordinates come to greet him or not is a matter of attitude.
Accepting it is naturally an attitude. Not answering is another attitude.
As the boss, he would naturally see it. However, Su Jincheng was still very happy that Song Ruoyu came to pick him up in person.
You dislike me, don't you? Why do I work so hard day and night? You still dislike me? You are so heartless. Song Ruoyu gave Su Jincheng a blank look.
She tied her hair into a ponytail, looking neat, beautiful and charming.
How dare I? Aren't you worried that you'll be tired? I'm afraid you're tired. Su Jincheng quickly said that this woman's words now always cause ambiguity.
Tong Chang and Zhang Yilong stood behind him, as if they saw and heard nothing.
Tong Chang was even more thoughtful.
It seemed that this woman had an unusual relationship with Su Xiao.
You're smart. Song Ruoyu seemed satisfied.
She stretched out her white arm to Su Jincheng and waved him to get in the car.
Hurry up and get in the car. There's someone waiting for you in the car. It's not convenient to meet here.
He didn't come down because he was afraid of being seen by reporters. She explained because she was worried that Su Jincheng would misunderstand. The people in the car didn't refuse to get out, they were afraid of encountering reporters, not because they were arrogant. During this period, there were many reporters coming to Shanghai, most of whom came for the acquisition of Yelegia. You can meet reporters everywhere at the airport, and you will be photographed if you are not careful. Su Jincheng himself didn't care because no one knew him. If he stood with the Chang family, the reporters would have associations and would definitely be interested in him. Su Jincheng also didn't want to expose himself to reporters, as that would bring him a lot of trouble. He got on the car and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s sitting in the back seat. He has a square face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, tall stature, and a majestic aura. When the middle-aged man saw Su Jincheng, he reached out his hand first.
Mr. Su, I'm Chang Yunjian.
His voice is still deep and powerful. Su Jincheng actually recognized the person when he heard the voice. Chang Yunjian actually came to pick him up in person, which showed great respect and courtesy to Su Jincheng.
Hello, Mr. Chang, I'm Su Jincheng.
He shook hands with Chang Yunjian politely. Chang Yunjian had a gentle smile on his face and his hand was very powerful when he shook hands with him.
The Chang family is in trouble this time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Su, for your help. Chang Yunjian directly expressed his gratitude to Su Jincheng and also said that the Chang family appreciated his kindness. No, I can only do my best to help the Chang family.
Su Jincheng nodded and smiled.
What he wanted was for the Chang family to appreciate it, otherwise his 10 billion yuan would be wasted.
Chang Yunjian just needed to nod, and there was no need to say some rewards in person, as both parties knew it.
The two exchanged pleasantries.
Once everyone got on the bus, it left. As the host, Chang Yunjian naturally had to entertain Su Jincheng.
He had already arranged everything in Shinko Street.
This is a secret place where the Chang family entertains guests. Outsiders cannot enter there, and reporters cannot get in at all. Airport exit.
Huang Bingbing stared at Alpha as he walked away, without lowering her eyes for a long time. She was not surprised that the other party had a luxury car to pick her up at the airport. But she saw Song Ruoyu, the fashionable and beautiful woman with a beauty score of over 90 points. As a young star, she is actually a bit conceited about her appearance. But in front of the woman with the sweet smile she saw, she felt she couldn't raise her head.
This woman is so beautiful.
She can only make herself look ugly.
No wonder that Mr. Su didn't show much interest in me on the plane. With such a beautiful woman by his side, how could he look down on a woman of ordinary appearance like himself? She actually chased him out and wanted to apologize to Mr. Su again, hoping to get his forgiveness.
When necessary.
She might even make some kind of contribution.
If she could gain Su Xiao's favor, or even stay by his side, that would be her great destiny.
But now. She sighed slightly. Everything was impossible.
There was no way that Mr. Su would like her.
Oh. It seems like I missed a huge opportunity. It's too late to regret now. Shinko Street. Close to a lake.
The scenery here is unique, with beautiful lakes, green water plants, and sparkling water near the shore.
Chang Yunjian picked up Su Jincheng from the airport, sat with him personally, and hosted a banquet here.
There are 4 people on Su Jincheng's side, and there are also 4 people from the Chang family.
Su Jincheng was quite satisfied with the meal. Halfway.
Someone in the Chang family suddenly talked about the debt problem. In the past few days, more and more people came to the Chang family to collect debts, and they could no longer withstand it. Su Jincheng knew that the other party was anxious to acquire Yelegia and was anxious about when the 15 billion would arrive. He originally wanted to ask Song Ruoyu during the break to find out about the situation. Seeing the other party say this, he simply asked here without avoiding the Chang family.
How much longer will it take us to complete the acquisition audit?
Su Jincheng turned his head to look at Song Ruoyu, who was sitting next to him.
Song Ruoyu was stunned. She didn't expect Su Jincheng to ask this in front of the Chang family. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?
She thought about it, tilted her head and said something.
Of course it's true. Su Jincheng said lightly.
He knew that Song Ruoyu said it on purpose for the Chang family to hear, but no one here wanted to hear lies. The people in the Chang family raised their heads, Chang Yunjian also raised his head, sat up straight, and everyone listened attentively. Since Su Jincheng asked here in front of everyone, it meant that he was not avoiding them. Everyone knew that Su Jincheng asked this question on purpose, as a gesture of goodwill towards them. The truth is, we still need some time, probably until next week. When Song Ruoyu said this, she took a duck neck and started chewing it.
Woman, hear us the question, why are you eating? Su Jincheng was a little helpless. Song Ruoyu meant that she didn't care anymore.
That was all she had to say. He didn't look at Chang's family, but he knew that their expressions must be very disappointed. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for the Chang family. Chang Yunjian didn't say anything, but just sat there quietly without moving the chopsticks in his hand. He was waiting for Su Jincheng's decision. He knew that since Su Jincheng flew over, he must have made a decision in his mind.
Are there any major problems with this acquisition? Su Jincheng thought about it and asked again. Chapter 60, His Royal Highness the Little Prince.
Of course Su Jincheng wanted to sign immediately, but he still wanted to make the acquisition of Yelegia as formal as possible. There should be no major problems, but there are a lot of small problems. Song Ruoyu was chewing on the duck neck and her words were a little unclear. She sat next to Su Jincheng, and the fragrance on her body was pleasant, which all came into Su Jincheng's nose.
What perfume is this woman using today? Su Jincheng was distracted by curiosity.
After a while, he realized that the scene was very quiet and everyone was looking at him eagerly.
Okay. That's it. He laughed. Song Ruoyu blinked, not understanding what that's it meant.
We'll prepare the contract later and both of us will sign it immediately. Su Jincheng made the decision decisively, and his words made Song Ruoyu's eyes widen.
I thought, are you going to sign it now? Is this okay? Isn't this a joke? Or, do you just want to make trouble for me? Mr. Chang, if I make this decision, there shouldn't be any problem with the Chang family, right?
Su Jincheng didn't care what Song Ruoyu was thinking, he turned around and smiled at Chang Yunjian.
No. I have no problem here. To be honest, I've already prepared the contract and am just waiting for both parties to sign it. Chang Yunjian was overjoyed.
He thought he would have to lobby Su Jincheng for a long time. The purpose of finding several other members of the Chang family was to help lobby Su Jincheng.
No one expected that Su Jincheng would be more straightforward than himself. If you had brought the contract, we could have signed it now. Su Jincheng nodded to Chang Yunjian. Chang Yunjian was surprised one after another.
Once Su Jincheng signed, he felt that his task for the day was completed and it was worth it for him to accompany Su Jincheng.
I brought it. I'll have someone bring it to you right away. He hurriedly ordered someone to get the contract. Signature. Stamp. Transfer. Everything happened as fast as lightning.
Song Ruoyu opened her mouth so quickly that she didn't even bother chewing the duck neck in her hand. All the reporters waiting at the Yaligia headquarters and all the reporters waiting at the door of the Chang family did not know that the contract had been signed in secret. They waited for several days, but it was all in vain.
Song Ruoyu glared at Su Jincheng angrily.
She didn't want to gnaw on the duck neck now. What she wanted to do was bite Su Jincheng and bite him to death.
No one does things the way you do.
I've been busy for so long, but the result is not as good as your one word.
I'll tell you later.
Su Jincheng noticed that Song Ruoyu had a bad expression on her face, so he leaned over and whispered something in her ear. Song Ruoyu rolled her eyes at Su Jincheng, her earlobes slightly flushed.
She finally gave him face and didn't embarrass Su Jincheng on the spot. I want to hear what you have to say. Song Ruoyu thought to herself. After the banquet was over, Chang Yunjian led the Chang family away.
Su Jincheng just returned to his room. He has been staying here for the next 2 days.
Song Ruoyu pushed the door open and came in. All right. Now you can tell me what the reason is? Don't you respect me as your partner?
She is still a little indignant now, and she will not let it go until Su Jincheng explains clearly.
It's for the Chang family. Su Jincheng did not hide it from her and answered frankly. Chang family? Are they related to us?
There was doubt in Song Ruoyu's eyes.
It doesn't matter. But I want to help them.
Help them get through this difficult time. You and Lulu asked me why I offered such a high price before, and this is the reason.
Su Jincheng looked into Song Ruoyu's eyes. He liked to see the other person's surprised look. Your money is actually for the Chang family? You don't care about the Yale family at all? Everything you asked me to do was a cover. Song Ruoyu is also very smart and understands things immediately. Now it is clear why Su Jincheng ignored the questions from the Yale family and signed the contract readily.
As long as you understand, don't spread this matter.
Even if you tell others, I won't admit it. Su Jincheng was afraid that Song Ruoyu would tell others, so he gave her some advice. I won't tell anyone about it. I don't want to get involved in your business either. I just want to ask you a question. Song Ruoyu thought for a moment and said, What's the problem? Su Jincheng didn't know what else this woman wanted to ask. Do you like women from the Chang family? Or do you have a woman from a strong family as your mistress?
Her questions were always sharp and always caught Su Jincheng off guard.
You. Don't talk nonsense. You are my mistress. Su Jincheng pointed at Song Ruoyu and finally couldn't help but fight back. You wishful thinking? Will I agree? Don't even think about getting me. Song Ruoyu blushed and walked out of the room.
When she reached the door of the room, she turned back and snorted again.
Men are all psychopaths. Puff.
Su Jincheng was drinking water and choked, and spat it out on the ground. Rest for 2 days.
Su Jincheng left.
With Tong Cheng and Jiang Yilong.
Boarded the plane to Eagle Country.
The person sitting next to him was reading a newspaper and accidentally slipped and fell at Su Jincheng's feet. Su Jincheng bent down to pick it up, without even looking at the newspaper, and handed it back to the other person.
Don't you want to see it?
The other party, an elderly man, asked with a smile, indicating that he could read the newspaper for entertainment.
I don't want to see it. Su Jincheng shook his head. He didn't have this habit.
The old man nodded and thanked him, took the newspaper and continued to read it slowly. On the 4th page, there was a headline at the top of the newspaper.
The latest report is that Volkswagen Group of Germany will sell Lamborghini Automobile Company. Su Jincheng took a plane and had no problems on the way. 12 hours later, he arrived at Birmingham International Airport in Eagle Country. Going abroad.
Su Jincheng thought that this was the first time he had gone abroad since he was a child.
Have you arranged accommodation?
He asked Tong Cheng when he got off the plane.
Everything has been arranged, someone will pick us up here.
Tong Cheng replied. His arrangements were as meticulous as ever.
Su Jincheng nodded, very satisfied with Tong Cheng's work.
The three of them walked out of the airport, and when they were about to reach the airport gate, a young man in his 20s with a haggard face stopped them.
The young man had a small mustache, wore a white Middle Eastern robe, a turban on his head, and a headband, and looked like a Middle Easterner. He greeted Su Jincheng in a friendly manner in English. Su Jincheng had studied English before, so he could understand what the other party was saying. He stopped and looked at the young man.
He didn't know this person and didn't know what the young man meant by greeting him. When the Middle Eastern youth saw Su Jincheng stop, it meant that he was willing to listen to him.
I am His Royal Highness the Little Prince of Tesha, a country in the Middle East. This is my first time in Eagle Country.
I originally brought my entourage with me, but I unexpectedly got separated from them.
I can't find any followers now. I want to go to the city. I'm hungry and thirsty. Can you lend me some money?
He quickly introduced himself.
Your Highness the Little Prince? Su Jincheng looked at the young man with amusement.
The more he looked like a liar. There are many scammers in China, but I didn't expect that there are still many scammers abroad.
Are all the scammers' tactics the same in the world now? Am I so easy to deceive by my appearance? Sorry. Gentlemen. We have something else to do, please find someone else. Su Jincheng didn't say anything. Tong Chang spoke first in English and directly refused.
Like Su Jincheng, he also thought that the young man was a liar.
What's wrong with you guys? Chapter 61 Arafat. Okay. I'll borrow it from someone else.
When the young man saw that Su Jincheng and his group were unwilling to lend him money, he looked a little disappointed, but he quickly gave way and did not continue to bother them. He walked towards another group of people who had just left the airport.
I am His Royal Highness the Little Prince of Tesha, a country in the Middle East. Immediately following, his self-introduction came from not far away.
Foreigners are not stupid either. No one believed him.
Most of them listened to his introduction politely and then politely asked him to go away. Su Jincheng shook his head.
This young man's cheating skills were too poor. It would be difficult to cheat money in this way. He was about to leave when he saw this, but he suddenly became curious about the young man.
This guy doesn't look like an ordinary liar, so he can't be telling the truth, right?
Su Jincheng's heart moved, and he thought of using his skills to verify the identity of this young man. But his skills only work on beautiful women and he has never tried them on men.
Name, Muhammad Abed al-Aruf Arafat. Identity, Little Prince of Tesha. Age, 25. Height, 181 centimeters. Appearance, 70. First blood, not present. Strategy progress, 0-100. Wow, it really works. Su Jincheng was shocked.
This time, his identity was revealed, but the name was too long.
With systematic proof, this young man is 100% the Little Prince. Having said that, Su Jincheng turned around and walked towards Prince Arafat.
Prince Arafat was rejected again at this time, but he persevered, plucked up the courage, and prepared to walk towards another group of people. Su Jincheng even admired him a little.
If it were me, I might have given up. It's obvious that no one will be willing to lend money.
Prince Arafat actually didn't want to do that either, it was very embarrassing. In their country of Tesha, people who ask for money are the lowest kind of beggars, but he is not a beggar.
Pity.
No one here believed him or his noble status. If I find the followers who abandoned me, I will kill them.
Prince Arafat was angry. But still need to find someone to help. He's hungry. He is thirsty. He wants to eat.
I heard in Tesha that the people of Eagle Country are very kind, so why are the people here not friendly at all?
Prince Arafat was very suspicious.
He didn't know that the problem was with himself and everyone thought he was a liar. He felt sad and helpless, but eventually he walked towards another group of people.
At this time, a man stood in front of Prince Arafat, blocking his way. Hello? I am His Royal Highness the Little Prince of Tesha, a country in the Middle East.
Prince Arafat said this without even looking, he was almost vomiting from saying these words.
I know. You said it. Su Jincheng stopped Prince Arafat from continuing speaking, as he was almost sick of what he was saying. Prince Arafat looked up at Su Jincheng and then froze in place. This person is very familiar. I think I've seen this person before.
No, of course I have seen him. I just asked him to borrow money, but he didn't lend it to me.
You? There was some confusion in Prince Arafat's eyes. He didn't understand what Su Jincheng meant by coming back to find him. I don't borrow money anymore. Are you coming back to laugh at me? He thought aggrievedly. We happen to be going downtown as well. Would you like a ride with us? Su Jincheng smiled and extended an invitation to Prince Arafat. He certainly wouldn't give money directly to Prince Arafat. He also wanted to deepen his relationship with Prince Arafat, preferably to become friends.
He really needs this kind of Middle Eastern friend who could potentially bring him hundreds of billions in returns.
A look of joy appeared on Prince Arafat's face.
After such a long time, he finally showed a happy expression.
That's good.
Finally, someone is willing to help, finally, someone is willing to extend a hand of friendship.
He breathed a sigh of relief. Willing. I'd love to give it a ride. The little prince was afraid that if he answered too late, the man would leave immediately. Shall we go, then? Su Jincheng said to him. Wait a moment.
The little prince called Su Jincheng again.
What else?
Su Jincheng turned around and looked at him.
My friend, can you lend me some money? I'm thirsty and hungry now. Prince Arafat felt a little embarrassed.
He was no different from a beggar now.
Why would I borrow money from others before today?
He gave alms to others.
I asked someone to buy it for you. Su Jincheng smiled and pointed behind him.
He had previously heard Prince Arafat say that he was hungry and thirsty, and had asked Tong Qing to go to the airport store to buy bread and water.
Tong Qing walked over.
He was a little confused as to why Su Jincheng changed his mind and was willing to help this liar. However, Tong Qing kept his doubts in his heart, and he would not question Su Jincheng's behavior.
Give. Bread. Water. Su Jincheng handed food and water to Prince Arafat.
You are such a good person.
I will pray to our God to bless you.
Prince Arafat's eyes were glowing green.
If he didn't eat or drink water, he would die. He swore.
He had never tasted such delicious bread or drank such delicious water in his entire life.
Where is this produced? I'm going to buy it.
Prince Arafat is rich and he is not short of money, but all his money is kept by his entourage.
How would he know?
It was his first time in Eagle Country, but his followers stood him up. In the country of Tesha, he always had everything he wanted.
He is the noble little prince. Ah! Why is this bread so hard? I can't swallow it. I ate too much just now.
His Royal Highness Prince Arafat suddenly choked on his bread.
Prince Arafat was eating bread when his eyes suddenly widened.
Fortunately, Su Jincheng was standing nearby. Seeing that the situation was not good, he hurriedly slapped Prince Arafat on the back.
So hard.
Prince Arafat's face flushed and he tried hard to swallow the bread that was stuck in his throat. Su Jincheng was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
If anything happens to Prince Arafat, Saudi Arabia will definitely offer a global reward for his death. They actually dared to choke their country's little prince to death on bread. Thank you. You saved me again. Prince Arafat recovered and quickly thanked Su Jincheng.
No, just eat slowly. I have plenty of bread and water here. Su Jincheng was afraid that he would eat too fast again, which would easily cause him to choke.
I was just starving.
Prince Arafat explained with a blush, feeling a little embarrassed. Su Jincheng nodded in understanding.
If he were starving, he would probably eat anything he wanted.
After Prince Arafat had eaten and drunk his fill, everyone walked out of Birmingham Airport together.
Chapter 62 Your Girlfriend. Outside the airport.
A beautiful woman wearing a simple white shirt, black suit pants and high heels stood outside, giving people a clean, simple and neat feeling. The beautiful woman seemed to be waiting for someone, her eyes fixed on the airport exit. But her eyes were a little indifferent, even cold, as if she didn't like the person she was about to meet. Su Jincheng walked out of the airport exit and saw this cold woman at a glance. He was still thinking that this woman was really beautiful, but her expression was too cold.
Tong Qing followed his gaze and spoke. She's the one who came to pick us up.
By Tianwei, my friend from Eagle Country, and my former colleague at the investment company. This time she is responsible for receiving us and serving as our tour guide.
Su Jincheng nodded.
It turned out that this woman came specifically to pick us up. No one is familiar with this place, so it would be much more convenient to have a tour guide.
This is Mr. Su.
Walking closer, he introduced them to Bai Tianwei and said that it didn't seem like they were boyfriend and girlfriend.
Hello. Su Jincheng smiled at Bai Tianwei. Mr. Lin. Please follow me.
Bai Tianwei's expression was still very cold, and she seemed not to want to say more to Su Jincheng.
Su Jincheng was a little speechless. It seemed that this woman didn't like him. My friend has a bad temper.
Tong Qing didn't expect Bai Tianwei to treat Su Jincheng so coldly.
He felt a little embarrassed. It's okay, let's go.
Su Jincheng smiled and said that he would not be angry about such a small matter. He was just guessing why this woman didn't like him. The reason why Bai Tianwei doesn't like Su Jincheng is very simple. She doesn't like the second generation of domestic people. In her eyes, those second generation rich are parasites who only know how to enjoy the wealth brought to them by their parents. She had heard from Tong Qing that she knew the purpose of Su Jincheng's coming here. She thought Su Jincheng was also such a rich second generation. These second generation rich people come from far and wide to participate in luxury car auctions, just because they rely on their family's wealth. What can't you do if you have money? No matter how many luxury cars you buy, what contribution can you make? Bai Tianwei was very disdainful of Su Jincheng's behavior. If she hadn't been a colleague of Tong Qing before, she would have ignored Su Jincheng at all. Even if she reluctantly agreed to Tong Qing's request and agreed to be the tour guide for their Eagle Country group, she still didn't want to give Su Jincheng a good face. Of course, Su Jincheng didn't know what Bai Tianwei was thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care about her opinion. I have money. I buy luxury cars. That's my own wish. Because Bai Tianwei's expression was not right, the group walked in silence and the atmosphere was a little silent. Only Prince Arafat was active and he was completely unaware that the atmosphere was wrong. During the day, Wei drove an ordinary small car that could just seat 5 people. Su Jincheng sat in the back row, and Prince Arafat sat next to him, talking to him with great interest. Is that your girlfriend driving the car? He asked Su Jincheng curiously. Bai Tianwei paused. Although she was in the front driver's seat, she still heard these words. No. Su Jincheng hurriedly shook his head, thinking to himself, you are guessing without knowing anything, how can you tell that she looks like my girlfriend? She's really beautiful. It would be a shame not to be your girlfriend. Prince Arafat felt a little regretful, as he now had a good impression of Su Jincheng. Can your friend speak? Bai Tianwei turned around before she started the car. Instead of going to see Prince Arafat, he questioned Su Jincheng fiercely. I just met this friend. He is the young prince of Tesha country. Su Jincheng pinched his nose and quickly pushed Prince Arafat out, thinking to himself, I want to be your scapegoat. Bai Tianwei looked at Prince Arafat with a cold face. What does this rich second generation know about the little prince of Tesha country? They are indeed birds of a feather. Neither of them is a good thing. Bai Tianwei snorted and simply stopped looking back at the two of them. Your girlfriend has a bad temper. Prince Arafat raised his hand and poked Su Jincheng. I told you she's not my girlfriend. Su Jincheng felt a little helpless. Your Highness, if you were in your country, you would definitely be beaten, and you would never know who beat you. Forgot to introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Abdullah Arafat. Prince Arafat suddenly remembered something. Little Prince Arafat, my name is Su Jincheng. Although Su Jincheng knew his name, he pretended to hear it for the first time. We are friends. Let's not be so distant. Just call me Arafat. Prince Arafat was very outgoing and in just a few words, he was already calling Su Jincheng his friends. Su Jincheng thought that this was a good thing, as he could say fewer words. Arafat, where should I take you later? He then asked. I don't know. I don't have my phone with me. Maybe I can ask my entourage. This question stumped Prince Arafat, and he looked a little embarrassed. I have. Su Jincheng took out his cell phone. His mobile phone has international roaming and international long-distance functions activated, so he can talk to anyone he wants. When Prince Arafat saw the cell phone, he was suddenly stunned. You're not calling? Su Jincheng glanced at him. I suddenly thought of something. Prince Arafat suddenly slapped his head. I shouldn't have borrowed money just now. I should have borrowed my phone. Everyone would have lent it to me. There was a hint of regret on his face as he summarized his failure experience. That's not necessarily true. I won't lend it to you. Su Jincheng looked at him again. This little prince's way of thinking is very different from that of ordinary people. I'm calling you, just call, what are you thinking about? Why don't you lend it to me? Aren't you lending it to me now? After hearing what Su Jincheng said, Prince Arafat looked at the phone in his hand in a daze. That's because I know you. If I didn't know you just now, I wouldn't have lent it to you. Su Jincheng found it painful to explain to Prince Arafat. You mean, since we're all strangers, we can't just borrow things? Prince Arafat is not stupid, he is actually very smart. It's just that the environment he has always been in is too superior, so he doesn't understand the thoughts of ordinary people.
That's what I mean.
Su Jincheng stuffed the phone into his hand and told him to make a call quickly.
I understand. Thank you. Prince Arafat picked up his phone and started making a call. Paul, where are you? He asked as soon as the phone rang. This is my butler.
Then he covered the microphone and spoke to Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng nodded and thought to himself, you can make your call, I don't want to meet your housekeeper now.
Your Highness, where are you? The butler named Paul asked anxiously. I'm asking you. Answer me now. Why did you leave me alone at Birmingham Airport? I'm almost starving.
Because of your mistake, a young prince from Tesha almost starved to death at the airport. Prince Arafat became more and more angry as he spoke, and he could hardly control his roar.
Chapter 63 Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu.
Your Highness, we have been waiting for you at the airport.
We're still there now, we haven't gone anywhere. Paul's voice paused. Your Highness, you got lost on your own. Prince Arafat. Su Jincheng. Everyone.
The truth of the matter came to light.
Prince Arafat's steward and entourage did not abandon him.
He went to the restroom at the airport and came out going the wrong direction.
But he didn't realize it and ended up making a fool of himself. This was also because it was his first time in Eagle Country and he was not familiar with Birmingham Airport.
Prince Arafat's anger faded, and it was his own fault.
How about I get off and go back to the airport by myself?
He said to Su Jincheng awkwardly.
No need, you can stay with us. Wait until your butler arrives downtown and have him come find you. Su Jincheng didn't let him leave.
If he let him go, he would most likely get lost.
Okay then. I'll talk to the butler.
Prince Arafat spoke to the butler again, then handed the phone to Su Jincheng, indicating that the butler wanted to talk to him. Su Jincheng took the call, and Butler Paul expressed his sincere gratitude to him on the phone, saying that he would come to pick up His Royal Highness the Little Prince as soon as he arrived in the city. After Su Jincheng spoke briefly to the housekeeper, he hung up the phone.
The car continued to drive towards the city.
Su Jincheng checked the distance and found that it would take about another hour to drive.
Since he had nothing to do, he continued to chat with Prince Arafat. Arafat, why did you come to Eagle Country? Are you here for tourism? In Su Jincheng's opinion, Prince Arafat is more suitable to stay in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Have you heard of David Auction House? They're auctioning off a sports car next Tuesday.
I came here just for that car.
Prince Arafat said excitedly. Lamborghini Veneno?
This time it was Su Jincheng's turn to be stunned.
How do you know? Prince Arafat looked at Su Jincheng with a strange expression. Did you come to Eagle Country just for this car?
He suddenly realized.
You're right. Su Jincheng thought about it and admitted it.
Even if he doesn't say it now, Prince Arafat will still know it when the auction takes place.
That's a coincidence.
Prince Arafat did not expect that the person who saved him had the same goal as him.
Are you also a supercar fan?
He looked at Su Jincheng.
No. I'm not. I just wanted a sports car and this happened to be my favorite.
Su Jincheng smiled slightly.
Bai Tianwei was driving in front and listening to the two people talking.
Hearing Su Jincheng say this, he curled his lips and looked even more disdainful.
This guy is just showing off. Is it great to be rich? Prince Arafat doesn't think so.
He is a crazy supercar fan, especially Lamborghini Veneno. He wanted this car very much, but unfortunately the 3 previous cars had owners, and he always regretted not being able to get it. When he heard that the 4th Lamborghini Veneno was going to be auctioned, he could no longer sit still. So he came to Eagle Country despite his family's dissuasion, and he was determined to get the car.
So we are rivals?
When Prince Arafat thought that Su Jincheng was also going to participate in the auction, his expression suddenly became alert.
We dragons have a saying, rivals on the court, friends off the court. No matter which of us gets the car, we're still friends, right? Su Jincheng smiled and said a proverb. He didn't want to fall out with Prince Arafat. You're right.
Prince Arafat thought about it and felt that he shouldn't treat Su Jincheng like this.
After all, he saved him. It's not just the two of them at the auction.
Everyone is participating anyway, and what's being compared is everyone's strength.
As long as you are stronger than others, the Lamborghini Veneno will naturally belong to you. Thinking of this, Prince Arafat became confident again. He is the little Prince of Tesha, his father is the Prince of Tesha, and his family's financial resources are unmatched by ordinary people. Although Su Jincheng in front of him looked rich, no matter how rich he was, he could not be richer than his family. What did you say? Are you from Dragon Country? Prince Arafat still remembered what Su Jincheng had just said. Can't you see? Su Jincheng thinks that his face shape is very obvious. I like Dragon Country very much, but it's a pity that I have never been there. I also particularly like your kung fu. Will you teach me? Prince Arafat turned around and pleaded in surprise. In addition to his love for sports cars, he is also fascinated by Dragon Country kung fu. I won't. Su Jincheng shook his head. Why don't you know how? I saw in the movies that you all can fly over rooftops and walls. You must be hiding your strength. Don't you want to teach me? Prince Arafat was a little skeptical. I really can't. Su Jincheng didn't know what to say to him. Not every dragon countryman knows kung fu. In that case, the Dragon Kingdom would be invincible. But even if he said this, Prince Arafat might not understand. I want to test your strength. Prince Arafat rolled his eyes and punched Su Jincheng. His action was very sudden. Tong Cheng, who was sitting in the front row, saw Prince Arafat take action and his face changed. It was too late for him to stop him. It would be very embarrassing if young Master Su got beaten. Not only is young Master Su ashamed, they will also lose face. Bang! Prince Arafat's fist did not fall on Su Jincheng. His hand was caught by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Jiang Yilong, who pushed and released it with ease. Jiang Yilong was sitting next to Su Jincheng. As a bodyguard, he would always pay attention to protecting Su Jincheng's safety at all times. No matter how fast Prince Arafat moves, he can respond in time. Prince Arafat cried out in pain. He felt his hand was clamped by a hard iron clamp and was about to break. Let him go, don't hurt him. Su Jincheng shook his head at Jiang Yilong. He knew that Prince Arafat did not want to attack him, but was just testing whether he knew kung fu. Jiang Yilong then let go, but his eyes were still staring coldly at Prince Arafat. His eyes made Prince Arafat feel a little chilly. This look seems to have killed someone. Effort. This is kung fu. Amazing. Prince Arafat was shaking his arms in pain, but there was excitement in his eyes. He just didn't dare to attack Su Jincheng. He didn't know whether Su Jincheng knew kung fu, but he was sure that Jiang Yilong definitely knew kung fu. He could feel that the person next to Su Jincheng was a bodyguard, and was very skilled in martial arts. He was afraid that if he attacked again, he would lose his hand. Chapter 64 Former President of Lamborghini. When you come to our dragon country, I will show you real kung fu. Su Jincheng smiled at Prince Arafat and extended an invitation to him. Are you telling the truth? I must come to dragon country. Prince Arafat's eyes lit up, he clenched his fists, and then quickly released them. It hurts so much. He cried out in pain again. Prince Arafat finally calmed down. This reckless action taught him a very profound lesson, which he would probably never forget for the rest of his life. He looked at Jiang Yilong curiously several times, but did not dare to ask for advice. Jiang Yilong had a cold face and said nothing. He doesn't care whether you are the little prince or not, as long as he attacks Su Jincheng, he will attack anyone. Su Jincheng didn't look at Jiang Yilong, but he was very satisfied in his heart. This is what a bodyguard should be like. Don't hit others easily, you might be the one getting hurt the next moment. Su Jincheng gave Prince Arafat a piece of advice. No. Prince Arafat nodded. Bai Tianwei curled her lips again. This guy never forgets to show off. Then, the car drove into the city. Shall we find a place to eat? Su Jincheng said while touching his belly. They had been on the plane for more than 10 hours and hadn't eaten anything, so they were all hungry. What do you want to eat, Chinese or Western? Bai Tianwei didn't look at Su Jincheng, she asked Tong Qing a question. Tong Qingze looked at Su Jincheng. Of course, he had to put Su Jincheng first. Western food. Su Jincheng did not choose Chinese food, he also wanted to try the Western food here. Then let's go to Gordon Ramsay, a 3-Michelin star restaurant. Bai Tianwei didn't turn around, but just introduced herself. But Su Jincheng knew that she was talking to him, so he nodded in agreement. Just go there. Tong Chang saw Su Jincheng nod and said to Bai Tianwei. The group came to the Gordon Ramsay restaurant, which looks inconspicuous from the outside and is integrated into the luxury residential area of Birmingham. This is also a favorite restaurant for local wealthy people. The interior of the restaurant is not very big, with about 10 tables. When Su Jincheng entered, there was only one table with guests, and the guest was an old man in his 60s. The old man was eating there and drinking red wine silently. Su Jincheng took a look and then looked away. The restaurant manager walked towards them with a smile. Perhaps he saw that they were not from country Y, so he helped them order. There is a rich variety of food. The bread before the meal was very stylish, with salty mousse as an appetizer and smoked mackerel as the forehand. Another appetizer is a warm salad, which consists of duck meat and duck eggs with beetroot, blackberries, and other ingredients. The texture and taste are very unique. Then came the main course. Cod, poached partridge, foie gras, Jerusalem artichokes, leeks, consommé. Su Jincheng was very satisfied with the meal. The dishes here were completely different from those in Longwa and had a unique exotic flavor. Only little Prince Arafat sat there with a bitter look on his face, not even touching the food in front of him. Because he had eaten too much bread just now, he couldn't eat any more now. Why don't you eat? Su Jincheng held back his laughter and continued to persuade him. No, my stomach will explode if I eat it. Prince Arafat shook his head and could only watch everyone eat with envy. Everyone was enjoying the meal. I'm not drunk. Don't pick on me. I'm not drunk. There was a sudden noise in the restaurant. Su Jincheng looked up and saw the old man who was on the plane just now. He seemed to be drunk. The waiter was trying to persuade him to leave, but the old man refused and kept shouting that he was not drunk. Two waiters came over and wanted to help the old man out, but he refused to leave. When people are drunk, they can't control themselves. Su Jincheng thought of the drunk Song Ruoyu. He was moved. Song Ruoyu looked much cuter and more beautiful when she was drunk, with her drunken and blurry eyes, than the old man. Fortunately, Song Ruoyu was not here, otherwise she would definitely spit at him. I don't think about anything else but me when I'm drunk. Men are really not good people. It turns out that last time when you were drunk, you didn't take off all my clothes. Are you unwilling to do so? Perhaps the old man's noise alarmed Su Jincheng and the others, so the restaurant manager hurried over and apologized to Su Jincheng. Sir, I'm sorry. Green Winkleman is one of our regulars, and he's had a bit too much to drink today. We're really sorry for disturbing you. We'll try to get him to leave right away. He could see that Su Jincheng held a very high status among these guests, and generally, no one would refute what Su Jincheng said. Green Winkleman? Is he Green Winkleman? Bai Tianwei looked up and asked in surprise. It's him. The restaurant manager nodded, obviously knowing who Bai Tianwei was asking about. Is it really him? Bai Tianwei suddenly stood up and seemed to want to walk over. But looking at Su Jincheng, she stopped again. Who are you talking about? Tong Ching asked curiously. If I remember correctly, he was the former president of Lamborghini Automobile Company. He looked familiar to me just now. Bai Tianwei also noticed the old man when she walked into the restaurant, but at that time she just felt that he looked familiar and didn't think much about it. The president of Automobili Lamborghini? Why is he here? Wait a minute, you said he was the former president? So what is his current identity? Su Jincheng had read information about Lamborghini Automobile Company on the internet. The company's headquarters is in Sant'Agata Bolognese, Italy. He is no longer the president of Automobili Lamborghini. He was just laid off last week and now he is unemployed. Bai Tianwei sighed and didn't care that the question was asked by Su Jincheng. She seemed to like Lamborghini sports cars very much, and also liked Lamborghini Automobile Company. She knew many of the company's employees very well. Laid off? Can we talk? Why was he fired? Su Jincheng didn't know about this. I want to know that, too. Prince Arafat also said at this time that he also knew Green Winkleman, but had never met him in person. Don't you guys read the news or the newspaper? Glenn Winkleman was fired at a Volkswagen board meeting last week for opposing the sale of Automobili Lamborghini. Poor Glenn Winkleman. He's been the president for so many years, working so hard for Automobili Lamborghini that he hasn't had a single day off. Those sons of bitches on the Volkswagen board actually laid off employees without any regard for his feelings. Bai Tianwei didn't say anything, But the restaurant manager stood up for Green Winkleman and even cursed. So that's how it is. Su Jincheng nodded when he heard this.
Green Winkleman was probably feeling upset, so he drank a little more red wine and ended up drunk.
Are you cursing the Volkswagen board? You don't like them either?
I just said they were sons of bitches.
How can Automobile Lamborghini be sold? What wonderful company! My little Rambo.
Suddenly Glyn Winkleman stumbled over.
Chapter 65 Going Out.
Green Winkleman was drunk and heard someone mention him here. So he shook off the support of the two waiters and went to Su Jincheng's table.
Mr. Green, you are drunk. I'll help you out and have someone take you home.
The restaurant manager was startled. He didn't expect the old man to come over. If this disturbed Su Jincheng and the others, he might even be complained about.
I don't want a home, I just want my little Rambo. I'm warning you, don't tell me I'm drunk.
If anyone tells me I'm drunk, I'll never let them go. Green Winkleman shook his head, seeing that no one responded to his words.
He stumbled towards the restaurant door again, and the waiter who was about to see him off was rudely pushed away by him. Su Jincheng quietly watched Green Winkleman push the door open and go out.
The old man had a very bad temper, but he liked him very much.
Poor old man, why was he laid off? Damn Volkswagen board of directors.
He also cursed in his heart.
Mr. Su, can I have a small request? Bai Tianwei suddenly walked up to Su Jincheng. What do you want? Su Jincheng looked at her. I want to give Green Winkleman a ride. I don't want anything to happen to him.
It was already late outside, and Bai Tianwei was worried that Green Winkleman was too drunk to see the road clearly and might fall. After all, the old man is over 60 years old. If he falls at this age, he may never be able to stand up again. You are our tour guide now.
Tong Cheng was a little worried that Su Jincheng would be angry, so he quietly reminded Bai Tianwei.
Bai Tianwei gritted her teeth and thought that she couldn't stand this rich second generation anyway. I might as well just say now that I won't be his tour guide anymore and let him find whoever he wants.
Go ahead. Take good care of him.
You don't have to worry about our accommodation. Tell Tongqing the hotel address and we can go there by ourselves. She was about to say it when Su Jincheng suddenly spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Tianwei was stunned. She could no longer utter her own words.
The rich second generation agreed. He actually agreed? After Bai Tianwei left,
Su Jincheng and the others left immediately as they had almost finished eating. The restaurant manager kept apologizing to them and walked them to the door, fearing that they would complain.
Green Winkleman's behavior just now was indeed reckless. Su Jincheng smiled and said that he was very satisfied with the service and they would not complain. The restaurant manager was relieved and watched them leave with a smile.
After walking out of the door, they took a taxi directly to the Hilton Hotel, a 5-star hotel that Bai Tianwei had already arranged for them. Prince Arafat followed them to the hotel, and then his butler Paul arrived, accompanied by 3 tall and mighty followers.
Su Jincheng felt that they were not like followers, but more like bodyguards.
He believed that his opinion was correct. It was impossible for the little prince of Tesha to travel without bodyguards.
Zhang Yilong glanced at the 3 followers and then looked away without a second glance. Do you look down on them? Su Jincheng noticed Zhang Yilong's eyes and felt a little amused. This guy was quite arrogant. The 3 followers also looked at Zhang Yilong, with no reaction on their faces. Perhaps they didn't realize how powerful Zhang Yilong was. Coincidentally, Prince Arafat and his family also live here, on the same floor. When Paul saw Su Jincheng, he first thanked him again for taking care of Prince Arafat.
Butler Paul had a serious face and was quite tall, but what happened today really frightened him. Your Highness, you scared us to death today. Then he stood in front of Prince Arafat with a frightened expression.
I'm fine, I just got lost for a while. Prince Arafat said this nonchalantly, completely forgetting his miserable appearance at that time. Your Highness, you must bring an attendant with you wherever you go, even to the toilet.
Paul gave Prince Arafat a serious suggestion.
Then I would have no freedom and no dignity. Prince Arafat was tempted to refuse. Your Highness, this is the prince's decision.
Paul had already reported this to Prince Arafat's father, and he did not dare to hide it.
Oh well. Seeing that it was his father's decision, Prince Arafat had no choice but to agree. He could not object, otherwise his prince might order him back to Tesha at any time. If he leaves now, the Lamborghini Veneno will definitely not be his.
Prince Arafat would rather give up his freedom and dignity for the sake of his favorite sports car. While they were talking in the lobby on the ground floor of the hotel, Bai Tianwei also came back. She drove Green Winkleman home, helped Mrs. Green Winkleman settle down, and then left. Mrs. Green Winkleman thanked her and offered her money, but she refused. Because she was a tour guide and had to accompany Su Jincheng and the others at all times, a guest room was also arranged for her here.
You guys take a break. Su Jincheng prepared to go out for a walk. Wherever you're going, take me with you. Prince Arafat asked hurriedly.
He now really regarded Su Jincheng as his friend. Seeing that he wanted to follow him, Su Jincheng did not object, as he didn't want to be separated from him in the first place.
Is there anything fun to do here at night? He asked Bai Tianwei, who had just returned. There are no attractions to see at night, so you can go to a bar or casino. Bai Tianwei thought about it and said, What's so fun about bars? Let's go to the casino.
When Prince Arafat heard Bai Tianwei mention the casino, he immediately became interested.
Okay then.
Su Jincheng thought that he had nothing to do at night, so he could go and take a look. Bai Tianwei glanced at Su Jincheng and her good impression of him disappeared.
Men just like to gamble.
I just mentioned it tentatively, and he immediately chose the casino. As for the fact that this was proposed by Prince Arafat, she pretended not to hear it at all.
Anyway,
Su Jincheng is the employer and Bai Tianwei, as a tour guide, has no right to object. They put down their luggage and came out of the Hilton Hotel again. At this time, there were more people, 4 on Su Jincheng's side and 5 on Prince Arafat's side. Paul was naturally worried about Prince Arafat going to the casino with Su Jincheng, so he simply took 3 followers with him.
Su Jincheng didn't care about them.
After all, everyone played their own games in the casino.
Su Jincheng took Bai Tianwei's car, while Paul and the others took a taxi.
Because there was one more person, Prince Arafat squeezed back into the car. He was actually happy because he didn't like being with the butler. The butler was too serious and over the top.
Which casino are we going to? Tong Chang asked Bai Tianwei. Chapter 66 Monopoly Game. The racetrack, that's the biggest casino in Birmingham. Bai Tianwei had already thought of a place. It's so late, and there's still horse racing there? Tong Ching asked curiously. No.
They play roulette, baccarat, blackjack, Texas Hold'em, and so on.
Bai Tianwei shook her head.
Tong Qingkai realized that he had made a fool of himself.
You seem familiar with that place? Do you gamble often? How much did you win? Su Jincheng asked her deliberately. I don't gamble. I just listen to what others say. Bai Tianwei glared at Su Jincheng. Don't gamble, don't gamble. Why are you glaring at me? I didn't say you were a gambler. Su Jincheng was speechless. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the destination. This is a very large and magnificent building.
The lights outside are bright and dazzling, attracting everyone's attention from afar. When Su Jincheng saw the double horse logo outside the building, he knew they had arrived. Bai Tianwei parked the car, and it turned out to be here.
They walked in. There were a lot of people inside and it was very lively.
Not only are there things to do, but there are also things to eat, drink, and watch performances.
You can find everything you can think of.
The stakes here were not high, so Tong Ching exchanged some small amounts of cash and distributed it to everyone.
Su Jincheng walked with Prince Arafat, and Tong Ching, Bai Tianwei and others did not go anywhere else, so they followed them.
Paul and 3 of his followers followed.
Aren't you going to play by yourselves? Su Jincheng looked back and felt that there were too many people following him. Prince Arafat also waved.
Everyone then dispersed, and only Jian Yilong and Bai Tianwei followed. One of them is a bodyguard and the other is not interested in gambling.
Let's play roulette. Prince Arafat became interested and said to Su Jincheng. This game is very simple, it is just betting on numbers. You can bet on big, small, odd, even numbers, etc. The ball on the roulette wheel spins, and when it stops where you bet, you win. You can learn how to play this game in no time, without having to think too much. Good.
Su Jincheng didn't come here to win money, he just came here for fun and didn't care whether he won or lost. The two played a few games, winning and losing. In general, there are still more losses. No wonder people say that 9 out of 10 people lose in a casino. Bai Tianwei was happy when she saw Su Jincheng losing money.
I don't want to play anymore. Prince Arafat lost interest after gambling a few times. If you don't like this, why don't we try something else? Su Jincheng said. I don't want to play anymore. This isn't about gambling, it's about playing.
Prince Arafat threw away the cash in his hand and left without caring whether he won or lost.
That's what I used to do, that's called gambling.
Each round results in billions or even tens of billions of dollars in gains or losses. That's a huge game played in the billions of dollars.
He turned around and said to Su Jincheng. He had evidently played at very large and extraordinary stakes.
When Su Jincheng heard this, his heart moved.
I've never heard of such a high stakes as you mentioned. Which casino is running this game? He asked casually. He was still a little interested. Which casino was so bold as to bet tens or even hundreds of billions of dollars?
This is not a game the casino dares to play. No casino would dare to run such a game.
Because the loser of the bet may go bankrupt at any time. Prince Arafat looked at him with disdain and shook a finger, appearing to be disdainful of the casino. If it's not a casino, then who is organizing the game you're talking about? Su Jincheng continued to ask, and he became a little curious.
This kind of game, this kind of gambling, is not something that ordinary people would dare to organize.
He was also curious about the organizer. Prince Arafat looked behind him and said nothing, as if he didn't want his words to be heard.
Seeing that the two seemed to have some private conversation, Jiang Yilong and Bai Tianwei walked away a little to avoid hearing their conversation. You must not tell anyone else what I am going to say next, or you will be in grave danger.
This isn't a warning. Remember, this is the truth.
Prince Arafat then continued to speak, but his first words were a warning.
I won't tell anyone.
Su Jincheng's heart tightened, wondering if the organizers of this game didn't dare let others know, or if they didn't want others to know.
The game I'm playing is called Monopoly. This is a top-tier game that only the world's richest people can play.
When Su Jincheng heard this name, he always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity.
It seemed that an electronic game he played before had the same name. Do you know how many wealthy people in the world are playing this game?
Prince Arafat didn't know that this name coincided with the video game Su Jincheng was playing, so he asked.
Su Jincheng shook his head.
It was the first time he heard of this Monopoly game and he had no idea who would participate. I can tell you this, countless wealthy people are involved.
The wealthy people you know and don't know about may be playing this game.
Across 5 continents, in every country and every city, as long as you have money and know the game, you want to join in.
The world's top 10 richest people are amazing, they are gaming members.
The Rockefeller Foundation is powerful, but they are also members of the game. Prince Arafat said this with a hint of boasting.
Are you saying that the Rockefeller Foundation in the United States has also participated in the game?
Su Jincheng interrupted him a little surprised, he didn't believe what he heard. It's not just the Rockefeller Consortium, the Morgan Consortium is also involved. So are the Rothschilds, the Medicis, the Habsburgs, the Capetians.
You Asians have them too.
Mitsubishi Group, Mitsui Group, Sumitomo Group, Fuji Group, Sanwa Group, Kanyin Group, etc. Every time Prince Arafat said a name, Su Jincheng's eyes became more solemn and shocked. Even if he is very rich now, the wealth owned by those people mentioned above is many times more than his, and the two sides are not even on the same order of magnitude.
How did they get into this game? Su Jincheng asked with a little surprise. Where do you think they got all the money they have now? Do you think they can earn so much money every year just by running their own business? No. A large part of their money comes from winning this game. Every winner will gain enormous wealth. These fortunes can even make you as wealthy as a nation. Prince Arafat revealed the most shocking secret of the world. Su Jincheng raised his eyebrows.
No wonder he didn't let himself tell others. It is conceivable that if this secret were known to people all over the world, it would cause a huge shock to the world. This will really bring fatal disaster to yourself.
Chapter 67 Join the game. Who is the organizer of this game, if so many wealthy people and financial groups can participate in it? Su Jincheng became more and more curious. I have no idea.
I don't know who the organizers of the game are, but they have a mysterious and powerful background. They can travel anywhere in the world and do anything you can't.
Their energy is incredibly powerful. Prince Arafat doesn't know everything. Su Jincheng's eyes narrowed. This was a bit scary. Those game organizers were quite scary.
No one dares to offend such game organizers easily, and they cannot even be mentioned. This Monopoly game is arguably the most mysterious, craziest, and most profitable game in history. Before this, he had never even heard of it.
Su Jincheng was a little hesitant about whether he should get involved. He was a little suspicious that his system seemed to have been waiting for him to join the Monopoly game. Previous investment is for today. What are the requirements to participate in such a game? Or do I need to apply? Or someone can introduce me? Su Jincheng thought for a moment and asked. Are you finally interested in games? You want to join the game?
Prince Arafat talked for a long time, just hoping that Su Jincheng would join.
I'm certainly interested. Su Jincheng did not hide it from him. After listening to Prince Arafat's introduction, it was impossible not to be moved. I knew you would be moved. Prince Arafat laughed. What are you happy about? Are you hiding something from me?
When Su Jincheng saw the smile on Prince Arafat's face, he always felt as if he had been plotted against.
I don't. I'm just happy that you might make a lot of money. Prince Arafat said hurriedly. He didn't want Su Jincheng to see.
He also had his own thoughts. He thought, I said so much and asked you to join for a reason.
If you lose at Monopoly, don't blame me, you won't have any money left for next Tuesday's auction.
After all, Prince Arafat was still worried about Su Jincheng and wanted to destroy his opponent.
One less opponent means one more opportunity for him. He really put a lot of thought into getting the Lamborghini Veneno. Tell me what conditions they need? Su Jincheng still cares more about games.
They will review the participants and only allow you to participate in the game if you meet their requirements.
As for their conditions, I don't know what they are. Don't try to hide anything. They can know everything about you. But you're right about one thing. They do need an introducer. I can introduce you to them. Prince Arafat actually doesn't know much. What is the game mainly about? Su Jincheng wanted to know more information. It's no use asking about that.
Every game we organize is different, and the rules are different every time.
There are never any repetitions.
Even if you've participated in it 100 or 1,000 times, it will still feel strange and exciting. Prince Arafat pointed out the biggest feature of this game.
Mysterious, strange, and exciting. Su Jincheng is preparing to participate in the Monopoly game, the world's top game. How do I know I've passed their review? He has one more thing to clarify. You will know after the review is passed.
They might notify you to participate in the game next, so you have to be ready at any time.
The main thing is to prepare your penny. Prince Arafat reminded. How much money should I prepare? Su Jincheng actually knew what was going on.
He had asked Tong Qing to open a Sriwi bank account for him. $10 billion has been transferred to the account.
Of course, the more the better. How about it? Have you thought about it? Do you want me to be your introducer? Prince Arafat asked Su Jincheng for his opinion, and he believed that Su Jincheng would agree. I'm in. Su Jincheng didn't hesitate and nodded directly, which did not disappoint him.
Prince Arafat stopped talking, picked up his own cell phone and made a call. He said a few simple words and then hung up the phone. Su Jincheng heard him mention his name.
Let's go. We're here now, let's continue playing for a while. He said to Su Jincheng. Aren't you going to be the introducer? Su Jincheng asked him. Introducer? I've been one. Didn't you see I just made a phone call? Prince Arafat asked curiously. Is it that simple? Su Jincheng thought that Prince Arafat would take him to meet someone. I just need to inform them. What happens next is not my business. They will investigate your information themselves. Don't stand here, just wait for notification.
Prince Arafat pulled Su Jincheng to continue playing in the casino, and this time he was in the mood again.
Played for more than an hour. Everyone returned to the Hilton Hotel. It was getting late and everyone was a little tired from playing, so they went to rest. The next day was Sunday. There are still 2 days until the auction. When Su Jincheng got up in the morning, he didn't see Prince Arafat. He wondered if he hadn't gotten up yet.
Tong Chang and the others had gotten up early.
When he came out of the room, everyone was chatting in the corridor. Why don't you rest for a while? Su Jincheng asked them with a smile. I'm not going to sleep anymore. I can't sleep. Tong Ching said.
Because of jet lag, it was past bedtime for everyone. Wei didn't suffer from jet lag during the day, but she was used to getting up early, but she was too lazy to explain to Su Jincheng.
Su Jincheng smiled. He had some understanding of this woman's temper. We all gathered together and had a hearty breakfast in the hotel. Croissants, bagels, fried eggs, bacon, sausages, pudding and more. Everyone gets what they need. The breakfast here tastes very good and everyone enjoys it very much. Su Jincheng had a hearty English breakfast. Shall we go to David's auction house? After eating, he said to everyone.
Su Jincheng thought that since he was attending the auction, he should first familiarize himself with the auction venue. He had never participated in one before. Tong Qing and the others naturally would not object.
Bai Tianwei led the way and drove the car. This time, without Prince Arafat, the car was quieter. It doesn't take long. They arrived at Bond Street, a bustling area in Birmingham, which is the most fashionable street in Birmingham.
There are countless famous shops on both sides of the street, with a wide variety of top luxury brands, top jewelry, top antiques, top artworks, and so on.
The David Auction House is located here. Among the famous stores full of big brands, it stands out.
The auction house does not require tickets, and you can enter and visit as long as you are dressed appropriately.
Chapter 68 The Fighting Cock. When they came in, there was an auction going on. Su Jincheng and everyone else found a place to sit down.
He was ready to witness the auction process with his own eyes. There are many oriental faces among the people participating in the auction here, and Su Jincheng can hear the familiar Long Guoyu from time to time. He sounded quite friendly. Those who were participating in the auction saw Su Jincheng and his group coming in and looked them over.
Su Jincheng and his group were all dressed in ordinary clothes.
Su Jincheng himself was not wearing any brand name clothes, and Tong Cheng and the others were not wearing any brand name fashions.
The only eye-catching thing was the girl.
She was very beautiful, with a cold temperament and a capable spirit. Several young men from the East who were present looked over intentionally or unintentionally at the girl's pretty face. Some of them couldn't help themselves and would have wanted to come over and chat with the girls if their family hadn't pulled them over. It would have been best if they could have exchanged business cards and mobile phone numbers. Most of these young people are dressed in designer clothes, are very elegant, and consider themselves successful people. They compared themselves with Su Jincheng and the others, and felt that they obviously had more advantages in front of the girls, so their eyes became even more passionate.
Bai Tianwei had seen most of these scenes.
She simply ignored the looks of those people and sat there without raising her head.
The young men were somewhat disappointed, yet also somewhat excited, and were trying to attract the girls' attention in their own way. The atmosphere in the auction hall suddenly became heated. At this time, the female auctioneer was bidding on a piece of famous brand jewelry.
Starting at 1 million, increased by 10,000 each time, bidding starts now. She had just finished speaking.
1,200,000.
A young man opened his mouth and directly added 200,000.
He looked around, feeling slightly proud.
He thought that raising the price like this would attract the girl's attention.
1.5 million.
His pride was soon interrupted by another young man, who directly added 300,000.
2 million.
The young man became angry and immediately fought back, raising the price by 500,000.
3 million.
The other person was not willing to be outdone and raised the price again by 1 million. In less than 3 rounds, the value of this piece of jewelry soared by 2 million.
The female auctioneer smiled happily.
The higher the auction price, the more commission she could get. The two young men shouted out prices while looking towards Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng noticed the fiery gazes of the two young men.
The two young men certainly had no intention of attracting his attention. Their target should be the beautiful girl next to them, Bai Tianwei.
In front of beautiful women, they become fighting cocks.
I think the auctioneer should give you a portion of the commission. You're sitting here, and the prices they're auctioning off are much higher. He smiled at Bai Tianwei. The female auctioneer on the stage had obviously noticed this as well.
She looked over here frequently and nodded slightly to express her gratitude.
Mr. Su, please don't make such a joke. Bai Tianwei frowned and replied bluntly. I'm not kidding. I even want to buy this auction company. Just sit here every day and I'll pay you a high salary.
Su Jincheng thought his idea was good and that he would definitely make money, a lot of money.
You yourself won't sit here every day? Bai Tianwei glared at him. I sit here every day and I think the auction company will go bankrupt soon. Su Jincheng's words made Bai Tianwei laugh so hard that she couldn't hold back any longer. Her tense face broke. Look, you look pretty when you smile.
Su Jincheng smiled slightly.
Bai Tianwei glared at Su Jincheng fiercely again and put away her smile. Su Jincheng didn't continue joking. He knew that if he continued, the woman would definitely get angry and leave.
Sometimes it is very pleasing to the eye to have such a beautiful woman around. The jewelry was eventually sold for 3 million.
The auctioneer then took out another piece of jewelry.
The bidding immediately became louder. She felt that today was her lucky day.
The auction continues. All kinds of cultural relics were taken out continuously. Dazzling and colorful jewelry. A stunning antique from a different era. Calligraphy and paintings by historical celebrities.
Su Jincheng watched with great interest. Even though the female auctioneer auctioned off 5 or 6 items at once, he did not participate in any of them. He had no interest in the auction items, he just came to take a look and had no intention of participating. Those young men gradually lost their motivation, and no matter how they performed, they could not attract Bai Tianwei's attention. Since their performance didn't work, they certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to continue raising the price for something they didn't want.
The young man's shouting disappeared, and the auction house became silent, much quieter than before. The female auctioneer felt a little regretful, thinking that her lucky day was probably over. She glanced at Su Jincheng and knew that those young men wanted to attract the beautiful woman, just like a male peacock spreading its wings and tail to attract a female peacock. Pity.
The woman refused to even smile, let alone look at him. The female auctioneer wanted to step down and talk to the woman herself, considering whether to give her a share of her commission in exchange for a smile from her.
Her idea was similar to Su Jincheng's.
They both thought this was a good way to make money.
Su Jincheng was now ready to get up and leave. He felt that he had watched enough of the fun.
At this time, little Prince Arafat hurried in from outside with a piece of bread in his mouth.
Butler Paul and 3 attendants followed behind.
It seemed that wherever the little prince went, they would definitely follow.
Are you here?
Su Jincheng smiled. He hadn't originally intended to invite the little prince, but he didn't expect him to come anyway.
It was not easy for me to finally find you.
Why did you leave me?
I still consider you a friend. Prince Arafat took the bread from his mouth and walked up to Su Jincheng with resentment.
It turned out that after he got up, he didn't find Su Jincheng and the others. He had Tong Qing's phone number and asked around, finding out that they were at the David auction house, so he rushed over without even taking a bite of his meal.
Keep your voice down.
Prince Arafat's voice was a little loud, so Su Jincheng made a gesture to indicate that an auction was going on here and he should not disturb others. At this time, some people were looking over with dissatisfaction. Prince Arafat's clothes were a little wrinkled, and his turban was tied randomly on his head. He looked nothing like a prince, but more like a down-and-out Middle Eastern man.
Everyone took a look and then ignored Prince Arafat. None of these successful people took him seriously. Tong Qing stood up and gave his seat to Prince Arafat. He sat next to them, with Butler Paul and the others. Then can you explain why you left me behind? Aren't we friends?
Prince Arafat sat down next to Su Jincheng, still muttering to himself.
Chapter 69 Gift. I woke up and didn't see you, so I thought you might have something to do today, so I didn't go looking for you. Su Jincheng found an excuse, otherwise Prince Arafat would keep asking questions. I'm fine. You know I'm here to attend the auction next Tuesday. Except for buying that car, I'm fine.
Little Prince Arafat sat there, his legs casually crossed. After listening to Su Jincheng's explanation, he immediately felt much better and began to chew the bread in his hand. The people around frowned and began to look at him with dissatisfaction. The smell of bread kept coming into their nostrils, which made them feel a little uncomfortable.
It seems eating is not allowed here. Su Jincheng had no choice but to remind Prince Arafat. What's wrong with eating? Every time I attend an auction, everyone eats.
Prince Arafat crossed his legs and said in confusion that he had no idea about the ways of the world.
Then eat faster.
Su Jincheng found it difficult to communicate with him, and he didn't want to smell the bread. Fortunately, the bread in Prince Arafat's hand was not big, and he finished it in just a few bites. After taking a sip of water, he began to look around the auction site with great interest.
What's being auctioned on the stage? Hey! It seems to be calligraphy and painting? This is calligraphy and painting from your dragon country. He suddenly patted Su Jincheng's shoulder and laughed excitedly. I know. Su Jincheng raised his hand and pressed his brow, feeling a little headache. He thought, didn't I hear you? Do I need your introduction? I know you know. That's not what I meant. I mean, I haven't given you a gift yet. Why don't I take a picture of this calligraphy and painting and give it to you? Okay? Prince Arafat's voice became louder again. It turned out that he remembered that Su Jincheng had saved him and wanted to give Su Jincheng a gift in return. He thought of the rumors he had heard before, that the people of long countries seemed to like giving gifts. When the people around heard what Prince Arafat said, they couldn't help but smile with an inexplicable sense of superiority. This Middle Eastern person probably doesn't know the market price of Longwei calligraphy and paintings? You still want to take a picture? Do you know how much it is worth? Seeing that Su Jincheng and others had been sitting there for so long and had never participated in an auction, they had a rough idea in their minds. These people may just be here to watch the fun, or they may be tourists who don't have the money to participate in the auction. This new Middle Eastern man sat with Su Jincheng and the others. He behaved in an unruly manner and did not look like he was very rich. They couldn't help laughing when they heard that Prince Arafat, who knew nothing, was going to participate in the calligraphy and painting auction in a very arrogant tone. Need not. I just know what you mean. Su Jincheng didn't laugh, he shook his head. He knew Prince Arafat could afford it, but he didn't think it was necessary. How can you know my feelings? I want to buy it and I must give it to you. Prince Arafat insisted. He spoke excitedly and liked to gesture, and inadvertently raised his hand. At this time, after several rounds of bidding, the price of the calligraphy and painting had reached 8 million. 8.5 million. The female auctioneer on the stage saw Prince Arafat's gesture and quickly quoted a new price. This is already a very high bid for this piece of calligraphy and painting, and it is 500,000. The people participating in the auction began to quiet down and no one was willing to raise the price anymore. They think it is not worth spending any amount of money to buy this calligraphy and painting. Everyone began to wait for the female auctioneer to drop the hammer. Is there anyone willing to raise the price and buy this rare calligraphy and painting? Everyone's chances are running out. Is there anyone willing to raise the price? The female auctioneer raised the hammer in her hand while striving for a higher price. After 3 times, she would knock the hammer on the table to confirm the buyer. Congratulations, sir, you bought this calligraphy and painting. With a slight sound, the female auctioneer pointed at Prince Arafat. The people around turned to look at Prince Arafat, thinking that you really bought it. Why are they looking at me? Prince Arafat noticed that everyone was looking at him, and then he felt something was wrong. You bought the painting. Su Jincheng wanted to stop him when he saw him raise his hand, but it was too late. I bought it? Prince Arafat was surprised and looked at his butler. Your Highness, you did quote a price just now. Butler Paul nodded naturally. The people around couldn't help laughing when they heard this. They were ready to laugh at Prince Arafat. What would you do? 8.5 million is not a small amount. After being surprised for a moment, Prince Arafat suddenly smiled at Su Jincheng. Look, God is helping you. This painting should be yours. A staff member from the auction floor came over. Paul, you go pay. He instructed the housekeeper naturally that for him, buying millions of paintings and calligraphy would not cost much. Butler Paul stood up and left without saying a word. The people around were ready to laugh at the joke, but now their eyes were filled with amazement. This unassuming Middle Eastern man actually paid the bill so casually and didn't care at all, as it was just a misunderstanding. It seems that he doesn't care about so much money at all, he even has his own personal butler. That's right. The butler also called him His Royal Highness the Little Prince. Is he really the Little Prince? Who is that young man who is talking to him? They couldn't help but glance at Su Jincheng from the corner of their eyes. It seems like the young man in front of me. The identity is not simple either. Who is he? The people around looked at Su Jincheng with a little curiosity, unable to guess his identity. Su Jincheng didn't care about everyone's looks. He watched Butler Paul walk back with a wrapped painting in his hand. It seems that Butler Paul has already paid. This is yours. Prince Arafat took the calligraphy and painting and handed it to Su Jincheng. I already said that. I have accepted your feelings. But I can't accept this gift, you keep it for yourself. Su Jincheng had no intention of taking it. He gestured to Prince Arafat to keep it for himself. You can't refuse. I've already filmed it. I have no use for it. I don't like it. Prince Arafat insisted. He shook the calligraphy and painting in his hands. He only liked poison. To him, Longgua's calligraphy and paintings were like heavenly books, which he could not understand at all. You bought it by mistake. You don't have to buy it. You can negotiate with the seller and pay him some liquidated damages at most. Su Jincheng gave him an idea. I've already bought it, and it didn't cost much anyway. I don't want to bother. Prince Arafat looked as if he was too lazy to look for a seller. Then I don't want it either. Su Jincheng simply ignored him. You have to. Prince Arafat insisted on giving it. Chapter 70 Return Gift. The two of them were pushing and shoving each other, neither showing any intention of giving in. Bai Tianwei looked at Su Jincheng and felt a little more impressed with him. This guy was a little different from other rich second generations. The people around were speechless when they saw this. That was a painting and calligraphy worth $8.5 million, which was equivalent to nearly 60 million in China. You don't want it. I want it. This is already a gift of sky-high price in the country. But looking at the two of them, one insisted on giving it and the other insisted on not giving it. It was obvious that neither of them took the expensive gifts seriously. Their eyes became even more wary, as it was obvious that these two people could not be ordinary tourists. Butler Paul was standing nearby, and he knew the stubborn character of little Prince Arafat. His Royal Highness the little prince will never change his words. Your Highness, you can give the gift to Mr. Su's elders, such as his father. This shows that you respect Mr. Su's father's intentions. This is a high level of etiquette in the Middle East, and it should be the same in Dragon Country. Seeing that the situation was at a stalemate, he thought for a moment and whispered an idea into Prince Arafat's ear. Prince Arafat raised his eyebrows, wondering why he hadn't thought of this. He was immediately happy. The butler was sometimes quite useful, although sometimes annoying. Yes, you're right. This painting is for your elders, for your father. This is a high courtesy in the Middle East. You cannot refuse my respect. He handed the calligraphy and painting to Su Jincheng again. Su Jincheng had no choice, the other party had already said so. If you don't answer, it means you look down on the other person. This will make you an enemy of Prince Arafat. This is just a gift of higher value. He doesn't want to make enemies. All right. Thank you on behalf of my father. Su Jincheng could only take the calligraphy and painting from Prince Arafat. Little Prince Arafat laughed. The gift was finally given away. He looked back at Butler Paul with satisfaction. However, Su Jincheng also had his own ideas. Since the other party gave him a gift, he naturally had to return the favor. What gift should I give to Prince Arafat? I don't know what gifts Middle Eastern people like. As Su Jincheng thought about this, his eyes naturally looked forward. At this time, the female auctioneer was holding an ancient scepter in her hand. The audience was shouting out prices. Su Jincheng's heart moved. Such a scepter represented power in ancient times and was a symbol of royal power and imperial authority. Prince Arafat's father is a prince, so he must like this. Thinking of this, Su Jincheng no longer hesitated. The person in front bid 9 million. He simply raised his hand to signal the female auctioneer. The female auctioneer was a little surprised when she saw Su Jincheng raise his hand. She originally thought that since Su Jincheng hadn't participated in the auction for such a long time, he would not buy any items. Unexpectedly, he suddenly made a move, and the price he quoted was sky high without hesitation or consideration. This guy is so generous. I almost misjudged the person. 9.5 million. This gentleman is asking for 9.5 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the price? A smile immediately appeared on the auctioneer's face, and she once again confirmed that today was her lucky day. Normally, she doesn't have many opportunities to auction off so many priced items. Once. Twice. 3 times. Congratulations, sir, you've bought the scepter. As she struck the hammer, the scepter finally belonged to Su Jincheng. 9.5 million? The eyes of the people around looking at Su Jincheng began to change. Su Jincheng's actions confirmed their guess that this man and the little prince just now were both not simple people. Judging from the young man's behavior, he was just bidding the price casually, which showed that he didn't take such a large amount of money seriously.
Even if they are successful people, they would not dare to be so casual. After all, their money was not picked up, and they would feel bad if they spent it indiscriminately for no reason.
Prince Arafat didn't think too much about it. I thought you wouldn't be at the auction.
So you like scepters? He looked at Su Jincheng and nodded as if he understood something.
He finally understood Su Jincheng's hobby. I'll give you an antique that's similar to a scepter. Su Jincheng smiled and said nothing.
When the staff at the auction venue came over, Tong Cheng stood up naturally and followed them to pay.
Tong Cheng quickly took the scepter back. Su Jincheng took the scepter and handed it to Prince Arafat. Prince Arafat was puzzled and thought, "This is what you bought, why are you giving me the scepter?" We in the Dragon Kingdom have a saying, it's impolite not to reciprocate. Since you gave a gift to my father, I want to return the favor. Please give this scepter to your father on my behalf and give him my regards. Su Jincheng explained to him. Little Prince Arafat was stunned. He didn't expect that Su Jincheng would take the photo for his father, the prince. On behalf of His Majesty, I would like to thank Mr. Su. Seeing that Prince Arafat did not respond, Butler Paul bowed politely to Su Jincheng, took the scepter, and expressed his willingness. As soon as Su Jincheng bought the scepter, he guessed what Su Jincheng was thinking. Butler Paul appreciated this very much. He was a very smart and sensible young man. In the Middle East, returning gifts is also an important etiquette. Prince Arafat only then realized that Su Jincheng's return gift made the price of his gift seem too low. That won't work. I am His Royal Highness the Little Prince, and I am not short of money. How can I lose the gift I gave you? I'll pay another 10 million and buy it for you. Prince Arafat shouted, immediately showing his aristocratic temper. That's enough. I know you're rich, but a gift doesn't have to be expensive. You've already given a gift, and that's enough. Su Jincheng quickly stopped him, otherwise Prince Arafat would really spend another 10 million. This guy is really rich. Wrong. This is because his family is rich. Su Jincheng sighed in his heart and thought, if you give me another gift, I will have to give you a gift in return. Even if the two of us bought everything at the auction, I don't think you would be satisfied. Even if he had money, he wouldn't want to spend it like this. This would cost 20 million in total. Those who were sitting nearby could already hear Prince Arafat's shouting. Their expressions changed, and their eyes were filled with shock. Who are these two people? Just a casual word from your mouth will cost you 10 million. This is 10 million, not a pile of paper. No matter how successful or rich these successful people are, they dare not compare with these two. Maybe in the eyes of these two, they were all turned into ashes in an instant. This is for them. It is undoubtedly a huge psychological shock. Su Jincheng finally persuaded Prince Arafat not to stay at the David auction house. Chapter 71, Visit to Thank You. Su Jincheng didn't dare to stay here any longer, as he was worried that Prince Arafat might change his mind at any time. It would be safer to leave here. Su Jincheng didn't want to spend another 10 million to buy a collection he didn't want. Birmingham is huge. There are also many attractions to see. This place is full of exotic customs. During the whole day, they wandered around various tourist attractions under the guidance of Bai Tianwei. When I feel tired, I sit down, eat something, drink some water, and then continue walking around after I have rested. Kensington Gardens, St. Martin in the Fields Church, Hyde Park, etc. Su Jincheng really enjoyed taking a quick look at these exotic customs. After wandering around for a whole day, they returned to the Hilton Hotel. Everyone is still energetic and not feeling tired. Little Prince Arafat followed them all day, visiting various sites and chatting with everyone, and he didn't feel bored at all. Su Jincheng had a feeling that Prince Arafat was planning to stay with him for the next 2 days. Never mind. If he wants to be together, then let him be together. This little prince is sometimes quite interesting. Su Jincheng is willing to make friends with him. They walked into the hotel lobby. A waiter saw them coming back and hurried over with a respectful expression. Sir, someone has been waiting for you for almost 2 hours. He said to Su Jincheng, who was walking in front. Su Jincheng's heart moved. Could it be that his application to join the Monopoly game was approved, and the game organizer came to notify him to join the game? Where are the people? Thinking of this, Su Jincheng asked the waiter. He's right there. The waiter pointed to a sofa not far away. Su Jincheng saw an old man sitting there, looking down at the newspaper seriously. His expression was very meticulous. He felt a little disappointed. He knew the old man, Green Winkleman, the unemployed former president of Lamborghini Automobile Company. How did he find his way here? Su Jincheng was confused, but still walked over. In any case, since Green Winkleman came to visit, there must be something going on.
Sir, this is the hotel guest you were looking for.
The waiter introduced Green Winkleman and left.
The group of people in front of him were all strangers.
Green Winkleman looked up and then walked directly to Bai Tianwei.
Thank you, beautiful lady. I was drunk that day, thank you so much for helping me get home.
Otherwise I would probably be living on the streets. He bowed politely to Bai Tianwei to express his gratitude. Mr. Green, how did you know it was me?
Bai Tianwei avoided Green Winkleman's thanks, for whom she respected him very much. Old Green was drunk that day, but his mind was clear. Green Winkleman smiled and patted his head. He was drunk that day and didn't remember who helped him, but his wife said that it was a beautiful girl who helped him.
Among Su Jincheng's group of people, there was only one beautiful woman.
As long as his target is this group of people, he will not admit his mistake. Mr. Green, it was indeed she who helped you.
Su Jincheng nodded in confirmation. Thank you, miss.
Thank you also for agreeing to let this beautiful lady help me get home. After sobering up today, Glenn Winkleman went to Gordon Ramsay's restaurant, hoping to find the person who helped him last night. The restaurant manager witnessed everything and told Green Winkleman exactly what happened. It was because he heard Bai Tianwei say the name and address of the hotel that Green Winkleman found this place in them. Unfortunately, Su Jincheng and the others were out when he came, so he had been waiting patiently. He wanted to thank them in person. The two sides exchanged a few words, but this was not the place to talk.
Su Jincheng invited Green Winkleman to the cafe next door where they could sit down and chat.
Green Winkleman nodded and agreed to Su Jincheng's invitation.
While they were chatting in the cafe, they inadvertently talked about Lamborghini Veneno.
Green Winkleman learned that Su Jincheng was coming to attend the car auction next Tuesday.
That's a good car, a really good car. If you take a picture of it, you won't regret it. Glenn Winkleman's eyes light up when he talks about the Lamborghini Veneno.
He also contributed a lot of ideas when this car was built. Poison is like his child, otherwise he would not have collected the last one in his company's museum and refused to sell it.
Then why put it up for auction again this time? Little Prince Arafat asked curiously. He had always wanted to know the reason for the auction. No reason.
It's all because of those sons of bitches on the Volkswagen board. They figured since the company was going to be sold anyway, they might as well auction the car off and get some money. They only think about profit, they have no feelings, they are just a bunch of greedy selfish animals. His words immediately aroused Green Winkleman's anger, and he couldn't help but scold him. Then everyone talked about the Volkswagen board's decision to sell Lamborghini and the dismissal of Green Winkleman. I am indeed heartbroken and unwilling to accept this.
I've been at Automobili Lamborghini for so long, I couldn't bear to see it sold, but I couldn't object.
Green Winkleman shook his head at this point, and he was still dissatisfied with the Volkswagen directors.
Because he was dissatisfied and because he opposed it, he was fired. Mr. Green, have you ever thought about going back? Back to Automobili Lamborghini?
Su Jincheng suddenly asked.
Go back? How do we get back? No one wants me, and they don't dare to want me.
Green Winkleman smiled bitterly. He was just a car president and he didn't have that much power. He devoted almost his entire life to the automotive industry, but ended up in this miserable state.
You might as well contact your new employer. Maybe they'll hire you back as president. You could also return to the helm of Automobili Lamborghini, and I think your new employer would certainly have that in mind. Su Jincheng seemed to be giving him some advice. New employer? I don't even know who my new employer is. Besides, I've been unemployed for so many days and no one has contacted me. This is the best answer. No one wants me.
Old Green is old, so it's better for him to go home and take care of his children.
This may be what the new employer thinks. Green Winkleman looked a little sad.
If his new employer had really wanted to help him, he would have come to him long ago. The fact that no one cares about him now says it all.
You don't even know who your new employer is. How will you know if you don't try? Maybe you need to take the initiative, maybe you need to get to know each other again. Everyone looked at Su Jincheng, wondering why he kept persuading Green Winkleman. Chapter 72. There is still a chance. Su Jincheng's performance today was a bit abnormal. Mr. Su, what do you mean?
Green Winkleman also felt something was wrong, and his expression was a little confused. This Mr. Su was the first time he met him, but he seemed very enthusiastic about him, a little too enthusiastic. Su Jincheng smiled. He sensed Green Winkleman's suspicion. He and Green Winkleman were actually strangers, so his words would certainly not impress Green Winkleman.
Mr. Green, if I acquire Lamborghini Automobile Company, would you be willing to come back and be the president? Su Jincheng finally revealed his thoughts. His words were like a thunderbolt, suddenly exploding around everyone. Everyone was stunned. Green Winkleman was completely stunned and motionless. What did the young man say? He wants to acquire Lamborghini? Who I am? Where am I? Did I hear it wrong? Mr. Green, if I acquire Lamborghini Automobile Company, would you be willing to come back and be the president? Su Jincheng's words shocked everyone. Prince Arafat's eyes widened. He knew that Su Jincheng was rich, otherwise he would not have spent more than $9 million on the return gift at the auction. But auctioning is one thing, and buying Lamborghini Automobile Company is another, and he knows the difference very clearly. Even if he was the little prince of Tesha, he would not dare to make such a decision. This is Lamborghini Automobile Company, the world's top super sports car manufacturer. It may cost tens of billions of dollars to acquire this company. I can't even come up with so much money myself, but this guy dares to talk about acquisition without blinking an eye. How much money can he come up with? He is richer than me? Prince Arafat was startled and suddenly thought of another thing. Oh no! This guy will also be at the auction of the Lamborghini Veneno on Tuesday. He is so rich, I am afraid I am no match for him? There's no way I can be his match. What to do? How about I go back to my prince father now? Will my dad scold me to death? Prince Arafat's eyes rolled around. He was extremely upset and wanted to cry. He wished he should not have revealed that he was participating in the auction. Now Su Jincheng sees through him, but he cannot see through Su Jincheng. Green Winkleman was also in a state of confusion. Mr. Su, you are not kidding, right? He shook his head vigorously to sober himself up a little. You think I'm kidding? Su Jincheng said with a faint smile. Do you know how much it would cost to buy Automobili Lamborghini? Green Winkleman thought about it and asked. I have no idea. Su Jincheng shook his head. He really didn't know, but he estimated that he should be able to buy it with his own money. Some time ago, Volkswagen gave its estimated market value of approximately $11 billion in order to sell it. Green Winkleman thought to himself, you're so bold as to boast that you want to buy it without knowing anything about it. Aren't you too bold? $11 billion? That's not a problem. Su Jincheng has $10 billion in cash, and he has another $45 billion in the country, which is equivalent to more than $6 billion. Even if there is some premium at this price, it is still enough to buy Lamborghini Automobile Company. He didn't believe the company would be sold for more than $16 billion. When Green Winkleman saw that Su Jincheng was not frightened, a gleam flashed in his eyes. If this young man is really that rich, if he really wants to acquire me, if he really wants to hire me back, then it seems that it is really possible for him to return to Lamborghini Automobile Company and become the president again. No. Even if you have the heart. I'm afraid you can't buy it. But then Green Winkleman's eyes dimmed again. Why do you say that? Su Jincheng looked at him. Time. You don't have time. Green Winkleman sighed. Su Jincheng's appearance was too late for him. Tomorrow is the final deadline for investors to register. If you are interested in acquiring the company, you must submit your information before 5 p.m. tomorrow and complete the review. The day after tomorrow, Volkswagen will call on all major investors to submit their final bids. The highest bidder will sign a purchase contract with them. Today is Sunday. You only have 1 day left. You don't even have enough time to prepare the documents and register. Green Winkleman had to regret that he missed such a good opportunity. If you miss it, you will never have another chance. It seems that I can only go home and hug my child. 1 day? Everyone fell silent when they heard this. Tong Qing also remained silent. When he heard that Su Jincheng was planning to acquire Lamborghini Automobile Company, he was very excited and wished he could help. But he gave up soon after. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't help Su Jincheng. He was not familiar with Europe and did not have time to prepare the review documents.
There was no time left for Su Jincheng to prepare, and he couldn't find anyone to help.
Su Jincheng also sighed slightly. He did want to acquire Lamborghini Automobile Company, but unfortunately he learned the news too late. Never mind. I'm still thinking about auctioning that car on Tuesday, that Lamborghini Veneno. I must get it. Is there really no chance? Prince Arafat asked from the side. When he heard Tuesday, he was surprised that the time conflicted with the auction. If Su Jincheng participated in the acquisition, he might not have time to participate in the auction.
Without such a strong competitor like him, I will have a great chance of taking a picture of that car. Prince Arafat now wants Su Jincheng to participate in the acquisition more than anyone else, even if it is just to go there for a walk and waste Su Jincheng's time.
As for whether Su Jincheng would succeed, he didn't care. He only cared about the poison he loved. There's no chance, not even a shred of chance. Don't even think about it. It's all in vain. Green Winkleman answered in a very affirmative tone. Everyone became even more silent.
Green Winkleman's words were almost a foregone conclusion, extinguishing everyone's last hope.
This means that Su Jincheng cannot participate in the acquisition of Lamborghini Automobile Company.
After all, Green Winkleman is the former president of Lamborghini Automobile Company, and his words are highly credible. There's still a chance, we still have a great chance.
He was interrupted. This is by Tianwei's voice. What did you say?
Green Winkleman turned around and looked at Bai Tianwei with a bit of surprise, looking at this simple and neat girl.
Su Jincheng raised his head slightly and looked at Bai Tianwei with a little surprise, but he didn't say anything. He was waiting for Bai Tianwei's explanation. Chapter 73 Self-Recommendation. Everyone turned around and looked at Bai Tianwei.
Especially Prince Arafat, a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in his eyes.
What do you mean by chance? Do you have a solution? Do you know anyone on the Volkswagen board? Prince Arafat asked impatiently.
Bai Tianwei had actually been hesitating whether to help Su Jincheng.
She has never liked Su Jincheng.
Although she now has a better impression of Su Jincheng and realizes that Su Jincheng is different from other rich second generations, it does not mean that she will like him.
But she likes Lamborghini supercars and Lamborghini Automobile Company.
She liked the former president, Green Winkleman, very much and hoped to help him return to the position of president of Lamborghini Automobile Company. She hesitated for a long time before deciding to speak. She knew that only if she stood up would Su Jincheng have a chance.
Mr. Su, Tong Qing introduced me to my previous job. Do you remember it? Bai Tianwei ignored Prince Arafat and looked at Su Jincheng. You used to invest in companies. Su Jincheng remembered Tong Qing mentioning this. I've actually always worked in investment companies.
I used to work in the country, and now I work in Eagle Country.
I also work in an investment company. Bai Tianwei nodded. Investment company? Su Jincheng's heart moved. Could it be that her investment company had a solution?
I once accepted a client's commission to help him prepare for an investment project.
Coincidentally, he wanted to acquire Automobili Lamborghini. We prepared a lot of information for this and worked on it for a long time. Unfortunately, he eventually withdrew and gave up the acquisition. Bai Tianwei's words made Su Jincheng and Green Winkleman's hearts beat fast. Why did he quit? Su Jincheng wanted to know the reason, and Green Winkleman also wanted to know. The two asked almost at the same time.
Because he went bankrupt, he participated in another investment and lost everything.
Bai Tianwei's words shocked everyone.
The reason was simple, but also cruel. The mall is a battlefield.
Glyn Winkleman commented. Everyone agreed deeply. You mean I can use the information you prepared? Su Jincheng thought he probably knew Bai Tianwei's voice. No. Mr. Su. I'd like you to hire me to run your acquisitions team. I'm willing to help you with this acquisition.
Bai Tianwei's beautiful face was calm and confident.
She is recommending herself. Su Jincheng did not agree immediately. He looked at Tong Chung. Tong Chung understood what Su Jincheng meant.
Young Master Su had only been in contact with Bai Tianwei for 2 days, so he didn't know Bai Tianwei well and wanted to hear his advice.
Young Master Su. Don't worry, Bai Tianwei's ability is no worse than mine. He promised without hesitation. Su Jincheng nodded. This sentence was enough. I will sign an employment contract with you immediately. But we only have 1 day, and I don't have a team to acquire. Are you still in time?
He is not worried about Bai Tianwei's ability now, but time is still a tricky issue after all.
Mr. Su, please rest assured. I used to have an investment team. We can ask them to join us, so that we have enough manpower and time to ensure it. This did not stump Bai Tianwei.
She had already considered various situations before daring to make the suggestion. When it comes to professional investment and acquisitions, her confidence is obviously much stronger.
This is her expertise, not serving as a tour guide. Talk to Tong Chung about the details.
You will be responsible for recruiting the necessary personnel, and Tong Cheng will provide you with the necessary funds.
I have only one request: you must make the acquisition successful. Su Jincheng was not prepared to interfere in specific matters. But Mr. Su, time is very tight and I have a lot to do. I can't continue to work as a tour guide. Bai Tianwei nodded and quit her job as a tour guide. That's no problem, we won't get lost.
Su Jincheng agreed immediately. He was not worried about not having a tour guide with him. After this day's tour, he began to have a certain understanding of the city of Birmingham.
Mr. Su, can I have a small request?
Green Winkleman suddenly interrupted, unable to contain himself.
Mr. Green, you are too polite. You are the president I am planning to hire. Su Jincheng smiled and said that this was really his plan. A senior automotive CEO is hard to find even with a lantern. Then I must make this request even more. This is also my wish.
I also want to join the acquisition team and serve as an acquisition consultant.
I think with me here, the acquisition has a better chance of success.
When Green Winkleman heard what Su Jincheng said, his eyes suddenly sparkled.
At this moment, he showed unprecedented fighting spirit.
You will be in charge immediately.
You have the final say on this matter.
Su Jincheng did not make the decision on his own, he let Bai Tianwei decide.
Mr. Green, I'm glad you're willing to join the team. Of course Bai Tianwei is willing.
Green and Stephen have rich experience, and she has no shortage of young people's enthusiasm. With the two of them together, this acquisition has become more certain.
Then go ahead and get busy. I hope you succeed. I'm waiting here for your good news. Su Jincheng didn't plan to keep them anymore. He wanted to give them as much time as possible. Aren't you going to prepare together? You're not going to Germany? Prince Arafat asked in surprise. He was secretly happy when he heard that Su Jincheng was going to continue to participate in the acquisition of Lamborghini Automobile Company.
I thought Su Jincheng probably didn't have time to participate in the auction anymore, but I didn't expect Su Jincheng to say that.
This is clearly a way of giving up control and pushing everything onto Bai Tianwei and Green Winkleman. I can't go to Germany. My visa only goes to Eagle Country. Su Jincheng shook his head.
The reason he gave was very realistic.
It was too late to apply for a visa to Germany. Prince Arafat was speechless. He himself had no visa problems, but Su Jincheng obviously did. It doesn't matter if Mr. Su is not in Germany.
When we make the final offer, Mr. Su can participate in the call and give instructions.
Many investors actually adopt this approach.
Green Winkleman thought that Prince Arafat was worried that something might happen if Su Jincheng couldn't go, so he comforted him.
Prince Arafat felt so sad that he couldn't even cry. Is this what I'm worried about? Which eye did you see that with? Am I worried about my Lamborghini Veneno? Su Jincheng watched the two of them leave. Bai Tianwei and Green Winkleman talked as they walked, and they were already discussing the actual acquisition issues. Chapter 74 Join the game. Su Jincheng smiled and turned around. You seem to care about me? He said to Prince Arafat. We are friends, it's normal for me to care about you.
Prince Arafat felt a little guilty when he said this, fearing that Su Jincheng would notice something.
Su Jincheng actually knew very well what Prince Arafat was worried about. But he couldn't possibly give the Lamborghini Veneno to him. This was the reason he came here, and he couldn't go back empty-handed. Arafat Xiaowang didn't know what Su Jincheng was thinking, otherwise he would have cried sadly because the car would no longer be his. Had a great dinner in the hotel restaurant. Su Jincheng returned to his room. He wanted to stay alone in the room, not to rest, but to wait for news. It's been a day. Did my game pass the review? Su Jincheng wandered around the room alone. The phone rang.
He felt something in his heart and immediately stopped and took out his cell phone.
Mom?
The phone number was familiar, it was Su Jincheng's mother. After all, Su Jincheng had only been away for a few days and it was his first time going abroad, so Su's mother was still a little worried.
Have you eaten yet? I've eaten. I just had dinner. You just had lunch? I know, of course I know. There's a time difference between Eagle Country and Dragon Country. I'm 8 hours ahead of you. Are you used to Eagle Country? Don't go out at night? Who told you it's safe here?
I didn't encounter any robbers, let alone assassins.
Don't listen to what Aunt Wang next door says. She has never been to Eagle Country. What did you say? Her son works in Eagle Country and has experience. What does her son do for a living? Washing dishes in a restaurant? This doesn't seem like a very promising job. What is Aunt Wang so proud of?
My mother chattered on the phone for a while, and Su Jincheng just listened with a smile and answered as he listened. As the elderly get older, they like to talk more with the younger generation. He hung up the phone, thinking that he should bring some gifts from here to his parents when he goes back.
It would be unreasonable for Song Ruoyu not to bring any gifts.
Although the acquisition of Fuligia has been completed, there is still a lot of follow-up work to be done. This woman is still busy, comforting the employees and senior management of Fullerton.
I sent myself a text message yesterday saying that I quit.
If you don't bring a gift for this woman, she will definitely go crazy.
For your safety, you must remember this.
There is also Li Shiyun, and it is not possible not to bring gifts. After all, Li Shiyun has been completely conquered. And Xia Zhongqing, whom Su Jincheng has always liked, also needs to bring some gifts. By the way, there is also Lu Yemen, who is also interested in me. After thinking for a long time, Su Jincheng felt a little headache, as it seemed that there were quite a few people who wanted to give gifts.
All of these must be remembered.
Yes, find Tong Qing and ask him to help me remember and remind me. Su Jincheng is now used to using Tong Qing, and he finds that he now likes to order people around.
Once people have money, their mentality is different. Just thinking about this. The phone rang again.
Su Jincheng thought it was his mother calling. His mother was often like this. She would have to call several times before she could finish what she wanted to say.
But this time, it was an unfamiliar number. Mr. Su Jincheng? It's me. Congratulations. You have passed the review and we would like to invite you to participate in the game. Are you ready?
The voice on the phone sounded a little indifferent, a little arrogant, and a little cold.
When and where is this invitation? Su Jincheng thought for a moment and asked. Tonight. The person on the other end of the phone was brief and to the point. Did you choose this location because you knew I was in Birmingham?
Su Jincheng was a little surprised.
Prince Arafat was right. The game organizers are really amazing. They seem to know every person who participates in the game very well. I don't know how they do it.
This made Su Jincheng unable to help but look up at the ceiling of the room, wondering if he was being monitored at any time.
This is a bit creepy. May I ask who is attending the game tonight? Su Jincheng said after pondering for a moment. No. You can't ask anything, you can't inquire about anything. You only have two choices. Agree. Or disagree.
The voice on the other end of the phone was still brief and cold.
I agree. Su Jincheng had no choice.
He could refuse, but that was not his original intention.
He was ready to participate in the game. 10 o'clock in the evening. Someone will pick you up in front of the Hilton Hotel.
You can bring one follower, but he cannot participate in the game.
Take $5 billion.
After saying that, the other party hung up the phone without giving Su Jincheng a chance to ask questions.
Su Jincheng looked at the time. It was 8 o'clock and he still had 2 hours to prepare.
As for why the other party knew he was at the Hilton Hotel, he was not surprised. Even he knew he was in Birmingham, so he naturally knew where he lived.
Su Jincheng is now considering who to take with him.
After thinking for a while, he decided to take Zhang Yilong with him. Zhang Yilong is a bodyguard and can protect his safety when necessary. It would not be very helpful to bring Tong Qing along. However, Su Jincheng was still a little worried because Zhang Yilong was alone.
Ding dong. Tip, the system will ensure the host's safety.
Tip, even if the host dies, the system will never survive. The sudden sound scared Su Jincheng.
The system hasn't spoken for a while. Su Jincheng felt that the system was more humane than before.
The system's words made Su Jincheng feel safe.
Then he called Tong Cheng and Zhang Yilong to his room. I have to go out at 10 o'clock, Zhang Yilong will follow me. Su Jincheng did not explain why he only brought Zhang Yilong with him. Zhang Yilong nodded. What do you need me to do? Tong Cheng asked from the side. Is the 10 billion US dollars confirmed to have arrived in my Sri Lankan bank account? Su Jincheng looked at Tong Cheng. He wanted to confirm that there was money in the account. I've confirmed it.
All $10 billion has arrived. When Tong Cheng heard Su Jincheng ask this, he guessed that young Master Su might use the money tonight, but he didn't know what he would do with it.
Su Jincheng didn't say anything. He won't ask. Okay, wait for us at the hotel. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Jincheng and Zhang Yilong appeared at the entrance of the Hilton Hotel on time.
A black extended Lincoln was parked at the door, and a young man in his 20s from the Eagle Country was standing next to it. Seeing Su Jincheng coming out, the young man walked over and bowed to him in a gentlemanly manner.
Mr. Su, I'm here to pick you up, please get in the car. He greeted Su Jincheng. Good. Su Jincheng nodded and took Zhang Yilong to the back seat of the Lincoln. The young man then sat in the driver's seat, started the car and left. He was still the driver of this Lincoln. Chapter 75 Clown. Where are we going?
Su Jincheng pretended to ask the young man casually, hoping to get some information out of him.
Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I don't know where to go, I'm just taking you to the car.
The young man shook his head. Su Jincheng thought the young man didn't want to tell him, but then he heard the young man constantly receiving instructions from the headphones.
Turn left. To Baker Street. Turn right. To Oxford Street. Turn left. To Charing Street.
The young man kept adjusting the direction of the car according to the instructions.
This is remote control.
Su Jincheng understood that the young man really didn't know the exact location, and he probably would only know where they were after the car stopped.
Zhang Yilong sat aside, silently memorizing the car's route.
Su Jincheng's behavior tonight was a bit mysterious, and the driver's behavior was also a bit mysterious, but he didn't ask anything and there was no curiosity in his eyes. He had seen his employer's behavior no matter how strange it was, and his duty was not to study his employer's behavior, but to protect his employer's safety.
20 minutes later.
The young man drove to a bridge.
There was another black RV parked on the bridge.
I saw this black luxury Lincoln parked on the side of the road and two strong men got out of the RV.
Mr. Su, they are here to pick you up.
The young man told Su Jincheng that his mission of picking up people had ended here.
Su Jincheng nodded to him.
Two strong men came over. Mr. Su, you and your entourage need to be blindfolded. Please don't take it off until we get you to your destination, or we'll disqualify you from the game. A burly man said to Su Jincheng, holding a wide black eye mask in his hand.
Su Jincheng glanced at Zhang Yilong.
He knew that Zhang Yilong was memorizing the route and thought to himself that he had memorized the route in vain. There was no reaction on Zhang Yilong's face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Su Jincheng and he got out of the car, and both of them were blindfolded.
The eye mask was very tight.
When I put it on, everything in front of my eyes was completely dark, without any light at all.
They were grabbed by the arms by the strong men and taken to the RV.
Su Jincheng could sense that there were other people in the car because he could hear different heavy breathing sounds.
These people may be my game opponents.
Su Jincheng thought to himself. After he and Zhang Yilong got in the car, the RV started the engine and began to drive away from the bridge.
He seemed to be the last person the RV was waiting for.
The RV circled on the road again, and after an unknown amount of time, it stopped.
Su Jincheng felt someone grabbing his arm.
Please follow me out of the car, please don't remove your mask. The man whispered something to Su Jincheng and took him out of the RV.
Zhang Yilong, who was beside him, seemed to have been taken out of the car and followed behind him.
Su Jincheng felt a little relieved and without saying a word, let the man pull him into a room.
All right. Mr. Su, you can take off your mask now. The man said to Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng then took action and took off the mask on his face. There was a dazzling light in front of him.
He closed his eyes for a minute to adjust, then opened them.
Zhang Yilong was right next to them, and he adapted to the bright light earlier than Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng looked around and saw a beautiful girl standing calmly not far away.
She saw that Su Jincheng had adapted to the place, smiled at him, and began to introduce him.
Mr. Su, I am Shu Weiyu, your host for this game.
Since this is your first time participating in the game, I need to tell you some pre-game preparations.
If you have any questions during my introduction, you can always ask me. Did you hear what I said above?
Su Jincheng nodded to indicate that he had heard clearly.
Before joining the game, you have two choices.
You can choose to hide your identity temporarily.
You can also show your true face. Xu Weiyu continued to introduce. I choose to hide. Su Jincheng did not hesitate. He did not know much about this game and did not want to appear in front of his opponents in his true identity for the time being.
Okay.
Mr. Su, there are different masks and clothes in this room.
You can put on a mask and change your clothes so no one can recognize you.
Your followers will be dressed like you.
When Xu Weiyu saw Su Jincheng make a choice, she immediately gave him a hint. Su Jincheng looked around and saw that the room was filled with various props and clothes.
He took a few casual glances and chose a bronze mask similar to those used in ancient Xia state, and a loose white robe.
The two of them quickly put on masks and white robes, so that no one could recognize them. Su Jincheng and Zhang Yilong looked at each other.
They look a little more ferocious when wearing masks. Xu Weiyu waited until Su Jincheng and Zhang Yilong had finished getting dressed, but did not stay in the room. Instead, she took them through another small door in the room.
Walking out of the small door, there is a corridor outside. They walked about 20 meters along the corridor and Xu Weiyu stopped at the door of another room.
Inside is where you play games. I'll wait outside for you to come out. Good luck to you and have fun playing.
She introduced herself to Su Jincheng.
She couldn't get in on her own. What about the rules and content of the game?
Su Jincheng asked. He still knew nothing about it.
I'm just your host. You need to enter the room to know.
Xu Weiyu extended her hand and made a gesture of invitation.
Su Jincheng said no more and pushed the door open.
There were already quite a few people sitting in the room. Su Jincheng looked over and saw an oval round table in the middle. There were already 6 masked men sitting around the round table. There were 5 people around, also wearing masks, sitting on soft chairs by the wall. There were 2 empty seats in the room, one next to the round table and one against the wall.
Everyone was wearing a mask and no one wanted to be recognized. Su Jincheng smiled and said, "It seems everyone has the same idea as me."
Sitting at the top of the round table was a man in a black robe and wearing a clown mask. He saw Su Jincheng walk in and extended his hand to greet him.
"Hello, I'm the Joker."
He is also the host of this game. Su Jincheng nodded, walked to the round table and sat down, while Zhang Yilong went to the empty seat by the wall. The clown saw Su Jincheng and Zhang Yilong sitting down and started hosting today's game.
"Hello everyone.
Let me introduce myself again.
I'm the Joker, and I'm your game host. This is your first time playing the game. You're complete novices. My words are relatively complicated."
Su Jincheng looked around and thought to himself, it turns out these people are just like him. He didn't speak, and no one else spoke either. Everyone listened quietly as the clown continued.
The first thing I want to tell you is the first step you need to take. Chapter 76, Gambling with Life. Each of you will inject $5 billion into the game's funding pool.
This is your bet. You will enter the amount, account number, and password on the transfer device provided later to complete the fund injection.
When the Joker said this,
a staff member began to walk around the round table from left to right, holding a small transfer device. Every time he walked up to someone, he would stop and wait for the other party to perform financial operations.
After the operation was completed, he would move on to the next person. Su Jincheng looked at the device in the staff's hand.
It had a small screen and a small keyboard, and looked like a microcomputer. 6 people simultaneously injected $5 billion, which is $30 billion. This kind of bet is definitely not something the casino dares to accept. Su Jincheng was the last one, and with his $5 billion capital injection, the first step was completed. The clown began to verify the funds, and then he nodded, approving everyone's capital injection.
The funds have been exhausted and everyone will have one last chance to exit. You have 5 minutes to think about it. After 5 minutes, the game will officially begin. There can only be one winner in this game.
The winner will take home $30 billion, of which will take a $5 billion commission.
Su Jincheng's eyelids jumped. What a cruel commission.
Including the commission taken by the organizers and the winner's own capital, the winner actually received only $20 billion.
But even so, Su Jincheng was willing to participate. This is also a sky-high priced game. The winner will celebrate, and the loser will probably vomit blood. Everyone who comes here must want to be the winner. Su Jincheng looked around secretly. The other 5 people did not move, and it was obvious that no one would withdraw. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the clown knocked on the table, and everyone turned to him. From now on, you have entered the game. Now I will introduce the rules of the first round of the game. This game is an old-fashioned roulette game. Considering that everyone is a beginner, the game is very simple. Please ask the staff to bring the game props. The Joker ordered. A staff member came over and placed a square wooden tray on the table. In the middle of the wooden tray, there was a metallic revolver. This is? The eyes of everyone participating in the game narrowed. As you can see, I have provided a revolver. This is your game prop. There are 6 bullet slots in this gun. In the first round of the game, I will fill it with 1 real bullet and 5 dummy bullets. The clown said this, ignoring everyone's surprised expressions, and continued to explain the rules of the game. Each participant will point a pistol at their forehead and pull the trigger. The time limit is 2 minutes. Alternatively, you can give up and admit defeat. Think carefully before you pull the trigger. One of you will die unless you give up and abandon this gamble. After the first round of real bullets appears, it will enter the second round. Su Jincheng's eyes narrowed. This meant that the game would only enter the next round after someone died or the last bullet was used. After the clown announced the rules of the first round of the game, the staff brought 2 wooden trays and placed them on the table, each of which contained a yellow bullet. My left hand is a real bullet. My right hand is a fake bullet. The clown pointed at the bullets in the wooden tray and introduced them. Su Jincheng took a look and couldn't tell them apart at all. The bullets on both sides looked exactly the same. The Joker took out a real bullet, loaded it into the magazine of the revolver, and pulled the trigger towards the open space next to him. A puff of green smoke came out of the muzzle of the revolver, and a hole appeared on the ground. Now, I have proven that this is a real bullet. The Joker smiled softly and demonstrated another fake bullet. The gun fired with a hollow sound. Next, under the gaze of everyone, the Joker loaded a real bullet and 5 fake bullets into the magazine and moved the magazine with his hand. The magazine spun rapidly, and everyone present could no longer tell which was real and which was fake in the magazine. 2 minutes. Starting with you. The clown's gaze turned to the person on the far left. The man was wearing a wolf head mask and was a little fat. The wolf-headed man sat there, stretched his hand forward, then retracted it. Everyone looked at him. The wolf-headed man seemed to be sweating on his forehead. He looked around and then looked at the revolver somewhat helplessly. 1 more minute. If you don't pull the trigger when the time comes, it will mean you voluntarily admit defeat. The Joker reminded coldly. The wolf-headed man's voice was a little hoarse and a little crazy. He never expected that the game he participated in would be like this, and he would face life and death. This is no longer a gamble, this is a fight for your life. But if he doesn't fight, he will lose $5 billion, which is almost half of his fortune. If you try hard, you will have a chance to win the $30 billion. Fight? Or not fight? The wolf-headed man struggled desperately. Everyone watched silently, and no one laughed at the wolf-headed man, because everyone present had to go through this life and death test. Last 10 seconds. Let us fight. The wolf-headed man closed his eyes and had no time to think. He picked up the revolver, pointed it at his forehead, and pulled the trigger. Not real bullets. I'm fine. The wolf-headed man suddenly became ecstatic he had passed this level. Next, it's your turn to choose. The clown's gaze remained indifferent as he moved towards the wolf-headed man, who was wearing a butterfly mask. The staff placed the wooden plate containing the revolver in front of the butterfly man. The butterfly man and the wolf-head man are complete opposites. He immediately picked up the revolver and pulled the trigger directly at himself. This is a ruthless man. He doesn't care whether the bullet is real or not. He is just gambling with his own life. Not real bullets. The second one passed. The Joker's gaze shifted again, landing on the third man, this one wearing a fallen leaf mask. There are 4 bullets in the revolver now, 1 real bullet and 3 fake bullets. The rest of the people couldn't help but look at the fallen leaf man. My heart also started pounding. The further back you go, the more dangerous the situation becomes. The greater the chance they will encounter death. Su Jincheng himself was also nervous, as he was the last one standing in the first round.
If the first 5 people were lucky, they would not have encountered fake bullets.
Then he had no choice. You can only quit and admit defeat.
He'll be out in the first round. He didn't know whether the scene would happen. The fallen leaf man raised his head and everyone was looking at him. 30 seconds had passed. He, or maybe she, still has a minute and 30 seconds to think about it. How can I do this? The fallen leaf man thought that although the wolf-headed man and the butterfly man in front of him were very lucky, that didn't mean he would have such luck.
He doesn't want to die. Chapter 77. The first round ends. If you pull the trigger, you might get out lying down.
When Lewoyerin thought of this and his family, cold sweat instantly broke out on his back.
1 more minute.
The clown warned, his voice intensifying the fallen leaf man's fear.
I give up.
A man's voice rang out in the room.
This is Lewoyerin's last choice.
Since he doesn't want to die, this is the best decision. After saying this, Lewoyerin's body almost collapsed on the seat. It can be seen that this is a very difficult decision. With the words of Fallen Leaf Man, it means that he lost $5 billion. There were 5 players left in the game, and 3 of them failed to pass the level, so Fallen Leaf Man became the first person to be eliminated in this game. You can leave, or you can choose to continue watching the game here until it's over.
The clown nodded to the leaf man and gave him a privilege. I choose to stay.
The fallen leaf man did not hesitate. Now he had lost $5 billion, but he was no longer involved in the matter. He could watch with peace of mind. Just think of it as spending $5 billion to buy a ticket to watch the game. The fallen leaf man comforted himself.
Now you.
The Joker's gaze moved again, landing on the 4th man, who was wearing a skull mask. The staff placed the wooden tray containing the revolver in front of the skeleton.
Finally, it's my turn.
The skeleton man took a deep breath, and his chest seemed to rise and fall slightly.
Everyone's eyes turned to the skeleton man. He didn't move, just staring at the timer on the table. 1 minute and 50 seconds. 1 minute and 40 seconds. 1 minute and 20 seconds. 1 more minute.
Every time this happens, the clown will give a reminder. The skeleton man continued to lie motionless. His eyes remained fixed on the timer.
No one can see through his thoughts. Do you want to give up or insist on taking a gamble? 50 seconds. 40 seconds. 30 seconds. The atmosphere in the room began to become tense.
As the time was almost up, the skeleton man still did not move.
Skeleton man? Are you giving up?
Everyone had some suspicions in their hearts. As long as the skeleton man doesn't pull the trigger, he will naturally surrender when the time is up. Everyone seemed to think they had guessed what the skeleton man was thinking. This is most likely what the skeleton man thought, and it seems that he is ready to become the second person to be eliminated in this game.
The last 10 seconds.
The clown's voice sounded slowly, this was the final reminder. The skeleton man moved his body, suddenly reached out and grabbed the revolver.
He was imitating the wolf-headed man, choosing to shoot himself in the last 10 seconds. $5 billion.
The skeleton man is not the fallen leaf man. After all, he does not have such a good mentality and is unwilling to give up so much money. A puff of green smoke came out of the muzzle of the revolver, and this time a hole appeared on the skeleton man's forehead.
He was unlucky and encountered a real bullet.
The skeleton fell to the ground. The staff came over quickly, dragged away the skeleton man's body, and cleaned the ground around him. The room was quiet for a moment. Everything became clean and tidy again. It seemed as if nothing had happened just now. There was just one person missing in the room.
Su Jinchang and the remaining person breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't have to take the test anymore. They passed. The first round of the game is over. The clown's voice rang out, neither sad nor happy. The Joker seemed to have seen too many scenes like this. Money. It is a deadly poison. Money. It is also an inducement to madness. Heaven is the cornerstone of your life, and your thoughts can lead to hell. Different choices lead to different destinies. First round of game.
The fallen leaf man chose to give up, and he saved himself. The skeleton man chose to continue, and he lost himself in everything, including his family, his daughter, and his life. The ancient game of roulette seemed simple, yet cruel, incomparably cruel. There was no time left for the remaining participants in the game, and the clown immediately began to announce the rules for the second round.
In the second round, I will load 3 real bullets and 3 fake bullets into this revolver. Each participant in the game will point a pistol at his or her forehead and pull the trigger. The time limit is 2 minutes, or you can give up and admit defeat. Everyone's heart froze when they heard the clown's announcement. 3 real bullets. 3 fake bullets. There are 4 players left in the game, and the goal is to ensure that one of them encounters a real bullet. The second round of the game was just as cruel and nerve-testing as ever. Life or death. Everyone will face new choices. Next, under the gaze of everyone, the Joker took out 3 real bullets and 3 fake bullets, placed them in a sealed cylinder and shook them up and down. Once the cylinder is opened, no one can tell whether the bullet is real or fake. He loaded 6 bullets into the magazine and moved the magazine with his hand. The magazine spun rapidly, completing the preparations. If you ask gamers now what they need, everyone needs luck. If you ask what else you need, that's probably just luck. 2 minutes on the clock. Start with you. The clown's gaze skipped over the wolf-headed man and looked at the butterfly man. The wolf-headed man couldn't help but show joy on his face. In the first round, he felt that the clown was unfair for choosing him as the first one. You know, the first person is the most nervous and possibly the most dangerous. Now the wolf-headed man thinks the clown is so cute that he wants to give the clown a thumbs up. By doing this, you truly ensure the fairness of the game. In the blink of an eye, I became the last one, so the danger was greatly reduced. After all, there are already 3 real bullets in this revolver, and the danger level is much higher than the first round. Regardless of probability or luck, the people who participated in the game first will most likely hit real bullets. The wolf-headed man can sit back and reap the benefits, automatically advancing to the third round. Thinking of this, the wolf-headed man felt happy. He was so happy that the butterfly man was not satisfied. Why me? It just started with the wolf-headed man. The butterfly man suddenly protested to the Joker, saying that he hoped the rotation of players in the game would remain the same. Let me remind you, you have 1 minute and 50 seconds. The Joker said calmly, glancing at the timer. He ignored the butterfly man's protest. Whether you agree or not, you only have 2 minutes. Miss time. It means admitting defeat voluntarily. The butterfly man was sullen and didn't move at all. You'd better get started. There's only 1 minute and 30 seconds left. The wolf-headed man slowly reminded that he was the most relaxed player on the field. The butterfly man glared at the wolf-headed man, but there was nothing he could do. The clown is the host, and what he says is the final decision and cannot be changed. It seems that I have to be the first to start the second round of the game. The butterfly man sighed inwardly. Chapter 78 Pervert. Of course, Butterfly Man knew that the second round of the game would be much more dangerous than the first. In the first round of the game, there was only 1 real bullet, but in the second round, it suddenly became 3. The probability of encountering real bullets has increased exponentially, and the danger has naturally increased exponentially as well. It was because Butterfly knew that the danger was great that he protested to the clown. But the protest was ineffective. He actually knew that this was the only fair way to play the game, but when it was his turn, he felt it was unfair. Why should I be the first to play the game in the second round? 1 more minute. The clown didn't care what the butterfly man thought and still gave a reminder when it was time to do so. The butterfly man's movements were completely different from the first round. He didn't move, and he didn't want to move. The revolver with a metallic luster lay quietly on the wooden tray. He doesn't know how to choose. 50 seconds. 40 seconds. 30 seconds. Time is running out. Butterfly man faces a difficult choice. The butterfly man faces a difficult choice. During the final moments, he kept staring at the timer. This person has to wait until the last 10 seconds to make a choice? Everyone looked at the butterfly man with bated breath, guessing his decision. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. The last 10 seconds. The clown began to remind slowly. Everyone raised their heads. Butterfly man had to make a choice, otherwise there would be no time. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. The timer stops. The butterfly man didn't move his body once until the end. You have exceeded the time limit, which means you have voluntarily admitted defeat. The Joker announced regretfully to Butterfly Man. This is also my choice. A relaxed smile suddenly appeared on the butterfly man's lips. He tilted his head back and leaned easily against the chair behind him. It seemed that from the beginning to the end, he had never considered touching the revolver. Did you do this on purpose? You wanted to give up? The wolf-headed man looked at him in surprise. This game is crazy. I went crazy once, that's enough. I have a son and I don't want him to die. The butterfly man shook his head, referring to the first round. He had taken a crazy gamble once, and he didn't want to take it again. You only have one life, but if you lose your money, you can earn it back. But $5 billion is really heartbreaking. I lost, and I'm willing to be out. The butterfly man and the fallen leaf man looked at each other as they said this. Both of them chose to give up. The difference was that the fallen leaf man was in the first round, while he was in the second round. Both of them were a little scared and felt that they would never participate in such a crazy game again. Not only are they out of this game, they are also out of all future games. You can leave, or you can continue watching the game here. Until the game is over. The Joker also gave Butterfly Man a privilege, which was respect bought with $5 billion. I choose to stay and be a spectator. The Butterfly Man chose to continue watching without hesitation. Although he lost, he wanted to see who the winner was. After all, this kind of game can give people unparalleled excitement. As a spectator, he was interested in seeing it through to the end. Now you. The clown continued to preside over the event, his eyes skipping over two positions in succession. The third person is the fallen leaf man, who is also a spectator. The fourth person was the skeleton man, who was eliminated by death, and his position became vacant. The Joker's gaze now fell on the fifth person, who was wearing a fox mask. There are 3 players left on the field, and there are 6 bullets in the revolver, 3 of which are real bullets. This game is really interesting. I love so much. The Foxman said in a slightly playful tone. Su Jincheng looked at the Foxman. This man seemed a little perverted. Such a cruel game, a game of life and death. Not only are you not afraid, you also like it? Who the hell are you? Is everyone nervous? Are you all nervous? Ha, the more nervous you are, the happier I am. The Foxman reached out and picked up the revolver nonchalantly, holding it in his hand and squinting his eyes to admire it. It was like he was holding a toy, not a weapon to kill. This is really good stuff. I haven't played this kind of game in a long time. I didn't expect to play here again. It's really exciting. He was sighing. Everyone listened to his muttering and felt a different feeling in their hearts. Have you played this game before? Everyone was a little confused. No wonder the Foxman's words and deeds were so crazy. This man is crazy. This person is already sick. Do you dare to play such a perverted game? Then everyone's hearts suddenly sank, and they thought of something. This person played the game and is still alive today. Doesn't that mean that he was the final winner of the last game? No one thought that there would be such a winner among the players. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, it's not too late for you to give up now. The Foxman looked at Su Jincheng and the wolf-headed man with a playful look on his face. There are only 3 players left now, and the winner will be chosen soon. Who will get the $30 billion? Maybe 1 shot, maybe 2 shots, and the answer will come to light. Is this person just trying to scare me? Or has he actually played the game? Maybe he's good at psychological tactics? Su Jincheng sat next to the Foxman and calmly analyzed his psychology. The game is not only a test of courage. Sometimes it is also a test of psychology. There is a way of playing the game called bluffing. There is a kind of gaming genius called IQ. Su Jincheng wasn't sure if the Foxman was bluffing him and the wolf-headed man, but this man's motives were clearly not pure. He talked so much. This will bring a lot of pressure to the remaining 2 people. 1 minute more. This time, Su Jincheng replaced the clown and spoke out to remind him. No need to remind me, I know the time. There's still 1 minute left, it's still early. The Foxman looked at the timer nonchalantly and continued to play with the revolver in his hand. Aren't you afraid of death? The wolf-headed man finally couldn't bear it anymore. He hoped the Foxman would speak faster. He felt he couldn't stand it any longer if he kept talking like this. The wolf-headed man was originally the most relaxed player in the second round, but now he is gradually getting nervous. This Foxman seems to be a pervert.
The bronze man didn't sound afraid, so maybe he was also a ruthless person.
If they are all fine, it will be my turn. By then, there will be 3 real bullets and 1 dummy bullet in the gun. This is fucking. Should I still play?
The wolf-headed man was about to cry, his legs were shaking, this game was really crazy.
You ask me if I'm afraid of death? I'm scared. I'm very scared. Didn't you see I was afraid to shoot? I'm waiting for you to give up, but you don't want to give up. Oh. It's so hard for me. I tell you, if I die, it will be because of you. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Chapter 79, Scared. The foxman suddenly looked at the wolf-headed man viciously. What does it smell like?
The foxman suddenly sniffed the air, and suddenly a bad smell emanated from the air. Then he suddenly raised his finger and pointed at the wolf-headed man and laughed.
I peed. You actually peed?
You're so scared, why don't you give up? The foxman laughed crazily. Everyone on the sidelines was also covering their noses.
Damn, they met a coward.
The key point is that this coward dared to shoot himself, and they couldn't help but laugh and cry.
Why did you pee? Can't you just hold back?
The clown was also stunned. Take the wolf-headed man out, help him change his clothes, and bring him back. He then instructed the staff.
No. No. I don't want to play anymore. I'm leaving. The wolf-headed man lowered his head.
He didn't dare to play anymore, nor did he have the face to stay here any longer. He had wet his pants and felt so ashamed.
Okay then. Wolf-headed man, out. The Joker nodded and announced. Interesting. Really interesting. I realized how amazing I was. I actually scared a player away. Well, what about you? The wolf-headed man's gaze suddenly turned to Su Jincheng with a playful look.
If Su Jincheng admits defeat, he will win, and win $30 billion. There was a hint of greed and excitement in his eyes.
You have 30 seconds.
Su Jincheng's voice was still calm, and he looked at the timer.
He was certain that the fox people knew psychological tactics. The foxman's psychological tactics are indeed powerful.
He seems to have learned some psychological knowledge and knows how to scare people. The wolf-headed man was frightened, and since he was timid to begin with, he gave up out of fear.
But you want to scare me?
Then there is no possibility. You have to fire the shot eventually. You said you are not afraid of death.
Then I'll take a look. Are you really not afraid of death?
Su Jincheng's eyes were fixed on the foxman. A spark began to appear in the eyes of the two.
Sparks of battle.
Su Jincheng stared at the foxman. He wanted to see if the other party was really not afraid of death.
Time goes on. The last 10 seconds.
The clown's reminder came.
How boring. You're not even scared. I'm so disappointed.
The foxman grunted, put the revolver to his forehead, and pulled the trigger nonchalantly.
Not real bullets. Su Jincheng looked at the foxman.
He had the nerve to shoot himself. This person not only has strong psychological tactics, but also has very strong mental qualities. He is a tough player. He knew he had met his match.
How boring. Can I shoot myself again? The foxman shrugged his shoulders and asked the clown nonchalantly, as if he hadn't had enough yet.
As spectators, the butterfly man and the fallen leaf man saw their expressions change. This guy is arguably the craziest player in this game.
There's probably no one crazier than him.
Others would be terrified to fire a single shot, but he actually wanted to fire a second shot at himself.
Is this because he is afraid that he can't kill himself, or does he simply want to die? Some people are born to like this kind of madness. The foxman is indeed a madman, even scarier than a madman.
They were odd and had no idea what kind of person the foxman was in real life. They would never deal with such a scary person, which would wake them up in the middle of the night.
Your time has come. The Joker replied, rejecting the foxman's request. So my time isn't up yet, so I can fire a second shot?
The foxman's eyes suddenly lit up, and he seemed to hear an answer from the clown's response.
You can do this in 2 minutes if you want.
The clown nodded, agreeing with the foxman's statement. This is also within the rules of the game, but generally speaking, no one is willing to do this, so he did not explain too much.
Unfortunately, I'll have to do this next time.
The foxman sighed with regret, completely ignoring the way everyone looked at him like a madman. The Butterfly Man and the Fallen Leaf Man looked at the Fox Man in horror.
Do you really want to do this?
But then they thought again, the Fox Man might just be saying that. He was still trying to scare the Bronze Man on a psychological level. If the Bronze Man is frightened and gives up voluntarily, he wins. The game on the field continues.
The staff placed the wooden tray containing the revolver in front of Su Jincheng. Now you.
The clown turned his gaze to Su Jincheng.
This was Su Jincheng's first close contact with a revolver. He hadn't had a chance to shoot in this game.
In real life, he didn't have the chance to shoot.
Now, the revolver is right in front of you.
He also faced a life or death choice. There were 5 bullets left in the revolver, 3 real bullets and 2 dummy bullets. The level of danger increased further, with a probability exceeding 50% that Su Jincheng would encounter a real bullet. Zhao Nilong sat by the wall and looked at Su Jincheng calmly. But his heart was not at peace, his palms were sweaty, and he was worried about Su Jincheng.
This game really tests one's courage and bravery. If he were to encounter this kind of game, I wonder if he would have the courage to shoot.
Not everyone dares to pull the trigger of a gun to their own head.
This is really a life-threatening game.
Zhao Nilong wanted to step forward to stop him, but he knew that Lin Sha would not agree to him doing so. Now he can only be a spectator, a spectator.
Young Master Lin. What would you choose? He stared at Su Jincheng without blinking. Su Jincheng had no choice. He doesn't have to answer multiple choice questions.
The first time he saw the revolver, he asked the system in his mind.
System. You said you would guarantee my safety. What should I do now? Su Jincheng didn't want to rely on luck, nor did he want to test himself with courage. Since the system had promised him before, of course he had to ask the system to solve the problem. Ding dong. Hint, the next bullet is a fake one.
As expected, the system did not disappoint Su Jincheng and quickly gave a safe answer.
So it's okay for me to shoot this time? Su Jincheng breathed a sigh of relief.
But then he thought of another question. After he fired the shot, there would be 4 bullets left in the revolver, 3 real bullets and 1 fake bullet.
If the Fox Man is lucky enough, he will come across the fake bullet. Then whether you shoot or give up, you are doomed to lose. This is not the situation I want to see.
System, after this shot, how many more shots will it take for that fake bullet to hit you?
Su Jincheng needs this answer. Ding dong. Hint, the next bullet is also a fake one.
The system answered again, and this answer was obviously unfavorable to Su Jincheng.
This means that Fox people are really lucky.
The next shot will be the Fox Man's turn, and he will also get through safely.
Next it will be Su Jincheng's turn, and it will be a real bullet. The final winner of the game will not be him, but the Fox Man. Su Jincheng was not disappointed.
For him, knowing the answer was enough, and he began to look up.
This time, the Bronze Man has to make a choice. Everyone looked at Su Jincheng. Chapter 80 Winner.
When Su Jincheng was communicating with the system before, he just sat there motionless. Just when everyone thought that Su Jincheng also had to make a decision in the last 10 seconds, he made a move. Since it has moved, it naturally means that a choice has been made.
Are you ready to give up?
The Fox Man glanced over and began to put pressure on Su Jincheng. He really hoped that Su Jincheng would give up. After all, he didn't know whether the next shot would be against him, a real bullet or a fake one. He was using every possible means to use psychological tactics on Su Jincheng, hoping to crush Su Jincheng psychologically.
What do you think I'm going to do? Su Jincheng looked at the Fox Man indifferently. If I were you, I would give up.
The Fox Man encouraged him.
I'm sorry, but you're not me. I won't give up. Su Jincheng's words made the Fox Man feel a little uneasy. Su Jincheng's voice was too calm. Shot. You might die, so you better think clearly. You still have family, they don't want you to die.
The Fox Man continued to exert pressure, looking at Su Jincheng and watching him slowly pick up the revolver.
Are you really going to shoot? Is this shot life or death? Everyone watched Su Jincheng's actions, holding their breath.
Su Jincheng pointed the gun at his forehead and the gun stopped in his hand.
It's best not to shoot. There are 3 real bullets and 2 fake bullets in the gun now. The chances of you hitting a real bullet are high. I'm not lying to you. You're really going to die. The Fox Man seemed to be kindly reminding Su Jincheng.
Su Jincheng stopped listening to him and pulled the trigger naturally. Of course he is not afraid.
There weren't real bullets in the gun. The fox man's heart sank. He realized that Su Jincheng was also very lucky. Now I still have a chance, but you don't. The fox man said to Su Jincheng with forced calmness. There was a fake bullet in the gun, so theoretically it was possible that he had encountered a fake bullet. But Su Jincheng knew the answer. He knew this wasn't a theory, it was a reality that was about to happen. You don't stand a chance. Su Jincheng smiled at the fox man. What do you mean? The fox man asked in surprise. My time hasn't come yet. Su Jincheng pointed to the timer and saw 30 seconds left. What are you up to? You still fired? The fox man suddenly stood up, his face changing color. You're smart, you got it right. I also think games are boring. I want to shoot myself again, too. Su Jincheng said slowly. The butterfly man and the fallen leaf man watched quietly as spectators. The competition in this game seems to have reached the final moment. They want to see who will be the winner between Su Jincheng and the fox man. You dare not. Don't try to make me quit like this. The fox man was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He himself is a master of psychology and he himself masters psychological tactics. Therefore, he thought Su Jincheng would not dare. Want to scare me? Your psychological tactics are too childish. Amid the fox man's laughter and everyone's stunned gazes, Su Jincheng pulled the trigger. He fired a second shot. The gun fired with a hollow sound. The fox man's laughter died away. He stared blankly at Su Jincheng, who had no hole on his forehead. Impossible. That's impossible. The fox man shouted out loudly, almost roaring, shock in his eyes. He said those words deliberately, and his real purpose was to induce Su Jincheng to shoot. There were originally 6 bullets in the gun, and when he fired, one of them was a fake bullet. The first shot Su Jincheng fired was also a fake bullet. So from a probability perspective, the possibility that the third bullet is a fake bullet is extremely small, almost unlikely. On the contrary, it is very likely to be a real bullet that kills people. The moment Su Jincheng fired the gun, the foxman felt extremely happy and excited. He felt that he was sure to win. He is a big winner of $30 billion. But the final result hit him hard in the face. He lost, he had no chance, and there were only 3 real bullets left. As long as he is not stupid and does not want to die, he will not shoot himself again. Everything he did before was a joke. He tried his best to provoke Su Jincheng with all kinds of words, and to provoke Su Jincheng with all kinds of words, because he knew that if Su Jincheng fired a second shot, his hope of survival would be less than 1 in 10,000. But Su Jincheng really encountered this 1 in 10,000 chance. His luck was against the sky today. What the hell, this fake bullet was originally mine. It was obviously mine. I should have one. There was regret in the foxman's eyes, and he also regretted in his heart that he had made a mess of things. If he hadn't said those words, Su Jincheng might not have insisted on firing the second shot. The opportunity was missed. For the fox people, what they missed was not only the opportunity, but also the final winner and the $30 billion US dollars. This game ends here. Congratulations, Bronze Man. The Joker's voice echoed through the room, and he calmly announced the final result. To him, this was just a game he hosted, an ordinary game. He hosted so many games like this that he can't remember them all. The Butterfly Man and the Fallen Leaf Man walked out first. They didn't look back. As spectators, they had already been eliminated from the game. The third person to leave the room was the Fox Man. There was still reluctance and fierceness in his eyes, but he still left. Before leaving, he glared at Su Jincheng fiercely. But then the Fox Man felt helpless again. What's the point of hating anymore? He didn't even know who Su Jincheng was. He didn't even know what Su Jincheng looked like. The most he knew was that he was a man. When he walked out of the room, the Foxman didn't even recognize Su Jincheng. He lost, and the only thing he could be thankful for was that he was still alive. He smiled bitterly, shook his head and left. Finally, only Su Jincheng, Jia Milong, and the clown were left in the room. The staff has also left. Congratulations, Mr. Su. The clown already knew Su Jincheng's name from the staff. Su Jincheng nodded. You won $30 billion alone. According to regulations, we have to take a commission of $5 billion.
The clown once again patiently explained their rules to Su Jincheng.
I know. I don't need you to tell me. Su Jincheng felt a little nervous, and he nodded again to show that he understood. But his heart still ached. $5 billion was gone just like that. We will transfer the remaining money to your account immediately. You should be able to see it when you get home. The clown said this and extended his hand to Su Jincheng. See you in the next game, maybe we'll see each other soon. I hope so.
Su Jincheng smiled, shook hands with the clown, and walked out of the room with Jiang Yilong.
He knew that this was just a polite remark from the clown. I don't know when we will meet next time. Chapter 81 Rewards arrived.
The corridor outside was empty, with only Xiaoyao waiting at the door.
Congratulations, Mr. Su.
Since Su Jincheng was the last one to come out, Xiaoya naturally knew that he was the winner, so she congratulated him with a smile.
The following order is the reverse of the original order.
Su Jincheng and Jiang Yilong were still blindfolded, and someone grabbed their arms and took them to the RV. After getting off the RV, they were greeted by a luxury Lincoln and the same young man from before. The young man seemed to be just a peripheral member of the game organization. He smiled at Su Jincheng and did not ask about the outcome of the game. There was no conversation along the way, and the two were sent back to the Hilton Hotel. When Su Jincheng and Jiang Yilong returned to the room, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and Tong Qing was still waiting for them in the room. Tong Qing looked a little anxious, but he felt much better when he saw Su Jincheng appear.
Young Master Su.
Tong Qing couldn't guess what Su Jincheng was going to do at night, and it seemed like it would cost a lot of money, so he was always a little nervous. At this time, he saw Su Jincheng enter the room and immediately became happy. I'll check my Sriwi bank account right now to see how much money is in it. As soon as Su Jincheng entered the room, he told Tong Qing to do something. He didn't know much about the gaming organization and felt a little uneasy, so the first thing he did when he came back was to check the accounts.
Tong Qing thought, didn't you just check it before you left? But he didn't ask any more questions. He would do whatever young Master Su asked him to do. Tong Qing quickly opened his laptop and entered his account number and password. When he saw the numbers on the account, he suddenly rubbed his eyes and stood there in a daze. How much money is in the account now? Su Jincheng asked curiously. Mr. Su, we seem to have gained 20 billion, now it's 30 billion US dollars.
Tong Qing stuttered a little when he spoke, and he was so shocked that he almost bit his own lips off.
Oh my god, what happened? Am I dreaming? Su Jincheng was out for less than 4 hours and actually made $20 billion. Did he go and rob a bank? Even robbing a bank is not this fast. That's 20 billion US dollars. Tong Chang looked at Jiang Yilong, wondering what was going on.
Jiang Yilong was by Su Jincheng's side from beginning to end, so of course he knew it, but he had a blank expression on his face and had no intention of speaking.
Tong Qing felt a little angry.
You're such a great secret keeper, you're worthy of being a bodyguard.
I even introduced you to Mr. Su. Everyone go to bed. Su Jincheng smiled and didn't explain too much to Tong Qing.
What he should know will naturally be known to him. After both of them left the room, Su Jincheng washed up and lay alone on the soft big bed.
20 billion US dollars.
It arrived in less than 4 hours, which is truly astonishing. Others were shocked, and he himself was actually shocked too.
The money came too quickly. Su Jincheng only became a little excited at this time.
He calculated his money, which was 30 billion US dollars, equivalent to 210 billion in China.
Plus the Yunwan Edi International Hotel and villas in Longhua. What a fortune!
With a smile on his face, Su Jincheng quickly fell into a deep sleep.
He was a little tired tonight. It was late the next day. Su Jincheng just got up from the bed.
Prince Arafat has looked for him several times.
If he doesn't get up, I guess they're about to break in. What do you want from me? Su Jincheng asked him. Where did you go last night? Prince Arafat asked with a mysterious look in his eyes. You knew I was out? Su Jincheng looked at him in surprise and thought, are you following me?
I came to see you last night, and I only saw your housekeeper. Prince Arafat came to the room to look for Su Jincheng after 10 o'clock last night, but Su Jincheng was no longer in the room.
He didn't know Tong Qing's identity and mistook Tong Qing for Su Jincheng's housekeeper.
In the eyes of Prince Arafat, Tong Qing is always by Su Jincheng's side and he is the one who handles all kinds of things.
If he is not a housekeeper, what is he? My own butler Paul is the same way. He is very annoying and I can't get rid of him. I have something to do outside, so I can't tell you. Of course, Su Jincheng would not tell him that he participated in the game. Although this game was introduced by Prince Arafat. I understand. I understand. Men do that. I used to go to nightclubs a lot. Prince Arafat misunderstood Su Jincheng's whereabouts. I didn't go to the club. Su Jincheng shook his head repeatedly. Don't be shy. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Hey, hey, hey. I've been to nightclubs many times. Although it's not here, it's very fun. You'll meet a lot of beautiful women and have a lot of good things happen. Prince Arafat's expression at this moment was a bit beastly and a bit indescribable. He didn't notice that two Western beauties were walking up behind him. Rogue. The two beautiful ladies naturally heard what Prince Arafat said and glared at him fiercely. Prince Arafat quickly shut up and looked at Su Jincheng with a reproachful look, thinking, why didn't you remind me? The two beauties stared at Su Jincheng again. Su Jincheng smiled and thought to himself that this had nothing to do with me and I didn't say that. Rogue. The two beautiful ladies rolled their eyes and gave Su Jincheng the same two words. The two beautiful ladies walked away for a long time, and Prince Arafat was still smiling. Haven't you laughed enough yet? Su Jincheng looked at Prince Arafat and felt helpless as he was implicated by this guy. I told you that you went to a nightclub, but you still didn't admit it. Look, the beauties all noticed it, otherwise why would they call you a hooligan? Prince Arafat seemed to think he had heard a very funny joke and kept laughing. Su Jincheng wanted to kick him away. It's all because of your mouth that caused the trouble. Have you laughed enough? Just keep laughing here. I'm going to eat. Su Jincheng ignored him and went to the hotel restaurant by himself. He hadn't had breakfast yet. Don't leave, don't try to get rid of me today. Little Prince Arafat followed again, and it seemed that he was going to keep Su Jincheng company. Wherever Su Jincheng went, he would go. Mr. Su, Bai Tianwei and Green Winkleman came this morning, but they didn't disturb you since you were still sleeping. Tong Qing came over to report. What's wrong with them? Su Jincheng asked as he walked, without avoiding Prince Arafat. Their acquisition materials are ready. They're going to fly to Hanover, Germany, this morning, and then to Wolfsburg. Let me tell you. Tong Qing said. Su Jincheng knew Wolfsburg, a city in northern Germany, 100 kilometers away from the capital Hanover. Wolfsburg, also known as Wolfsburg, is the headquarters of the Volkswagen Group. Chapter 82: The Little Prince's Rival. What time is the flight? When talking about the acquisition, Su Jincheng's expression became more serious. 8 o'clock in the morning. Su Jincheng looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. He slept for a really long time last night. He had looked up the information and found that it would take about 2 hours to travel from Eagle Country to Germany. Bai Tianwei and Green Winkleman should have arrived by now. Su Jincheng took out his cell phone and called Bai Tianwei. Mr. Su. The call was indeed connected, and Bai Tianwei's voice came through, but the environment around the voice was a bit noisy. Where are you? Su Jincheng asked her. We've already arrived in Germany. We're on a train from Hanover to Wolfsburg. We still have 50 minutes to get there. It turned out that we were on the train, no wonder it was a bit noisy. Your voice is too loud over there, I can't hear you clearly. Su Jincheng said. Bai Tianwei's voice paused for a moment, then asked, what now? Much better now. Su Jincheng felt that the sound over there was much clearer. I wasn't paying attention just now. Now I've found a secluded place. Bai Tianwei explained, her voice sounding a little tired and hoarse. Are you a little tired? Su Jincheng heard it. Yes, our investment team worked almost all night to organize all the information. Bai Tianwei admitted, with a hint of excitement in her voice. She was a little too excited last night about being able to participate in the acquisition of Lamborghini Automobile Company. This beautiful girl is really desperate. Su Jincheng was a little touched when he heard this. Thank you for your hard work. Please tell my team members that I will never forget their hard work. I will celebrate your success later. Bai Tianwei smiled, and Su Jincheng seemed very confident. Everything had just begun, and he actually thought that Lamborghini Automobile Company was in his pocket. Where did he get the confidence from? This is a good thing for her. She and Green Winkleman both hope that Su Jincheng can acquire Lamborghini Automobile Company. As for whether Su Jincheng has enough money to buy Lamborghini Automobile Company, Bai Tianwei is not worried. She could see that Su Jin and Su Jincheng were indeed powerful, and perhaps there was a huge family behind him. Su Jincheng talked to Bai Tianwei for a few words, mostly encouraging and praising her. Bai Tianwei said she would contact him at any time and asked him to keep his phone open. Su Jincheng agreed and hung up the phone. It seems your acquisition is going smoothly. Prince Arafat was always nearby and heard almost everything Su Jincheng said. Not bad. Now it all depends on Volkswagen headquarters. I hope they can review and approve our information and not make things difficult for us. Su Jincheng smiled. Only if the information was approved could they be included in the list of investors of Volkswagen Group and make further acquisition offers tomorrow. Coincidentally, tomorrow is the day when Volkswagen will call on major investors to make their final bids. The auction time is exactly the same as the Lamborghini Veneno in Birmingham, starting at 4 p.m. The two sides were fighting over the timing. Su Jincheng pressed his forehead. The timing was too coincidental. He didn't know whether Volkswagen Group did it on purpose. The happiest person was Prince Arafat. He encouraged Su Jincheng to stay in the hotel tomorrow and concentrate on directing the acquisition operation. Su Jincheng glanced at him and remained unmoved. This guy's mind was too simple and anyone could understand it. 12 o'clock noon. Volkswagen Group headquarters. Vice President Jack received a call that a new investment team was preparing to acquire Lamborghini Automobile Company and was now waiting outside the headquarters. It is said that the buyer is from Longwa, and the staff asked whether they need to be received. Why not? Please ask them to come in. We open our doors and welcome everyone equally. Jack smiled. He had no objection to anyone acquiring him. For the Volkswagen Group, the more investors there are, the better price Lamborghini can get. Jack made up his mind that he must sell the car company this time. Bai Tianwei and Green Winkleman, along with some members of the investment team, didn't have to wait long before Volkswagen Group staff came out and warmly welcomed them. At this point, Bai Tianwei and Green Winkleman breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Volkswagen Group would not reject them. Now they just had to wait for the information to be approved. They didn't even have lunch before they started their busy work. Su Jincheng stayed in the hotel all morning. It was not until after lunch that he could no longer resist Prince Arafat's lobbying and finally agreed to go to the famous bar in Birmingham. The group walked out of the hotel, and this time all of them were out. There were 3 people on Su Jincheng's side, and Prince Arafat was accompanied by his butler and entourage, a total of 8 people. They went to the Mayflower in Rotherhithe, the oldest pub on the Thames. Generally, most people like to go to bars at night. Su Jincheng thought that it was afternoon now and there shouldn't be many people inside. But Su Jincheng guessed wrong. When he walked into the bar, he found that there were a lot of people here, almost overcrowded. Why are there so many people? Su Jincheng stood at the door, a little hesitant. It's more fun when there are more people. Prince Arafat smiled and pushed Su Jincheng, asking him not to block the door. Su Jincheng thought about it and decided that since they were already here, it didn't matter if there were more people. He walked in and the waiter came over quickly and arranged seats for them. Soon after they sat down, Prince Arafat showed a look of regret. Why don't we go to another bar? He said to Su Jincheng. You pushed me in just now, and now you're leaving after sitting here for less than 2 minutes. Are you messing around? Su Jincheng said unhappily that he didn't want to move anymore. I don't want to make a fuss, but I see someone I know here. Prince Arafat said with a bitter face. Is it bad to see acquaintances? Why didn't I see you say hello? Aren't you very enthusiastic? Su Jincheng looked at Prince Arafat strangely. There was something wrong with this guy. They are acquaintances, but they are also my enemies. They will come to cause trouble for us. Prince Arafat was forced into telling the truth. Your enemy? Will you also be troubled by others? Don't they know that you are the little prince of Tesha? Su Jincheng looked around, a little curious to know who Prince Arafat's opponent was. The identity of the enemy is also extraordinary. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Prince Arafat urged Su Jincheng, looking as if he really wanted to leave. Isn't this little Arafat? Are you here to drink too? Aren't you afraid that your prince father will beat you? He hasn't finished speaking yet. Someone who causes trouble. Here we come. Chapter 83. He is richer than me. Little fat? Su Jincheng looked over with some interest. It was the first time he heard someone call Prince Arafat that. A young Middle Eastern man stood in front of Prince Arafat with a playful expression. He was dressed very similarly to Prince Arafat, also wearing a white Middle Eastern dress. Robe, with a turban on the head. His Royal Highness Prince Haidler. Butler Paul had already stood up and bowed respectfully to the young man. The followers also saluted the young man. This is Prince Haidler from our country of Tesha. Butler Paul then whispered an introduction to Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng nodded without saying anything, thinking that there are so many important people in your country of Tesha, and any one of them you see is a prince. I didn't drink. I just came here to sit. Prince Arafat seemed a little afraid that Prince Haidler would complain to his father. Su Jincheng remembered that the laws of Tesha seem to prohibit drinking. Those who violate the rules will be severely punished, even whipped, and in serious cases, beheaded in public. What a joke this guy is. You can't even drink, but you still encourage yourself to come to the bar? Su Jincheng shook his head. He thought that if he didn't seek death, he would not die. He deserved the trouble he got. Are you just here to sit at the bar? I don't think so. I saw you staring at your wineglass several times. If I hadn't stopped you, would you have drunk it? Prince Haidler had a questioning expression on his face, as if he had no intention of letting Prince Arafat go. I drank that wine, it had nothing to do with Prince Arafat. Su Jincheng said lightly. He had to stand up and speak for Prince Arafat. Although this guy was unreliable, he was still his friend after all. Who are you? Prince Haidler looked over with sharp eyes. As he said this, two strong men came up from behind him. They were obviously bodyguards. On Su Jincheng's side, Jiang Yilong also stood up, said nothing, and walked quietly to his side. He's my friend, Haidler, don't go too far. Prince Arafat also stood up, as he did not want the two sides to conflict. I didn't say anything? I'm just asking about your friend's identity. Why don't you introduce yourself? Prince Haidler looked at Su Jincheng with gloomy eyes, then glanced at Jiang Yilong, but he didn't get angry in the end. My friend is from Dragon Country. We are here to attend the auction tomorrow. There's nothing else to say. Prince Arafat simply spoke for Su Jincheng. Prince Haidler frowned. Are you here for the auction? I guess you like supercars. You come to the auction of the Lamborghini Veneno tomorrow. He guessed it. Su Jincheng wanted to cover his head. It seemed that Prince Arafat's hobby was almost known to everyone in the upper echelons of the Saudi Empire. Yes, I came here for the Lamborghini Venom. I must have it tomorrow. Prince Arafat nodded, thinking this was a good opportunity to change the subject. If that's the case, you might as well go back home. You don't stand a chance. When Prince Haidler heard this, the corner of his mouth suddenly raised. What do you mean? Prince Arafat looked at Prince Haidler, and then suddenly realized. You want to buy the Lamborghini Veneno too? Congratulations, you got it right. Now that I'm here, you don't have a chance, right? Prince Haidler said with a proud look on his face. I won't give up. Prince Arafat's answer was a bit frustrated. Then we'll see. After saying this, Prince Haidler turned and left without further pursuing the question of whether Prince Arafat drank or not. Why did he say you had no chance? Su Jincheng and others left and asked Prince Arafat. He's rich. He's richer than me. If the auction house were to shout out a price, I wouldn't be able to beat him. This is why Prince Arafat is depressed. Then what are you worried about? You never had a chance. That car is mine. Su Jincheng laughed. When it came to money, he was not afraid of anyone, let alone Prince Haidler. You can't compare to him. Prince Arafat shook his head. He knew that Su Jincheng was rich, but Prince Haidler had a big family behind him, so he was also a very wealthy man. We haven't competed yet, so who knows? Su Jincheng didn't explain much. Anyway, everyone would know at the auction tomorrow. That's right. You said he was your enemy. You seem very afraid of that prince? Su Jincheng was curious about another thing. We have been at odds since we were young. He can't stand me, and I can't stand him either. He often complains to my dad. Every time I complain, I get beaten. If he complains to my dad about me coming to the bar this time, I'll never be able to come to Eagle Country again. Prince Arafat had his own concerns. What are you afraid of? Isn't he also in the bar? Is he just here to sit? Su Jincheng smiled and reminded Prince Arafat. Yes. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have reacted.
I was scared and confused by this guy.
Prince Arafat patted his head and said, "We are all the same. I am in the bar, and you are also in the bar.
If you complain to my dad, I will complain to your dad, and no one will escape punishment."
At this moment, Prince Arafat finally figured it out. Prince Hadler was just here to scare him.
If this matter was really exposed, everyone would be in trouble.
Only a fool would do such a thankless task. Prince Arafat became happy again. Do you still drink? Su Jincheng picked up the wineglass and teased him deliberately. I don't drink. Prince Arafat shook his head, still feeling a little apprehensive. It's better to be safe than sorry. If Prince Hadler goes crazy and really wants to complain, he won't be able to stop him.
That guy has a very unpredictable personality, so it's better to be careful.
It's good that you don't drink. Then just sit down.
Su Jincheng brought the beer glass to his lips, took a sip slowly, closed his eyes, and looked like he was enjoying it.
There was some anger in Prince Arafat's eyes. Damn it, I'm such a jerk, why would I bring anything to the bar?
As a result, I was caught red-handed as soon as I arrived, and I can only watch others drink.
I think I am sick. Prince Arafat didn't want to see Su Jincheng's expression of enjoyment, nor did he want to see Su Jincheng drinking.
The more he watched, the more uncomfortable he felt, so he looked around.
Upon seeing this, Prince Arafat discovered more problems. That's not right. These people shouldn't be here. He's here, why is she here too? That's weird. Why are you all drinking here? What happened that I don't know about?
Prince Arafat's eyes gradually became filled with suspicion, as if he had discovered something unusual.
Chapter 84 Princess Juliet. Who did you see? Su Jincheng didn't know what Prince Arafat was making a fuss about, or what he had discovered. Wait a minute, don't drink yet. Stop it, or I'll feel uncomfortable watching you.
Prince Arafat turned around and saw Su Jincheng still enjoying himself, and suddenly became unhappy.
Okay, then I won't drink it for now. Su Jincheng smiled and put down his beer glass temporarily. Look over there, yes, over there, at the table by the window. That taller black woman is Princess Zilai of the Tosol royal family of Africa.
Look over there, at the third table next to you, the man with the lighter face is Prince Hassan of the Galomo royal family in Africa.
Over there, there's Prince Mwa of Lansworth. And there, do you see that?
That's the descendant of Prince Denabur of Eagle Country.
Oh my god, who is that? The descendants of Count Yalio are here too. And there are so many more. My eyes are going blind. Su Jincheng's expression darkened.
These people were either royal family members or descendants of princes and earls.
He looked around and even found some oriental faces, well dressed, obviously not from an ordinary family. This is no simple gathering.
Prince Arafat kept introducing himself, and he was a little dumbfounded for a moment.
Too many royal and aristocratic families appear here. Although they are all young people and cannot represent the families behind them, this is not normal, very abnormal. How do you know them? Su Jincheng pondered for a moment and asked Prince Arafat a question.
Most of them are from the Supercar Club, so of course I know them.
Prince Arafat himself is also a member of the Supercar Club. Speaking of this, Prince Arafat's eyes suddenly widened and he reacted. Supercar? Could they be? Are you all here to attend the auction of the Lamborghini Veneno? Prince Arafat looked back at Su Jincheng with a look of shock.
He felt that he had guessed the truth.
If these people were all coming for the car, that would be terrifying. Tomorrow's auction is bound to be a fierce battle. These people are not short of money.
If they really start to fight, the prices at tomorrow's auction might be sky high. The Lamborghini Veneno itself costs just 3.1 million.
But the problem is that there is only one car, and we don't know how many times it will cost by then. No matter who buys it, the price will not be easy and it will cost a lot of money. Prince Arafat estimated his own money and felt less and less confident. Maybe. Su Jincheng didn't know why these people came, and he was not afraid of them participating in the auction. Aren't you worried? Prince Arafat felt that Su Jincheng was very calm. What's the point of worrying? I might as well drink.
Su Jincheng picked up the beer glass again.
Prince Arafat's face turned bitter and he turned away again.
They are observing others, and others are also secretly observing them. The several well-dressed Oriental youths that Su Jincheng saw were whispering to each other.
Xia. Who is that Oriental guy sitting with Prince Arafat? Chi Su, don't ask me, I haven't seen it.
The young man named Xia Yi looked up at Su Jincheng. They had all seen Prince Arafat and knew that he was the prince of the kingdom of Tehran, but Prince Arafat could not remember them. The faces of Oriental people, including Prince Arafat, all look similar, with Su Jincheng and the people around him being the exception.
This person looks like one of our dragon country.
Chi Su, who spoke first, looked at Su Jincheng quietly with some confusion.
You're right.
When the Oriental man came in, he spoke a word of Longguoyu to his bodyguard.
Xia Yi nodded. That must be the dragon countryman, but why haven't we seen him before?
Chi Su's expression was still a little confused.
Dragon country is so big, can you know everyone? Xia Yi said unhappily.
Our Chi family is considered a big family in Long country.
It's strange that someone like this should know me. How about I go over and say hello later?
Chi Su was still somewhat interested in Su Jincheng. Every country has some upper-class social circles, and it goes without saying that people who can deal with Prince Arafat should be from this circle.
But Chi Su racked his brains but couldn't figure out who this person was. He didn't feel familiar at all. Don't worry about it. We are just here to attend the auction. Don't cause any trouble.
Xia Yi shook his head, not quite agreeing with his decision.
Lu Feng, what do you think? Should we go over and say hello?
After all, we're all dragon people, and it would be best if someone could take care of us when we're out and about.
Chi Su turned and asked another young man. I also think Xia Yi is right. It's best if we don't move. The people here are either rich or noble. If we say the wrong thing, we'll get into trouble.
Lu Feng also shook his head, paused and continued.
The man we are dealing with seems to have had a minor conflict with Prince Hadler just now. If you talk to him, you might offend Prince Hadler. Several of our families have business dealings with Prince Hadler. If we offend him.
Lu Feng didn't finish his words, but everyone understood what he meant. Anyway, Lu Feng disapproved of it, and he didn't understand Su Jincheng. Don't dare to deal with the other party rashly, as you may get into trouble.
Then forget it.
Chi Su hesitated a little and finally did not go over.
At this moment,
someone suddenly said in the bar.
Princess Juliet is here, she's on the stage.
As soon as the voice came out, everyone looked up and looked at a performance platform in the bar. Standing on the stage was a beautiful Western girl, about 20 years old, with crystal clear blue eyes and a noble royal temperament.
In terms of appearance, this girl's beauty score is over 90 points. She is a great beauty. Princess Juliet? Is this Princess Juliet? Princess Juliet is of course beautiful, that goes without saying. Among the many royal and aristocratic descendants in the bar, some had seen Princess Juliet, while others had not. Everyone, please be quiet. Princess Juliet has something to say. Seeing that the bar could not calm down, Prince de Neighbor's descendant, Prince de Neighbor Jr. stepped forward to maintain order.
The noise in the bar became quieter and everyone gradually became quiet.
Thank you everyone. I'm Juliet, and I'm glad everyone is coming to Eagle Country. It's a pleasure to have everyone here at the Mayflower. Princess Juliet smiled and nodded to everyone. Did you trick me into coming here?
When Su Jincheng heard this, he glanced at Prince Arafat.
I didn't know Princess Juliet invited everyone here. I just said that casually. How could I have known it would be such a coincidence? Prince Arafat felt a little aggrieved because he had no idea about this. You really don't know? Su Jincheng looked at him suspiciously. Chapter 85 I don't agree. Have no idea.
Prince Arafat kept shaking his head, and it seemed that he really knew nothing about it.
What a coincidence. Su Jincheng had no intention of leaving. He wanted to see what Princess Juliet had to say. I invite everyone to come today. I think everyone can guess what I mean. Tomorrow is the auction. The Lamborghini Veneno will be auctioned. I invited everyone here to discuss this matter with you. After Princess Juliet said this, Su Jincheng understood.
This girl is probably also a supercar fan, and she also wants to buy that car.
What are you discussing? Just let's all go to the auction together tomorrow. Whoever has more money will get the car. Princess Xyle of the Tosol royal family was a little jealous that Princess Juliet was prettier than herself, and couldn't help but interrupt her. That's why I asked everyone to come and discuss this. I know everyone is well prepared and no one is short of this little money. But have you ever thought about it? We all have to participate in the auction. If everyone competes, what kind of sky-high price will this car fetch? Do you expect the auction to take all your money? Princess Juliet showed a charming smile and she was not angry at being interrupted by Princess Xilai. Everyone was suddenly stunned. Su Jincheng even wanted to applaud Princess Juliet. This girl is so amazing. What does she want to do? It's no wonder that Princess Juliet wanted to discuss the ownership of the car with everyone in advance, and she called everyone together just to settle the matter. But this is a difficult thing, and no one who comes here will give up easily. Princess Juliet, what do you mean? Do you want all of us to give up and only you to participate in the auction? It was Princess Qilai who asked the question again. Good question. Su Jincheng really wanted to applaud her. This woman's questions were very sharp. How should Princess Juliet answer her questions? I do hope you give up. Princess Juliet nodded without hesitation. The people in the bar were suddenly in an uproar. They came here just to respect Princess Juliet, but that didn't mean they had to obey Princess Juliet. What good are we? Some people also heard other meanings from Princess Juliet's tone. I have no benefits for you. All I can offer you is friendship. Friendship from the Eagle royal family, friendship from me. Princess Juliet's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears and everyone heard it clearly. The friendship of the Eagle royal family is not so easy to come by. Such friendship can bring countless benefits to everyone, including countless money. Even Su Jincheng was a little tempted. Should he agree? Do you want to use this method to gain the friendship of the Eagle Kingdom royal family? But in the blink of an eye he woke up. There are so many royal families and nobles in the bar, and the friendship of the Eagle royal family is not cabbage that can be given to you just like that. With so many people, who can get one? As for Princess Juliet's friendship, is her friendship valuable? I disagree. As soon as Su Jincheng's voice came out, everyone was startled and looked over together. The bar was quiet. Everyone is still seriously considering Princess Juliet's proposal. Su Jincheng's voice suddenly rang out, and everyone's attention was naturally drawn to him. In everyone's eyes, a handsome little Oriental man stood next to Prince Arafat. His eyes were calm and his expression was calm. It was this young man from the East who said the three words disagree. Everyone looked a little surprised. No one knew this young man. They didn't know who he was or why he appeared here. Xiai, Jisoo and others looked at Su Jincheng, and they found it increasingly difficult to understand this person. Having previously clashed with Prince Hadler, he is now the first to speak out against Princess Juliet. This person seems to be born to like being the center of attention. Invisibly. They became a little wary of Su Jincheng. Interesting. Very interesting. Prince Hadler looked at Su Jincheng with gloomy eyes. This person has the courage to fight himself. Now have the courage to stand up to Princess Juliet. Who is he? Prince Arafat seems to have made a great friend. However, Su Jincheng's words just hit the nail on the head for Prince Hadler. He was about to say this. But Su Jincheng got there first. Well, let us see how Princess Juliet responds. He looked up again. Why don't you agree? Princess Juliet also looked at Su Jincheng with calm eyes, and there was still a smile on the corner of her mouth. She is a princess. The princess should never be angry. I will decide what I want to do. Su Jincheng said lightly. Don't you need the friendship of the Eagle royal family? Don't you need my friendship? We could be very good friends. Princess Juliet tried to persuade Su Jincheng. She thought that if she could convince this young man, others would be more convinced of her suggestions. I don't need this friendship yet. Give it to someone else first. Besides, you didn't intend to give it to me in the first place. Su Jincheng smiled and said that he would certainly not refuse the friendship from the Eagle Kingdom royal family, but not now. He was not a guest invited by Princess Juliet in the first place, so even if this friendship existed, it would never fall on him. Juliet was suddenly speechless. She had never met someone who would refuse someone so bluntly as Su Jincheng. What does she say about this? I want to give you friendship, but you don't want it, and you say I don't want to give it to you? When did I say no to you? Who are you? She felt a little aggrieved and a little angry at the same time. Don't be angry. I can't be angry. I am a princess. Juliet reacted instantly and quickly calmed herself down.
Little Deneighbor stood up and shouted to defend Juliet.
Aren't you being rude? And who are you? Why don't I remember inviting you? He questioned with a wary look on his face. Little Deneighbor felt that Su Jincheng was a stranger just now. He thought about it for a long time but couldn't remember this person. This person doesn't look like a descendant of any royal family, nor does he look like a descendant of any noble family. The invitation list was drawn up by Little Deneighbor himself, but he didn't think he had invited Su Jincheng. This is strange, he needs to ask about this person's background. I'm just a tourist. You didn't invite me here either.
But I happened to be here, and since no one else was talking, I decided to share my opinion.
Su Jincheng shrugged. As soon as he said this, everyone couldn't help laughing.
Princess Juliet's mood, which had just calmed down, began to fluctuate again, and she felt like laughing. Fortunately, she held back, otherwise she would have lost all her royal etiquette.
Chapter 86. I'll leave then. Who are these people? Who asked you to express your opinion? You are a tourist, can't you just sit still? You have nothing to do here.
A very cool party, a perfect invitation, and sincere suggestions were disrupted by a tourist who came here by chance.
This cannot be ignored. It's a joke that makes people laugh and cry. Prince Arafat was speechless. He looked at Su Jincheng quickly, wondering why you suddenly became so talkative? From a young age, you are being rude to Princess Juliet.
Generally speaking, it seems like you are teasing a princess of the Eagle Kingdom.
You seem to be very brave.
Little Deneighbor's face turned red with anger.
Do you know what we are talking about?
You just make random comments.
Please leave, you are not welcome here.
His hands were shaking.
This is the Princess Juliet he likes.
He likes her so much that he is Princess Juliet's most loyal supporter.
He wanted to shout. Someone come. This bastard bullied the princess. Bullied Princess Juliet of Eagle Country. Okay, I know. You don't welcome me. Then I'll go. I'll leave now. Su Jincheng winked at Prince Arafat, indicating that he would leave first.
Anyway, he has already expressed his opinion, and it is none of his business whether others listen to it or not.
If you really want to give up the auction, I will not give the poison to Princess Juliet.
In the end, you will have neither her friendship nor my sympathy.
Besides, if I don't leave now, am I going to be thrown out?
Su Jincheng had already noticed from the corner of his eyes that there were 5 or 6 big bodyguards on both sides of the bar, with unfriendly expressions, walking towards him. Seeing that the situation was not good, he quickly left the Mayflower Bar with Tong Cheng and Jiang Yilong.
A good man never suffers a loss in front of him. There is only Jiang Yilong by Su Jincheng's side.
Although I don't know how good Jiang Yilong's real skills are, I'm afraid he will be thrown out if he has to deal with so many bodyguards.
Su Jincheng left. But the atmosphere in the bar was a bit weird.
No one spoke, everyone looked at each other.
What to do next? Take Princess Juliet's advice and give up the auction?
Most of them were about to agree, but after Su Jincheng's interference, they felt something was wrong. After all, the friendship of the Eagle Kingdom royal family is still too far away for everyone, and they themselves do not hold any important responsibilities in the family. After all, they are just a group of young people who like to play and be crazy, otherwise they would not like supercars and come all the way to Eagle Country.
They still want to participate in the auction. Princess Juliet, I cannot accept your advice. Prince Hadler was the first to step forward. He bowed slightly to Princess Juliet and then turned to leave. He took the lead. Soon someone else stood up. Princess Juliet, I cannot accept your advice. This is the little Princess Chilai of the Tosol royal family. Prince Hassan stood up and still refused.
Prince MWA stepped forward and also refused.
More and more people are leaving the bar. Princess Juliet was a little disappointed.
Looking at the sparsely populated bar, she knew her suggestion had lost its effect.
It's all that person's fault.
She seemed to see Su Jincheng standing in the bar again and said to herself,
I disagree. She finally got a little angry. How rude of a man to the princess. I want to know who he is. Princess Juliet pursed her lips. Can you beat those bodyguards just now? Not long after walking out the door, Su Jincheng asked Jiang Yilong. Would you like them to have a minor injury, a serious injury, or a broken leg?
Jiang Yilong's expression remained unchanged. He had just seen those bodyguards.
I'm just asking, you're too cruel. Su Jincheng was stunned. He didn't want to do anything to the bodyguards. After all, he was the one causing trouble in the bar. But he understood Jiang Yilong's tone. This guy could really deal with so many bodyguards. What did you do before? Su Jincheng finally became curious. Bodyguard. This is Jiang Yilong's answer. Su Jincheng was speechless. I'm not asking about your previous job. The phone rang and Su Jincheng looked down.
He thought it was Prince Arafat calling, but it turned out to be by Tianwei.
Mr. Su. We passed the data review. Bai Tianwei's words were short, but the meaning was clear. She was announcing good news. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone, please rest early today. Su Jincheng nodded and became serious. He knew that there would be 2 tough battles tomorrow. Whether he acquires Lamborghini Automobile Company or participates in the auction, he will encounter strong competitors. He must win both tough battles. What a headache! Su Jincheng pressed his forehead. Tuesday. 10 o'clock in the morning. Su Jincheng was awakened by a violent knock on the door. Open the door. As expected, Prince Arafat was standing outside the door. Why are you still sleeping? Prince Arafat looked at Su Jincheng.
He woke up early this morning, and when he thought about today's auction, he couldn't fall asleep again.
I was still dreaming when you woke me up. Isn't it still early? Su Jincheng was a little sleepy, and he looked back at the clock on the wall. Is it still early? Are you confused from sleep? Forgot what happened today? Prince Arafat had to remind him. I know. The auction of the Lamborghini Veneno. I remember it very clearly. Su Jincheng answered indifferently, but of course he would not forget it. You know? You know you're not ready yet? How long are you going to wait?
Prince Arafat became anxious when he saw Su Jincheng's expression, even more anxious than Su Jincheng himself.
The auction starts at 4 p.m. There's still time. Besides, I don't need to prepare anything.
Su Jincheng seemed to have a plan in mind.
Princess Juliet of Eagle Country will definitely attend the auction today. My rival, Prince Hadler, will also be attending. There are so many royal nobles out there. Are you sure you can defeat them all? Prince Arafat didn't know where Su Jincheng's confidence came from, and he felt a little disappointed with him. Why do you worry about me? Aren't you going to participate in the auction yourself? What do you think? Su Jincheng asked him back.
I'm afraid it will be difficult to win them over.
9 times out of 10 I'll be out. I'm putting my hope on you. Prince Arafat thought he didn't have much hope because he wasn't as rich as those people. You don't have to worry about me. Su Jincheng smiled. Now that he was awake, he no longer slept. I went to the hotel restaurant for dinner and made a few phone calls in the middle. No one knows the content of the call. Even when Prince Arafat came closer, Su Jincheng didn't let him hear him and deliberately lowered his voice. Chapter 87 Investors from Longwa. So mysterious? You don't believe me? Prince Arafat felt a little resentful that Su Jincheng didn't consider him a friend. I'm afraid you'll get even more nervous if you know. Su Jincheng didn't say much. After dinner, everyone stayed in the hotel. Su Jincheng had no plans to go anywhere today except the auction site. Today's day.
Su Jincheng seemed very calm.
Prince Arafat did not have this feeling. He seemed to sense a storm was coming. Hanover, Germany. There is a station here for foreign journalists from Longwa.
Fu Tai is a senior correspondent stationed in Beijing.
He was browsing the internet at the time, trying to see if there were any reports from abroad that were worth his attention. The life of a journalist is actually a bit hard, a bit monotonous and a bit boring.
While others can browse the internet at will, they have to find the clues they need from tiny clues. This requires them to develop a keen eye and look more carefully and seriously than others. After browsing for a while, Fu Tai felt a little uncomfortable in his eyes and he wanted to stop for a while.
Just then, a very brief report passed by his eyes. He clicked his mouse, stopping the short report. It is rumored that Volkswagen headquarters will call investors to submit their final bids to compete for the acquisition of Lamborghini at 4 p.m. today. This report is very brief and you may miss it if you are not careful. Lamborghini? Fu Tai certainly knew this famous automobile company.
The company now belongs to Volkswagen Group, the world's top sports car manufacturer, and the sports cars it produces are considered luxury goods. He could only sigh a few times, as a journalist like him couldn't afford such a luxurious car.
Wait a moment. The Volkswagen Group is in Wolfsburg, not far from here.
Fu Tai thought that he seemed to have gained nothing in the past few days and had no news to report back to China. Reporting that Volkswagen sold Lamborghini Automobile Company was just a way to cope with the domestic situation and was barely enough to write a news article. He looked at the time. It was only 11 o'clock in the morning, so there was still enough time. Fu Tai calmly ordered a train ticket online and had lunch. He left his office and boarded a train to Wolfsburg. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Fu Tai rushed to Volkswagen headquarters. At this time, many reporters had come outside, all of them were foreign faces. It seemed that no one in the country took this matter seriously. Fu Tai thought about it and understood that if he wasn't close by, he wouldn't want to come. Generally speaking, no one from Longwo would participate in such an acquisition.
The price of acquiring Lamborghini Automobile Company was too expensive.
He checked the information and found that the estimated value was $11 billion, which is equivalent to about 77 billion yuan in China.
Investors from Longwood don't dare to invest in such a staggering price. Never mind. Now that you are here, you must report to the best of your ability.
Thinking of this, Fu Tai prepared to interview every investor who came here together with other foreign reporters. He didn't go to the front, he just took notes of other people's interview questions.
Investors from the United States arrived first. As they arrived, reporters swarmed and surrounded them. I can't tell you now. We can't say.
I can only say one thing, our offer is one that the public cannot refuse. The American investor was smiling with a confident expression on his face.
Sir, are you saying that your offer will be the highest bid? Journalists have very keen senses and can spot any discrepancies. I can't say.
This time, the American investor shook his head, and the investment team he brought pushed through the crowd and walked into the Volkswagen headquarters. It seems that beautiful people are very wealthy. Some reporters have begun to be optimistic about American investors, and they have even written their reports in advance. As soon as the results come out, they will report it as soon as possible. For journalists, breaking news is always the most important.
Fu Tai was not in a hurry. Foreign reporters did this to grab headlines, but he didn't need to.
Even if he sent the news back to China in time, it would not receive any special attention. In this case, he only needs to be responsible for sending the news back to the country, no matter how early or late it is. Investors from country have arrived. A reporter shouted, and everyone started to swarm over again. Fu Tai was still the last one, hanging at the tail end calmly.
Everyone. Feel sorry. I'm so sorry. We have nothing to say. Please let us in.
Investors from country are very polite, but also very cautious.
There was almost nothing reportable that came out of their mouths.
The reporters were a little disappointed.
These damn people. Some reporters couldn't help but curse. Fu Tai couldn't help but curse as well.
The third investor is from country F, with the romantic. With the feelings and pride of the F countrymen, nothing was revealed. But no one scolded them, because everyone knew that the F people were arrogant. The fourth investor was from Korea, and he started to yell at everyone as soon as he arrived. It's not like he could understand what they were saying, and in the end the reporter got nothing.
The fifth investor was from Germany.
Their arrival caused a sensation.
After all, they were locals.
The largest number of reporters came from Germany, surrounding them and asking questions non-stop. German investors also seemed to be very confident. Fu Tai joined in the fun, and when the German investors went in, the outside began to become deserted. The foreign reporters seemed to feel that they had almost finished reporting, and began to sit around in scattered groups, waiting for the final results to come out.
Are there no investors?
Fu Tai thought about it and decided to find a place to rest.
He set his eyes on a small tree. Just about to walk over. A familiar voice from the Dragon Kingdom reached his ears. Hurry up, we're going to be late. Don't worry, it's not 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We still have time. It won't be late.
A group of people seemed to be walking towards this side in a hurry. Leading the way was a pretty girl in her 20s with an oriental face. There was also a foreign old man in his 60s traveling with him. Fu Tai always felt that this old man was very familiar to him, as if he had seen him somewhere. Fu Tai didn't think much of it at first, but when he heard them speaking Longwa dialect, he stopped.
These people are from Long Country, they are also investors, and they also want to participate in the competitive acquisition that will begin soon?
He felt his heart.
Bang 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 jump up. This seems like big news.
Big news that will shock the country. We, the people of Dragon Country, also want to participate in acquiring the world's top sports cars. The blood in his heart suddenly boiled. But he still couldn't believe his own guess and needed confirmation from the other party.
Chapter 88 Solange.com.
The foreign reporters took a look at this group of people and saw that most of them had Asian faces, so no one was interested in interviewing them. Maybe they felt that Orientals had no chance, or maybe they felt that they had already interviewed the content they needed. Only Fu Tai walked over.
Hello?
He smiled and greeted in standard Longwa dialect, indicating that he was a Longwa person. When you meet your compatriots abroad, everyone is generally very friendly. Bai Tianwei stopped but didn't say anything, just looked at Fu Tai.
I'm a Dragon Country reporter. Are you also an investor? Are you planning to participate in the acquisition of Lamborghini Automobile Company? Can I ask who the buyer is?
Fu Tai also knew that he didn't have much time, so after revealing his identity as a reporter, he immediately asked his questions.
We are indeed investors. The acquirer is also from Longwa. Beyond that, I can't say anything more. Please make way, we're going to be late.
Bai Tianwei politely answered a few questions because Fu Tai was a reporter from Longwa, and then hurriedly led his men into the Volkswagen headquarters.
Fu Tai did not ask any more questions.
For him, this was already a great gain. Without pausing, he took out his cell phone and dialed the number back home.
Solange.com. Press office. News director Xiao Datong received a call from Fu Tai. Fu Tai is Solong.com's overseas correspondent. What did you say? Slow down. Dragon people involved in the acquisition of Lamborghini Automobile Company?
Xiao Datong was originally sitting on a chair, listening to Fu Tai's report with a leisurely expression. But when he heard Fu Tai's words, he suddenly couldn't sit still and jumped up.
Did I hear correctly?
He asked again, his voice getting louder.
There were other staff members in the office.
They looked back and wondered why the director suddenly became a little excited.
Director Qiao, you heard it right. I was outside Volkswagen headquarters and got confirmation from the investor himself. They're already inside now.
Fu Tai was also a little excited, and he made the assurance on the phone.
Who are the investors? Xiao Datong asked immediately. They didn't say. The timing was a bit rushed, and they arrived a little late. I didn't ask many questions. Fu Tai said. Just stare there. Don't go anywhere. I want to know the result first. Xiao Datong's heart also began to pound. If the result is that the dragon people successfully acquire it. What if the result is that the dragons acquire Lamborghini Automobile Company?
He could imagine what a sensation it would cause in the country. In the history of Dragon Country, no one has ever made such a bold move to acquire a world-class sports car manufacturer. He felt a little regretful, as he didn't know who the buyer would be.
Never mind.
In any case, he must prepare in advance to deal with various situations. If the final result is that the dragon people succeed, then Solange.com must report this news as soon as possible. This will be a news event that will shock the entire internet. Xiao Zhang, come here and put down what you are doing.
I have something important to arrange.
Xiao Lu, I have a news report here and need to create a beautiful page in advance.
Xiao Wu, save the news headlines for me immediately. I want to make sure I can always insert the latest headlines. Get moving.
In the press office, Xiao Datong's urging voice continued to ring out, and everyone's work pace suddenly became busy and tense. Fu Tai was guarding outside the Volkswagen Group. When he received the order from Xiao Datong, his mind started to work rapidly and he began to draft the manuscript. He also had to write the report content in advance, and once the results were confirmed, he would report the news back to China and report it to Solange.com in a timely manner. Several foreign reporters around Fu Tai looked at him strangely, not understanding why this reporter from Longwa, who had been so unfocused just now, suddenly became more active than them.
Birmingham, Eagle Country. 3:30 p.m. David Auction House. There were also many reporters and onlookers here. A Lamborghini Veneno will be auctioned at the 4 p.m. auction. This incident naturally attracted the attention of reporters and onlookers. Everyone wants to know who will get the car. But the gate. All the reporters and onlookers were blocked. Today's auction seemed to have many more security personnel than usual, and was more cautious and strict. They were all wearing black uniforms, black sunglasses, and headsets. They looked cool and strong, and were obviously bodyguards. They were blocking the door. No appointment. No one is allowed to enter here. A luxury car stopped in front of the door and a young Middle Eastern man got out of the car. This is His Royal Highness Prince Hadler. This is Prince Hadler of Tesha. An acquaintance onlooker exclaimed. Another luxury car drove over. Little Princess Chilai of the Toso royal family is here too. This is the royal family of Africa. As if it was prearranged, with the arrival of Prince Hadler, royal families and nobles from all walks of life appeared on the scene. Prince Hassan of the Galomo royal family, he is very difficult to see. Isn't this Prince Mwa of Lansweezy? My God, why is he here? That is Little Denaber, a descendant of Prince Denaber of Eagle Country. He is a person of noble status. The descendants of Count Yalio are here too. What kind of auction is this? Why are there so many nobles and wealthy families? A luxurious car with the temperament of an Eagle Kingdom royal family slowly stopped. Princess Juliet? Beautiful Princess Juliet, is she also going to participate in the auction? I am so happy. I can see the beautiful Princess Juliet. The onlookers were in an uproar. If the bodyguards had not stopped them, they would have rushed over and greeted Princess Juliet with the most honorable etiquette. Juliet got out of the car. She clearly saw everyone's excitement. As a princess of the royal family, she smiled at the onlookers with a noble smile and gently raised her white arm to wave. She smiled and she was waving at me. I'm going crazy, Princess Juliet is smiling at me. The onlookers became excited again. The bodyguards struggled to stop them. Even though they were all strong, they could hardly stand the enthusiasm of the onlookers. Princess! What are you dawdling about? Hurry up and get in. I beg you. The bodyguards looked at Princess Juliet with resentful eyes. If the princess allowed, they would be willing to carry her into the auction house immediately. Royal family. Noble. Rich family. With the arrival of young people with extraordinary temperament, David Auction House has become a gathering place for today's young talents. Xia Yi and Shi Su also came. In a way, they felt that they represented the Dragon Kingdom, although they were not taken seriously. Chapter 89 Simultaneous. That person didn't come yesterday? Shi Su looked around. He had actually been here for a while, but he hadn't seen Su Jinchang. You mean the troublemaker? Xia Yi frowned. He didn't like the young man he met yesterday. He shouldn't come here. He just got lucky yesterday. What is that person doing at the auction today? Could he even buy a Lamborghini Veneno? Xia Yi's tone was a bit sarcastic and a bit disdainful. But Shi Su's eyes were looking behind him, and his eyes were flashing. What are you looking at? Xia Yi felt that Shi Su's expression was a little strange. That guy, he's here again. Shi Su's eyes widened as he saw Su Jinchang and Prince Arafat walking together, leisurely approaching them. What? Xia Yi turned around suddenly and almost broke his neck. How dare he come here? There was something uncanny about his voice. Another wave of fear arose in my heart. Who is this person? Who are you? Why is he afraid to come? Shi Su suddenly laughed. This man is with little Prince Arafat. His identity should not be simple. It seems like we missed the chance to get to know each other yesterday, but we can't miss it today. Shi Su suddenly left Xia Yi and walked over. I'm Chi Su, from the Chi family of Longwa. He smiled at Su Jinchang and extended his hand in friendship. Su Jinchang looked at Chi Su. He had seen this man at the Mayflower Bar yesterday. Judging from his actions, he should be trying to show goodwill to me. Su Jinchang smiled. He also stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other person. Su Jinchang. From the Su family of Longwa. Su Jinchang's expression was very natural when he said this. Su family? Chi Su blinked and thought for a long time. It seemed that there was no big family with the surname Su in Longwa.
I know all the major families in Dragon Country, but I have never heard of the Su family.
Let me ask again, who is the one at the top of the Su family you mentioned?
Shisu really couldn't figure out Su Jincheng's origins, but he wanted to know like a cat scratching in his heart, so he had to ask again.
Of course you haven't heard of it. This is the first time I've told someone this. Su Jincheng smiled. What's the origin of the Su family?
There was a hint of doubt in Shi Su's eyes.
You don't need to ask, I'm just an ordinary person. Su Jincheng didn't say anything more to him and walked into the gate with Prince Arafat. Ordinary people? Shi Su stood there in a daze. Ordinary person, do you dare to conflict with Prince Hadler? Ordinary people, do you dare to mess with Princess Juliet? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid who's so easy to fool? Do you know his origins? Xia Yi waited for Su Jincheng to leave before walking over. His name is Su Jincheng, but he didn't tell me anything.
He also said he was an ordinary person.
This is obviously a lie to me. Shi Su looked a little depressed. Maybe he's telling the truth. Xia Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Impossible. This person is definitely not simple.
Shi Su didn't know why he felt this way, he just thought so.
Don't think too much, let's go in, the auction is almost time. Xia Yi patted his shoulder and they also walked into the door. Su Jincheng and Prince Arafat have already entered the auction site. The female auctioneer was standing on the stage. Coincidentally, she was the one I saw last time. Today's auction is also hosted by her. It's her again. Prince Arafat also recognized it. The female auctioneer couldn't help but look delighted when she saw Su Jincheng and Prince Arafat appear.
Great, my 2 lucky angels showed up again.
Is today another lucky day for me? Su Jincheng didn't notice the look in the female auctioneer's eyes.
His appearance had already attracted countless gazes.
This bastard? He's here again?
Little de Neighbor's face unconsciously turned red with anger again. He really wanted to ask the bodyguards on site to kick Su Jincheng out, but this was not the Mayflower Bar. Those bodyguards are not his people and may not obey his orders.
What a bastard!
Little de Neighbor's hand was squeezed hard.
His abnormal behavior quickly caught Princess Juliet's attention and she followed his gaze.
The guy who was rude to me yesterday showed up again.
Su Jincheng also saw Princess Juliet, nodded and smiled at her. Why are you laughing? I won't smile at you.
Princess Juliet deliberately turned her head away and didn't look at him. More and more people saw Su Jincheng, and saw the young man who caused trouble yesterday and claimed to be a tourist, appearing here calmly.
Prince Hadler continued to look at Su Jincheng with gloomy eyes. Princess Qilai looked at the bold young man with admiration. Prince Hassan looked at Su Jincheng with a slightly curious look. Prince MWA's eyes were a little wary. Everyone had a different expression. Everyone seems to be paying attention to you. Prince Arafat said to Su Jincheng. This moment. Su Jincheng replaced the female auctioneer and became the focus of the scene. What are you looking at me for? I don't eat their rice.
Su Jincheng said indifferently.
Prince Arafat choked and said, what you said actually left me speechless.
Hurry up and find a place to sit down.
I have something else to do. Su Jincheng dragged Prince Arafat to a corner.
There are relatively few people here.
The two sat down.
They were the only ones allowed in today, and everyone else was waiting outside.
You keep busy. Prince Arafat knew that the German side also started at this time.
He could imagine that the competition to acquire Lamborghini Automobile Company must be fierce, so he did not disturb Su Jincheng.
Su Jincheng nodded without saying anything.
Bai Tianwei's voice came from the earphones in his ears.
Mr. Su. We have arrived at Volkswagen headquarters and the acquisition site. Can you hear me clearly? This is at Su Jincheng's request. The acquisition site must keep the phone line open with him. Su Jincheng remained calm and sent a message on his cell phone. I can hear it, very clearly. He pressed send.
Bai Tianwei was sitting in a spacious conference room at Volkswagen headquarters, and she soon received a message from Su Jincheng.
Mr. Su. I'll continue the introduction. The event was hosted by Volkswagen Vice President Zoli.
A total of 6 investors participated in the acquisition. They are investors from the United States, investors from country R, investors from country F, investors from the Korean country, investors from Germany, and us.
Zoli is explaining the bidding process. There are 2 rounds of bidding. Each of our 6 investors will have 2 opportunities to make an offer. Chapter 90 Delaying Time. Bai Tianwei paused and continued. The first round of bidding was conducted behind closed doors, with no public disclosure of bids. The 2 investors with the lowest bids were eliminated in the end. The second round of bidding will be conducted in an open manner, and the final bids from each company will be made public. The highest bidder wins and signs a contract with Volkswagen to acquire Automobili Lamborghini. We're making our first offer and are about to start. Mr. Su, how much do we need to bid? Bai Tianwei introduced it here and asked Su Jincheng a question. This is also Su Jincheng's requirement. Each round of bidding must be decided by him personally. 2 offers? Su Jincheng was stunned for a moment. The quotation time was prolonged again. The Volkswagen Group is really amazing. This is because they are worried that the prices quoted by investors for the first time will not be too high, and they are even more afraid that the investors will collude to manipulate prices. They adopt a 2-round approach, which will stimulate everyone to raise prices in the second round because there will be no opportunity for collusion, and they will benefit in the end. I'll think about it, please wait. Su Jincheng sent a message, but he didn't state his offer right away. There was no sound from Bai Tianwei, obviously waiting for his decision. Please do me a favor and delay the auction. Su Jincheng whispered to Prince Arafat. What good is it to me? Prince Arafat did not ask Su Jincheng why he did this, but directly asked for benefits. Su Jincheng looked at him. This little prince of Tesha has learned bad things. What benefit do you want? Su Jincheng looked at him unhappily. If you take a picture of a Lamborghini Veneno, let me drive it for a month. Prince Arafat immediately made a request with great interest. You wish? Su Jincheng refused without hesitation. Half a month? No. 10 days. Not even for a day. Su Jincheng didn't want to leave any hope for Prince Arafat. Then I won't do it. I won't help. Prince Arafat simply gave up the job. The only thing I can give you. If I succeed in acquiring Lamborghini Automobile Company, I'll have them build you a new Lamborghini Veneno. The 5th largest car in the world. Su Jincheng leaned close to his ear and made his promise. Real? You're not lying to me? Is this really possible? Little Prince Arafat almost jumped up, his face full of surprise. The people around looked at him in confusion, wondering why Prince Arafat suddenly became excited. I mean what I say. Su Jincheng assured. In his opinion, since he has acquired Lamborghini Automobile Company, he can build as many Lamborghini Venenos as he wants. You still have to pay me anyway. Su Jincheng didn't say it was for free. To do so would make him a spendthrift. He wouldn't do it. His mother would scold him to death. All right. Leave it to me from now on. Prince Arafat patted his chest and decided to fight for the 5th Lamborghini Veneno at all costs. The people he desperately targeted included the female auctioneer and the royal nobles who were present at the auction. The auction begins. The female auctioneer on the stage began to explain the auction rules. Even though everyone knew it, she still had to say it again. This is not only the rule of the David Auction House, but all other major auction houses basically have similar rules. The explanation is actually very quick, only 2 or 3 minutes, so it doesn't take up much time. But today, the female auctioneer encountered a rare problem. As soon as she finished explaining the rules, Prince Arafat raised his hand. The auctioneer raised her hand to signal that the lucky angel seemed to have something to say. Prince Arafat stood up. Hello, dear auctioneer. I don't know your name, so I'll just call you beautiful. The female auctioneer's eyes were almost laughing. Which woman doesn't like to be praised for her beauty, especially when it comes to her lucky angel? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Arafat. I'm from the country of Tesha, and I'm His Royal Highness the Little Prince. Do you know that Tesha is located in the Middle East? The Middle East is a good place. There's a lot of oil there. It's a transportation hub between the East and the West. Prince Arafat didn't know what happened to him, but his speech finally got better. Female auctioneer. The people in the audience. Bodyguards all around. Look at him together. Everyone seemed stunned. Today, Prince Arafat, His Royal Highness the Little Prince, rolled up his sleeves. He seems to want to tell everyone about it.
The Middle East has an ancient history of more than 2,000 years.
Prince Arafat was delaying time in his own way. Su Jincheng didn't pay attention to him.
He is now communicating nervously with the system in his mind.
System. You said last night that you could find out what other investors were offering. I want to know their prices now.
This is also the source of Su Jincheng's confidence.
He couldn't be unprepared.
In fact, he had a serious communication with the system last night. The system means that as long as someone contacts the site and the phone is kept open, it can know the quotes of major investors on the other end of the phone.
Su Jincheng asked Bai Tianwei to keep her phone open for this purpose. It's impossible to know at this time. Su Jincheng was very surprised by the system's answer. Didn't you say you'd know if the phone was clear? Su Jincheng's face turned black and he almost called the system a waste. There are currently no offers from major investors. I need to wait.
The system said aggressively that it was not its fault and it was not useless.
This? Are the major investors really cunning? Are you all ready to make an on-site quotation?
This means you are preparing to wait and see the situation before setting your own price. Su Jincheng discovered that he had underestimated the major investors. These investors are all experienced and extremely shrewd, and it seems that they will not easily make a quote until the last minute.
This idea is exactly the same as what I thought. If I didn't have a system, I would definitely be killed by these investors. Su Jincheng was a little anxious, but there was nothing he could do.
He didn't know the quotes from other investors, so it was difficult for him to set the price himself.
Time passes by every second.
Su Jincheng, who had been calm and composed, began to sweat quietly on his forehead.
Prince Arafat has stopped, he can't keep delaying. The female auctioneer breathed a sigh of relief and began to auction the first item.
Fortunately, the Lamborghini Veneno will be the last one to be auctioned, and there are 10 items ahead of it, so Su Jincheng still has time to prepare.
Is there a problem over there?
Prince Arafat was smiling, but when he noticed that Su Jincheng's expression was not right, he put away his smile.
Just do your own thing. Su Jincheng shook his head.
He knew he couldn't panic, so he forced himself to calm down.
Chapter 91 First round of quotes. He just didn't believe it, and wanted to see who could keep calm. Mr. Su?
The first round of bidding only lasted 10 minutes, and now there are only 5 minutes left.
We need bids. Bai Tianwei hadn't received a reply from Su Jincheng yet, so she couldn't help but ask. Su Jincheng sent a message.
He couldn't speak so as not to let others know what he was doing.
Bai Tianwei fell silent again. 4 minutes. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. Ding dong.
Reminder, Country F's first round of behind-the-scenes bid, $11.5 billion. The system popped up the first quote. Su Jincheng felt relieved.
Finally, someone lost their patience.
However, the offer from Country F's investor is not high, so it may be difficult for him to win.
Other investors will probably start making offers as well. 1 minute and 40 seconds. Ding dong. Tip: German investors' first round backdoor bid is $11.8 billion. The system popped up the second quote.
Even though it was only $300 million higher, Su Jincheng was still not optimistic. He estimated that the offer would get higher towards the end, but not by much.
We are all old foxes. We will not easily offer a low price, but we will not easily offer a high price either. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Ding dong.
Reminder, Country R's first round of behind-the-scenes bid, $12 billion. The system popped up the third quote. Country R has always liked to get a bargain, and this price definitely beats the offers from the first two investors.
1 minute and 10 seconds. Ding dong.
Tip: Kimchi Investors' first round of behind-the-scenes bid is $12.2 billion. The system popped up the fourth quote. The Korean country seems to like competing with Country R, and the quotation times of the two sides are almost the same.
1 minute. Ding dong.
Tip: the first round of behind-the-scenes bids from U.S. investors are $12.4 billion. The system released the fifth offer, and the beautiful Chinese people finally lost their patience. Su Jincheng felt a little relieved that he had communicated with the system. Bai Tianwei's investment team originally proposed a bid of $11.7 billion US dollars. If they really did that, they probably wouldn't even make it through the first round.
Mr. Su? We have less than a minute left in the first round of bidding. Bai Tianwei's voice came again. She was reminding Su Jincheng. $11.9 billion. Su Jincheng made the decision. He sent by Tianwei the latest quotation he had set. In the first round of bidding, he doesn't have to be the first, as long as he is not among the two investors with the lowest bids. What really matters is the second round of offers. When Bai Tianwei saw Su Jincheng's message, she breathed a sigh of relief, put her own quotation into a sealed envelope, and handed it to Zhuoli. Zhuoli looked at her, feeling a little admiration in his heart. This pretty girl was quite patient. You don't have to worry about anything after the first round of quotations for now. Su Jincheng looked up and paid attention to the auction on the stage. By now the auctioneer had already auctioned off 3 items. The royals and wealthy young people who come here are not actually interested in these auction items, they only care about the Lamborghini Veneno. But an auction cannot have only one item. Everyone knows about it, but their participation is not strong and some have little interest. These auction items were traded very quickly, either failing to sell or being bought by 2 or 3 people competing for the prize, and it didn't take long. I still need some time. Su Jincheng quickly spoke to Prince Arafat, indicating that he should continue to delay. He felt that the auction here was going too fast and would exceed the acquisition time in Germany. He needs to slow down a bit here. What he lacks most now is time. Prince Arafat nodded. At this time, the female auctioneer was introducing the 4th item for auction. He raised his hand again. The female auctioneer felt a little headache when she saw him raise his hand, but she couldn't stop him from speaking, because he was, after all, His Royal Highness the Prince. This lucky angel who is not mine today should be the history teacher. He is a teacher, right? The female auctioneer was deeply confused. Hello everyone, hello auctioneer, my name is Arafat. I'm from the country of Tesha, and I'm His Royal Highness the Little Prince. Prince Arafat started teaching everyone again, a lesson on Middle Eastern history. Mr. Su, the first round is over. We are the winners, and investors from country F and Germany are eliminated. At this time, Su Jincheng also heard Bai Tianwei's report on the first round. The second round of bidding begins. The bidding time is 10 minutes. Now all the investors are calling, and everyone seems to have a decision maker behind the scenes. Bai Tianwei now began to admire Su Jincheng, and she didn't know how he set his prices. But it's good to win. Bai Tianwei didn't know the bids from other investors, otherwise she would be scared to death. Su Jincheng was not surprised that each investor had a behind-the-scenes decision-maker. Wasn't he also a behind-the-scenes decision-maker? Su Jincheng replied. Other than that, he had no other instructions. The second round will be longer. Volkswagen headquarters wants to give everyone ample time to consider, which will also test everyone's nerves. Everyone wants to win in this round, and everyone wants to be one step ahead of others. Then everyone has to guess the price that other companies may quote, and then combine their own strengths to give a reasonable quote. This is not an easy thing to do. Su Jincheng could imagine that those investors must be constantly discussing with the people behind the scenes, but he was confident of winning. The corner of Su Jincheng's mouth raised slightly. The waiting time is long. The waiting time is also very painful. 8 minutes. 7 minutes. 6 minutes. No one made an offer. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 1 minute. Still no one made an offer. Su Jincheng's eyes were deep, and everyone was able to keep their composure this time. 32 seconds. Ding dong. Reminder, U.S. investors' second round bid is $12.5 billion. This time, it was American investors who lost their patience first. They increased their offer by $100 million based on the first round, and it seems they are really determined to win. 20 seconds. Ding dong. Reminder, Kimchi Investors' second round bid is $12.7 billion. The Korean country lost its patience and significantly increased its bid in the second round, which was $500 million higher than the first round. Their ambitions should not be underestimated. Su Jincheng is waiting for the quotation from country R. But it didn't. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. Su Jincheng's heart sank. Could it be that country R had seen through the thoughts of the people of country Long? They wanted to make an offer at the last second. What about yourself? Su Jincheng had to make preparations for both scenarios, as he was running out of time. His hand was already on the phone, ensuring that he could input numbers and send messages at any time. Mr. Su? We have less than 8 seconds.
On the other end of the phone, Bai Tianwei seemed to have pushed the seat away. She had to run immediately after filling it out, otherwise she would definitely not have enough time.
Chapter 92 Second Round of Quotes. Su Jincheng sent a message.
He asked Bai Tianwei to run first. Bai Tianwei was stunned, but still ran out with the envelope.
The price column was still empty. Ding dong.
Reminder, Country R's second round bid, $12.8 billion. The R people were so cunning that they didn't start filling in their own prices until the long people ran out and thought they had already filled in the quotation.
Time. Only 3 seconds left. Su Jincheng could imagine that our countryman must be running desperately with the envelope in his hand. He had no time to type or send a message. $12.9 billion. Su Jincheng roared wildly, his voice seemed to break through the sky, shaking the entire auction. The female auctioneer on the stage shuddered. I almost fell down. She looked at the auction item in her hand again. The highest bid now was only $1 million. How could you suddenly offer $12.9 billion? She had auctioned off many collections and had never heard such a high bid. No matter how valuable the collectible is, it is not worth so much money. A young nobleman who was bidding was also startled by Su Jincheng. He looked at Su Jincheng with some doubt. I just bid 1 million, and you suddenly raised the price so much. Is this thing really valuable? On stage. In the audience. Royal family. Noble. Rich family. Everyone looked at Su Jincheng together. Although they were not scared, they were a little shocked. Who told you to bid so high? Prince Arafat also looked at Su Jincheng with a shocked expression. I'm not calling out the price here.
Su Jincheng lowered his voice and explained to him.
The bid over there is so high? Prince Arafat quickly understood. This should be the bid from the competition with Lamborghini Automobile Company. The competition over there seems to be very fierce. Are you so rich? How much money do you have?
His eyes suddenly widened again.
Of course Su Jincheng would not answer.
The auction scene was a bit chaotic at the moment.
The female auctioneer thought about it and finally decided to confirm it. Sir, are you really offering that much?
She looked at Su Jincheng seriously.
Sorry, I called the wrong name.
I was going to say $1.29 million.
Su Jincheng shrugged.
He also knew that his actions had disrupted the auction, and he had to give a seemingly reasonable explanation.
$1.29 million?
Although the price has increased by $290,000, this should be acceptable to everyone.
The female auctioneer nodded and was about to acknowledge Su Jincheng's slip of the tongue.
At the auction, some people were unwilling to let Su Jincheng off so easily.
No, you're lying.
I heard clearly that you were indeed quoting $12.9 billion.
Little Deneighbor pointed at Su Jincheng and said.
I heard it clearly.
He did say that. Prince Hadler took his time and stood up to testify. I heard it clearly too. He can't fool everyone. Prince MWA thought about it and stood up. I heard it. I heard it, too.
And me, he was right next to me, I heard it clearly.
More and more royal nobles came forward and testified.
The auction site became noisy and could not calm down, so the auction could not continue.
The female auctioneer looked at Su Jincheng, feeling a little embarrassed. According to the auction house's regulations, they can hold Su Jincheng accountable and initiate legal proceedings if necessary. Su Jincheng didn't say anything.
He knew that the situation could not be settled, but he was not afraid. Even if he was sued for something like this, he wouldn't lose much money. He was waiting for news from the other side.
That was the important news to him.
While Bai Tianwei was running, she heard Su Jincheng's roar through the headphones she was wearing. She filled in the numbers and packed the envelope almost in the blink of an eye.
When she ran to Zoli, she staggered and almost fell.
The staff nearby reached out and supported her in time.
Don't panic. There's still time.
Seeing this scene, Zoli smiled at Bai Tianwei and reached out to take the envelope from her hand. On the other side, the envelope from our countryman was handed over almost at the same time.
Time's up. Next. That was when Zoli publicly announced the final offers from major investors.
Bai Tianwei had a little difficulty walking, as her left ankle seemed to be sprained.
Return to your position. What happened to your leg? Green Winkleman was sitting next to Bai Tianwei and asked in a low voice. He noticed that there was something wrong with Bai Tianwei's walking movements. I twisted my left ankle while running just now. But it doesn't matter. Just apply a cold compress when you get back. Let's just listen to the final result. Bai Tianwei smiled at Green Winkleman.
Although her ankle hurt a little, she could still bear it. Seeing that what she said was not serious, Green Winkleman nodded and paid no more attention to her.
Volkswagen Vice President Zoli has already started to open the bids, and he opened the first envelope. The second round of bids from U.S. investors is $12.5 billion. The American investor clenched his fist slightly, as the offer was already very high. Then Zoli opened the second envelope.
Kimchi investors' second round bid, $12.7 billion. The Korean investors were overjoyed, as they surpassed the American investors. The American investors were a little disappointed. They offered such a high price but were still eliminated in the end.
Zoli opened the third envelope.
Investors from country are made a second round bid of $12.8 billion. As soon as this was said, the Korean investors were immediately indignant. They lost to the our countryman with only a difference of $100 million. The our countryman still had a humble expression on his face, but he looked around proudly at Bai Tianwei's investment team. In the eyes of the our people, their offer should be difficult to surpass. In other words, they have a 99% chance of winning the final victory.
Now, everything depends on the offer from the dragon people. How much are we offering? Green Winkleman laughed and couldn't wait any longer. He asked Bai Tianwei anxiously. He wanted to know the answer. Only Bai Tianwei knew the quotation just now.
She filled it out on the run and didn't tell anyone how much the offer was when she came back.
Everyone in the Longwei investment team turned their eyes to Bai Tianwei.
They wanted to know the final outcome, and they were as anxious as Green Winkleman.
Bai Tianwei didn't say anything.
She shook her head and suddenly raised her hands to cover her beautiful face.
Lost? Green Winkleman's face changed. Bai Tianwei's reaction gave him a bad feeling. The investment team members also looked gloomy. Bai Tianwei didn't say anything. The meaning of this action seemed very clear. Chapter 93 I Win. Bai Tianwei's voice seemed a little choked. Green Winkleman didn't hear clearly. It doesn't matter if you lose. You are still young. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future.
He sighed, and his expression calmed down. He was comforting Bai Tianwei, but the wrinkles on his face made him look even older.
Mr. Green? Miss Bai is talking about winning. We won. Around Old Green, the people in the investment team were already very excited. This time Green Winkleman finally heard clearly. What? Glyn Winkleman suddenly stood up. At this time, Zoli's voice sounded calmly. Dragon Country Investors' second round bid is $12.9 billion. Congratulations! You have won the final offer and will sign a transfer and acquisition contract with us for Lamborghini Automobile Company. You are its next managers. Congratulations again.
Investors from country were stunned. The Korean investors were stunned. American investors were stunned.
The final winner. He is actually from Dragon Country?
The Longwei investment team was already cheering, and Old Green was so excited that he was speechless. He was pulling at his beard so hard that he was about to pull it all off.
We won?
Green Winkleman turned and looked at Bai Tianwei, his voice trembling a little.
Mr. Green, you heard me right. Congratulations on your return to Automobili Lamborghini.
Bai Tianwei nodded, and she calmed down from her excitement.
Where's my phone? I want to talk to my wife. No. I want to find Mr. Su Jincheng. I want to talk to him.
Old Green was so happy that he was at a loss for words. He was eager to share his joy with everyone he knew.
Su Jincheng?
Bai Tianwei suddenly remembered that she had not yet reported the final news to Su Jincheng.
Think of this. She quickly picked up the phone. I already know.
Su Jincheng on the other end of the phone didn't send a message, but spoke directly. He heard cheers coming from the microphone.
He heard everyone laughing.
He also heard Old Green's almost incoherent speech.
Win. We won. He squeezed his hands tightly. Auction site. The royal nobles are still blaming Su Jincheng, accusing him of disrupting the auction. They seem to be asking the auction house to investigate Su Jincheng's behavior and to bring legal action. Su Jincheng raised his lips slightly. His voice grew louder. Bigger than everyone else. You're all saying I'm a liar. I admit it. I did lie. There was an uproar at the auction site. But, do you want to know the reason? Do you want to know the meaning behind the $12.9 billion I quoted? Su Jincheng said lightly. This is indeed my offer, but it is not the offer at the auction, but my offer to acquire Automobili Lamborghini. Now, I win. Automobili Lamborghini, from now on, it's mine. His voice was not loud this time, but the entire auction hall was silent. Su Jincheng's words were undoubtedly meant for all the royal nobles present. Lamborghini Automobile Company is mine, and the Lamborghini Veneno that is about to be auctioned is also mine. He didn't say the latter part of the sentence, but everyone understood the implied meaning. You're awesome. Did you really buy Lamborghini? Little Prince Arafat looked at Su Jincheng and was as happy as a little child. Su Jincheng has promised him to build the world's 5th Lamborghini Veneno, which is his. Check it out right now. I want to make sure he's not lying again. Little Deneighbor's face darkened and he began to give orders to his followers. He couldn't just believe whatever Su Jincheng said. Like Little Deneighbor, Prince Hadler, Prince MWA and others also began to instruct the people around them to investigate the matter immediately. Those present are not ordinary people. They possess powerful abilities, and it is easy for them to check whether a person is lying or to find out something. Soon. The message is back. Su Jincheng was right. Volkswagen of Germany has indeed just sold Lamborghini Automobile Company and has signed a contract. The final acquisition price is exactly $12.9 billion US. Little Deneighbor was silent. Prince Hadler was silent. Prince MWA was silent. Everyone who knew the news at the scene fell silent. In other words, Su Jincheng was indeed making a competing bid just now. His behavior just now was not intentional, it was just that his voice was a little too loud, which alarmed the entire auction. In a sense, everyone actually misunderstood Su Jincheng and thought he was making trouble. This is also the reason why everyone is dissatisfied with Su Jincheng. But after knowing the truth, the way they looked at Su Jincheng was naturally different from before. This is a mysterious young man. This is also a mysterious Oriental man. They were actually witnessing it, seeing it with their own eyes. Witness a young tycoon offer to buy Lamborghini Automobile Company for $12.9 billion. In the eyes of some women present, such a person is indeed quite decisive. Others' faces were also filled with complicated expressions. Xiai even opened his eyes wide in shock. In his eyes, they were just ordinary people. In a blink of an eye, it spent $12.9 billion to acquire the world's top sports car manufacturer. If this news gets back to Longwa, you don't have to imagine how big a sensation this will cause. I told him he was not simple. He also lied to me. I'll have to ask him for an explanation later. Shi Su was a little excited on the side. Su Jincheng's performance undoubtedly proved that his opinion was correct. This guy. Really not an ordinary person. It was impossible for Su Jincheng to offend everyone present. All right. I apologize again for what happened just now. It was really my fault. I didn't control my voice. This time. No one jumped out to accuse him again. Royal nobles are not stupid, and people with such high net worth cannot be blamed casually. Who knows if we will have contact or business dealings in the future? Prince MWA was regretting that he shouldn't have stood up to testify. What are you going to do with the car that's going to be auctioned soon? Prince Hadler suddenly asked. Now this car should belong to this young man, a good friend of Prince Arafat. Su Jincheng smiled. I will cancel its sale. I'm also very sorry about this matter, and I hope everyone will understand my decision. I couldn't make the decision on the previous auction. It wasn't my company yet. Su Jincheng made his attitude clear that he would not be responsible for previous matters related to the car. This was his decision after the acquisition was completed. Now that he has taken over Lamborghini Automobile Company, there is no need for this Lamborghini Veneno to continue to be auctioned. He wants to keep the car. Chapter 94: The Princess Request. The auctioneer quickly confirmed this. They received the latest decision from Lamborghini Automobile Company that they, as the seller, would withdraw from the auction. She could only inform everyone with regret on behalf of the auction house. Prince Hadler nodded.
He was not surprised by the result. He would have made the same decision if he had acquired Lamborghini. There would be no gain from staying here any longer, and the following auction would be boring to him.
Let's go.
Prince Hadler naturally had no intention of staying here any longer, so he took his people and left the auction. It was impossible for him to pester Su Jincheng and insist on buying the Lamborghini Veneno. He was the Prince of Tesha. A prince naturally has the pride and dignity of a prince, and he will not beg anyone.
Let's go too.
Princess Chi Lai was also preparing to leave. She felt that her trip today was worthwhile.
Although she didn't buy the sports car she wanted, she saw a wonderful show and saw the rise of a young Oriental tycoon.
She believed in her own judgment and believed that she would meet this young man again in the future.
As for now, there are too many people and there is no need for her to talk to Su Jincheng.
Princess Chi Lai finally left with an admiring look in her eyes.
She admired Su Jincheng very much. Prince Hassan left, still looking curiously.
Prince Moa left with a heavy expression on his face, because he seemed to have offended Su Jincheng inadvertently.
People kept leaving the auction site. These royal nobles have lost interest in participating in the auction. The auction ended abruptly and the female auctioneer left in disappointment. Su Jincheng and Prince Arafat were also preparing to leave. Mr. Su, you just lied to me. Shi Su walked over.
Of course, he was not blaming Su Jincheng, he was just making a little joke.
I didn't lie to you, did I? Su Jincheng looked at Chi Su. You still say you didn't lie to me? You said you were an ordinary person?
I didn't know that ordinary people in Longwa could afford to buy Lamborghini Automobile Company for $12.9 billion.
You gave me a fright.
Shi Su even laughed as he spoke, obviously thinking that this was also a joke from Su Jincheng.
If you don't believe me, I can't help it. Su Jincheng also laughed. He admired Chi Su's outgoing manner. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my friend Xia Yi. Xia Yi also followed Chi Su over. Hello, Mr. Su. His attitude towards Su Jincheng was obviously much more respectful. Hello.
Su Jincheng shook hands with him.
Mr. Su, are you free? Let's find a place to sit.
Chi Su was also planning to talk to Su Jincheng, and he seemed to really want to become friends with Su Jincheng.
Not today. Su Jincheng shook his head. He saw that Chi Su and Xia Yi were a little disappointed. I really don't have time today. You also know that I just completed the acquisition. I'm going to the airport soon to meet my investment team and celebrate their success. If you don't mind, you can join us. Su Jincheng made a special explanation. That is certainly something to celebrate. Okay then. Mr. Su, we won't bother you anymore. Let's sit together some other time. Chi Su was not ignorant, and he could understand Su Jincheng's explanation. This is my phone.
Su Jincheng took the initiative to exchange phone numbers with the two of them, and they agreed to find another opportunity to meet.
Chi Su and the others left. But Su Jincheng was stopped again. Mr. Su. Congratulations on buying Automobili Lamborghini.
Princess Juliet of the Eagle Country, with her noble royal temperament, stood in front of Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng was a little surprised.
He didn't expect Princess Juliet to congratulate him.
He had the impression that the princess didn't seem to like him. He still remembered that he nodded and smiled at her when he came in, but the princess turned her face away immediately.
She must have been angry about yesterday. But now, isn't she very angry?
If there was anyone at the scene who was secretly paying attention to Su Jincheng, Princess Juliet was definitely the most serious one. She was indeed a little angry when Su Jincheng came in, so she didn't intend to pay attention to him.
But Princess Juliet was a little curious about Su Jincheng.
She wondered what surprising things this mysterious man would do today. She had been secretly observing Su Jincheng, but Su Jincheng seemed very quiet and was always talking on the phone. Princess Juliet thought that this young man would not do anything shocking again, but in the end Su Jincheng still surprised everyone.
He actually bought Lamborghini Automobile Company.
At the auction, in front of everyone, he roared out that earth-shattering bid. Princess Juliet found it a little funny when she thought about this, and the female auctioneer on the stage was frightened on the spot.
Princess Juliet, what do you want from me? Su Jincheng knew that the princess would definitely not chat with him. Mr. Su. I want to buy that Lamborghini Veneno you got back from the auction. I hope you can promise me.
Princess Juliet slightly restrained her smile and made a request to Su Jincheng.
Not for sale. Su Jincheng's firm and straightforward words left Princess Juliet speechless again. Su Jincheng refused Princess Juliet's request to buy a car. Princess Juliet looked a little disappointed and seemed very depressed. She is rarely rejected. It was the first time yesterday and the second time today, and by the same person. This has never happened to her. However, royal etiquette still allowed her to control her emotions. Just as she was about to speak, little Deneighbor rushed over like a madman. He was standing not far behind the princess and could hear everything they said clearly. How dare you refuse? You refused twice? Little Deneighbor's face was redder than a monkey's butt. He was ready to duel with Su Jincheng. Don't be impulsive. Mr. Su is unwilling to sell. We can't force others. Princess Juliet stopped Little Deneighbor from getting angry at Su Jincheng. Little Deneighbor was very upset. He wanted to rush to Su Jincheng, but he had to obey the princess' words. I'm sorry. I can't buy that car. Princess Juliet nodded calmly to Su Jincheng and was about to leave with her pride. She really likes the Lamborghini Veneno, but unfortunately she can't buy it. Princess, wait a moment, I haven't finished speaking yet. Su Jincheng smiled. What else do you have to say? Do you still want to make the princess angry? Princess, let's go. Little Deneighbor said angrily. Princess Juliet didn't move. She turned around with a sad look in her eyes. You all misunderstood me. I'm not selling this car. But that doesn't mean I won't build a brand new Lamborghini Veneno. Su Jincheng looked at Princess Juliet. Chapter 95, Build Another One. You mean? Princess Juliet's blue eyes suddenly sparkled with joy. She saw hope. I mean, I would like to make a brand new Lamborghini Veneno for Her Royal Highness as my little gift. I think this is my respect for the Eagle Kingdom royal family and Princess Juliet. This was Su Jincheng's idea. He wanted to make this car a precious gift to make friends with royal families, nobles and wealthy families from all over the world. The Lamborghini Veneno is, after all, just a car, and rather than just building a few, it's better to make the most of it. With Lamborghini Automobile Company in his hands, he can build as many cars as he wants without being restricted by the previous positioning. Su Jincheng's goal is to use this car to build his own social network and establish friendly relations with these royal nobles and wealthy families, so that he can get more benefits. This idea came from Princess Juliet. She wanted to use the friendship of the Eagle Kingdom royal family in exchange for everyone giving up the auction, which reminded Su Jincheng. He was inspired by Princess Juliet and came up with the idea of using the car as a door-knocking gift of friendship. Mr. Su, I misunderstood you. So that's what you think. Thank you, I am willing to accept your gift. Princess Juliet smiled charmingly again, and she suddenly felt very happy. For her, a new car, a brand new Lamborghini Veneno, would certainly be more satisfying than this car. Little Deneighbor opened his mouth, realizing that his anger was inexplicable. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you too. Little Deneighbor was straightforward and apologized to Su Jincheng directly. It doesn't matter. I like the character of little Mr. Deneighbor very much. I think we'll be pretty good friends. Su Jincheng said politely that he didn't want to make enemies with little Deneighbor. I hope I have the honor. Mr. Deneighbor nodded, and the misunderstanding was resolved. He didn't really hate Su Jincheng. Then I'll wait for your gift, Mr. Su. Princess Juliet leaves with little Monsieur Deneighbor. Let's go. Su Jincheng said to Prince Arafat. I realized I was fooled. You were lying to me. Prince Arafat was a little dissatisfied. What did I lie to you about? Su Jincheng smiled. You said you were going to build me a new car, and I thought you were just making an exception for me. Now you're making one for Princess Juliet, which makes you a double exception. As more and more of these cars are built, they become less valuable. Prince Arafat was a little worried. What are you worried about? You're not short of money. We'll be looking at a lot of new cars, and you'll be the first one I'll consider. Su Jincheng thought to himself, I will create more, and you will cry to death then, but for now, I still have to comfort Prince Arafat. As soon as he said this, Prince Arafat was immediately satisfied, thinking that good friends are indeed different from others. Hurry up! We still have to pick someone up at the airport. Su Jincheng did not forget to pick someone up. Longhua and his friends have already booked their flights for today, preparing to return to Ingwe to celebrate with Su Jincheng. They will have a big celebration party.
Su Jincheng had already instructed Tong Qing to arrange the banquet, and all he had to do was pick people up at the airport. Long Gui and Green Winkleman walked out of the Volkswagen headquarters with a group of people, smiling. The reporters outside haven't left yet, they have already received the latest news. The one who had the last laugh was a Chinese who bought Lamborghini Automobile Company for $12.9 billion. Foreign reporters were a little surprised when they first heard the news. Unexpectedly, Lamborghini Automobile Company eventually fell into the hands of the Halong people. The other losing investment teams had already left. When reporters saw Long Guaran's investment team coming out, they began to surround them for interviews. The one running in the front is Fu Tai, he runs faster than anyone else.
There is only one reason.
He takes this matter more seriously than anyone else. It may not be a big deal in other countries, but in Dragon Country, it is a major headline news.
Fu Tai still needs final confirmation. I just interviewed you guys. Can I interview you again now?
He runs over to Yongguk breathlessly, and he remembers the girl is the one in charge.
You can interview me. What's your problem?
Long Gui stopped. This time, he was absolutely confident.
I heard that you have successfully acquired Lamborghini Automobile Company? I also heard that your final offer was $12.9 billion? Is this correct information? Fu Tai got Long Gui's consent and immediately raised the question. You're right.
We have completed the final acquisition, the offer price is $12.9 billion, and the money has been paid in full to Volkswagen Group.
Automobili Lamborghini now belongs to the acquirer we represent. Long Gui nodded.
You said before that the buyer was from Longhua.
Can you confirm it again? This is the question that Fu Tai most wants to confirm. He is indeed a Dragon countryman. Long Gui met Fu Tai's request. Fu Tai looked excited. This was what he wanted to know. Can I know his name? He wanted to know more. Sorry, we cannot disclose his name or any identity unless authorized by the acquirer.
This time Long Gui refused.
Fu Tai was not disappointed either, as he already knew enough information. He looked around and saw a group of foreign reporters looking at each other. None of them understood what Fu Tai and Long Gui had just said. Both of them spoke Long Guoyu. Make way. We're going to take the train. We still have to take a plane. Long Gui has already taken his men away.
The foreign reporters ignored them just now, and they don't want to pay attention to them now.
Fu Tai ignored the dumbfounded foreign reporters and took out his cell phone to contact people back home. Solange.com. News director Chao Datong immediately answered Fu Tai's call.
He had been waiting for this call for a long time. While waiting, he almost kept wandering around the office without stopping.
What's the latest news? This was Chao Datong's first sentence. Lamborghini Automobile Company has been successfully acquired by us Dragon people.
The acquisition offer of $12.9 billion has been fully paid.
Lamborghini Automobili Lamborghini now belongs to the Dragon people.
Only the identity of the acquirer is unknown, and Longgui's acquisition team is unwilling to disclose it.
Soon. The latest headlines appear on Solange.com. Latest news. My country's mysterious tycoon has successfully acquired Lamborghini Automobile Company for $12.9 billion. As soon as this news came out, the Dragon Country network exploded instantly. It instantly shocked all major forums. It instantly caused a huge wave on Weibo. Chapter 96 Going to the Hospital. Soon. The news was reprinted at an almost explosive speed. All major forums. All major news websites. Hot search on Weibo. Appear in front of everyone in the form of breaking news. It was already past 1 in the morning in Longhua. On forums in Weibo, many people saw this news and started commenting immediately. Oh my god. Am I reading this right? Acquiring Lamborghini? You're not mistaken, and neither am I. The news is out, so it must be true. This is a Lamborghini. I never thought that one day it would belong to the Dragon people. Now we have the world's top sports car. Who is this mysterious rich man? I want to kneel down to him. I want to know too. Why doesn't the news explain it clearly? It's really worrying. Perhaps the mysterious rich man doesn't want to reveal his identity. These days, the truly wealthy are those who remain silent. I'm also quiet, how could I not be? Upstairs, have you finished moving the bricks today? Not yet? Wait, damn it, what did you say? 12.9 billion US dollars, which is equivalent to nearly 90 billion in China. This is really generous. A lot of mysterious wealthy people have appeared in the country recently. That's right. Not long ago, a wealthy man bought Yale for 15 billion, and now another wealthy man buys Lamborghini for 12.9 billion. How come these people are so rich? I was born into a good family, brother, so don't be envious. The one above, can these 250 people be compared? One is only 15 billion, and the other is 12.9 billion US dollars. There is still a gap. Brother, the word only is really well used. Alas! I can't compare to either of these two. Go to sleep. Su Jincheng didn't know that the news of his acquisition of Lamborghini Automobile Company had spread throughout the country. He had been waiting at the airport, and at 10 o'clock in the evening, Bai Tianwei and Green Winkelmann finally got off the plane. Thank you for your hard work. Su Jincheng walked forward with a smile and shook hands with Bai Tianwei first. Bai Tianwei's hands were a little cold and seemed to be sweaty, but she was in good spirits and even smiled at Su Jincheng. This girl rarely smiles at him. Su Jincheng thought about it and wondered if it was the first time he saw this. He was a little unsure. Green Winkelmann was the second one, and Su Jincheng continued to extend his hand with a smile. Old Green didn't reach out his hand, but hugged him instead. He whispered in Su Jincheng's ear, still immersed in excitement. I will continue to ask you to manage Lamborghini Automobile Company in the future, and I am the one who should say thank you. Su Jincheng patted Old Green on the back and understood how he felt. Ever since being fired by Volkswagen, Green has actually been in a bad mood. I will definitely help you manage the company. Glenn Winkelmann's confidence returned immediately when it came to Automobili Lamborghini. He was the authority on management. Bai Tianwei began to introduce the rest of the investment team members to Su Jincheng. Lu Jiaming, 32 years old, PhD from Harvard University. Fan Yujian, 28 years old, Cambridge University, Eagle Country. Lu Haoyu, 29 years old, Oxford University, Eagle Country. He Quan, 28 years old, Princeton University, USA. Wu Zedong, 27 years old, University of Chicago, USA. Su Yumi, 30 years old, Cambridge University, Eagle Country. Su Jincheng smiled and shook hands with them one by one. In his opinion, these were all talents, rare talents. Thank you for your hard work. I've said before that I won't forget your hard work. I will reward each team member with $2 million in cash. By Tianwei and Mr. Green, I have another reward. Su Jincheng announced the reward measures in front of everyone. 2 million US dollars, this is a huge sum of money, and the investment team members immediately cheered. This young boss is really generous. Everyone get on the bus. I have prepared a celebration party for everyone. I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. Su Jincheng greeted everyone. Tong Qing had already made all these arrangements, and he was standing nearby. Tong Qing specially chartered several luxury cars to pick everyone up, and also booked a Chinese restaurant in the city. Although it's late now, the lights in the Chinese restaurant were still on, and several chefs were patiently waiting for their arrival. Everyone get in the car. Bai Tianwei was arranged to ride in a car with Su Jincheng, and Old Green was also in the car. When getting on the bus, Bai Tianwei paused and hummed softly in front of the door. The sound was very small, but Su Jincheng heard it. What's wrong with you? He looked at Bai Tianwei. It's okay, get in the car. Bai Tianwei shook her head. Su Jincheng saw the cold sweat on her forehead. No, what happened to you? He noticed that something was wrong with Bai Tianwei. Bai Tianwei still shook her head but refused to answer. Is it this afternoon? Old Green got in the car first. When he heard Su Jincheng's words, he suddenly remembered something. Su Jincheng looked over in confusion. During the second round of bids in the afternoon, she ran too fast and seemed to have twisted her ankle, but she didn't get it treated afterwards. Old Green explained when he saw Su Jincheng looking at him. When Bai Tianwei said it was not a big deal, he didn't pay much attention to it. Later, he was so excited that he completely forgot about it. Sprained ankle? Which foot is sprained? Su Jincheng's brows furrowed. He knew how serious a sprained ankle was.
If it wasn't treated properly, the swelling might get bigger and bigger, and it might even cause bone damage.
It's just my left foot. It's okay. I'll just put some cold compress on it when I get back.
Bai Tianwei still said the same words, and her expression became relaxed.
No, let me see.
However, Su Jincheng heard a hint of pain in her voice.
Her feet must be hurting. I really don't need it. Bai Tianwei continued to persevere.
Su Jincheng simply picked her up and placed her carefully on the back seat.
Then he squatted down. He rolled up Bai Tianwei's trouser leg and took off the shoe on her left foot.
The white feet were exposed.
Bai Tianwei's face turned slightly red, but she didn't say anything. Su Jincheng took a breath. Her ankles were obviously swollen larger than those of normal people. This ankle seems to be quite swollen. It's my fault. I was so happy that I completely forgot about your sprained ankle.
Old Green looked at it and blamed himself.
Mr. Green, this is none of your business. Bai Tianwei comforted Old Green instead.
I have to go to the hospital now to see if there's anything wrong with the bones. Su Jincheng said without question.
We really need to go to the hospital.
Old Green also nodded in agreement.
Really?
Bai Tianwei wanted to object, but no one listened to her, and no one would listen to her opinion at this time.
Chapter 97 Dragon Claw. Old Green wanted to accompany Bai Tianwei to the hospital, but Su Jincheng disagreed.
The other party is old, and it is not good for him to run around like this. Besides, there are so many young people, it is not his turn to help. Then I'll take the back car, and you accompany her to the hospital.
Old Green thought for a moment and said, That's fine. Su Jincheng nodded.
He asked Tong Qing to accompany Old Green and the others to the Chinese restaurant, and he took Jiang Yilong and went to the hospital alone in a car. With Tong Qing around, he arranged a celebration party for everyone, and Su Jincheng was also sent to a hospital in Birmingham. After the doctor examined the patient and took a CT scan, he gave everyone peace of mind. There's nothing wrong with the ankle bone, it's just a minor sprain and it will be fine after a few days of rest. The doctor applied cold compress to Bai Tianwei's ankle for a while, applied medicine, and wrapped the ankle with gauze.
It should be almost healed in a few days. Su Jincheng thanked the doctor.
It was already very late and the party at Tong Qing's place had ended.
It was said that Old Green was drunk again. Su Jincheng smiled, knowing that Old Green was happy, and didn't pay any attention to him.
Tong Chang would arrange someone to send him home.
They went straight back to the hotel. None of the three had eaten yet.
Tong Chang brought back the food, and the four of them started eating and drinking in Su Jincheng's room.
Prince Arafat did not go to the airport, but he also came over to join in the fun. Su Jincheng was also very excited about the successful acquisition of Lamborghini Automobile Company.
In addition, Bai Tianwei's ankle was not a serious problem, so he felt a lot more relaxed. System, temporarily disable the 1,000 cups without getting drunk skill. At this moment, he must also immerse himself in the joy of victory.
Being in a relaxed mood, he naturally drank a lot of wine. I don't know how much I drank.
He felt dazed and as if he was about to fall down. His body shook, and then he grabbed something. It seemed like someone screamed in my ear. He pinched it and felt that it was not hard.
This is cotton?
This was Su Jincheng's last consciousness.
The next day, Su Jincheng was in a daze and seemed to hear someone talking in the room. Is he awake? Not awake yet. Why aren't you awake yet? Maybe I drank too much yesterday. These are the voices of Tong Qing and Prince Arafat. Su Jincheng felt like his head was being pricked by needles and had a headache, which was the feeling of being drunk.
He opened his eyes and seemed to have drunk too much again last night. Then he recalled a lot of things.
Auction. Automobili Lamborghini, it's mine, it's mine. It seems like something else happened later. By the way, Bai Tianwei seemed to have sprained her ankle. I wonder if she feels better today. Then, he couldn't remember it at all. It seemed like someone screamed. Su Jincheng thought it was his own hallucination. There was no ghost in the room, so who was he screaming for? He staggered to his feet and sat up. Mr. Su, are you awake?
Tong Qing came over and handed him a bowl of sobering soup. He had been guarding Su Jincheng's room last night, worried that Su Jincheng would vomit after getting drunk.
Fortunately, Su Jincheng's reaction was not that big.
Tong Qing called in the morning and asked the hotel to prepare hangover soup.
The service at Hilton Hotel is really good.
When they served the hangover soup, they even used an insulated box so that the temperature of the soup was neither too hot nor too cold. Su Jincheng drank the sobering soup and felt much better.
Get up. Get out of bed. Prince Arafat took a step back.
He was only 2 steps away from Su Jincheng, but now he was 3 steps away.
Why are you standing so far away? Su Jincheng looked at Prince Arafat strangely.
Because you're dangerous.
Prince Arafat's answer left Su Jincheng puzzled. Danger? You said I was dangerous? He had no idea what Prince Arafat meant. I saw it all last night. You know Kung Fu.
When Prince Arafat thought of this, he suddenly trembled, hurriedly folded his hands across his chest, and looked at Su Jincheng more vigilantly.
What is he talking about?
Su Jincheng felt that he and Prince Arafat were not from the same world, so he turned and asked Tong Cheng.
Tong Cheng's expression was also a little strange, but after a few grunts, he still spoke. Mr. Su, you made a mistake last night.
He looked at Su Jincheng.
Speak clearly. Su Jincheng felt a headache again. What kind of riddle was this? You were drunk yesterday. You grabbed Bai Tianwei as you fell. Tong Cheng said.
Su Jincheng thought about it and realized that Bai Tianwei was indeed sitting next to him when he was eating in the room last night. But he fell down. He must have lost his balance. It wouldn't be strange if he grabbed anything at that time.
What's with that look in Tong Cheng's eyes? He said he made a mistake. Did he catch the wrong person? He wanted to ask something clearly. You actually used your skills on that, Miss Bai. Let me think of a name.
By the way, the dragon grabber.
Tong Cheng was about to continue speaking when Prince Arafat told the truth. Su Jincheng frowned. What kind of kung fu is this? Where did Prince Arafat hear this? Then he reacted. Did I really make that mistake? Su Jincheng's head buzzed, and he looked at Tong Cheng, hoping that this was not true. Tong Cheng nodded silently.
He was there and saw it all clearly.
You have profound skills. I want to learn this trick. Prince Arafat made a grasping motion. Su Jincheng became even more upset, thinking that he had gone too far. Where's Bai Tianwei? Did she want to beat me up?
Su Jincheng felt a little guilty when he said this, thinking that he was drunk. If I were sober, I would definitely not make such a mistake.
For women, this mistake is fatal. No.
Bai Tianwei knew you were drunk.
It was unintentional. I don't blame you. Tong Cheng shook his head. That's good. Su Jincheng breathed a sigh of relief. If he really didn't forgive himself, then he had nothing to say. Finish breakfast. Su Jincheng still felt a headache.
He had made arrangements for today and was planning to talk to Bai Tianwei and Green Winkleman.
Now what? It would be a bit awkward to meet Bai Tianwei.
If we don't meet, I will have to go back to my country soon and don't have much time.
Never mind.
We still meet, and at most I'll be scolded.
Su Jincheng finally decided to go and meet Bai Tianwei. Wei is in her room during the day.
Su Jincheng knocked on the door of her room when he reached it. There was a strange voice inside.
Su Jincheng pushed the door open and saw 2 women in the room. One was Bai Tianwei and the other looked unfamiliar.
He had never seen her before and she was also very beautiful. The strange woman wore light makeup, a cool vest and denim shorts, and looked youthful and full of energy. This woman is in stark contrast to Bai Tianwei, like 2 extremes, one passionate as fire, the other calm as ice.
Chapter 99 Serving as Vice President. How could these 2 women get together?
Su Jincheng muttered to himself without thinking much about it.
This is my good friend Han Fei.
I sprained my ankle last night and it's hard for me to move around.
Just ask her to come here and help me.
Bai Tianwei blushed slightly when she saw Su Jincheng walk in, but she still introduced him to him.
That's good. Su Jincheng smiled.
He nodded to Han Fei, and Han Fei smiled and nodded as well. Thinking that Bai Tianwei had difficulty walking and that he should have thought of it earlier, he turned around and looked at Tong Cheng.
Man. Sometimes I am still careless.
He didn't mean to blame Tong Cheng, as he himself hadn't expected it. Miss Bai, it's my fault for not being careful enough.
Tong Cheng himself apologized to Bai Tianwei. This has nothing to do with you. Bai Tianwei would not blame him either. Mr. Su, are you here to see me?
She knew that Su Jincheng came here at this time because he must have something to talk to her about.
I'll wait for you outside the door.
Han Fei wanted to leave when she saw that they had something to discuss.
Tong Qing was also preparing to go out. Need not. Just some little things at work.
Su Jincheng felt there was no need to avoid her in Tong Qing. When Han Fei heard Su Jincheng say this, she didn't insist on leaving.
She leaned against the window and moved a little further away.
Tong Qing felt that this was Su Jincheng's trust in him.
I already rewarded the investment team members yesterday. Today, it's time to talk about your reward.
When Su Jincheng talked about business, his expression became a little serious.
He had asked Tong Qing to distribute $2 million in cash to each member of the investment team.
Since the reward has been promised, it must be implemented immediately.
Bai Tianwei nodded and said nothing.
She knew that Su Jincheng would definitely talk to her about this matter, but she didn't know when it would be now. Su Jincheng was quite frank and talked about things in front of his friends without any hesitation. Since Su Jincheng didn't mind, she wouldn't ask her good friend to leave the room.
I'll give you 3 choices. Su Jincheng thought about it.
For the first option, you can take home $10 million in cash as a reward.
He held up a finger. Han Fei was originally standing there indifferently.
When she heard Su Jincheng say that it was a trivial work matter, she naturally thought that what Su Jincheng and Bai Tianwei talked about must not be a big deal.
But $10 million? Is this a little thing in your mouth?
Han Fei felt like she must have heard it wrong. She rubbed her ears.
$10 million, that's pretty good.
Bai Tianwei thought about it in her heart, but did not express her opinion. Yesterday, Su Jincheng rewarded each team member with $2 million in cash. She felt that Su Jincheng was very generous. After all, everyone only worked for Su Jincheng for 2 days, which means an average of $1 million a day.
This is really generous. Bai Tianwei didn't think much about it at the time. She guessed that Su Jincheng was counting everyone's previous work together. But today, Su Jincheng increased the reward significantly, 5 times, which surprised Bai Tianwei, not to mention Han Fei. She couldn't even describe Su Jincheng's generosity. Was this recognition of her work? That was all she could think. Seeing that Bai Tianwei didn't say anything, Su Jincheng raised his second finger.
I plan to set up a company in Eagle Country, and you can be the actual person in charge of the company. He didn't mention the treatment, but it was obvious that it would be better than the first option.
Bai Tianwei was not surprised to hear Su Jincheng say this. She could see that Su Jincheng was interested in further development abroad.
Then you must have your own company.
You can't always ask others for help.
Han Fei was not surprised when she heard the first option Su Jincheng mentioned. It was normal for such a wealthy man to set up a company in Eagle Country.
Seeing that Bai Tianwei still didn't speak, Su Jincheng raised his third finger. I plan to invite Glenn Winkleman to return to Lamborghini Automobile Company as the new president. You know this.
You can choose to serve as the company's vice president.
Su Jincheng said here. Bai Tianwei hasn't responded yet.
Han Fei suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Su Jincheng.
Are you the mysterious billionaire who acquired Lamborghini Automobile Company? Han Fei was just discussing this with Bai Tianwei.
Although she was in Eagle Country, she still liked to browse domestic forums and naturally noticed the latest headlines. She was still laughing at how rich the rich people in China are now. It has already begun acquiring the world's top sports car companies. Bai Tianwei's expression was a little strange at the time, but she didn't say anything to herself, and just agreed with herself calmly. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the mysterious rich man she admired was standing before her. She knew that Bai Tianwei was good at investment, but she didn't expect that she was involved in this matter. Even her good friend was kept in the dark. The key point is that at first glance, Han Fei felt that Su Jincheng was not very outstanding. Apart from his handsome appearance, he had no other advantages.
Of course, she wouldn't see it that way now.
She was mistaken and her eyesight was poor.
If you're not mistaken, I should be the one you are talking about. But I'm not mysterious. I look very ordinary.
Su Jincheng smiled. He originally thought that Bai Tianwei should have mentioned this matter to Han Fei, but now it seems that Bai Tianwei is keeping her mouth shut.
He kind of appreciated that. This is the kind of person he needs. Su Jincheng doesn't like others spreading his affairs everywhere. Han Fei exclaimed and stopped talking.
After all, Su Jincheng and Bai Tianwei were still talking about business.
I'd love to go to Automobili Lamborghini. Bai Tianwei then made her choice.
She did not take the $10 million in cash, nor did she choose to be the actual person in charge of the new company.
I want to be with Mr. Green and learn from his management experience.
She specifically explained this to Su Jincheng.
Su Jincheng nodded.
He actually also hoped that Bai Tianwei would stay with Green Winkleman for the time being. Old Green is a foreigner after all, so some things are not convenient to communicate with. If Old Green doesn't understand the Xia people's thinking when they are communicating at work, Bai Tianwei can play the role of explaining and mediating. The conversation has actually ended here. Since Bai Tianwei had made her choice, there was no need for Su Jincheng to stay in the room any longer.
Everyone was still a little awkward at the moment.
I still want to apologize for what happened last night. I hope you can forgive me.
But before leaving, Su Jincheng still said sorry to Bai Tianwei. Bai Tianwei's face turned red again.
It would be unnecessary to say anything at this time.
After Su Jincheng left, Han Fei became curious. Last night? What happened to you last night?
She took advantage of her good relationship with Bai Tianwei and spoke without restraint.
Nothing happened last night.
Of course Bai Tianwei wouldn't say it, she was going to change the subject.
Chapter 99 Goodbye Chi Su.
It would be strange if there was nothing.
You're blushing. Did that Mr. Su do something unforgivable to you? Han Fei asked cunningly. She was also very smart and was unwilling to let Bai Tianwei go easily. Nothing, really. It's just a little misunderstanding.
He was drunk and lost his balance, and when he fell he touched me a little bit. Bai Tianwei knew that if she didn't say anything, Han Fei would think more and more, so she could only say something lightly. Han Fei knew that the matter was not as simple as Bai Tianwei said, but the person involved insisted on not saying anything, so she had no choice.
You're really lucky. How did you meet him?
In a blink of an eye, Han Fei became curious about how the two met. I didn't know Mr. Su before. This was introduced by my former investment colleague Tong Ching, who was standing behind Mr. Su just now.
They said they were going to Eagle Country to participate in the auction of the Lamborghini Veneno.
Tong Cheng knew I was familiar with the area, so he asked me to be their tour guide in Eagle Country.
Bai Tianwei simply told Han Fei. These people are so rich.
If you say you want to buy a luxury car, then buy a luxury car. The Lamborghini Veneno also sold for over 3 million, so the price at the auction will surely be sky high.
Han Fei sighed.
She could guess it even if she hadn't been there.
I don't know about that. Bai Tianwei shook her head. She didn't know what was going on at the auction. So how did you come up with the idea of acquiring Automobili Lamborghini? Han Fei thought of another question. It was also by chance that we ran into Glenn Winkleman at Gordon Ramsay's restaurant. Mr. Green is the former president of Automobili Lamborghini and has just been fired.
Mr. Green was drunk at the time and we helped him. He later came to the hotel to thank us. We were sitting in a cafe and talking about Volkswagen selling Automobili Lamborghini, and Mr. Su decided on the spot to buy it.
It was that simple. Bai Tianwei did not hide anything from Han Fei and explained what had happened.
This guy really made the decision on the spur of the moment.
Why am I so unlucky?
Why didn't I encounter such a good thing?
Han Fei sighed again. Mr. Su was still in the hotel. Didn't he say he was planning to set up a new company in Eagle Country? You can go and recommend yourself.
Bai Tianwei and Han Fei often play various jokes on each other.
I won't. It will make people look down on me.
Although Han Fei was joking, she had a strong sense of self-esteem and would not bow to others easily.
Bai Tianwei didn't force her.
In the final analysis, it was up to her own willingness. She was also thinking that if she had not recommended herself at that time, she probably would not have encountered the good things she has now. Of course, she didn't say this in front of Han Fei, and there was no need to say it. Su Jincheng didn't know that the two women had been talking about him in the room for a long time.
He came out of Bai Tianwei's room and went to find Green Winkleman again.
Old Green got drunk yesterday, but came to the hotel early today.
He also wanted to talk to Su Jincheng. The two soon met in a cafe.
Su Jincheng reiterated his decision and asked Old Green to return to Lamborghini Automobile Company and serve as president again.
Old Green naturally would not refuse, and talked with Su Jincheng about some details of managing Lamborghini Automobile Company. Su Jincheng mentioned in the middle that Bai Tianwei would go to Lamborghini Automobile Company as vice president to cooperate with his work. Old Green would not object. He actually liked Bai Tianwei, a beautiful and sensible girl. Working with such people would naturally make everyone happy.
Later, a lawyer will be hired to draft an employment contract, and Su Jincheng instructed Tong Qing to handle the relevant matters.
Shisu called again and asked Su Jincheng to meet again. Su Jincheng did not refuse the invitation. He had a good impression of Chi Su. This young man was very warm and welcoming, and his family background didn't seem to be ordinary.
Shisu asked Su Jincheng to meet at a F-style restaurant called Gaskin, and they all had an F-style lunch together.
Su Jincheng agreed.
After resting for a while and seeing that it was almost noon, he took Tong Qing and Jiang Yilong out of the Hilton Hotel. Tong Qing had already arranged a car, and they headed straight to Gasco restaurant. When they arrived at the restaurant, Chi Su was already waiting at the door. Su Jincheng saw 3 young men standing at the door. He knew Chi Su and Xia Yi, but the other one looked strange and he had never seen him before.
This is my other good friend Lu Feng.
When Chi Su saw Su Jincheng glance at Lu Feng, he immediately introduced him to him.
Hello, Mr. Su. Lu Feng had already heard about Su Jincheng's acquisition of Lamborghini Automobile Company, and was very respectful to him at this time. Hello.
Su Jincheng nodded and shook hands with him.
Everyone exchanged a few pleasantries and then walked into the restaurant. This F Country restaurant is located in a very old building. Pushing open the heavy door, you will see a golden gray room inside.
It looks peaceful and elegant, which is in line with the unique temperament of F Country. The entire decoration style has the luxurious feeling of the F Country Palace, and the floor is covered with textured marble panels. Jing's waitress came over to greet them and led everyone to a seat by the window.
Everyone sat down.
As the host of this invitation, Chi Su recommended some dishes to everyone.
Clams with caviar. Truffle poached salmon. Fragrant oysters. French foie gras. There were many dishes, and we ordered Romane Conti as wine.
Su Jincheng got drunk last night and felt a little headache when he saw the red wine, but drinking was inevitable in such an occasion.
Mr. Su doesn't like this kind of wine? Xia Yi asked cautiously. He noticed Su Jincheng's expression.
Chi Su looked over and wondered why Mr. Su still didn't like the red wine he ordered, even though it was the best in the world?
Mr. Su drank too much last night. My head still hurts a bit today. Tong Qing explained from the side. Everyone suddenly realized. I drink less.
Seeing alcohol does make me feel uncomfortable.
Su Jincheng smiled.
He had to not drink at all, as that would be disrespectful to the host. But this time he is going to use the skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk.
Since you want to make friends, of course you have to consider the other person. Okay then. I won't persuade Mr. Su anymore. Chi Su didn't mind since it wasn't his problem.
After all, Romane Conti occupies the throne of the world's #1 wine. Su Jincheng took a sip and his taste buds were filled with the faint aroma of soy sauce, flowers, and licorice. The fragrance was rich and refreshing. This wine tastes really good.
He nodded. Everyone drank red wine, ate food, and chatted.
Su Jincheng, Chi Su and others were eating and chatting in the restaurant, and everyone casually talked about their own situations. My family mainly deals in luxury watches and various spare parts, and we have stores all over the country.
Mr. Su, if you need anything, you can come to me.
Chi Su introduced himself first with a smile.
Chapter 100. What are you betting on?
Xia Yi's family mainly deals in imported furniture, and those furniture are all world-class. Lu Feng's family mainly deals in jewelry, and women love to patronize his jewelry store.
He also introduced the family situations of Xia Yi and Lu Feng respectively. It seems that these 3 people are all rich second generations. After listening to the introduction, Su Jincheng could roughly guess their identities. What famous watches do you sell? He asked Chi Su casually. Patek Philippe. AB. Blancpain. Vacheron Constantin.
Chi Su mentioned several famous watch brands that his company represented. They are all world-famous watches. Su Jincheng had heard of some of them, but not others. At least he had heard of Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin. But he was clear about one thing: these famous watches were worth a lot of money. Speaking of world-famous watches, I remember one thing. Xia Yi interjected with a smile. Everyone looked at him, and Su Jincheng also looked over.
I read a report that someone wants to acquire part.Philippe. Xiai seemed to be speaking casually, but his eyes were looking at Su Jincheng. Is this what you're saying to me? Su Jincheng smiled. Where did you see it? How come I don't know? Chisu's family runs a luxury watch business, so of course he cares most about this matter. I also found out by chance from reading the news online. It seems that several companies are interested in part.Philippe. I know of Swatch Group and Richemont Group. Kering and LVMH are also interested, and we cannot rule out the possibility that Hermès and Chanel may also want to join the acquisition. Xiai told everything he knew. Do all these groups want to acquire it? Chisu was a little shocked. These groups were much richer than the Qi family, and each one of them was a behemoth. It could be true, but it could also be a lie. Lu Feng also interrupted. Patek Philippe has long been rumored to be for sale. A few years ago, the Stern family, who were in charge of it, seemed to have said they wanted to sell it, and now it's still in the hands of this family. He also knew a little about Patek Philippe. What are the origins of these groups? Does any of you know? Su Jincheng asked calmly. Everyone suddenly fell silent. No one expected Su Jincheng to suddenly inquire about the situations of those acquirers. Mr. Su, do you want to? Shi Su had a bold guess in his mind, but he didn't ask. He looked at Xia Yi and Lu Feng, and their eyes flashed. It seemed that everyone had the same guess. I know the names of these groups and companies. I'm not familiar with the others. I think Chi Su might know a little more than us. Xia Yi pushed the introduction task to Chi Su. I do know a little. Chi Su nodded and then began to introduce fluently. The Swatch Group is headquartered in Bilbao, Sri Lanka, and is a group that specializes in watches. Some of the watches it produces are very famous, such as Blancpain, Omega, Langhans, Hamilton, etc. Richemont Group is a Swiss luxury goods company that primarily deals in jewelry and watches. It is considered the second largest luxury goods company in the world. Vacheron Constantin is produced by this company, as well as Baume Mercier, Cartier, Montblanc, etc. Kering Group is a company from country F that primarily operates luxury goods and sports lifestyle products. Its brands include Gucci, Yves Saint Laurent, Balenciaga, Boucheron, and others. The LVMH Group is even more famous. It was formed by the merger of Louis Vuitton and Hennessy. It mainly operates in wine, fashion, perfume, watches, jewelry, etc. Everyone should be familiar with Hermès and Chanel Group. They are very famous in the country, so I won't go into details. After Chi Su's introduction, everyone probably had an impression of these groups. You know a lot. Su Jincheng said with a smile. My family runs a luxury watch business, so I must know a little more than them. If you ask about furniture or jewelry, I'm not as good as them. Chi Su also said with a smile. Everyone wants to buy it. I wonder what Patek Philippe is worth now. Su Jincheng asked again. The more you ask, the more detailed the question becomes, right? The three young men's expressions changed. The final acquisition price is estimated to be between 7 billion euros and 9 billion euros, which is equivalent to between 54 billion and 70 billion yuan in China. Xia Yi is quite clear about this aspect. 54 billion to 70 billion? Su Jincheng's heart moved, and he could afford this price. This amount of money is more than enough to buy Patek Philippe. Let us see if there is any chance first. It also depends on whether you have time. Su Jincheng thought about this and fell into deep thought unconsciously. Chi Su and the others tacitly did not disturb him. After a while, Su Jincheng looked up and found that everyone was waiting for him quietly. I was distracted. He didn't say what he was thinking, he just apologized. We then talked for a long time and also talked about returning home. I'm going back home in 2 days. Su Jincheng was not shy and spoke to Chi Su and the others. Chi Su and the others also knew that Su Jincheng was from Jiangnan City. We will also return to China tomorrow, a little earlier than you, Mr. Su. I do have business in Haicheng. If I have time, I'd like to visit Mr. Su. Chi Su smiled and said that the three of them were not from Jiangnan City. Then I'm welcome any time. Su Jincheng looked at Chi Su. You are also welcome to visit Jiangnan City. He then spoke to Xia Yi and Lu Feng. We will definitely come to Haicheng to visit Mr. Su. Xia Yi and Lu Feng were quite polite. Mr. Su, I forgot to ask, what business do you do in the country? Chi Su suddenly thought of something. They had been talking for so long,
but they still didn't know about Su Jincheng's business in China.
I didn't do business before.
But during this period, I did acquire a supermarket chain.
The one you should know is the Yale family.
Su Jincheng pondered for a moment, thinking that there was no need to hide this matter from everyone.
What? Did you acquire Yalegia? Chi Su's eyes suddenly widened. What's so strange about that?
Su Jincheng didn't expect Chi Su to be so surprised.
Before you came, Mr. Su, the three of us were still making a bet.
Chi Su suddenly laughed triumphantly again.
What are you betting on? Su Jincheng asked casually. Let's bet on who was richer, the tycoon who bought Yalegia or you, Mr. Su.
Chi Su seemed to be getting more and more proud as he spoke.
Who won the bet? Su Jincheng could probably guess it without asking. Is that even a question?
You can tell by the smug look on his face. He's betting that the wealthy on both sides are equally wealthy, and we're betting that you, Mr. Su, have more money.
Xia Yi and Lu Feng smiled bitterly at the same time. Chapter 101: Choosing a Gift.
Neither Xia Yi nor Lu Feng expected this.
The person who acquired Yale and Lamborghini Automobile Company was actually the same wealthy man. This again shocked them. How much money does Mr. Su have? How did you win the bet? Did you guess it was the same person? Did you guess that I was the one who bought Yalegia? Su Jincheng asked Chi Su.
If Chi Su was really that good at guessing, he would have to admire him.
Not really.
I won the bet with them last time, and I wanted to lose to them this time. I didn't expect that by some strange coincidence, I won again.
Chi Su shook his head and smiled innocently, like a child. Then you really should win. Su Jincheng couldn't help but be speechless. No one could have thought of this answer. Don't let us go next time. Xia Yi also shook his head repeatedly. Stop talking. If you say that again, he will be even more proud. Lu Feng said quickly.
The more they said this, the happier Chi Su became, and he even laughed out loud.
Su Jincheng and the others couldn't help but laugh. Su Jincheng enjoyed the meal very much. Say goodbye after dinner. If you have time when you get back. Can you help me find out about Patek Philippe, especially its recent situation?
He asked the three of them to pay attention.
Chi Su's expression couldn't help but be curious. Mr. Su? Are you really going to acquire Patek Philippe?
Chi Su looked at Su Jincheng.
I haven't thought about it yet. Su Jincheng shook his head. It depends on the time.
After thinking about it, he added another sentence.
If you think about it. If you have time. Maybe Patek Philippe will be acquired by you. Chi, Su, and the other two thought silently. That's all for today. Thank you for your hospitality. This F-style restaurant is really delicious. Su Jincheng looked back at the restaurant and said goodbye to the three people. After everyone broke up,
Su Jincheng didn't want to go back to the Hilton Hotel for a while.
Where do you think we should go? Su Jincheng asked Tong Qing for his opinion. Mr. Su, you will be returning home soon. You don't seem to have bought any gifts yet.
Tong Qing gave a reminder. This was what Su Jincheng asked him to remind him. Tong Qing was also afraid that he would forget, so he wrote it down in a small notebook. He would write down all the important things there and look through it every day.
Su Jincheng broke out in a cold sweat.
This reminder was very timely, otherwise he would have really forgotten it.
There have been too many things going on these days. You gave me a good reminder.
Thinking of his mother and the women he cared about, he couldn't help but praise Tong Qing.
Since I have some free time now, I might as well go shopping.
Su Jincheng arranged his afternoon time.
Tong Qing had asked someone before, and he suggested going to Harrods department store.
This is one of the most upscale department stores in Country Y, housing the world's top luxury brands and is loved by big-name celebrities and royal families from various countries.
That's where we'll go.
After listening to Tong Qing's introduction, Su Jincheng made a decision immediately and did not choose another place. Harrods department store is located in the Knightsbridge district of Birmingham, which is also an upscale and luxurious villa hotel area, and the surrounding buildings are very distinctive.
It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when they arrived here. There were not many people inside. There were some foreign tourists shopping here, including some from Longwa. Su Jincheng didn't go anywhere else and went straight to Harrods Treasure House. Here you can find the most famous jewelry brands such as Boucheron, Bulgari, Cartier, Chanel, Van Cleef Arpels, Tiffany, Piaget, etc.
Su Jincheng picked a brand at random and came to the Tiffany counter. At this time, a young couple was choosing diamond rings next to the counter.
Honey, I think this diamond ring looks great. This diamond ring is also beautiful. This one is also good.
The woman was wearing various diamond rings on her hands, comparing them constantly, and she couldn't let go of each one. The man was a little frightened when he saw the high price of the diamond ring.
I thought if you keep reading, I might bleed profusely.
When Su Jincheng approached, the man glanced at him, and when he saw that he was dressed in ordinary clothes, he turned his head away.
The woman took a few more glances at him and thought that this man was quite handsome. Hello, may I have the honor of serving you? A pretty female salesperson came over politely. She did not look down on Su Jincheng because of his attire. Su Jincheng looked at the dazzling array of jewelry on the counter and was a little confused. He had never bought these before. Who among you has experience? He turned around and asked Tong Qing and Zhang Yilong. Zhang Yilong's face was serious. He just looked around and didn't answer at all. Mr. Su, I don't understand.
Tong Qing could only shake his head, as he also had no experience. Su Jincheng suddenly felt that he had made a mistake. If he had known that he was going to Harrods to buy jewelry, he should have asked Bai Tianwei to come with him.
Girls are definitely good at picking out these jewels.
Then he shook his head. Bai Tianwei sprained her ankle, so it was definitely unrealistic to ask her to help him.
But Bai Tianwei's friend Han Fei can also be used. Pity. I didn't expect it when I came out.
It was impossible for Su Jincheng to call and ask people to come here at this moment.
Never mind. I'll choose for myself. The pretty female salesperson saw Su Jincheng's embarrassed expression and seemed to have guessed his difficulties. Gentlemen, is this your first time buying jewelry? She asked Su Jincheng. It's indeed my first time. Su Jincheng nodded and did not hide it from her. Can I ask who you bought it for? The saleswoman asked again politely. My mother. And some of my girlfriends. Su Jincheng understood what the female salesperson meant.
She seemed to want to help him choose and wanted to get some advice on who would wear it. The couple who were choosing diamond rings next to them wanted to laugh when they heard this.
They think you don't know anything, but you buy so much at once. Do you think this is cabbage? May I have the honor of recommending a few to you? The saleswoman didn't smile, but asked politely. It is true. Su Jincheng breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have to choose for himself. The female salesperson then smiled and brought over some jewelry. Necklace. Pendant. Bracelet. Earrings. It looks pearly and sparkling.
Su Jincheng felt that they all looked good.
What do you think?
He turned around and asked Tong Qing and Zhang Yilong.
Zhang Yilong still had no reaction. It looks good. Tong Qing answered stubbornly that he actually didn't understand. Bring a few more, try to have more styles. Su Jincheng actually didn't understand either, so he said to the female salesperson. Okay. The female salesperson was very nice and brought a few more models. Anything else? Su Jincheng thought about it and asked again.
The couple who were choosing diamond rings next to them stopped.
They didn't know what Su Jincheng was trying to do and wanted to make fun of him. Gentlemen, are you dissatisfied with these jewelry styles?
There are so many styles now, I think your family and your girlfriend should have enough to wear.
The saleswoman asked with a smile. Chapter 102. You still want to buy? Su Jincheng shook his head. Your service is excellent. These styles of jewelry are also beautiful. I just wanted to bring a few more pieces of jewelry and let them choose for themselves. Su Jincheng was ultimately worried that his vision was not good enough. He was afraid that the jewelry he bought would not suit the tastes of his mother, Xiao Zhongqing, Song Ruoyu, and others. Since everyone is here, he might as well buy as much as he wants at once. He is not short of money. Gentlemen? You want to buy all of these? Although the female salesperson was knowledgeable, she also looked surprised. She looked around and saw that there were more than 30 types of jewelry here, and the value of the jewelry here was already astonishing. Certainly. I'll buy them all. Su Jincheng nodded affirmatively. But it's not enough. I need to buy some more. Give me whatever styles you have. I want to buy them all. He added.
Tong Qing was not surprised to hear Su Jincheng say this, and he also thought that it was better for Su Jincheng to do so. In this way, everyone can choose the jewelry they like when buying it.
What to do with the jewelry that you didn't choose? Neither Su Jincheng nor Tong Qing considered this issue. Of course, not everyone dares to shop in such a luxurious way.
The couple who were choosing diamond rings next to them were stunned by what they heard.
Su Jincheng is obviously qualified, and he doesn't mind buying jewelry like this. The female salesperson was also a little stunned after hearing this.
She picked up the intercom in her hand and seemed to notify someone.
Gentlemen, please wait a moment.
She smiled at Su Jincheng, but her hands under the counter seemed to be shaking a little and trembling constantly.
Su Jincheng nodded. He thought the female salesperson was notifying other places to transfer goods.
There are not enough jewelry styles here, so we naturally need to adjust the stock.
But waited for a few minutes.
A group of armed police rushed up and surrounded Su Jincheng and the other two.
The manager of Tiffany Jewelry also rushed over with the police.
This time it was Su Jincheng and the other two's turn to be stunned.
They thought, we bought too much jewelry. Is that a crime in Eagle Country?
It turned out that the female salesperson had never seen anyone buy jewelry so lavishly, and mistakenly thought that Su Jincheng and the other two intended to rob the jewelry. Of course she didn't dare take out the jewelry again, and in desperation she secretly called the police.
Her last words were meant to calm Su Jincheng down.
Su Jincheng smiled and asked Tong Qing to hand over the bank card in his hand and settled the payment on the spot, a total of £2 million.
The misunderstanding is resolved. The jewelry manager and the female salesperson kept bowing and apologizing.
They didn't expect that the young man was really rich.
All I can say is that the world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things.
Everyone saw Su Jincheng leaving the Tiffany counter with jewelry worth £2 million, and they all thought he was about to leave. Who knew that Su Jincheng turned around and went to the Cartier jewelry counter? The female salesperson at the Cartier jewelry counter immediately greeted Su Jincheng with a smile on her face.
She already knew what kind of person he was.
Su Jincheng didn't do this on purpose to show off, but he was worried that one brand was not enough, so he planned to buy jewelry from several different brands to be on the safe side. He just didn't expect how shocking his actions were. The couple who were choosing diamond rings were stunned.
Tiffany jewelry manager was shocked. The Tiffany saleswoman was shocked. Do you still want to buy it? 2 days later. Su Jincheng's affairs in Eagle Country have been dealt with.
In addition to the jewelry he bought, he also bought some gifts to take back home. Before he knew it, he had been in Eagle Country for 6 days. Lamborghini Automobile Company needed to manufacture 2 new Lamborghini Veninos, and he also told Bai Tianwei and Green Winkleman about this. He also specifically instructed Bai Tianwei to keep an eye on this matter and make sure it is handled properly.
Su Jincheng wants to strengthen the relationship with the little Prince Arafat of the Saudi Kingdom and Princess Juliet of the Eagle Kingdom royal family, and cannot cut off the contact between the two sides. Prince Arafat has already returned to his country.
He and Su Jincheng agreed to communicate by phone at any time.
He was thinking about his Lamborghini Veneno. Green Winkleman's employment contract has also been completed.
It has been drafted by a lawyer and signed by both parties.
He is now the new president of Lamborghini Automobile Company.
He also asked Bai Tianwei to help deal with his Lamborghini Veneno, the one that was auctioned. Lamborghini Automobile Company has an agent in Xia State, and Su Jincheng wanted to ship the car back to Xia State through the agent.
Bai Tianwei agreed to all of them, and she would then take up her post as vice president of Lamborghini Automobile Company.
Su Jincheng also explained some other miscellaneous matters before he boarded the plane back home and flew directly to Nanchang. There was no trouble on the plane, and Su Jincheng arrived in Nanchang at 8 o'clock in the morning. This time he did not plan to alarm the Chang family. He found a hotel in the city to stay in and planned to visit the Yale family headquarters before flying back to Jiangnan City. After Su Jincheng acquired Eulegia, he has not yet visited Eulegia's headquarters. He washed up and had breakfast in the hotel.
It was already 10 o'clock in the morning.
Only then did Su Jincheng call Song Ruoyu.
Beep beep. Busy. It should be in the call state.
Su Jincheng thought that the hotel he was staying in was not far from the Eulegia headquarters, so he might as well go there directly and maybe give this woman a surprise.
The Eulegia headquarters building is very eye-catching. Just from the appearance, it is tall and majestic, and has an extraordinary momentum. There is a small garden on each side of the building, with flowing water, waterfalls, strange rocks, and trees. At the entrance of the building, 2 huge bronze lions are very eye-catching against the backdrop of gray granite. Su Jinchang admired the surrounding environment and felt quite satisfied. He slowly walked into the reception hall of the headquarters. Hello? Sir, what can I do for you? A beautiful lady at the front desk stopped Su Jinchang, her eyes a little wary. I'm looking for someone. Su Jinchang smiled at her. Sir, do you have an appointment? The beautiful receptionist didn't smile and continued to maintain a vigilant expression. Su Jinchang was a little surprised. With your vigilant expression, do I look like a bad guy? No, I'll look for your president. Su Jinchang originally wanted to find Song Ruoyu, but she didn't have a position in the Yale family and was afraid that the receptionist didn't know. He thought that the president should know his name, and as long as the two of them talked, he would naturally inform Song Ruoyu. Sir, could you tell me the president's name? The beautiful receptionist asked. I forgot. Su Jinchang really didn't know the name of the president of Yalegia. Song Ruoyu mentioned it on the phone, but he didn't remember it. You're looking for our president, but you don't even know his name? Do you treat me like a 3-year-old? The beautiful receptionist looked at Su Jinchang and seemed to understand something. Wait a moment, she said to Su Jinchang. Chapter 103, Going Downstairs for Emergency. Su Jinchang nodded. He thought this was a necessary procedure and the beautiful receptionist would go and inform the president. He then strolled around the hall leisurely. Since he has acquired Yalegia, this place has become his territory, and Su Jinchang wants to take a closer look at the working environment. Tong Cheng and Zhang Yilong also followed him and strolled around together. It was also their first time here. The beautiful receptionist stood still. She looked at Su Jinchang, then at Tong Cheng and Zhang Yilong, her brows furrowed even more tightly. The strange behavior of these three people could not help but make her highly suspicious of their true identities. Her expression became increasingly alert, and she then picked up the intercom and said a few words. Su Jinchang was waiting for Song Ruoyu to come down and pick him up when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. The footsteps were not from one person, but from many people. He turned around as if startled, and saw 5 or 6 security guards in black uniforms with serious expressions appearing in front of him. This is? Why didn't Song Ruoyu come? Su Jinchang was a little surprised. The person he was waiting for didn't come, but a group of security guards came instead. What are you doing? He couldn't help but ask. That's the 3 of them. I doubt their true identities. He said he was looking for our president, but he didn't know anything about us, not even his name, and he was just looking around our headquarters. The beautiful lady at the front desk ignored him. When Su Jinchang heard the beautiful receptionist say this, he felt something was wrong. He wondered what she thought of us. Tong Cheng thought the same thing. He stood in front of Su Jinchang and explained to the security guards that it was a misunderstanding. Misunderstand? No misunderstanding. The tall security guard in the lead shook his head and said. He received a notification from the beautiful receptionist and quickly brought people here to ask Su Jinchang and the other 2 to leave. We really are here to look for someone. Tong Cheng said anxiously. Of course I know you're here looking for someone. During this period, you paparazzi have been coming to our house every day looking for people. Even if you don't bother me, I'm already bothered. The tall security guard turned around and signaled to grab Su Jinchang and the other 2 and drag them away from the Yalegia headquarters. Paparazzi? Who said we were paparazzi? We are not. Su Jinchang already knew that this was a misunderstanding. You still say you're not a paparazzi? As soon as you came in, I felt that you were not a good person. What other guest is like you, looking around without the host's permission? Only paparazzi would do that. Do you think I didn't see your sneaky eyes? The beautiful receptionist also stood up to criticize. Well, it's really hard to explain. Su Jinchang didn't want to be dragged away by his own security guards at his own Yalegia headquarters. This would make people laugh. If Song Ruoyu knew this, she would definitely laugh to death. This is like a flood that washed away the Dragon King temple, and the family members don't recognize each other. He knew that even if he said he was the boss of Yalegia, the receptionist and the security guard would probably not believe him. You paparazzi are the best at impersonating people. Today this person is just a guest pretending to be the president. Yesterday, someone pretended to be my second uncle's grandson. Damn it, I don't have a second uncle. A security guard said angrily. That is. You paparazzi are so abominable. Do you know how much pressure this puts on us security guards?
It seems that the security guards have been deeply harmed by paparazzi recently and become indignant when paparazzi are mentioned.
Me too. Some people even pretended to be my relatives. Luckily, I exposed it.
The beautiful receptionist also said angrily.
Is this okay? I'll make one last call. If no one comes to pick us up, we'll leave. Do you think this will work? After hearing this, Su Jincheng understood their difficulties.
He didn't get angry, he just made a small request. The security guards looked at the beautiful receptionist. They received orders and followed her instructions. The beauty thought about it and agreed, but her expression was still alert.
Su Jincheng called Song Ruoyu again. Fortunately, the line was not busy this time. Auntie, you finally answered the phone. Su Jincheng breathed a sigh of relief. Pooh. Who is your great aunt?
Song Ruoyu was originally happy when she received Su Jincheng's call, but when she heard him call her like that, she immediately spat on the phone.
You are my grandma. Hurry down and help. Su Jincheng didn't say much to her.
He was anxious to get out of the current predicament.
Go downstairs? Where are you? Song Ruoyu asked in surprise. I just returned to China and arrived at Zhonghai today. I'm now downstairs at the Yaligia headquarters.
The receptionist and the security guard suspected I was a paparazzi and wanted to chase me away. Su Jincheng sounded extremely aggrieved when he said this.
When Song Ruoyu heard that Su Jincheng was suspected of being a paparazzi by his own family, she could imagine Su Jincheng's embarrassed expression. Master Su. You finally have your day. Who told you not to come here for a day? No one knows you.
She couldn't help laughing, and a woman next to her heard what she was saying and started laughing too.
Auntie. I'm just one person, I have to make time for it. Didn't I just come here after returning home?
Su Jincheng suddenly became alert when he said this.
Who's with you? Cold wind. She's in my office too. Song Ruoyu said with a smile. You two women. Don't do bad things together. Su Jincheng's mind suddenly turned, and he thought in a direction that was not suitable for children. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. You don't do good things. Song Ruoyu's pretty face flushed. What was Su Jincheng thinking about?
Long Feng's face also turned red.
Of course she knew what Su Jincheng was talking about. What a bad guy. Song Ruoyu said a few words to Su Jincheng and hung up the phone. Let's go. Don't let Su Xiaojun be kicked out by his own family. This is a big joke. She stood up and said to Lung Feng.
Jokes aside, Song Ruoyu knew that she had to respect Su Jincheng at work.
Lung Feng smiled and nodded, then stood up.
Su Jincheng called, he must be asking for help.
This person is rare.
A big boss, he didn't get angry with the front desk clerk and the security guard, and didn't show his domineering attitude. But this is not bad. Lung Feng pursed his lips, thinking that it seemed like a good thing to meet such a big boss. The two walked out of the office at the same time, then went to the president's office and asked the secretary to inform him.
Since Su Jincheng has arrived, it is certainly not enough for them to go there to greet him.
Zhang Mingwei, the president of Yaligia, also has to go downstairs to pick him up in person, which is in line with his status as a big boss.
Just because the big boss is humble doesn't mean you can neglect him.
Zhang Mingwei was in the office at that time. When he heard the secretary announce that Song Ruoyu wanted to see him, he walked to the door and opened it himself. Although he is now the president of Yaligia and his position seems to be stable, he knows that he may leave the position of president with just one word from Miss Chen.
This person is the representative of the big boss.
Her words and her identity, in a sense, represent the people behind her.
Chapter 10 for the big boss is asking for help.
Zhang Mingwei knew that the boss's surname was Su and that he was said to be very young, but unfortunately, he had not had the opportunity to meet the boss or communicate with him. He had also told Song Ruoyu several times that he wanted to meet with the big boss. But Song Ruoyu told him that the boss was in Eagle Country and couldn't spare the time to see him. Zhang Mingwei could only wait patiently, but who knew that he was actually suffering in his heart?
He didn't feel safe until he got the approval of the big boss. Mr. Zhang. I was just looking for you. We might have to pick someone up downstairs now. When Song Ruoyu met Zhang Mingwei, she didn't say much politely. Who to pick up? Zhang Mingwei asked subconsciously. Young Master Su is here. Song Ruoyu uttered a very simple sentence. Young Master Su? Zhang Mingwei was stunned at first, then suddenly realized, isn't the boss's surname Su? His heart was shaken. This is? The big boss is here? This happened so suddenly that Zhang Mingwei was a little caught off guard. He had not received any news about it beforehand and did not expect that the person would come as soon as he said so. Ms. Chen. If only you had reminded me earlier. No one was prepared at all. Zhang Mingwei couldn't help but say. He didn't mean to blame Song Ruoyu by saying this, but actually wanted to arrange a welcome ceremony to express his respect for the big boss. I just found out he was coming, and he didn't inform me in advance. Young Master Su was downstairs now, asking for help. If we don't show up soon, he'll be kicked out by security. Song Ruoyu explained with a smile. She knew that Zhang Mingwei would not blame her, and she also knew that Zhang Mingwei had always wanted to prepare a welcome ceremony. But she knew that Su Jincheng didn't really care about these superficial things. True respect comes from your heart. When Zhang Mingwei heard what Song Ruoyu said, his eyelids started twitching wildly. The big boss is downstairs? The big boss is asking for help? Is the big boss going to be kicked out soon? Zhang Mingwei is not Song Ruoyu, so he dare not ignore it. His first reaction after hearing this was to ask his secretary to call the front desk immediately and have someone invite Su Jincheng to sit down first, and tell him not to talk nonsense in front of Su Jincheng again. He then urgently notified 3 vice presidents and other senior executives of the building to follow him to greet the big boss. The entire floor was suddenly alarmed. The staff first saw the president walking in a hurry, and all the senior executives came out of their offices, saying that they were going downstairs to pick someone up immediately. No one reacted for a moment. Who is coming? So awesome? It actually requires all the senior executives, including the president, to go and greet him. Could he be the eldest son of some family? However, the last time the eldest son of a big family came here, the president didn't treat him with such respect. Everyone was speculating for a while, and then further news came that it was not the son of a wealthy family, but the big boss who had arrived. Of course, the staff knew that Yelegia had been acquired, but the new boss had not appeared, and they were also curious about what kind of person this boss was. Upon hearing this sudden news, not only this floor, but the entire Yelegia headquarters building shook. This person is different from others. The Yale family belongs to him now. He can decide the jobs of many people with just a word from him. The building staff were also excited, as they all wanted to see what the new boss looked like. However, a strict order has been issued from above, strictly prohibiting everyone from standing at the door and watching. Anyone who refuses to listen will be expelled directly. No one dared to stand guard at the door anymore, and everyone could only suppress their curiosity. After all, the boss was important, but their own jobs were more important. The salary and benefits at Yelegia are much better than those at ordinary supermarkets, and they don't want to lose this job. At this time, Su Jincheng was sitting in the reception hall downstairs, but he felt a little bored. Why doesn't this woman come down? Su Jincheng kept looking at the elevators. The 3 elevators seemed to be stuck and were stuck on the 18th floor. He didn't know that he had alarmed so many people, nor did he know how much vibration he had caused in the building. Su Jincheng thought that Song Ruoyu wanted to laugh at him and was deliberately dawdling and refusing to go downstairs. The only thing that made him feel better was that he was being treated much better than before. The beautiful lady at the front desk answered a phone call and didn't ask him to leave. Instead, he politely asked him to sit on the sofa and brought him a cup of steaming coffee. Tong Chang and Zhang Yilong received the same treatment. The beautiful receptionist was no longer alert, but her expression was a little scared. What are you afraid of? Su Jincheng glanced at the beautiful woman at the front desk and thought to himself, you are not a little white rabbit, and I am not a big bad wolf, I will not eat you. But this look of his. The beautiful receptionist seemed even more frightened and almost cried. Su Jincheng looked back at Tong Cheng. He thought, isn't he that scary? He didn't feel comfortable looking at the beautiful receptionist, fearing that he would scare her to tears. Tong Cheng smiled. Mr. Su was confused as he was involved in the matter, but he was a bystander who could see things more clearly. He sat next to her and knew that this must be the person who called to instruct the beautiful receptionist to treat Mr. Su politely. I believe many people should know Su Shao's identity by now. The security guards seemed to have received instructions as well. They did not guard Su Jincheng, but they stood vigilantly in front of the door. It seemed that from this moment on, no one was allowed to enter or leave.
Some staff members who were out on business were also stopped by security at the door. They took a look at this place from a distance and quickly left to return to their offices.
The elevator finally landed under Su Jincheng's impatient eyes. They arrived at the first floor almost at the same time. Women are such a hassle. Shouldn't the people come down this time? Su Jincheng thought that there were 3 elevators, and Song Ruoyu should be in one of them, and the door slowly opened.
Song Ruoyu was the first to walk out of the middle elevator, with a beautiful face and a charming figure, still wearing a white t-shirt and a white long skirt. Following her out was Long Feng, who also had a pretty face. Today she was wearing a beige t-shirt and light green tight-fitting trousers. 2 beautiful women appeared in the reception hall together, and the hall became dazzling.
You finally showed up. Su Jincheng stood up with a smile.
Song Ruoyu and Lang Feng glanced at Su Jincheng, but did not walk over.
Instead, they turned around and looked behind them. Who else is coming down? Su Jincheng looked over with confusion.
A middle-aged man with a slightly nervous expression immediately appeared in his eyes. It is already September, but the middle-aged man's suit is tightly fitted, his leather shoes are polished to a shine, and his hair is combed meticulously.
Su Jincheng's first impression was that this was a very serious person.
The middle-aged man glanced at the hall and immediately noticed Su Jincheng.
He took a step forward and seemed to ask Song Ruoyu something in a low voice. Song Ruoyu nodded and seemed to say something. Chapter 105 Work Meeting.
The middle-aged man no longer hesitated and walked over with big strides.
He even got ahead of Song Ruoyu and Lang Feng.
Su Jincheng stood there without moving, his expression even very calm. Looking at the middle-aged man, he greeted him warmly with a smile.
No one has arrived yet. The voice has arrived. Mr. Su. Hello. I'm Zhang Mingwei. I'm Zhang Mingwei.
The middle-aged man introduced himself to Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng remembered that this was the president of Yale family, whom Song Ruoyu had mentioned on the phone.
Hello. I'm Su Jincheng.
Su Jincheng stretched out his hand and shook hands with him.
Song Ruoyu walked over. In front of everyone, her address was a bit unique. Young Master Su.
Lang Feng also called Su Jincheng the same. Zhang Mingwei's eyes fixed, and he thought that calling him Mr. Su just now was a bit too unfamiliar.
Don't learn from them. Su Jincheng saw what Zhang Mingwei was thinking and laughed. 3 vice presidents and a group of senior executives came over. Mr. Su.
This way, please. Let me introduce myself.
This is Vice President Gao Fei. This is Vice President Su Linin. This is Vice President He Daocheng.
Zhang Mingwei began to introduce the senior management of Eulegia to Su Jincheng, and Su Jincheng smiled and shook hands with everyone one by one. Although everyone saw that Su Jincheng was very young, no one dared to neglect him. When the beautiful receptionist saw this, her face turned pale, and she realized that what Su Jincheng had just said was true. He really came to see the president, but he didn't see the president come down to pick him up in person, and so many vice presidents and senior executives also came to greet him.
I won't offend him, right? Will he make things difficult for himself?
Su Jincheng inadvertently noticed the beautiful woman at the front desk and smiled.
How could he embarrass her? But it's good to scare this beauty. Who made her want to kick herself out just now?
After a round of greetings, everyone dispersed.
Zhang Mingwei, 3 vice presidents, Song Ruoyu, Lang Feng, and several others came to the conference room with Su Jincheng.
Now that he is here, Su Jincheng must of course listen to Zhang Mingwei's work report and exchange ideas with him. Everyone sat down in the conference room.
Mr. Su. Let me briefly introduce the sales situation of Eulegia's supermarkets and stores.
Zhang Mingwei didn't know Su Jincheng's real purpose, but since he started with a work report, no one would blame him. He spoke for about 20 minutes.
Su Jincheng nodded.
He could hear that the sales data of all Eulegia supermarkets were good during this period and were not affected by the acquisition.
This also shows Zhang Mingwei's management ability.
Although he himself doesn't know how long he can stay in the position of president, he still works very seriously and conscientiously.
Mr. Su. That's about all I have to say. Do you think there's anything wrong?
Zhang Mingwei did not give a long speech and stopped after finishing his report.
You've been doing great work lately.
I am very satisfied with the supermarket's sales performance.
Su Jincheng smiled and did not interfere too much with Zhang Mingwei's work. Let me tell you something that everyone is concerned about. It's also something that everyone here is concerned about. Even though no one asked, I could see it in everyone's eyes. After he said this, Zhang Mingwei's expression became a little serious. He knew that Su Jincheng's main event was coming next. After the acquisition by Yaligia, everyone was very concerned about the company's personnel adjustments, fearing that I would make drastic cuts. I have also thought about personnel adjustments for a long time. I won't hide it from you all. My knife is actually already raised in the air. Su Jincheng's words made everyone break out in cold sweat, especially Zhang Mingwei and the three vice presidents. They could hear the murderous intent in Su Jincheng's words. He had really thought about and planned to make drastic layoffs. As president and vice president, they will bear the brunt of the impact. Song Ruoyu and Lung Feng were also shocked. They also understood what Su Jincheng meant. No way? Do you really want to kill me? Although they don't worry about themselves, once the knife falls, many people will lose their jobs. Su Jincheng usually seems quite kind, but I didn't expect that he could be so cruel and ruthless, and he could be cruel and decisive behind the scenes. It is true that you cannot judge a person by his appearance. A person may be a different person than what you can see. Su Jincheng looked at everyone and saw everyone's expressions. He saw the fear in everyone's eyes. He also saw the fear in everyone's eyes. This is also the impression that Su Jincheng intends to leave on everyone. A pushover who only knows how to nod his head cannot possibly manage such a large music family. The corner of his mouth raised, but his tone softened. But after coming here in person, my opinion has changed again. Everyone works very hard and seriously. I can see that from the company's current situation and good sales performance. I now announce that there will be no personnel adjustments in the company for now. Everyone will retain their original positions. However, I want to add a new vice president. From now on, Ms. Song Ruoyu will serve as the vice president of Yaligia, in charge of finance and auditing. Zhang Mingwei and the three vice presidents were relieved when they heard this. From now on, their positions are truly stable. As for Su Jincheng adding a new vice president, they were not surprised at all. They would be surprised if Su Jincheng did nothing. After all, the Yale family also needed his own people to participate and act as eyes and mouthpieces. These people have not yet gained enough trust from Su Jincheng and are considered outsiders to some extent. When Song Ruoyu heard this, she was stunned and raised her eyebrows. Su Jincheng did not discuss this with her in advance, and directly pushed her to the position of vice president of Yaligia. Lung Feng shook Song Ruoyu's hand under the conference table to express his congratulations. She herself did not expect Su Jincheng to adjust her position now. After all, she had not met Su Jincheng many times. Certainly. She didn't have a chance. In the future, she will need to report a lot of work to Su Jincheng. She believes in her abilities and Su Jincheng will see it. Su Jincheng finished talking about the issues that everyone was concerned about. Seeing that everyone's expressions were obviously more relaxed than before, he smiled. After talking about what everyone is concerned about, it's time to talk about what I am concerned about. As soon as he said this, Zhang Mingwei and the three vice presidents' originally relaxed mood began to tense again. They didn't know what Su Jincheng cared about. I spent 15 billion to acquire Yaligia, but in my eyes, Yaligia is only worth 5 billion. I don't think it's worth a penny more. Su Jincheng's words aroused everyone's doubts. If you don't think it's worth it, why did you buy it? There are some special reasons for this, which I am not in a position to disclose. But to be honest, I was also hesitant when I first acquired it. I don't know if I did the right thing, but I decided to buy it anyway. Chapter 106 Su Jincheng's Ambition. Everyone heard that Su Jincheng's words revealed that there was another hidden story behind the acquisition of Yaligia. Mr. Su, we will definitely work harder. I will definitely work harder and achieve better sales results and generate more profits. When Su Jincheng said this, Zhang Mingwei had to stand up and make a guarantee. Otherwise, he would not be recognized as the president by Su Jincheng. The three vice presidents also stood up to make the pledge. Zhang Mingwei and the three vice presidents actually knew that the 15 billion yuan acquisition price of Yale was much inflated. It is indeed as Su Jincheng said, a purchase price of 5 billion is a reasonable price. No need to stand up. Su Jincheng waved his hand and asked them to sit down. I'm not saying this to look down on the Yale family or you. I just think the Yale family is too small at the moment. This is another surprising statement. Mr. Su, do you mean we are too weak? Zhang Mingwei looked at Su Jincheng.
Even if what Su Jincheng said was true, the market value of Eulegia with 5 billion was not small. I once read an investigative report. It lists some data from last year for some companies, including Yale. I still remember some of the data. Eulegia had an operating income of 29.958 billion yuan and a net profit of 500 million yuan last year. Ningxu e-commerce had an operating income of 244.957 billion yuan and a net profit of 13.328 billion yuan last year. Huiyang Supermarket had an operating income of 70.517 billion yuan and a net profit of 7.35 billion yuan last year. Xingou Retail's operating income last year was 101.315 billion yuan, and its net profit was 10.31 billion yuan.
Su Jincheng calmly stated some data.
When Zhang Mingwei heard this, he lowered his head in shame. Compared with the company Su Jincheng mentioned, Eulegia does have too little operating income and too little net profit.
Just like Su Jincheng said, Yale's house is too small. Mr. Su, we will catch up with them. Please believe me.
Zhang Mingwei suddenly raised his head, and a burning fighting spirit began to appear in his eyes. Although Eulegia is weak, it is not afraid of these companies and still has a lot of room for improvement.
You don't understand me. Su Jincheng smiled. Isn't it your idea, Mr. Su, to catch up with and surpass these companies?
There was doubt in Zhang Mingwei's eyes again.
No. Su Jincheng nodded affirmatively. You need to look further ahead. Don't just focus on the domestic situation and what will happen there. They are not our opponents.
Ranked first in the world, Walmart in the United States, with a revenue of $500.3 billion last year, had a profit of $9.8 billion.
You should learn a lot from it, including its experience and management methods. It's not just you who need to work hard, it's me too.
Su Jincheng's words were earth-shattering.
Everyone was suddenly speechless. No way. Is this the real rival of the Yale family? Is this the real opponent in Su Jincheng's eyes?
The Eulegia conference room has been holding closed-door meetings.
An hour passed. The door is closed. 2 hours passed.
The door remains closed.
The atmosphere in the building suddenly became serious.
The smiles disappeared from everyone's faces, and they were filled with worry. The staff passing by couldn't help but look at the door of the conference room. Everyone knows that the big boss and the president are in there, but no one knows what they are discussing or what issues require so much discussion. If there is talk of layoffs, they might lose their jobs tomorrow. Everyone in the building was in a state of slight anxiety, even torment, not knowing what the final outcome would be.
I wonder if the big boss will raise the butcher knife. I wonder if the big boss will show murderous intent. It wasn't until 3 hours later that the door to the conference room finally opened.
None of the staff nearby spoke, and they all stared nervously at the door of the conference room.
President Zhang Mingwei was the first to walk out of the conference room.
His face seemed very excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. The staff were a little surprised. It's rare to see the president show such an expression.
Does this seem to imply that the results are not bad?
The 3 vice presidents who came out later also had excited expressions on their faces. The staff immediately relaxed a lot, as they could see some good news from the expressions of these people.
This is? What did the big boss say? Several presidents and vice presidents of Eulegia have the same expression?
The staff speculated curiously, but no one dared to ask. Zhang Mingwei glanced at several staff members standing not far from the conference room.
What are you all standing here for? It's work time now.
If you still want to work here, get out of my sight within 1 minute. His words startled the staff. Everyone hurried away and returned to their offices.
Only then did Zhang Mingwei and several vice presidents leave with smiles on their faces.
They seemed to have a stronger sense of mission and responsibility. There were 5 people left in the conference room: Su Jincheng, Song Ruoyu, Leng Feng, Tong Cheng, and Zhang Yilong. Tong Cheng and Zhang Yilong had been sitting on chairs against the wall. He could only listen in on this kind of meeting and was not allowed to interrupt. But he was also a little touched.
Does young Master Su want to compete with the world's #1?
The young Master Su in his mind might actually dare to do this. After all, in Eagle Country, some of the things Su Xiao did were shocking, and many people would not believe it if they were told.
Song Ruoyu hadn't said anything just now. You scared me. Is what you just said true? You're not just saying this casually, are you? Seeing Zhang Mingwei and the 3 vice presidents leaving, he couldn't help but ask. I thought you had gone mute. I haven't been talking since. You don't even express your opinion. Su Jincheng smiled. You are the dumb one. Don't interrupt me, I'm asking you a question. Is what you said true? Song Ruoyu kept staring at Su Jincheng, not letting him change the subject. Do you think what I said is true? Su Jincheng asked her back. It doesn't feel real to me. You're talking too much. It's a joke that Yale considers Walmart in the United States as its competitor. The gap is too big. If you do this, if you're not careful, everyone will be devastated. Song Ruoyu couldn't tell what Su Jincheng was really thinking. My last words. Actually, it's just to scare Zhang Mingwei and the others. Otherwise, they will feel that managing Yalegia is too easy and there is no pressure on them. Su Jincheng spread his hands, as if telling the truth. You're crazy. You scared me. Aren't you afraid they'll know what you're thinking? Just quit the job. Song Ruoyu cursed with a smile. But she was still suspicious in her heart. Su Jincheng was sometimes very secretive, and only he knew what he really thought. Chapter 107: A Beautiful Girl in a Golden House. It seems there are no outsiders here. They probably won't hear it. I won't admit to saying these things once I leave this room. Su Jincheng looked around, as if he didn't recognize anyone. Isn't Long Feng an outsider? She is the president's assistant of the Yale family. You're just turning a blind eye to the fact that people are still here? Or do you want to keep her as your beloved? Song Ruoyu pointed at Long Feng. What nonsense are you talking about? Long Feng's face turned red. Unexpectedly, Song Ruoyu turned the topic to herself. If young Master Su wants to hide his beautiful daughter in a golden house, he will also hide you in the house. Who wouldn't like a beauty like you? Lang Feng's counterattack followed. This woman was no pushover either. I don't want him to hide. He can't hide. I don't care about him. Song Ruoyu's face also turned slightly red. Let's talk business. You two women. Don't pretend I don't exist. Su Jincheng coughed and decided to pretend that he didn't hear the conversation between the two women. He couldn't interrupt, as whatever he said would be wrong. We've finished the business. What else do you have to do? I thought I didn't know your little thoughts? Song Ruoyu glanced at Su Jincheng. I'm not kidding, this is serious business. I just came back from Eagle Country and brought you some gifts. The gift is at the hotel. Do you want to come with me to get it? Su Jincheng said seriously. Hotel? You're taking us two beautiful women back to the hotel? You still say it's a serious matter? Is this your intention? Song Ruoyu seemed to be alert. It's really a gift to bring back. If you don't believe it, I'll take it back to Jiangnan City. Don't blame me if there's no gift. Su Jincheng pulled Tong Qing over to prove it. Young Master Su did bring back some gifts. Tong Qing said with a smile. What kind of gifts are they? Song Ruoyu asked. Necklaces, pendants, bracelets, bangles, and other jewelry. Tong Qing told her. Song Ruoyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Shall we go? She looked back at the cold wind. Is there any gift for me that Master Su bought? Lung Feng looked at Su Jincheng and thought that Su Jincheng might have just bought it for Song Ruoyu, so it might not be a good idea to go alone. Both. Su Jincheng said readily that he had bought so many things anyway, and the two women would not be able to choose them all. Then I'll go. Lang Feng nodded instantly. Su Jincheng was surprised that the woman agreed so quickly. Song Ruoyu jumped up with swift movements. It turned out that women had no resistance to jewelry. After leaving the Fullerton building, the group quickly arrived at the hotel where Su Jincheng was staying. A male waiter in the hotel couldn't take his eyes off Song Ruoyu and Lung Feng. These two women were so beautiful. Look again, and I'll dig out your eyes. Song Ruoyu glared at the male waiter, then went into Su Jincheng's room with Lang Feng. Brother! Beautiful women are very cruel. Don't just stare at them. Su Jincheng patted the male waiter's shoulder sympathetically, and entered the room amid the other's envious expression. Tong Chang had already taken out the jewelry, and the three of them were careless enough to put it in the suitcase. Pearly sparkle. Dazzling. Boucheron, Bulgari, Cartier, Van Cleef Arpels, Tiffany, many brands, many jewelry.
Song Ruoyu and Lang Feng's expressions now are similar to those of the male waiter just now. The two beauties stared at the pile of jewels without blinking, their faces full of surprise and delight.
Half a day passed.
Song Ruoyu seemed to have recovered from a beautiful dream.
Did you rob the Eagle Country jewelry store?
She looked at Su Jincheng suspiciously.
How can you buy jewelry in bulk like this?
She had never seen it.
Aren't I afraid that I won't be to your liking? I bought a little too much. This way you can choose the jewelry that suits you. Su Jincheng explained.
You are so kind-hearted. You are the most conscientious man I have ever met.
I now think you are qualified to keep a beautiful woman in your house. I decided to give Lung Feng to you and let her be your woman. Why don't you give yourself to him? You're more like his woman.
The two women were choosing jewelry while trying to tease each other.
These two women. Even jewels can't silence them.
Su Jincheng was helpless.
A beautiful woman in a golden house? He thought about it. He thinks a lot.
But he was afraid that if he agreed, these two women would beat him up.
Really? I agree after all.
I still don't agree.
Su Jincheng was listening to the jokes of two beautiful women in the room, and he didn't dare to interrupt. The phone rang.
He quickly picked up his phone as if he had been relieved.
Mr. Su, I heard that you arrived in South City? Chang Yunjian's deep and powerful voice came from the phone. Mr. Chang is so well informed. You found out as soon as I arrived today.
Su Jincheng smiled.
This is actually not surprising.
The Chang family withdrew from the Fuel family, but there were still people in the Fuel family who had a good relationship with the Chang family, and these people did not leave. He went to the Zhao Fuel family headquarters today. It would be strange if the Chang family didn't know he was coming.
The Chang family has some friends in the Fuel family, and they told me. Chang Yunjian also answered in the same way without any concealment.
He was sure that Su Jincheng knew it, so it would be better for him to be frank.
Mr. Chang, do you have something to ask me? Su Jincheng knew that Chang Yunjian was definitely not calling him to chat.
Mr. Su is in South City, so I have to treat him.
I wonder if Mr. Su would be so kind as to honor me tonight. Chang Yunjian didn't say what it was, he just extended an invitation to Su Jincheng for dinner. I happen to be free tonight. Since Chang Yunjian invited him, Su Jincheng did not refuse.
He had nothing to do in the evening, and he also wanted to know why Chang Yunjian was treating him. The acquisition of Fullerton has been completed, and the Chang family actually has nothing to do with him anymore.
Mr. Su, I'll be waiting for you at Yulin Bay tonight.
The place where Chang Yunjian hosted the dinner was the same place where he entertained Su Jincheng last time. He seemed to like hosting dinner in this place very much. Su Jincheng guessed that this was Chang's place, where they could talk about private matters without worrying about being overheard by others. Seeing that Su Jincheng agreed, Chang Yunjian said a few more polite words and hung up the phone.
Chang Yunjian is treating us to dinner at Yulin Bay tonight. Will you all accompany me to the banquet? Su Jincheng looked at Song Ruoyu and Lung Feng. The two were still diligently selecting jewelry, as if they wanted to try every piece of jewelry. They should have heard the phone call just now. Chang Yunjian invited you to dinner, what does he want?
Song Ruoyu raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Su Jincheng in confusion.
You've got me stumped by this question.
Su Jincheng spread his hands, he knew nothing now.
Chapter 108 Returning a Favor. How about it? Would you like to go to the Chang family's banquet? I ate there last time. The chef's cooking skills were excellent. The environment in Yulin Bay is also very nice. We can even take a walk by the lake. Song Ruoyu poked the cold wind with her fair arms. I'm going too? Isn't that inconvenient? I'm just a small assistant at Fuller's. Lang Feng was a little hesitant.
Su Jincheng felt a little moved when he saw Lang Feng.
It's not a den of dragons and tigers. It's just a meal. You all should go, otherwise it would be too boring for me to go alone. He said this and laughed. How can you be alone? Aren't Tongqing and Jian Yilong always by your side? Oh, I see. You want the two of us to keep you company, right?
Su Jincheng and Tongqing looked at each other, completely unable to understand the woman's train of thought.
Song Ruoyu glared at Su Jincheng. Su Jincheng pinched his nose. How should he respond to this? If you don't go, I'll find someone else.
His tone seemed somewhat helpless.
You wish. Let's go together. Otherwise, it will be given to his mistress. Song Ruoyu grabbed Lung Feng's arm and whispered in his ear.
Lung Feng didn't refuse this time, and they both suddenly started laughing softly again.
What are these two women laughing at? How can I have a mistress? Never mind. Just let the two beauties agree. Time flies.
The Chang family sent a car to pick us up in the evening. Su Jincheng brought Song Ruoyu, Lung Feng, and others to Yulin Bay again. This time, only Chang Yunjian received them.
Last time, none of Chang's family members came, and Su Jincheng didn't mind. When they arrived, the banquet was still being prepared.
Song Ruoyu took Lung Feng to the lake to enjoy the scenery, and Su Jincheng did not stop them. Two beautiful women are here, but they don't know that in the eyes of men, they are the most beautiful scenery.
Mr. Su, you are in such a good mood. Chang Yunjian said something meaningful. I don't have many friends here. I'm sorry to bring them here. Mr. Chang won't be offended, will he? Su Jincheng didn't explain either, and there was no way to explain this matter. Pretty woman. Who doesn't like it?
Whatever Mr. Su said, I don't mind at all, as long as you can bear it. Chang Yunjian said cryptically.
They both laughed at the same time. Perhaps only men could understand this sentence immediately.
If Song Ruoyu were here and heard this, she would probably scold men for being bad people again.
Mr. Su, this way please.
Chang Yunjian suddenly signaled to Su Jincheng with his eyes, indicating that there was something serious to discuss. Su Jincheng followed him to a small private room.
Tong Chang and Zhang Yilong did not follow in.
They stayed outside at a distance to avoid hearing the conversation inside. Su Jincheng and Chang Yunjian sat down in the private room.
I'm inviting Mr. Su this time.
I want to repay Mr. Su for helping the Chang family.
Of course, this favor is somewhat risky. It depends on whether Mr. Su is willing to accept it. Chang Yunjian didn't continue to be polite and got down to business. Su Jincheng's heart moved. Mr. Chang, there's no need to be so anxious. Su Jincheng was still quite polite. Chang Yunjian smiled. The other party's politeness was just an attitude and did not represent the other party's thoughts. Mr. Su, please listen to me. It's not too late for you to make a decision. There is a game in this world that the rich love to play. I wonder if Mr. Su has heard of it.
After he said this, he looked at Su Jincheng.
Game?
Su Jincheng actually knew a top game played by the world's richest people, Monopoly. He even participated in it once and won $30 billion, but then lost $5 billion.
He still felt sad when he thought about it. Su Jincheng didn't know if this was the game Chang Yunjian was talking about, so he remained calm on the surface. Chang Yunjian didn't see anything from Su Jincheng's face.
This game is called Monopoly, and each game involves bets of tens or even hundreds of billions of dollars. In every country and city on all 5 continents, there are wealthy people joining this game. As the wealthy family in Shanghai, my Chang family certainly couldn't resist the temptation and joined this game. Seeing that Su Jincheng did not express his opinion, he continued to introduce.
Are there many wealthy people in China participating? Su Jincheng asked when he heard this. A lot of. There are many more people than you think. There are many winners and many losers.
I'll tell you a few examples and you'll understand. The Storm video player incident a while ago was caused by losing a bet due to participating in a game, and the current chairman was sent to jail. There's also the online buzz about Shile, whose former chairman fled the country after losing money playing a game. If Chang Yunjian's words were to spread, it would surely shock many people.
These are secrets that ordinary people in the country don't know. The Chang family participated in the game, and your record is not good? Su Jincheng could have guessed it without asking, but he still asked. You guessed right.
The Chang family was unlucky and lost 2 games in a row, directly losing billions of dollars, which is equivalent to tens of billions in China. This is also the real reason why the Chang family encountered a debt crisis this time. At this point, Chang Yunjian shook his head. There are winners and losers in games, but the Chang family was obviously unlucky.
Is this what Mr. Chang meant by returning a favor? Su Jincheng smiled. If ordinary people heard this, they would definitely curse the Chang family for harming others. You've lost so badly, and you're still using this to repay a favor? But Su Jincheng didn't think so. Instead, he wanted to participate more in the game. There is only one reason. He has a system and he's going to be a big winner in the game.
Such opportunities to win hundreds of billions of dollars are difficult to obtain from the outside world. I also know that this favor is somewhat dangerous.
That's why I said, it depends on whether you are willing to accept it, Mr. Su.
If you win the game, you will naturally make huge profits, but if you lose the game, you may lose everything. Chang Yunjian was quite frank and told everyone the pros and cons of winning and losing.
It's okay if you don't accept it.
The Chang family will find someone else to repay Mr. Su for his kindness. The Chang family can guarantee this to Mr. Su. In fact, Chang Yunjian didn't think Su Jincheng would accept it, but it was old man Chang Yangan who asked him to tell Su Jincheng.
He also didn't know what the old man was thinking and why he wanted to tell Su Jincheng. If Su Jincheng knew, he would definitely accept it. The old man only had one sentence. I accept. Su Jincheng nodded as expected. Chang Yunjian was a little surprised. The old man was right. There will be a game in Shanghai tonight, and the organizer of the game has invited the Chang family. If Mr. Su agrees, I am willing to transfer this invitation to Mr. Su. This is the Chang family's way of repaying a favor. Good. Su Jincheng said lightly. He even felt a little happy and excited. Second game. It's finally about to begin. Chapter 109. Join the game again.
Su Jincheng and Chang Yunjian talked in the private room for about half an hour before coming out.
If you don't come out,
we're all starving. The banquet had been prepared long ago, and Song Ruoyu, Lung Feng and others had been waiting for them.
It's better if you don't say it. I feel hungry too when you mention it. Su Jincheng smiled and touched his belly. Then why did you talk for so long? Two men acting sneaky. What are you talking about hiding in the room? Song Ruoyu looked at Su Jincheng with puzzled eyes. Talk about things that interest men. A woman wouldn't want to know. If you knew, I'm afraid you would scold us.
Of course, Su Jincheng would not tell Song Ruoyu that he was about to participate in the second game, and he deliberately made the topic ambiguous. Song Ruoyu opened her mouth, seemed to have thought of something, then blushed slightly and stopped asking. She knew that many of the things men talked about would involve women and some indecent things, and she didn't want to know. Lung Feng looked at Su Jincheng. She always felt that Su Jincheng was fooling Song Ruoyu, and what they were really talking about must be very complicated.
Have a meal. Have a meal. I'm hungry too.
Chang Yunjian then laughed and changed the subject.
Everyone was very satisfied with the food at the following banquet.
Because he had to participate in games in the evening, Su Jincheng didn't drink much. Before 9 o'clock, Chang Yunjian sent someone to send Su Jincheng and others away. Su Jincheng asked the driver to take Song Ruoyu and Leng Feng first, and then take him back to the hotel.
Song Ruoyu and Leng Feng lived in the same residential complex.
When getting off the car, Song Ruoyu's eyes moved slightly and she leaned close to Su Jincheng's ear.
You have something to do today. Don't think I don't know. I'll let you go today.
She was very close to him when she said this, and there was a unique feminine scent on her mouth. When Su Jincheng smelled her fragrance again, he almost couldn't control himself.
This woman is so smart. It's hard to hide anything from her. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Su Jincheng smiled faintly. Under Song Ruoyu's puzzled eyes, the car slowly drove into the night.
What did you whisper in each other's ears just now?
Lung Feng stood beside Song Ruoyu curiously. I wanted to ask him something, but he wouldn't tell me. There were only two women at the moment, but Song Ruoyu wasn't joking.
Men always have some secrets. Lung Feng also noticed that Su Jincheng was a little absent-minded while eating after talking with Chang Yunjian. I hope he doesn't do something stupid. Song Ruoyu sighed, feeling a little worried.
If Su Jincheng were here,
you will definitely be amazed. Women's intuition is sometimes really powerful. Su Jincheng just returned to the hotel. The phone rang. Mr. Su Jincheng? It's me. Congratulations. We'd like to invite you to play games tonight. Are you ready?
The voice on the phone was the same as last time, indifferent, arrogant and cold.
I'm ready. Su Jincheng said calmly. 10 o'clock in the evening. Someone will pick you up at the hotel entrance.
You can bring one follower, but he cannot participate in the game.
Take 20 billion.
The person on the other end of the phone was still brief and to the point, then hung up. Su Jincheng was used to it, as this was how he was informed last time.
System, will there be any safety issues when I participate in the game this time? In accordance with his traditional customs, he also sought the opinions of the system. There is no problem with the host's safety. The system provides guarantees. I have to go out at 10 o'clock, Jiang Yilong will follow me. Tong Cheng is in my room, waiting for us to come back. Su Jincheng called Tong Cheng and Jiang Yilong to his room and gave them some instructions. This was Su Jincheng's second mysterious action. Tong Cheng nodded. He was also getting used to Su Jincheng's occasional mysterious actions. Tong Cheng knew that Su Jincheng didn't distrust him, but he must have a reason for not taking him with him. The last time Su Jincheng went out, there was suddenly an extra $20 billion in Shirwei Bank's account. I wonder if it will be the same this time. Tong Cheng had some guesses in his mind, but he would not express his thoughts aloud. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Jincheng and Jiang Yilong appeared at the hotel gate on time. There was a black luxury Lincoln parked at the door, which seemed to be the standard car model for picking up people. However, the receptionist was no longer the young man from country Y, but a young man from country Xia. This is not surprising. The young man from country Y is probably the host in Birmingham. There are naturally other hosts in other cities. Mr. Su, I'm here to pick you up, please get in the car. The young man greeted Su Jincheng. Good. Su Jincheng nodded and took Jiang Yilong to the back seat of the Lincoln. The young man then sat in the driver's seat, started the car and left. Su Jincheng didn't ask the young man where he was going, and he probably didn't know either. The young man received instructions from the headset and then met up with a black RV. Everything seems to be exactly the same as the last game. Su Jincheng and Jiang Yilong put on blindfolds and got into the RV, and finally they walked into a room. All right. Mr. Su, you can take off your mask now. The people in the room said to Su Jincheng. The game receptionist was no longer Xiaoya, but a beautiful girl from Xia country who called herself Xiao Tan. Mr. Su, this is your second time participating in the game. Before joining the game, you have two choices. You can choose to hide your identity temporarily. You can also show your true face. Although it was the Chang family who transferred the invitation quota to Su Jincheng, the game organizer still knew everything about Su Jincheng. Xiao Tan directly asked Su Jincheng to make a choice. I choose to hide. Su Jincheng did not hesitate. Okay. Mr. Su, there are different masks and clothes in this room. You can put on a mask and change your clothes so no one can recognize you. Your followers will be dressed like you. Seeing Su Jincheng make his choice, Xiao Tan began to ask the two to put on masks and clothes. Su Jincheng's choice was the same as last time, a bronze mask similar to that of ancient Xia Kingdom, and a loose white robe. Xiao Tan then led them out of the room, still in the corridor, and came to the door of another room. Good luck to you and have fun playing. Xiao Tan stretched out his hand and gestured for invitation. Su Jincheng brought Jiang Yilong and pushed the door open. The layout of the room was also familiar. There is an oval round table in the middle, but there is only a man in a black robe wearing a clown mask around the table. Hello. I'm the Joker. He is also the host of this game. The other party nodded to Su Jincheng and introduced himself as a clown. But Su Jincheng could tell from the voice that this was not the clown from the last game. Game host, do you like the clown mask, or do they have to wear this mask? Chapter 110 Gambler's Psychology. Su Jincheng didn't ask the reason. The only surprise was that he was the first player to enter. You can choose your own seat. The clown gestured to Su Jincheng. Last time, Su Jincheng was the last one and there was no other seat for him to choose from, so he can only sit in the last seat. This time, he chose a middle position. Shortly afterwards, players came in one after another. The last 8 masked men sat around the round table. Excluding the host, the Joker, there are a total of 7 game participants, 2 more than last time. Only then did Su Jincheng realize that the number of participants in each game was not fixed, but was probably determined by the number of invitees. The clown saw that all the game participants were seated and began hosting today's game. Hello everyone. Let me introduce myself again. I'm the Joker, and I'm your game host. You've all participated in the game before, so according to the first step, each of you will inject 20 billion yuan into the game's funding pool. You will enter the amount, account number, and password on the transfer device provided later to complete the fund injection. The staff member began to walk around the round table from left to right, holding a small transfer device. Every time you walk up to someone, you perform financial operations in a familiar way.
No one needs to calculate this number, it is 140 billion. Everyone completed the operation on the small transfer device, and the clown began to verify the funds.
Then he nodded, approving everyone's capital injection. The funds have been experienced and everyone will have one last chance to exit. You have 5 minutes to think about it. After 5 minutes, the game will officially begin. There can only be one winner in this game.
The winner will take home 140 billion, of which will take a 20 billion commission. Su Jincheng looked around and saw that no one had left.
Everyone was silent. Since we are here, we are not here to quit. Everyone's eyes are fixed on 140 billion.
5 minutes passed quickly, and the clown knocked on the table, and everyone turned to him.
From now on, you have entered the game. From now on, you have entered the game. The clown starts hosting the game. The theme of this game is called Gambler's Fate.
Please ask the staff to bring the game props. The Joker ordered. The staff came over and placed a pair of strap-on video glasses, a pen, and a stack of white paper in front of each game participant.
Please wear it.
The clown gestured. Su Jincheng put on the video glasses, and a real-time image immediately appeared in his left eye, while his right eye could see everything in the room clearly.
The same must be true for others.
The video shows a man in his 30s with messy hair and red eyes. He stood in front of the gambling table with empty hands, but his eyes were obsessed with looking at other gamblers. What everyone sees with their left eye is live broadcast. The person who now appears before you is a gambler who has been gambling in the casino for a whole day and a whole night. He lost all his chips, every last penny he had.
He is just a prop in your game.
The clown's voice appeared in everyone's ears. His voice was calm and cold, as if he didn't regard the gambler as a human being at all.
Su Jincheng's eyes narrowed.
He didn't expect that the game prop in this game was a person. This is exactly what Prince Ball said. The games organized are different every time, the rules are different every time, and there are never any repetitions.
Now I will introduce the rules for the first round of the game. Then someone will come along and lend the gambler money, and the first question is, how much will the gambler borrow? Each participant will write down their answer on a piece of paper within 2 minutes.
The 2 game participants whose answers differ the most from the amount of money the gambler borrowed will be eliminated, and the remaining 5 will enter the second round.
2 minutes. Start now.
After the clown announced the rules, he took out a timer and started counting. The room was silent for a moment, and everyone began to think. The person sitting in the first seat was wearing a sheep's head mask and was a bit thin.
This question isn't difficult at all.
He suddenly laughed, breaking the silence in the room.
Not difficult?
The game participants in the room all looked up and looked at the goat-headed man.
Isn't it just guessing how much money the gambler will borrow?
Then we need to analyze the gambler's psychological state. The sheep-headed man was like a kind-hearted person, and began to analyze the situation without paying attention to others. First of all, he is a gambler, which is the premise of our speculation.
Who is a gambler?
Gamblers are people who want to win more even if they win, and they want to win back even more if they lose money. The clown did not interfere with the goat-headed man's conversation and let him ask and answer his own questions. The sheep-headed man smiled when he saw this. The gambler has been losing all his money for a whole day and night. If someone is suddenly willing to lend him money, he will definitely want to borrow as much as possible. It allows him to make up for his losses with a single win, or even win more money.
So I think the amount of money this gambler borrowed must be huge.
As for the exact amount, everyone has to make their own judgment. The sheep-headed man nodded to everyone, seeming very satisfied with his analysis.
You are misleading everyone.
The man sitting in the 5th seat, wearing a golden mask, spoke coldly.
Misleading? What did I mislead?
The sheep-headed man looked at the golden man with a bit of surprise.
I don't know about gambler psychology though.
But I know the psychology of first-time borrowers.
Anyone who borrows money for the first time will be very cautious. They don't want to borrow a lot of money. They think, what if I lose? Whether you win or lose, you have to pay it back. This is not a gift to you. If you borrow a lot, then after you lose, the amount you have to pay back plus interest will be more. I think this gambler might have considered that.
The golden man said. You also said you don't understand the psychology of gamblers.
I see you really don't understand gamblers. I can say you've never gambled before. This gambler is clearly obsessed with gambling. How could he even consider losing?
In his eyes, there is only the thought of winning and making a comeback.
He's not the type to be cautious.
For him, caution is not only about not winning back his money but also about paying interest. So he might as well just go for it and gamble. The sheep-headed man retorted disapprovingly. The two of them were arguing here, but no one else said anything. Su Jincheng looked at the two of them and felt that they were both acting and misleading everyone. One wants people to write the amount higher, the other wants people to write the amount as low as possible. Chapter 111 Gambler's Fate. I originally thought that this game would not be as dangerous as the previous one and the game should be easier. But judging from the first round, the psychological battle among everyone was very intense.
This is a psychological battle.
This is also a game where killing is done without bloodshed.
If you are not careful, you may be fooled by others. Of course, Su Jincheng would not write down the answer casually.
This was actually a gamble, and he didn't want to gamble. He no longer paid attention to the two people and called the system in his heart.
System. Can you see through the gambler's thoughts? Given that the borrowing incident has not yet occurred.
Gamblers' ideas are very variable and cannot be determined at the moment. The system's answer surprised Su Jincheng a little.
He thought the system could know the amount of money the gambler borrowed.
It seems that the system cannot predict things that have not happened yet.
I have to think of other ways.
Everyone's amount is written on paper, so I know their amount and I can naturally enter the second round.
Su Jincheng suddenly thought of a way, which was the method used in the competition for the acquisition of Lamborghini Automobile Company, and this reminded him. System. I want to know the answer of every player in the game.
The first player answered 100,000. The first one is the sheep-headed man.
The amount he wrote down is not high. This guy is really misleading people.
Su Jincheng suddenly became a little wary of this sheep-headed man. It seemed that he couldn't believe a single word he said. The second player answered 500,000. The second person wrote it higher, and I don't know if he was misled by the sheep-headed man. The fourth player answered 800,000.
The amount written in the fourth digit is even higher, which seems to be induced.
The fifth player answered 80,000. The fifth person's answer was similar to what he said, and the amount he filled in showed that he was more cautious. The sixth player answered 350,000. The seventh player answered 280,000. The amounts filled in by the remaining two people are neither too high nor too low, but at a medium level.
The last 10 seconds.
The clown began to remind. When Su Jincheng saw the amount everyone filled in, he already had an idea in his mind, so he filled in 250,000. No matter how much money the gambler borrows in the end, he can ensure that he enters the second round.
Time's up. The clown announced, and the staff quickly came over and took away the blank papers that everyone had filled in their answers. Let's continue watching the live broadcast. The clown put the collected white paper on the table and reminded everyone. Another man in a black suit appeared in the video and walked up to the gambler.
Hello, sir. I see you've been standing here for a long time.
Have you lost all your money?
This person appears to be the borrower.
What's it to you? The gambler was impatient. Su Jincheng could hear their conversation, actions and expressions clearly. I'm a lender from Dashan Loan Company. Our company has a low-interest loan and can lend you money. The man in the black suit smiled and was not angry at the gambler's attitude. You have money? How much money do you have? What are the conditions for borrowing money? The gambler's eyes suddenly became excited. You can borrow as much as you want. Our company is very strong.
To borrow money, you only need your ID card and mobile phone to register.
The loan terms offered by the man in black suit were unusually accommodative. You're not a liar, are you?
The gambler did not ask to borrow money right away, but his eyes were a little wary.
You can borrow some to try first. The man in the black suit said. What about me? Borrow 100,000 first. I think you should be able to lend me this little money. The gambler thought about it. Can. No problem. Give me your phone and ID card.
The man in the black suit completed the formalities and readily handed the 100,000 yuan to the gambler.
So far,
the answers to the first round are out. The second and fourth game participants were the first to be eliminated because the difference between their answers and the amount of money borrowed by the gambler was the largest.
You can leave now. You can also continue watching the game here. Until the game is over. The Joker gave the two a privilege. I choose to stay. I choose to stay, too. The two of them had almost no hesitation. Even though they lost, they still wanted to watch. Please continue to watch the live broadcast. The Joker nodded. Su Jincheng refocused his attention on the video. After borrowing the money, the gambler turned around and returned to the gambling table. Brother Dong. I'm rich again. Another gambler nearby laughed. I'm back. I'm definitely going to make a comeback this time. Just wait and see. The gambler named Dong Ji's face turned a little red, and his eyes looked a little hot as he looked at the gambling table. Whether it was Su Jincheng or other game participants, they all watched his every move quietly. They can observe each other. But you cannot interfere with the other party. He'll lose again. The sheep-headed man took the initiative to stand up and speak. This time no one listened to him. Everyone has seen his answers in the first round, and they are very different from what he said. Every word the sheep-headed man says may be misleading. If you listen to them, you might be eliminated quickly like the second and fourth people. Su Jincheng and the remaining three people almost turned a deaf ear to the sheep-headed man's words and treated his words as air. The sheep-headed man just said this and didn't continue. He seemed to know that no one believed what he said. 100,000 seems like a lot. In fact, losing is also very fast. It doesn't take long. Brother Dawn lost all his money again. His eyes turned red again. He wants to borrow money again. This time it was the golden man who said it. Everyone began to nod. They thought so too. The clown's voice suddenly interrupted at this moment. Now I will introduce the rules for the second round of the game. The second question is, the person immediately to the left of the gambler, from the time the gambler returns to the table until the gambler loses everything, how much money did that person win or lose in total? Each participant in the game will write down their answer on a piece of paper within 2 minutes. The two game participants with the largest difference between their answers and winnings and losses will be eliminated, and the remaining 3 will enter the third round. 2 minutes. Start now. After the clown announced the rules, the timer began. The Joker's question was beyond everyone's expectations. This problem seems simple, but if you don't observe carefully and find it difficult to notice the wins and losses around you, this problem will become difficult. Mr. Clown, didn't you just say the theme was gambler's fate? Why would you ask a question that has nothing to do with gamblers? The goat-headed man objected. Who said it's irrelevant to the topic? Isn't that man a gambler? Since that man is a gambler, that fits in with today's theme. Before the clown could answer, the golden man stood up again and said coldly. Chapter 112. It's too easy. These two people seem to be in a fight today, and they always disliked each other. This kind of question is too difficult. Who would pay attention to other gamblers? The sheep-headed man shook his head, as if he was stumped. Just because you didn't notice doesn't mean others didn't notice either. That just means you're not cut out for this game. Your observation skills are terrible. The golden man said coldly again. 1 more minute. The clown ignored their argument and warned them. 1 minute? Who could possibly know that? It's over. I'm out. The goat-headed man seemed to be lamenting. Everyone looked at him, with no sympathy for the sheep-headed man. Su Jincheng looked around and the golden man seemed to be confident about this issue. The others, including him, did not pay attention to the person next to the gambler. Fortunately, he had a system. System. You heard the question just now. I want to know the winnings and losses of the person to the left of the gambler. He won 2,530 yuan. This time the system gave a positive answer. Su Jincheng breathed a sigh of relief, otherwise he would have lost. Time's up. The clown's voice fell, announcing the end of the second round of the game. The staff came over quickly again and took away the white papers that everyone had filled in their answers on. The correct amount is 2,530 yuan. The clown first announces the correct amount and then begins to announce the answers of the game participants. The first game participant's answer is 2,530 yuan. The sheep-headed man is too cunning. He said so much that everyone thought he was definitely out. But, in the end, his answer was exactly the same as the correct answer. This shows that he observes very carefully, but he deliberately says some irrelevant things. What is his purpose? He must want to disturb everyone. But since it's a game, we can't blame him. Intrigue and deception are also a way of playing the game.
The third game participant's answer is 2,530 yuan.
Su Jincheng is the third one, and his answer is of course correct as expected.
The sheep-headed man glanced at Su Jincheng. Up to this point in the game, Su Jincheng seemed to have not said a word. But this bronze man was able to enter the third round, and a hint of inexplicable vigilance appeared in his eyes. Fifth game participant, the answer is 2,530 yuan. The golden man's answer also came out, and it was also the correct answer.
The sixth player's answer is 188 yuan. The seventh player's answer is 3,500 yuan. There are 2 players left, and they are out.
After this round, 2 people were eliminated again. Their elimination was not surprising, the key was the 3 players who passed the test. The answers of these 3 people were all completely correct, which shocked several game participants who were eliminated. This shows that the remaining 3 people have equally good and powerful observation skills. This was a match between 2 evenly matched players, and everyone ended up in a draw.
The next game becomes very interesting. Who among these 3 people will be the final winner?
The clown first gestured to the 6th and 7th game participants.
You can leave now. You can also continue watching the game here until the game is over.
He also gave the 2 of them a privilege.
I choose to stay. I choose to stay, too.
They both made the same choice.
No one wanted to leave until they saw the end. Although the 20 billion yuan ticket cost made the eliminated players heartbroken. Please continue to watch the live broadcast. The Joker said quickly. Everyone turned their attention back to the video.
As expected, the gambler named Donggu opened his mouth again, ready to borrow money from the man in black suit. This time he made up his mind and decided to borrow 1 million yuan.
This gambler has become much bolder. In fact, I just said that he definitely wants to borrow as much money as possible. This is how he can make a comeback. This is the gambler's mentality. But it did surprise me that it was his first time to lend money, and he knew how to be cautious. The goat-headed man began to comment with a smile again. Everyone in the room was shaking their heads. The fate of Donggu, the gambler, seems to be doomed. The casino is a bottomless pit. He will lose everything. He will lose everything. He will end up with nothing. Just then, a woman suddenly walked in front of him. The woman was holding a child in her arms, and she slapped Donggu hard. She started crying in front of Donggu. From her crying, everyone could tell that she was Dong Ji's wife and the child she was holding was his son. In the end, she even knelt down in front of Donggu and begged him not to continue gambling. The clown's voice rang out again. Now I will introduce the rules for the third round of the game. The third round is about the gambler's final choice. Will a gambler choose to give up his family, his children, everything, and continue gambling, or give up gambling and go home with his wife? Each participant in the game will write down their answer on a piece of paper within 2 minutes. Answer correctly and you pass. Answer incorrectly and you're out. 2 minutes. Start now. The Joker's question once again caught everyone by surprise. This question seems too simple. It was so simple that no one in the room could believe it. Did I hear correctly? The one who spoke was the sheep-headed man again. He was very active today. The clown looked up at him without saying a word, his attitude saying it all. That's the problem. No changes are being made. You also have to make a choice within 2 minutes. The goat-headed man nodded. He understood what the clown meant. The host would not change the question. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he leaned back leisurely, looking very relaxed. He looked at the remaining Su Jincheng and the Golden Man, and he seemed to be enjoying the game, speaking without restraint. If I were a gambler, I would only have one choice in this situation. I will continue to gamble, and I will gamble unwaveringly. If we win, everyone will be happy. If we lose, we'll probably lose our wife and children, and maybe even our own life. There is no other way to go. Giving up means losing, and he can't afford to lose. He has already lost all the money he had, and he even borrowed 100,000. I don't know if he had borrowed money before, but he had no choice but to burn his boats and continue gambling. The goat-headed man's words echoed in the room. Even though I don't like you very much. But you should be right this time. I agree with you. If I were a gambler, I would have no other choice. Although his wife's cries are sympathetic,
they will not change his gambler's heart.
He will continue to gamble without hesitation until he loses everything and has no hope left.
To everyone's surprise, the golden man stood on the side of the sheep-headed man this time. Both seemed to think that this was the only option. Chapter 113 Acting Skills. Most of the game participants in the room who have been eliminated also hold this view.
Then, everyone looked at Su Jincheng.
The game has been going on for so long and he hasn't said a word.
Does this bronze man want to remain silent forever? Su Jincheng raised the corner of his mouth. This game is becoming more and more interesting.
Everyone seemed to care less about the game and instead were engaging in a battle of wits, hoping to outwit the others.
You two said it very well. I've been thinking about that, too. What will the gambler choose?
Based on the personality of ordinary gamblers, there is a high possibility that they will choose to continue gambling.
Su Jincheng's voice rang out in the room for the first time. I thought you would keep quiet until the game was over. It seems you agree with me. This is such a simple and boring question. It's rare for the three of us to agree on it.
I want to congratulate everyone and we will all go into the fourth round together. The sheep-headed man laughed when he heard Su Jincheng say this.
I hope the next question is a little harder. Otherwise we'll keep playing the game and there won't be a winner.
It would make the game less fun for all of us. The sheep-headed man continued, and everyone could hear that he was actually talking to the clown.
Is the game fun? Does this guy really think games are fun? We are not, we are here for the 140 billion.
The eliminated players were speechless.
One more minute.
The clown acted as if he hadn't heard anything and continued to remind her calmly.
The answer is obvious.
Everyone in the room was waiting for the third round of game time to end.
I think you misunderstood me.
I don't agree with you.
Won't this gambler choose to give up? I think this is also possible and cannot be ruled out. Su Jincheng's voice suddenly rang out again. You don't approve? Do you think the gambler will choose to give up? Ha, are you kidding me?
The sheep-headed man's voice sounded a little surprised, with a hint of sarcasm in his laughter.
Bronze man, don't be impulsive. Your voice is very youthful. I take it you are a young man? This answer seems simple, and it's actually very simple to make the choice. If you try to be unconventional and choose another answer, you will lose. This is my advice to you. I hope you can think it through. I won't harm you. The golden man's voice also sounded.
His voice was sincere, and he was trying to persuade Su Jincheng.
Judging from the golden man's behavior just now, he seems to be a kind person.
The people in the room looked at Su Jincheng again, wondering if he would accept the advice. Su Jincheng suddenly raised his hand, and applause rang out in the room.
Wonderful, really wonderful. You two really have wonderful acting skills.
It would be a shame if you didn't act.
I almost believed what you said. I think you two must really want me to make this choice, right? That way I'll be out, and the two of you can go into the fourth round side by side. Have I disappointed you a little? Su Jincheng's words stunned everyone. You said I was acting? You actually said I was acting? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. If you want to get out, if you don't agree with me, then there's nothing I can do. Your hand is your own, the pen is in your hand, and whatever answer you wish to write is your choice.
There was a hint of surprise and a hint of mockery in the sheep-headed man's voice.
Bronze man, I really do mean well. I'm not a goat-headed person. I'm not acting. Don't misunderstand me and don't let down the kindness of a kind person. I just don't want you to be eliminated so early. I don't want the sheep-headed man to win this game. I think if the two of us make it to the fourth round, we should have a better chance of winning than him. The golden man's voice was a little anxious. Seeing that Su Jincheng was a little stubborn, he tried to persuade him a few more times. The others in the room also looked at Su Jincheng. No one knew why Su Jincheng said the two were acting. They thought what the golden man said made sense, and it just depended on whether the bronze man was willing to listen. If he didn't, he might be the next one to be eliminated. You two. If I'm not mistaken, you two should know each other and you should be friends. In this game, one of you plays the good cop and the other plays the bad cop. If I hadn't told the players who were eliminated, they wouldn't have known they were tricked by you. Su Jincheng smiled faintly and revealed the true identities of the two people. No? These two people actually know each other? And we're still friends? When Su Jincheng said this, the eliminated players were shocked. Ha, your words are getting more and more mysterious. You'll say we're in collusion later. Everyone wait for the results, I don't want to talk anymore.
The sheep-headed man sneered and did not comment on Su Jincheng's words.
It seems you will let me down.
The golden man also sighed and kept silent.
No one spoke anymore. Time's up.
As the clown's voice fell, the third round of the game was announced to be over. The staff came over quickly again and took away the white papers that everyone had filled in their answers on.
The answer to this round of the game successfully aroused everyone's curiosity.
Su Jincheng's choice seems to be a different approach, and the sheep-headed man and the golden man are another choice.
Among the three, who will be the one who passes? Who will be eliminated? Most people are not optimistic about Su Jincheng.
They think young people are too conceited and always have to suffer a little loss before they learn their lesson.
This time I will announce the choices of the three of you first, and then everyone will see the answers. The Joker said.
The gambler named Donggu in the video closed his eyes and had not made a choice despite his wife's pleading.
The first player in the game, the answer is to give up gambling and go home with your wife. For the third player, the answer is to give up gambling and go home with your wife. The fifth player's answer is to give up gambling and go home with your wife. Once the Joker's announcement came out, everyone else in the room was shocked again. The choices of these three people were exactly the same. Su Jincheng naturally insisted on his choice. What the sheep-headed man and the golden man said before turned out to be all lies. They were acting and lying from the beginning to the end, trying to trick Su Jincheng into making another choice. Really? These two people actually know each other? Everything they did before was a setup. The purpose is to get everyone else out. The reversal came too quickly, catching everyone off guard, and those who were eliminated finally realized it deeply. Game. This is the game. A game of fraud and anti-fraud. Except myself. Don't believe a word anyone says. They regret it, deeply regret it. But it was too late, they were out. They are out. Chapter 114 Bikini Company. That's what I thought. Even if the gambler wanted to resist, he couldn't. He doesn't have the courage to resist. He will eventually be forced to give away his woman. The golden man said in agreement. Su Jincheng didn't say anything. What do you think? The goat-headed man looked at him. My answer is already written on paper. Su Jincheng said lightly, he didn't want to say more. You will make the same choice as us. It looks like we have to make the same choice again. This game isn't fun anymore. The goat-headed man sighed. Su Jincheng smiled but still didn't comment. The sheep-headed man tried several times, but seeing that Su Jincheng was still unwilling to speak, he gave up reluctantly. Time's up. The fourth round of the game is over. The Joker announced the choices of the three first. The statements of the sheep-headed man and the golden man were consistent with their choice. They chose the gambler to agree to the conditions. Su Jincheng. His choice is that the gambler will protect the woman. The two sides made different choices. There was interest in everyone's eyes. Who will be eliminated in this round? Who will win? Or the game ends here? The answer came out quickly. Brother Dong was lying on the ground, bleeding profusely after being beaten by those burly men. But his eyes were still on his woman. When the man in black suit walked up to his woman. When the man in black suit reaches out his dirty hands to his woman with ill intentions. Brother Dong suddenly jumped up, shook off the big men around him, and rushed to the man in black suit. He let out a roar. This is a man's roar. Just one punch. The man in the black suit had been swung into the air, and almost all of his teeth had been knocked out. Dongguo's final choice. Sudden attack. He wants to protect his woman. Fourth round of game. Su Jincheng wins. The sheep-headed man and the golden man are out. Impossible. The goat-headed man suddenly roared, with great disappointment in his eyes. How could he lose? Everything was exactly as he expected, and he had seen through the gambler. If you lose, you lose. What's impossible? The golden man can figure it out. But he still felt a little regretful. He lost 20 billion in one go. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel sad. Su Jincheng smiled. He knows Donggu better than the sheep-headed man and the golden man.
He already knew Dong Ge's previous identity from the system.
Dong Ge used to be a bodyguard and his skills were very impressive. But gambling seems to have harmed him. He gave up his bodyguard job.
Su Jincheng could tell from Dong Ge's actions just now that he would never give up his woman.
The most critical moment. He will definitely stand up and protect his woman. The answer is actually not difficult to guess.
The sheep-headed man and the golden man underestimated Dong Ge and underestimated the last blood of a man.
In the video,
Dong Ge roared, and a knife appeared in his hand, which he put on the neck of the man in black suit. He escaped with his wife and children. After seeing this, Su Jincheng stopped paying attention and didn't know whether brother Dong could escape this disaster. He took off his video glasses and felt a lot more relaxed. The video glasses are still a bit heavy when worn on the head.
This game ends here. Congratulations to the winner. Congratulations, Bronze Man.
The Joker announced the final result.
The other participants in the game left the room.
The sheep-head man and the golden man also left with regret. They missed the fourth game and lost in the end.
No matter how well you do in the beginning, all your calculations will be in vain. This is also the charm of the game. No one knows who the real winner is until the end. Congratulations, Mr. Su. You won 140 billion.
According to regulations, we have to take a commission of 20 billion. The clown did not forget to remind Su Jincheng of their rules in the end.
Another 20 billion.
Su Jincheng's mouth twitched, and he felt so distressed that he didn't want to stay in the room any longer.
Congratulations, Mr. Su.
Xiao Tan, who was waiting outside the house, saw Su Jincheng and Jiang Yilong come out, congratulated them, and then took them away. They were then taken back to the hotel.
The last time I participated in the game, I didn't get back to the room until 2 in the morning. This time it was even later, it's already 3 in the morning.
Tong Qing seemed to have gotten used to it, and there was no more anxiety on his face.
He was still waiting for Su Jincheng in the room.
I'll check my domestic account right away to see how much it is now,
Su Jincheng ordered.
Tong Qing quickly opened his laptop and entered his account number and password.
Young Master Su, there is an extra 100 billion in the domestic account. He quickly checked the account. Everyone go to bed. Su Jincheng yawned. He won 100 billion, which is equivalent to 14.3 billion US dollars.
The acquisition of Lamborghini Automobile Company cost $12.9 billion, which is equivalent to getting such a company for free in the game.
Think about it this way. Su Jincheng fell asleep happily. Su Jincheng didn't know that the news of his acquisition of Lamborghini Automobile Company was constantly fermenting in the country.
A few days have passed, and the heat has not dissipated.
It is still among the top trending searches on the internet. The internet is spreading every day. Television is also broadcasting every day. Newspapers contain countless gossips every day. Everyone is guessing who this mysterious rich man is.
Some say that the mysterious rich man is a descendant of a big family. This acquisition of Lamborghini Automobile Company is just a trial run, and there will be more shocking acquisitions in the future. Some say that the mysterious rich man is over 70 years old and just didn't want to show up in the past. He has a lot of assets both at home and abroad.
Acquiring Lamborghini Automobile Company was just to fulfill his youthful dream.
Some say that the mysterious rich woman is a very beautiful woman, and some people have seen her with their own eyes.
The key point is that this woman is still single. If you marry her, you will enjoy endless wealth and glory in your life. Others say that the mysterious rich man is not actually a person, but a group, and that this is hype from a domestic company. This is nonsense. Who would believe that a company would spend $12.9 billion on hype? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for themselves? In short, the news is spreading like wildfire.
As long as the mysterious rich man is not exposed, everyone will always be interested in him. This piece of news has become almost known to everyone, even appearing on many people's dinner tables and becoming a hot topic of conversation. Su Jincheng's mother Qingjin also heard the news from her neighbor Aunt Wang.
The next morning,
while having breakfast in the morning, Qingjin specifically mentioned this news in front of Su Zhongtian.
Lao Su, have you heard?
There is a mysterious rich man in our Xia country, and no one knows who he is.
Su Zhongtian certainly knew the news, but he didn't say anything.
He thought that Qingjin rarely paid attention to domestic affairs, so he let her show off.
This guy is really rich.
I bought a foreign car company called Bikini Motors.
Qingjin continued. Chapter 115. I want to read more. Bikini? Su Zhongtian tried to hold it in and almost stuck the chopsticks in his hand into his nostrils. Yes. I heard this bikini company is amazing. They only produce sports cars. They run really fast, faster than rabbits. Faster than a rabbit? How do you describe this? Su Zhongtian couldn't help it anymore. That's a Lamborghini, not a bikini. Do you have any education at all?
Su Zhongtian's voice became a little louder.
You think I'm uneducated? Well, Lao Su, how dare you say that to me? Qin Jin's eyes widened. You still say you are cultured? Bikinis are for women to wear. They're the kind that only cover the body very little. Once you see one, you'll want to see it again.
Su Zhongtian explained to Qin Jin.
Women's clothes? How do you know? You've seen it, and you still want to see it? Who do you see wearing it? Qin Jin was stunned, then reacted instantly. There are explanations online. You don't go online. Otherwise you wouldn't be making a fool of yourself. Su Zhongtian didn't dare to say more, for fear of getting into trouble. Online? Why is the internet full of these women's stuff?
No, you are not allowed to go online anymore, not even my son.
Qin Jin immediately felt the threat of the internet. By the way, how many days has my son been gone?
Su Zhongtian was at a loss for words and quickly changed the subject.
Son? It would be fine if you didn't say anything about your son.
This little heartless guy has never
called me.
Qin Jin's target shifted unconsciously.
Didn't you talk to my wife on the phone a few days ago?
He has a time difference there, so it might be inconvenient for him to talk to him here.
Did you ask when he would be back? Su Zhongtian asked. It seems that it will take only a few days.
I wonder if this little bastard will bring me a gift when he comes back. Qin Jin hadn't seen Su Jincheng for a few days and missed him a little.
Of course I will. If he doesn't buy it, you won't let him in. Su Zhongtian breathed a sigh of relief as the topic was successfully diverted. As for whether Su Jincheng will buy a gift to take home,
he could only hope that his son would be sensible, otherwise he wouldn't be able to save him.
After breakfast, Su Zhongtian drove out.
He didn't want to stay at home and analyze the differences between a Lamborghini and a bikini to Qin Jin.
Su Zhongtian is now skilled in driving, holding the steering wheel firmly in his hands, and has become an experienced driver.
He likes this Maybach S450L very much. Every day when he comes home, he spends half an hour cleaning the car.
He refused to help Qin Jin.
Qin Jin was so angry that she scolded him, "You might as well just live with the car."
Su Zhongtian didn't care.
He had to clean the car himself. He still remembers the first time he drove this car to show his friends and their surprised looks.
That day, everyone was shocked. The Maybach S450L is not an ordinary car. Su Zhongtian actually bought such a luxury car?
In everyone's eyes, the Su family is not rich and they just moved from the countryside some time ago.
Now it seems that everyone was completely wrong.
It's not that the Su family is poor, they just kept a low profile before.
Su Zhongtian didn't explain anything to everyone, but he was very confident. Because
this is what my son bought for himself.
This is his favorite treasure in his life. Of course, he likes his wife and son more. Su Jincheng didn't know that his mother was thinking about him at home.
But he also has to go back to Haicheng today, and has asked Tong Qing to book a flight for the morning. Song Ruoyu came here early in the morning, and only seemed relieved when she saw Su Jincheng appear.
She could tell that Su Jincheng had something going on yesterday.
But she didn't get an answer when she asked Su Jincheng, so she was still a little worried.
Su Jincheng is in trouble. Are you worried about me?
Su Jincheng saw her worry and smiled.
I'm worried about you. Song Ruoyu blushed. Then why are you blushing?
Su Jincheng pointed at her pretty face, which was bright and beautiful with a hint of blush.
I was walking too fast.
It's not September anymore, and the weather is a bit hot. Song Ruoyu defended herself and raised her hand to fan him.
You have a point. Su Jincheng didn't want to annoy her. By the way, I'm leaving today.
You need to help me keep an eye on the Yale family. If you encounter any difficult decisions, feel free to call me.
He began to talk about business. I haven't promised you yet. I was easily promoted to the position of vice president. Don't you even consider whether I can do it? Song Ruoyu glanced at him. I believe in your ability. Besides, I'm still behind you, right? If you can't bear it, I'll help you. Su Jincheng smiled. That's right. Zhang Mingwei didn't know you were leaving today. He also said he would come to the hotel to see you today. Song Ruoyu received a call from Zhang Mingwei last night. What else does he want? Didn't you hear him yesterday? Why didn't he just call me? Su Jincheng didn't expect Zhang Mingwei to come. Who knows? He might have something to ask. Maybe he just came to show up at the boss's place. Since you're here, he should respect you. Song Ruoyu didn't know either, she didn't ask yesterday. I'll call and ask. Su Jincheng was about to take out his cell phone. Let me fight. You, the big boss, called personally. I was afraid of scaring him. Song Ruoyu took out her cell phone. I'm not a monster. Why is he afraid of me? Seeing that Song Ruoyu had already dialed the number, Su Jincheng waited for her to contact him. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Mingwei was not surprised that Song Ruoyu was with Su Jincheng. He felt a little regretful when he heard that Su Jincheng was leaving today. He really wanted to talk to Su Jincheng a few more times. Su Jincheng's words yesterday had a profound impact on him. He returned to his office and thought about it for a long time, feeling very excited. When he got home, he was still thinking about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called Song Ruoyu at night. And he originally thought that Song Ruoyu would be with Su Jincheng. When Song Ruoyu told him that Su Jincheng was not with her, he was a little surprised. How could Su Jincheng bear to leave such a delicate beauty alone at home? But he only thought about this in his heart. If he said it out loud, he would be seeking death. If he loses his position as president because of this, he will cry to death. Zhang Mingwei had considered leaving Elegia before, and there were headhunting companies trying to recruit him. But Zhang Mingwei was a little hesitant at the time. He also wanted to meet Su Jincheng and see what kind of person the new boss Su Jincheng was. Now he has no such consideration at all, he will not leave the Yale family. Zhang Mingwei felt that he should follow Su Jincheng. Perhaps one day, this young man would make a stunning debut and shock the world. He believed that this day would come. Su Jincheng made a gesture, indicating that he wanted to talk to Zhang Mingwei. Chapter 116, with Huang Bingbing again. Seeing this, Song Ruoyu said something and handed over the phone. He took the phone from Song Ruoyu, and their fingers touched inadvertently. A warm feeling of the opposite sex flowed in the hearts of both of them. Song Ruoyu glared at Su Jincheng. She thought Su Jincheng did it on purpose. Su Jincheng smiled. This matter could not be explained. He exchanged a few words with Zhang Mingwei on the phone, and comforted Zhang Mingwei to work hard. As for meeting, there is no need today. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. It's not like he doesn't come to Fuller S. After all, he is the boss and he will definitely come here often. Seeing this, Zhang Mingwei said nothing more and finally wished Su Jincheng a safe journey. Hang up the phone. Tong Cheng had already packed his luggage. He signaled the time to Su Jincheng, then turned around and went out with his luggage. Su Jincheng understood that it was time to go to the airport. Then let's go. He handed the phone back to Song Ruoyu. Song Ruoyu reached out to take it, and their fingers touched slightly again. The heart-throbbing warm feeling appeared in the hearts of the two again. This time, Su Jincheng did it completely on purpose. I won't see you off. There's still a lot of things to do at the company. Song Ruoyu smiled sweetly, and a slight blush appeared on her cheeks again. She looked around and no one noticed Su Jincheng's little action. This time she didn't glare at Su Jincheng, but just raised her hand and patted Su Jincheng's clothes, brushing off the dust naturally. Her movements were very gentle. Come out of the hotel. Su Jincheng took Tong Cheng and the others to the airport, while Song Ruoyu returned to Yale's house. Neither of them looked back at each other, but they both knew that their hearts had actually turned back. On the plane, Su Jincheng came to the business class and found his seat. After sitting down, he closed his eyes. He actually didn't sleep well last night. It was impossible for him not to be excited after winning so much money in the game. So, he fell into a drowsy sleep when it was almost dawn. Moreover, Song Ruoyu came not long after I fell asleep. Including the fact that he had to take a flight today, he probably only slept for about 2 or 3 hours in total. As soon as he got on the plane, he felt sleepy. It just so happens that the more you don't want others to bother you, the more people will come to you. Mr. Su.
A voice that sounded slightly surprised, but also a little cautious and nervous, sounded beside Su Jincheng. The voice sounded familiar, and Su Jincheng opened his eyes. He saw a familiar-looking woman standing in front of him.
She looked pretty good. Who was this woman? Su Jincheng didn't think of it at first.
Mr. Su, we sat together on the last plane. The woman noticed that Su Jincheng didn't seem to remember her, so she reminded him in a low voice.
Then Su Jincheng recalled that they had met before, and coincidentally, it was also on a plane.
That's right, the last time he went from Haicheng to Shanghai, this woman was sitting next to him.
Her name?
Yes, her name is Huang Bingbing.
It's you? What a coincidence. Su Jincheng smiled, not expecting such a coincidence. Mr. Su, I didn't expect to meet you again.
We're on the same plane again.
The seats are right next to each other. Huang Bingbing smiled sweetly when she saw that Su Jincheng looked fine. What a coincidence.
Su Jincheng also found it interesting when he heard this.
Hurry up and sit down. It looks like the plane is about to take off.
Su Jincheng heard the broadcast on the plane.
Mr. Su, you don't mind, do you?
Huang Bingbing didn't sit down, but asked carefully.
Mind? What do I mind? Su Jincheng was stunned and didn't understand what Huang Bingbing meant. My agent accidentally said the wrong thing last time.
Su Jincheng only remembered it after Huang Bingbing said this. He looked behind Huang Bingbing and saw that the fat young man was not standing there, but a young girl in her 20s.
I've already quit that agent. The girl behind me is my new agent.
Huang Bingbing saw Su Jincheng looking behind her and explained.
Quitted?
Su Jincheng was just taking a look and didn't want to cause trouble for the fat young man.
People like this are prone to getting into trouble when they're around me. Huang Bingbing explained again. That's an interesting thing to say. Su Jincheng thought about it and knew that Huang Bingbing was talking to him. This matter is most likely related to me.
Huang Bingbing fired the fat young man because he offended her.
Hurry up and sit down. That's not something I mind.
Su Jincheng knew that if he didn't say this, the other party would not feel at ease.
Thank you, Mr. Su. Huang Bingbing nodded and then sat down with a hint of respect.
The agent behind her was stunned. In her heart, Huang Bingbing is a small star in China, and she still has some status and identity. The young man in front of me is actually not outstanding at all, he is just a little handsome. But when Huang Bingbing saw him, it was like a mouse seeing a cat.
This person. Is it really that powerful?
The plane took off.
Su Jincheng was just woken up by Huang Bingbing, and he was no longer sleepy.
He thought that it would only take more than an hour to get from Nanjing City to Jiangnan City, so he decided not to sleep.
If you want to sleep, wait until you get home.
Besides, sleeping on the plane is not as comfortable as sleeping at home, and sometimes it will be bumpy when encountering turbulence.
I overheard one last time. You look like a movie star? What movies have you acted in?
Su Jincheng had nothing to do anyway, and he was already acquainted with Huang Bingbing, so he just started chatting with her.
I've acted in lesser-known films. Mr. Su, please don't laugh at me. You may not have heard of it. Huang Bingbing smiled and mentioned a few movie titles. Su Jincheng looked confused, as if he had never heard of it.
I rarely watch movies. When your new movie comes out,
just tell me and I'll go take a look. He explained. Anyway, what Su Jincheng said was true.
He had indeed rarely gone to the cinema in the past 2 years.
The domestic film industry is not doing well right now.
The movies I make may not be released. I myself wanted to change my career. Huang Bingbing was not surprised, but said it with a hint of self-mockery.
Are domestic films so bad?
Su Jincheng was a little surprised, as he didn't know the current situation of domestic films.
Who said it wasn't? Foreign imported films are now having a huge impact on domestic films.
The films we make ourselves are not up to par, and there are very few good ones. Many films are made with no hope of being released, and audiences don't want to watch them.
That's the same thing with the movies I make. Huang Bingbing shook her head.
She was just a second or third tier actress and there were many things she couldn't change. I'm afraid this won't change in a short time.
We can only work hard to make a good movie.
A truly good movie will never be buried. Su Jincheng shook his head when he heard this.
Not everyone can change this current situation. Chapter 117 Acquisition of a Film Company. Mr. Su, it's not as simple as you think. A good movie must first be a successful movie. This requires a good script, a good director, good actors, good music, and good audience appeal, etc. These are things that can only be encountered by chance. Besides, if there really is such a good movie, it wouldn't be the turn of a second or third tier actor like me to act in it. Those top actors will fight over it, and I can only stand aside. Huang Bingbing said with a wry smile. That's true. Su Jincheng nodded. Although he doesn't watch movies, he still knows a little about the competition in the film industry, which can be very cruel sometimes. Many talented actors are buried or even quietly leave the circle. It's not about whether you are a good actor or not, it's not about whether your acting is good or not, it's about not having the opportunity. The film industry is so small that if you get an opportunity, you are depriving others of their opportunities. If you change careers, what are you going to do? Su Jincheng didn't want to talk about this anymore and changed the subject. I'm a woman, so of course I'm thinking about women's careers, like opening a beauty salon. Huang Bingbing smiled and said that she had actually thought about changing careers. In the past 2 years, she has been filming fewer and fewer movies, and her income has been relatively much lower. If this continues, she will soon have no more movies to shoot. If she didn't have a little fame and could still make some money, she would want to change her career now. Opening a beauty salon? That would be a shame for you. You should know something about movies. Why haven't you thought about doing something related to movies? You can start a film company? Su Jincheng asked. I can't afford it then. The little money I put in, I'm afraid it'll be gone before I even hear a sound. I'm not a super rich man. Huang Bingbing was startled. She does understand the film industry better than the average actor, but the industry is too complex and she doesn't dare to rush in. Start a film company? Huang Bingbing had never even thought about it before, not even in her dreams. You might consider it. If there's a chance. Maybe we can work together. Su Jincheng smiled. It was not that he sympathized with Huang Bingbing, but after hearing what Huang Bingbing said, he became interested in movies. Can your own film company make a good movie? Cooperate? Huang Bingbing's heart skipped a beat. Su Jincheng's meaning was very clear. Mr. Su, do you want to start a film company? Huang Bingbing's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. Starting a film company is no small feat. Mr. Su, you need to think carefully. It's a big investment. She gave some advice, but she didn't know Su Jincheng's family background. Although Huang Bingbing was a little tempted, if she really wanted to cooperate with Lin Xiao, she naturally wouldn't have to pay any money. What Mr. Lin probably needs is her understanding and experience in this industry, and he should be impressed by this aspect of her. But in Huang Bingbing's opinion, this cooperation may not be successful in the end. This Mr. Lin probably just had a sudden impulse and thought it would be easy to start a film company. Maybe he will forget about it in 2 days. Do you know anything about domestic film companies? What are the top 10 film companies in China right now? Could you please introduce me? Su Jincheng didn't know what Huang Bingbing was thinking, so he asked again. This is getting more and more serious. Huang Bingbing knew it, and she couldn't help but answer. The number 1 ranking should be Douyin Films, with a market capitalization of approximately 62.9 billion. The second place should be Shagua Film, with a market value of approximately 23.8 billion. Ranked third should be Shenguan Media, with a market capitalization of approximately 22.8 billion. She hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by Su Jincheng. Is there any possibility of selling these 3 companies? Su Jincheng asked calmly. Later, the market value became lower and lower, and he lost interest. 4. Sale? Huang Bingbing's eyes widened instantly. This is not just a few hundred yuan, this is tens of billions. The one ranked third has a market value of more than 20 billion. This Mr. Lin actually wanted to buy it as soon as he said it? Is he kidding? Mr. Su? Which one do you want to buy? Huang Bingbing asked Su Jincheng tentatively. I'll buy from whichever company is willing to sell. Su Jincheng said indifferently. With his current wealth, he could buy not only one company but all 3 of them together. But he was afraid that saying this would scare Huang Bingbing. He didn't know that he had already scared Huang Bingbing. Mr. Su, may I ask, what is your family's main business? Huang Bingbing previously thought that Su Jincheng was just a rich second generation with strong abilities. It seems that the other party is very rich now,
much richer than the average rich second generation.
This has nothing to do with my family. This is my idea and I paid for it.
Su Jincheng smiled. He didn't say much, and certainly not about his acquisitions of Fullerton and Automobili Lamborghini. In his opinion, there are some things that cannot be told to Huang Bingbing. After all, he had only met Huang Bingbing twice and he didn't know this woman. If he really wants to cooperate, he will have to find someone to investigate the other party.
Now.
He was just asking, there was no other meaning.
Your own money? Huang Bingbing was really shocked this time.
She had never heard of such a young and wealthy tycoon in the country. I started a small business,
Su Jincheng said. Is this still a small business? Huang Bingbing was speechless. If you can easily spend tens of billions to buy a company, if this is a small business, then what is a big business? Do you think it's possible to sell these 3 companies?
Seeing that Huang Bingbing didn't answer for a long time, Su Jincheng asked again.
I don't know about that. Huang Bingbing shook her head.
But I personally feel that there is little hope for the sale of these 3 companies. These 3 companies are considered golden gooses that lay eggs, and their ability to generate profits every year is also good. The film companies that really want to sell must be those that are not very profitable or even loss-making.
But she still helped Su Jincheng analyze it. Then forget it. Su Jincheng had no intention of helping those loss-making film companies. What about foreign film companies? Like those film companies in the United States? He thought about it and asked again. Beautiful country? Mr. Su, which film companies are you asking about? Huang Bingbing's eyes narrowed. Like Paramount? Like Columbia? Like Warner Brothers? Su Jincheng mentioned some names he knew. Huang Bingbing was a little speechless when she heard this. Oh my God! Is this person crazy? I have even less idea about those big American companies.
But I heard that the market capitalization of these 3 companies is at least over $80 billion. Huang Bingbing barely suppressed her shock and told Su Jincheng what she knew.
Chapter 114, another multiple choice question. Please continue to watch the live broadcast. Without the clown's reminder, everyone would focus on the video. Brother Dong opened his eyes.
He seemed to grit his teeth. He stretched out his hand as if to push his wife and child away.
What is he doing? Everyone was stunned. The gambler's choice is to continue gambling? So all 3 choices were wrong? In this case, there is no winner in this game. How should the rest of the game proceed? Will the game start over again? Then will the eliminated players still have a chance? The eyes of some of the eliminated players seemed to reveal joy. Dong Ji's hand touched his wife's shoulder. Then he took it back again. He is still hesitating. Everyone in the room was waiting quietly, waiting for Dong Ji's choice.
After hesitating for a moment, Brother Dong's hand moved. Everyone's eyes were fixed.
This time, Brother Dong should make a choice. Let's go home. This was Dong Guo's choice.
He put his hand on his wife's shoulders and helped her up. He really gave up gambling and chose to go home with his wife.
This is? Are all 3 right?
The eliminated players showed regret on their faces, and they were also confused.
How did these 3 people make such a choice? You're lucky.
The sheep-headed man looked at Su Jincheng, as if congratulating him.
Don't you have the same luck?
Su Jincheng smiled. Although he didn't know the final choice of the sheep-headed man and the golden man, his choice was not actually luck. Most of the participants in this game only know that this man named Dong Guo is a gambler, but they actually don't know much about him. No one knows about Dong Guo's previous life, Dong Guo's previous career, Dong Guo's personality, and Dong Guo's true attitude towards his family. In this situation, everyone thought that Brother Dong would choose to continue gambling.
Here is a detail. Dong Guo was slapped by his wife, but he did not fight back. This is a very small detail. But it proves that Dong Guo has not completely lost his mind. He is actually struggling and hesitating. He should know better than anyone that continuing to gamble is actually a dead end.
Su Jincheng noticed this detail, and the sheep-headed man and the golden man should have noticed it as well. But neither the sheep-headed man nor the golden man mentioned this matter.
It was as if they deliberately ignored it and did not say anything. Why did Su Jincheng say they were acting?
There is no reason why the other 2 people cannot see the details that he can see. This can only mean one thing, that they are deliberately not saying it and are deliberately misleading.
The game can't trust anyone. Su Jincheng has always done this.
Although the sheep-headed man and the golden man said a lot, he actually didn't believe a word of it. Some of the actions of these two people also make people suspect that they know each other.
The more you do something, the more flaws you reveal.
In the end, in order to win, Su Jincheng asked his system. The system confirmed his guess that the sheep-headed man and the golden man knew each other and they were friends. The sheep-headed man and the golden man thought they could hide it from everyone, but they couldn't hide it from the system. Of course the system knew it, and Su Jincheng also knew it. The only thing that made Su Jincheng regretful was that the sheep-headed man and the golden man were too cunning. Their choices were the same as mine, and the third round ended in a tie again. Everyone enters the fourth round of the game at the same time. I hope this is the last round, Su Jincheng thought.
Please continue to watch the live broadcast.
The Joker didn't introduce the rules for passing the fourth round of the game, which means the problem hasn't come out yet.
On the video, Brother Dong helped his wife up and prepared to take her away.
The man in black suit had been standing nearby, and at this moment he stopped Donggu.
When will you pay back the 100,000 yuan I lent you? He asked Donggu. Give me a week and I'll raise the money.
Donggu lowered his head and stood in front of the man in the black suit.
A week?
The man in the black suit's expression changed. His expression became somewhat ferocious, and he snapped his fingers, and a group of burly men surrounded him again.
What are you up to?
Donggu took a step back and stood in front of his wife.
It's not like I don't understand your situation. You don't have any money left in your family.
The house was sold a long time ago, and you're a pauper now. I'll give you another week, and you still won't be able to pay it back. Before Black Suit borrowed money, he had already investigated Donggu.
I'll find a way. Donggu didn't have the confidence to speak at this time. I don't believe you.
If you can believe what a gambler says, the sun will always rise in the west.
You have to pay me back now. The man in black suit said coldly. He seemed to be forcing Donggu.
I lost all the 100,000 yuan I borrowed.
You're right here, you saw it all. I can't come up with the money right now.
Donggu was so humble in front of the man in black suit that he completely lost his dignity.
Let us do this. I won't embarrass you. Your woman is pretty good looking.
Let her spend a night with me and I'll pay you the interest.
What do you think?
The man in black suit suddenly looked up and stared at the woman behind Donggu.
Dong Ji's woman, holding the child, took a step back in fear. The big men around laughed.
They saw what the man in black suit was thinking.
He was attracted to Dong Ji's woman. Dong Ji's face flushed a little and he clenched his fists. You want to hit me? Are you going to hit me? Come, I'll let you hit me.
The man in black suit came over with a playful smile.
Brother Dong didn't move. Hey! Brother, can you please talk to me? Don't be so slow. Our brother Yang has given you away. If you don't choose it, then don't blame us. It's just a woman.
She will be back at your house tomorrow, and I can't miss a piece of your woman's flesh.
The big men around were also laughing and persuading, as if this was a very small matter. Donggu was silent. Motionless. Disagree? Then call me. Beat him until he agrees. The man in the black suit said arrogantly. Brother Dong was pulled out and kicked to the ground.
A group of big men surrounded him and started beating him up.
Dong Ji's face was covered in blood and his nose was broken.
Someone even stepped hard on his stomach, but he still didn't say a word. Donggu's woman tried to save him several times, but was pulled aside by the big man. The clown's voice finally rang out. Now I will introduce the rules for the fourth round of the game. The question in the fourth round is, will the gambler choose to always protect the woman, or will he choose to agree to the conditions and give up the woman? Each participant in the game will write down their answer on a piece of paper within 2 minutes. Answer correctly and you pass. Answer incorrectly and you're out. 2 minutes. Start now. The clown asked another multiple choice question. Isn't this question similar to the previous one? If I were a gambler, I would just give up. If you don't agree, you might be beaten to death. The nature of a gambler is still to give in and be cowardly. I don't believe he can change. As soon as the clown finished speaking, the goat-headed man began to express his opinion. Chapter 119 Jincheng Company.
That's really high. Su Jincheng nodded and didn't ask any further questions. 80 billion? His own money is far from enough.
Su Jincheng currently has 145 billion in cash in domestic accounts, about 20.7 billion US dollars, and 17.1 billion US dollars in Sri Lanka Bank, totaling 37.8 billion US dollars. This amount of money may be considered a lot in China, but it is not enough for film companies in the United States and the international arena. Even if the assets of Fullerton, Automobili Lamborghini and Cloud Art Residence are included, it is still far from enough.
This means that I am still short of money. But I still have a chance. Global Monopoly game, this is your chance.
Su Jincheng believes that one day, his strength will far surpass the three major film companies in Country M and he will trample them under his feet. But it's still too far to think about these things now. He changed the subject again. The two chatted like this, time passed quickly, and the plane arrived in Haicheng.
Mr. Su, we're here.
Zhang Yilong has come over and reminded Su Jincheng.
That's all for today.
Su Jincheng nodded to Huang Bingbing and was about to leave with Zhang Yilong.
Mr. Su, please wait a moment.
Huang Bingbing said hurriedly.
Do you have anything else to do? Is there no one to pick me up at the airport? Su Jincheng stopped and looked back at her. No. Mr. Su, can I have your phone number? I can contact you if I need anything later. Huang Bingbing wants Su Jincheng's contact information. This is my fault. I forgot. Su Jincheng patted his head, then exchanged phone numbers with Huang Bingbing before leaving. Sister Bingbing, who is that Mr. Su?
Her agent Feng Yin came over. She saw Huang Bingbing's respect for Su Jincheng just now, but she had no chance to speak in front of Su Jincheng.
Don't ask around. You just have to remember. Mr. Su is not an ordinary person. Huang Bingbing warned Feng Yun. Sister Bingbing, I didn't mean to ask. I can also see that Mr. Su is not simple. You've been having trouble filming recently. I wonder if Mr. Su can help.
Feng Yun was not curious about Su Jincheng, but came over to remind Huang Bingbing.
Since she is Huang Bingbing's agent, she has to consider many things for her. This Mr. Su is not from the film industry. He can't help me. Huang Bingbing sighed and shook her head.
She went to South City to relax, but in fact, she was also affected by the filming of the movie, and she felt a little depressed and worried. But then Huang Bingbing had an idea.
Feng Yun's reminder is not without reason.
Mr. Su is not a member of the circle now, but who knows what will happen in the future. Mr. Su has the idea of acquiring a film company. If he really wants to succeed in the acquisition, then he can naturally ask him for help with some things.
Shouldn't I also put in a little more effort on this matter?
As Huang Bingbing thought about this, a thoughtful look gradually appeared on her face.
Feng Yun didn't say anything else.
She knew that just giving a reminder in front of Huang Bingbing would be enough.
Huang Bingbing will naturally consider other things. Su Jincheng got off the plane.
His first priority, of course, was to get home.
Tong Ching has already contacted a Mercedes-Benz Maybach VS 680 business luxury car to pick them up. Finally back to Jiangnan City. You should all rest at home these few days. Everyone take a few days off and spend more time with your family.
Su Jincheng said to Tong Chang and Zhang Yilong in the car. After returning to Haicheng, I felt relieved. It seemed like he only went to 2 places on this trip, but he was really a little tired. I think about all kinds of things every day, and my mind is always tense, almost never stopping for a moment.
After returning to Haicheng, Su Jincheng became lazy and didn't want to think about anything.
All he wanted now was to go home and lie down on the bed and have a good sleep for 3 days and 3 nights.
Young Master Su, you want to give yourself a few days off? Tong Ching laughed.
He could see that Su Jincheng was indeed very tired and really needed rest.
Did you figure it out? Then it's settled. After you send me back, go home. Su Jincheng also laughed. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I'll find time to rest. But there are some things we still need to put on the agenda as soon as possible. Tong Ching seemed to have some suggestions. You say. Su Jincheng didn't know what Tong Ching was going to say. Master Su, let me first make it clear that I'm not trying to be lazy. I've been following you all this time, and I can tell that you'll have more and more problems in the future. I think you need more people around you. You need to recruit some professional talents and assistants. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to handle it alone.
Tong Ching has been thinking about this for some time.
He has this feeling both in Shanghai and Birmingham.
I feel like I don't have enough time every day, so I try to arrange various things reasonably every day. Sometimes I wish I could split myself into several people, but that's impossible. If Tong Chang hadn't said it, Su Jincheng would have thought he could handle it. Su Jincheng also felt that what he said made sense. No matter how capable Tong Ching is, he is unable to handle everything in two places. He knows his own affairs, and there will indeed be more and more things to come. If Tong Ching relied on himself alone, he would be too busy to handle everything.
Okay then. It's up to you to recruit people. From now on, these newcomers will also be under your management.
Su Jincheng agreed with Tong Ching's suggestion.
Mr. Su, have you forgotten something?
Seeing that Su Jincheng only said one sentence, Tong Ching could only continue to remind him.
What did I forget? Su Jincheng looked a little confused. We also need to find an office building downtown. Rent a few offices as our office space.
Tong Ching knew that Su Jincheng was not incapable of thinking of it, he just ignored the problem for a moment.
You're right. Su Jincheng suddenly realized that this was indeed a problem.
Since we have recruited people, we have to arrange a workplace for them.
No one can be left without a place to stay. I see it this way. You should go find an office location in the next few days, and we will recruit people after the office location is confirmed. But we're not leasing it, we're buying it outright.
We will set up a new company, and all the new people we recruit will be registered under this company's name.
Let's name the company Jincheng, which means a bright future. Tong Cheng nodded, he thought Su Jincheng's arrangement was better. New company. New atmosphere. Mr. Su. This is the beginning of showing great ambition. This is a good thing for Tong Cheng.
But this way, you'll be busy again.
Maybe your rest time will be ruined too.
Su Jincheng said to Tong Ching a little apologetically.
It's okay. Mr. Su, you don't have to worry about me.
I'll manage my time properly.
Tong Ching laughed. Do you have anything else to do? Su Jincheng asked Tong Cheng again. Chapter 120. Who wants to kill me? I'm almost done with my story. Tong Ching shook his head. Then let's do as we agreed. Su Jincheng breathed a sigh of relief.
He didn't expect that as soon as he came back, things would start to become more and more complicated.
Young Master Su, wait a moment. Jiang Yilong, who rarely speaks, suddenly spoke. You have something to do too?
Su Jincheng was helpless.
Can't you just let me relax for 2 days? I need people too.
Jiang Yilong's words were simple and his request was also simple.
Who do you need? Since Jiang Yilong made the request, Su Jincheng still had to consider it. The bodyguards need to be increased. Protecting you isn't enough. Jiang Yilong said. He hopes that Su Jincheng will add a few more bodyguards. Didn't you say you were great? Su Jincheng smiled. No matter how powerful I am still a human being.
If there are many people who want to kill you and chop you into 8 pieces,
I can't protect it alone. Jiang Yilong shook his head with a heavy expression. This? Can you speak properly? Who the hell wants to kill me? You want to chop me into 8 pieces? Su Jincheng was a little puzzled when he heard this, and thought to himself, I don't seem to have any deep hatred with anyone. In Shanghai, the Sun family will definitely not kill me.
I gave them 10 billion for free, they wouldn't turn against me so quickly.
Over in Birmingham, Eagle Country? Little Prince of Ball? It can't be him, we have a good relationship. Prince Heideler?
It's just a Lamborghini Veneno, our hatred is not that deep.
Princess Juliet? That's even more impossible. The little princess of the Eagle Kingdom's royal family is not that vicious.
Besides, I promised to help her build a new car. Su Jincheng racked his brains but couldn't figure out who would kill him. In the end, he could only look at Jiang Yilong helplessly. You say? Who wants to kill me? Su Jincheng asked Jiang Yilong. He didn't know whether Jiang Yilong had heard any news that was unfavorable to him from somewhere. I'm just taking precautions in advance. Jiang Yilong's words made Su Jincheng breathe a sigh of relief. That means no one wants to kill me. Isn't it too early to recruit now? Do you want to wait a little longer? Su Jincheng thought that having Jiang Yilong by his side was enough for now.
He didn't want to be surrounded by a group of bodyguards wherever he went. That kind of life is a bit scary to think about. Johnny Lone's face was serious. He didn't think so. He had begun to sense unknown dangers from various things that Su Jincheng did. Now Su Jincheng is still hiding behind the scenes and not appearing in the public eye. But some of the things he did were already known to the public. For example, he spent $15 billion to acquire Fullerton. For example, he spent $12.9 billion to acquire Lamborghini Automobile Company. The public is actually very interested in Su Jincheng. They really want to know who is doing these things. Domestic paparazzi are also interested in this matter. They are also frantically investigating and trying to find out who Su Jincheng is. After all, the truth cannot be hidden. One day, Su Jincheng will be exposed to the public. By that time, many people will be paying attention to Su Jincheng, and it will be too late to make safety preparations. As a billionaire, Su Jincheng has so much money that it is impossible for him not to attract envy. What's more, Su Jincheng is not alone, he has his own family. Of course, his family also needs to be protected secretly. It is inevitable that someone will plot against Su Jincheng or his family and want to make a fortune from him. There are people in this world who dare to take risks. When people are crazy and extremely poor, kidnapping and extortion are bound to happen. At that time, they were in the open and others were in the dark, which made it difficult to guard against them. Even with 24-hour precautions, it is not necessarily impenetrable and various loopholes may appear. Another one. Whenever Su Jincheng played Monopoly, Johnny Long would be by his side, and every time he could feel the danger hidden in this game. This is Johnny Long's intuition, his intuition as a bodyguard. But all this. Su Jincheng didn't feel anything and didn't notice anything. It was impossible for Su Jincheng to give up the game. The huge profits in it deeply attracted him. Johnny Long also needs to take precautions during the game. He does not trust the organizer of the game, and this also requires manpower to cooperate with him. How many people do you want? Seeing that Johnny Long insisted, Su Jincheng did not refuse. He also doesn't want anything to happen to himself and his family. It's always better to be cautious. Driver, musician, doctor, actor, boxer, hacker, gambler. 7 people in total. Johnny Long said. Are these the people you're looking for? Driver, you might as well come to me. I can drive, too. Su Jincheng wanted to laugh a little. He felt that Johnny Long's request for someone was very strange. I don't want a real driver. Johnny Long said seriously. Those are their nicknames. This man, nicknamed the driver, can drive anything that moves, from cars, yachts, and motorcycles to airplanes, tanks, and trains. If you can do this, Mr. Su, I can also do without him. Johnny Long obviously didn't want the driver that Su Jincheng imagined. This? Su Jincheng paused. Who among ordinary people can do this? Whose driver is so awesome? Johnny Long's requirements are really high, not just high, but almost reaching the ceiling. What about the other nicknames? Su Jincheng began to become curious about the people Johnny Long needed. If the driver is so awesome, the others certainly can't be bad. A musician, skilled in a variety of instruments, including violin, piano, flute, trumpet, guitar, bass, and saxophone. He is proficient in all of them and masters them all. A doctor specializing in a wide variety of difficult and complicated illnesses, including external injuries, internal injuries, scalds, burns, fractures, broken bones, brain nerves, and internal bleeding. He's knowledgeable and expert in all of them. An actor who excels at all kinds of complex performances, young and old, male and female, loyal and treacherous, evil and foolish, happy and angry, sad and joyful. He can play any role and be convincing. He is proficient in everything. A boxer, skilled in all kinds of boxing, all kinds of kung fu, all kinds of grappling and fighting, straight punches, swinging punches, hooks, swords, spears, sticks, knees, elbows, locks and thrusts. He is proficient in all of them and masters them all. A hacker, skilled in all kinds of electronic tactics, including information bombs, denial of service attacks, network monitoring, file interception, password cracking, remote attacks, and lightning intrusions. He's proficient in everything. A gambler, skilled in all kinds of gambling techniques, roulette, blackjack, poker, pai gow, marbles, bone sticks, Texas Hold'em. He's proficient in all of them. Johnny Long introduced with an expressionless face. What do these people you're looking for have in common? Su Jincheng became more and more curious. He felt that these people had nothing in common with each other. Everyone has different professions and different jobs. How can we cooperate with each other? They have only one thing in common. They can all kill people. They can make people disappear from this world silently. Zhang Yilong paused and said in a deep voice. Have they all killed anyone? Su Jincheng's expression froze. Chapter 121 Nickname, Straight Man. They've all killed people. Including me, I have killed people too. Zhang Yilong had no intention of hiding anything. Who were you before? Who are they? I need to know this.
Su Jincheng had to ask, otherwise it would be difficult for him to keep Zhang Yilong. The bodyguard around me has killed someone, this is no small matter. Tong Chang looked at Zhang Yilong worriedly. He had never heard Zhang Yilong talk about these things. Zhang Yilong also knew that if he wanted to gain Su Jincheng's trust, he had to tell him everything that had happened in the past. I used to be a soldier and was once the captain of a special forces team. They were all my soldiers, my comrades. We have killed people, but I guarantee they were not good people. This special forces team made a major mistake and was disbanded. Everyone's life is not very good after retirement, I want to bring them back. He didn't explain it in detail, but Su Jincheng understood it. Su Jincheng was a little moved when he heard Zhang Yilong's introduction just now, and now he has no doubts anymore. These people should all be elites. Others don't dare to have it, but they want it themselves. Having them as bodyguards will only benefit you, not harm you. In that case, you notify them. Everyone. I want both. Su Jincheng nodded in agreement. Zhang Yilong didn't say much and just picked up his phone. He started making calls. Where are you? I have a job here. I think it suits you. After 3 sentences, he hung up the first call. Then. Second call. Where are you? I have a job here. I have to suit you. It's the same 3 sentences. Soon. Zhang Yilong notified 6 people, but no one answered the 7th call. Gambler. No contact. His phone number should be changed. After Zhang Yilong put down his phone, he said to Su Jincheng. Are you done with the notification? Su Jincheng looked at him. The other 6 should report in soon. It's just that the gambler can't be found. There was still a hint of regret in Zhang Yilong's voice. This is too fast. I thought you were going to go to a few places yourself. Su Jincheng never expected that Zhang Yilong could settle everything with just one phone call. He looked at Tong Cheng and found that this person was much more efficient than Tong Cheng. Tong Cheng shook his head. He couldn't compare with Zhang Yilong. Zhang Yilong knew these people, but the person he wanted was a complete stranger. That's not necessary. Science is so advanced now, it's so easy to just make a phone call. Besides, running to find them is a waste of effort and legs, it's not worth it. Zhang Yilong said. The corners of Su Jincheng's mouth twitched a little. What he said was too direct and too true. That's right. What's your nickname? I forgot to ask. Su Jincheng suddenly remembered that since Zhang Yilong's former subordinates all had nicknames, he should also have a nickname. Zhang Yilong looked up at Su Jincheng. Silence for a long time. Finally spoke up. Straight Man. This is Zhang Yilong's nickname. Around noon. A yellow-top taxi was parked outside the community. A driver with an ordinary face had just finished lunch and was sitting in the driver's seat, waiting for customers. The lunch he had was not good, but he was satisfied because it didn't cost much. He has to save his money for his family's medical treatment and cannot spend too much on himself, so he is very frugal every day. At this time of day, there are always people coming out of the community to take a taxi, and this has almost become a fixed waiting spot for him. After a few minutes, he saw a mother and daughter coming out. The driver frowned when he saw them. This mother and daughter also liked to take taxis, but they were also a bit difficult to deal with and liked to complain about the drivers. They will complain if they are dissatisfied with anything. The driver had a good service attitude, but he had been complained about 4 or 5 times by the mother and daughter. He didn't want to give the mother and daughter a ride, but they had already opened the back door and got in. Drive to the supermarket. The older woman in her 40s said to the driver. What does it smell like? This car stinks. Her 20-something daughter covered her nose. Smelly? The driver sniffed and there was no smell.
Did you just smoke?
The older woman also sniffed it and suddenly asked in a sharp voice.
This was from the last customer.
He took a few puffs and then I asked him to put it out. The driver then remembered that he had given some advice at that time.
Previous one? How do I know if it was you who smoked it?
The daughter seemed very unhappy.
Then file a complaint. Let these stinking men smoke. The older woman said. It's not my fault.
The driver scratched his head helplessly. If he received another complaint, the company would deduct money from him this month. He doesn't earn much money, and a large part of it is spent on his family's medical treatment.
We don't care about that. Someone was smoking in the car. That's your problem.
The mother and daughter refused to give in, and the daughter picked up her phone and started complaining.
The driver's phone rang. He lowered his head and looked at his phone. Then,
his eyes seemed to light up. This was a phone call that was deeply engraved in his memory, and he never answered it again after retiring. But when they retired, the captain once said that this call was to call them back to the team and return to Group 10.
10 groups.
He hadn't remembered the team's former name for a long time.
The driver sighed a little and answered the phone. Hurrah!
How dare you use your cell phone while driving?
I'm going to complain.
I'm going to make it impossible for you to drive a taxi. The mother and daughter were even more furious when they saw the driver answer the phone. The taxi did not start. The driver was just listening. The other party said 3 sentences, and he only responded with one word, okay. The other party hung up the phone immediately.
You must apologize today. Otherwise, don't even think about driving in the future.
The roars of the mother and daughter came to my ears. The driver turned slowly. He looked at the mother and daughter, smiled, then took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it.
Blowing smoke rings from his mouth.
He said 3 words to the mother and daughter.
Get out. What did you say? Can you say that again?
The mean mother and daughter couldn't believe their own duo and were going crazy.
If you don't get out of here, I'll kill you.
The driver's eyes were a little sharp and murderous. The mother and daughter suddenly stopped talking and fled out in panic. My daughter tripped over the car door and fell flat on her face. The driver then leisurely shifted gears, started the car, and drove away. The cold wind from outside the window blew on his face. The driver hummed a popular tune and drove the taxi around the street.
He didn't pick up any passengers that day.
He never stops no matter who beckons him.
He drove today just for fun.
From now on, he refused to pick up any passenger.
Reason: he will never drive this crappy taxi again. He's going to see the captain. Chapter 122 Female Doctor. In the office. A manager is scolding his subordinates. Take a look. Take a look at your performance this month. Any dog you can replace would be better than what you did.
The subordinate lowered his head and said nothing, as if he was used to being scolded.
How do others do it? How did you do it? Can't you just please your customers?
The manager continued to scold.
The phone rang.
The manager took out his cell phone, but it wasn't his.
My phone. The subordinate whispered and picked up his phone to look at it. I'm talking.
No cell phones allowed. The manager said immediately. The henchman looked at his phone and saw the number on it.
His eyes lit up.
He had been in the company for several years, and for the first time he disobeyed his manager. He answered the phone and put it to his ear.
Didn't you hear what I said? Hang up the phone. Are you going to listen or not?
The manager suddenly lost his temper. The man hung up the phone and looked up.
I quit, he said calmly to the manager. What did you say? Such a good job? You're not doing it anymore, are you crazy?
The manager started to curse. The man suddenly kicked out, and the manager was kicked by him, and his heel stepped on the manager's fat pig face.
Fuck you, you fat pig. I've put up with you for so long. If I say I won't do it, then I won't do it. If you dare to say another word, I will throw you off the building today. A defiant expression suddenly appeared on his face.
This was an expression he had never had before. The him before was not the real him. The manager didn't dare to say a word.
This is the 19th floor. If you are thrown down, there is no way you will survive. He just thinks that the guy in front of him is crazy. The subordinate suddenly laughed, and laughed very happily. He laughed all the way and walked out of the company amid everyone's horrified eyes. Here. He won't be coming back. His nickname is Actor. In the coffee shop. A man is playing the piano. He sat there very calmly. He plays the piano very well and his fingers are very nimble. He played very seriously and the music he played was very nice. He closed his eyes slightly, as if he was enjoying himself alone. Customers in the cafe. No one listened to him play the piano. Everyone is playing with their phones. Everyone ignored him. The man continued playing until the phone rang. This is a very special ringtone that the man has only set for one phone number. This number almost never rings, but it rang today. The man sighed slightly, stopped and picked up his phone. Still no one noticed him. Only the owner of the cafe frowned slightly. He looked at the man and thought, I asked you to play the piano, not to answer the phone. But the cafe owner didn't go over to blame him. There was only one reason, he could no longer hire such a cheap pianist. The man quickly hung up the phone and sat quietly on the piano bench for a moment. Then he stood up. Bow forward. There were no guests there, but in the man's eyes, it seemed to be full of spectators. He was taking his final bow. The man left the cafe with an elegant pace, under the surprised eyes of the cafe owner. He won't be coming back either. His nickname is the Luthier. Hospital. Emergency room. A female doctor wearing a mask is treating a patient. She was very patient and asked about the patient's condition in great detail. The family members were anxiously asking about the patient's condition. The female doctor patiently comforted the family and told them that the condition was not serious and only required intravenous treatment and would get better in a few days. The patient and his family expressed their gratitude while watching the female doctor prescribe infusion medicine on the computer. At this time, a man wearing a large gold chain walked in from outside the emergency room, holding his stomach. Doctor, I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. Men with big gold chains have strong stamina and don't seem to have any problems. Please wait a moment. The female doctor nodded at him and continued to prescribe medicine for the previous patient. Hurry up, I feel uncomfortable. The man with the big gold chain grabbed the patient in front of the female doctor, pushed him off the stool, and sat down himself. Please respect the other patients. The female doctor said dissatisfiedly. Respect? I've never known what respect is since I was a child. The man with the big gold chain looks like a nouveau riche. He raised his hand and stopped a finger in front of the female doctor. You. It's not worthy of the respect of labor and management. Isn't it just a doctor? Hurry up, or I'll complain to you. The man with the big gold chain spoke in a haughty voice. The female doctor looked up again. She looked at the man with the big gold chain. Then he extended a hand. Gently pinch the finger of the man with the big gold chain that is pointing at you. In the strange eyes of the man with the big gold chain. With a click. Twist it off. The man with the big gold chain had his fingers twisted off and he fell to the ground screaming. Amid the patient's stunned gaze, the female doctor calmly walked out of the emergency room. She walked to the door of the doctor's duty room, saw that there was no one outside, and pushed the door open and went in. There was a woman of about the same size as her, tied up on a chair with a towel stuffed in her mouth. The woman looked at the female doctor in horror as she came in. I don't mean to put the blame on you. But I might have gotten you into trouble today. The female doctor apologized to her. The woman opened her eyes wide and struggled, as if she was about to break free from the ropes that bound her. But I don't think they will wrong you. After all, you didn't do this. You have to believe that they will give you justice. The female doctor reached out and slapped the woman on the neck, knocking her unconscious. She sighed. What bad luck! I just saw 2 patients and I'm not satisfied yet. I haven't treated anyone in a long time. I wanted to come to the hospital to have some fun, but I ended up running into this jerk. Why don't you control your temper? The female doctor took off her white coat while feeling annoyed. She just borrowed it to wear. It belonged to the woman who was knocked unconscious. This woman was the real emergency room doctor. I can't stay here any longer. Someone will be here soon. It's still not too late to get out now. The fake female doctor muttered to herself. She quickly left the doctor's duty room.
There was no one outside the duty room, but she still wore a mask and walked straight out of the hospital. Walking to a secluded corner, she finally stretched out her white arms and took off her mask. She took a deep breath, revealing a delicate face full of oriental beauty. The fake female doctor has a high nose bridge that looks very straight, beautiful facial features, and a heroic look on her face. She looks very capable. At this moment she frowned slightly and seemed unhappy. The appearance of the man with the big gold chain spoiled her mood. The phone rang. Her expression shifted slightly.
Wait until you hang up the phone.
Her expression brightened.
10 groups are coming back.
She hadn't seen those comrades for a long time. A smile played at the corner of her mouth.
Walking out from the secluded corner, into the bustling crowd. Her nickname is Doctor. Chapter 123 Hackers and Boxers. In the room.
A man wearing glasses browses the news on his computer.
His phone rang.
The man glanced at it casually, and the phone number looked unfamiliar. But he still answered the call.
Hello? Excuse me, are you Mr. Xia?
A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone, and her Mandarin didn't sound very standard.
It's me.
The man said calmly, but a smile appeared on his lips.
I'm an employee of Longhua Bank. We just discovered something unusual in your account during a routine check.
We're really sorry, but we may have to freeze your account and all your funds will be frozen. The woman stated her purpose. The man sat up straighter and his hands began tapping on the keyboard. At the same time, he quickly switched his phone to earphones, which made it more convenient for him to operate with both hands.
What should we do then? I still have a lot of money in my account? I have to pay back my loan soon. If you freeze my account, I won't be able to withdraw any money.
The man's voice seemed a little panicked. But his hands were steady, typing slowly on the keyboard, calling up one program after another, filling the entire screen. The screen began to search rapidly to locate the other party's position.
Mr. Xia. Don't worry, we have a way to help you solve it.
The woman on the other end of the phone comforted her.
What method? Help me solve it quickly. I don't want my account to be frozen.
When the man heard this, he seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and spoke hurriedly.
Mr. Xia. Our bank will provide you with a temporary account. You can transfer the money in your account to the temporary account now. Our bank will hold the money for you first. If you need money, you can withdraw it from the temporary account.
The woman introduced what seemed to be a good solution.
That's a good idea, I agree. I just don't know if it's too late. Didn't you say you were going to freeze the account right away?
The man said with a happy tone, but soon became a little worried. He looked at the screen and found that the other party's location had been found.
There seemed to be a computer over there.
The man moved his hands, and the program switched again.
This time he began to call the intrusion program. Mr. Xia, there's still time. Our bank is also willing to help customers. We have given you 5 minutes to proceed. The woman deliberately slowed down her tone. Okay then. Tell me the temporary account number and I'll transfer the money right away. The man pretended to be happy.
The program had already invaded the screen, and he could even see the screen on the other party's computer.
Mr. Xia, please remember that the temporary account is XXXXXXXX and the name is XXX. Let me repeat, the temporary account is XXXXXXXX and the name is XXX. Mr. Xia, do you remember clearly? The woman asked patiently. No, wait a moment. I'm a bit slow. Say it again, I didn't hear you clearly.
The man reached out and swept a glass off the computer desk to the ground.
Yee-la! The glass broke.
Mr. Xia, don't worry, we still have time. The woman seemed to have heard the noise from his side and hurried to comfort him.
Okay. Thank you. Your bank's service is really thoughtful.
The man was talking while his hands were moving very quickly.
He kept tapping on the keyboard. A text message came on my phone. 23,000 yuan has been successfully transferred into your Longhua Bank account. This is the money in the other party's account. The man took a look. Poor bastard. You don't even have any money, yet you come to cheat people. He logged out of the other person's computer in disappointment. Mr. Xia, have you transferred the money? Our bank doesn't have much time left.
The woman on the other end of the phone began to urge.
Not good. Our account was hacked. All the money is gone. The man operating the computer next to the woman suddenly shouted. She worked so hard for so long but didn't make a penny, and even her own money was gone. Who the hell is this? If I find out, I'm going to kill him. The woman finally cursed. She didn't know that the person she had just spoken to was the one she wanted to kill. Hearing this, the man smiled and hung up the phone. He could imagine the other party's frustration and shrugged his shoulders. Whoever cheated him would be in trouble. The phone rang again. The man lowered his head and wondered if he was going to get rich. Then, he saw a familiar number. After the call was connected, the man laughed. 10 groups. He is coming back. His nickname is Hacker. Boxing match. A big boxer makes his final stand in the ring. His face was covered in blood and he had been forced into a corner by his opponent. There was no place to retreat behind him, and in front of him was a strong and fierce opponent. The boxer had been knocked down several times, but he finally managed to stand up. His opponent was already disdainful, thinking that such an opponent was too weak. What's the use of being tall? You can't withstand a beating at all. The opponent shook his head and raised his hands to give the boxer a powerful blow. He wanted to rest. With this punch, the fight would probably be over. Just then, the bell rang, marking the end of the second round, and the fighters barely made it back to their positions. Persist in 2 more rounds. We'd win a ton of money. The boxer's agent whispered behind him. This was the boxer's 111th defeat. Almost no one was optimistic about him, and the audience was betting that he would lose within 3 rounds. Only the agent and the boss know the boxer's powerful strength. The boxer nodded. His expression was indifferent. He almost vomited from such competitions. He could obviously win, but unfortunately his boss required him to lose every game. Damn it! If I were still the same as I was back then, who would dare to mess with me? The boxer quietly clenched his fists. The phone rang. The agent took out his cell phone. Why is it your phone? He was a little surprised that no one seemed to have ever looked for him as a boxer. Give me. The boxer held out his hand. The agent hesitated for a moment, but still gave him the phone. The boxer took the phone and saw a familiar number. His heart suddenly started pounding. The call is connected. The boxer laughed. He laughed like a child. Round 3. The boxer stood up. His opponent also stood up. The two faced each other. The opponent looked at him with disdain and spat to the side. The boxer smiled. The game begins. 1 punch. Bihan is over. He jumped off the ring. Are you crazy? Who told you to do this? The agent rushed over to him frantically. This punch from the boxer will directly bankrupt the boss. I never like match fixing. This was his last game. He knocked out his opponent. His nickname is Boxer. Chapter 124. The tofu is spoiled. Su Jincheng didn't know what his new bodyguard would be like. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He returned to his home. When they arrived at the door, they drove Tong Chang and Zhang Yilong away. In his words, I need to have a good rest for 2 days. Please don't disturb me unless it's important. On the way home, Su Jincheng did not forget to go to the storage room to retrieve his luggage. This matter needs to be forgotten. Mom Qingjin will definitely be furious. After everything was done and nothing was left out, Su Jincheng walked into the house. I'm back. Qingjin is in the kitchen. Why didn't you call me when you came back? She heard Su Jincheng's voice and poked her head out of the kitchen. There was joy in his tone, but also a hint of complaint. Didn't I want to give you a surprise, Mom? Su Jincheng dragged the luggage bags with a grin on his face. The 2 bags were really heavy, and he also brought back gifts. I don't need a surprise. You suddenly came back and I still have to go buy groceries. Qingjin originally prepared dinner only for herself and Su Zhongtian. Now that her son is back, of course she has to prepare delicious food for him. She looked at the luggage bag Su Jincheng was carrying. Why is this luggage bag almost the same as when I left? Qingjin was a little confused when she said this and was about to come over to check. Mom! I brought you some gifts when I came back, and I also stuffed them in my luggage bag. It looks pretty much the same as when we left.
Su Jincheng hurriedly took 2 steps at a time and dragged the luggage bag back to his room. If his mother were to rummage through his luggage, she would definitely notice that he hadn't touched anything inside.
I have to take out everything in my luggage bag later to avoid my mother noticing anything wrong. Just come back, no need to buy any gifts.
You're tired from the flight, so just rest at home for a while.
I'm going out to buy groceries.
After hearing what Su Jincheng said, Xinjin didn't really check the luggage.
Mom, stop busying yourself. Just eat something casually tonight. I'm very sleepy now and just want to sleep.
Su Jincheng advised. Xinjin wouldn't listen to him and left in a hurry.
Su Jincheng was really sleepy.
He put his luggage in his room, reluctantly took out some clothes and put them back in the closet, then fell asleep on the bed. He slept until night, and when Su Jincheng opened his eyes again, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening.
Su Jincheng got up from the bed yawning and walked out of the room.
His father Su Zhongtian had already returned and was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. When Su Zhongtian heard Xinjin say that his son was sleeping, he did not go into the room to disturb his son. He saw Su Jincheng coming out and asked with a smile,
"Dad." Su Jincheng shouted and went back to the bedroom. "Don't sleep anymore. If you sleep any longer, you won't be able to sleep at night," Su Zhongtian said from behind. "No. I'll get the toiletries." Su Jincheng had no intention of continuing to sleep. After washing up, Xinjin had prepared dinner. The family sat directly at the dining table. "Son,
Mom bought fresh tofu especially for you and made your favorite tofu balls.
Try it."
Xinjin picked up a tofu meatball and put it in Su Jincheng's bowl.
"Why does it smell sour?"
Su Jincheng sniffed and smelled a sour taste before he even ate it.
"Impossible? I just bought some fresh tofu." Xinjin looked at Su Jincheng suspiciously.
She has had sinusitis these days and has difficulty smelling.
"Lao Qin, this tofu is really bad. I can't eat it anymore. Pour out the tofu balls."
Su Zhongtian also picked up a tofu ball with chopsticks, and he also smelled the sour taste.
"This dish is really inedible, what a pity. This dish takes some time to make."
If the son spoke alone, Xinjin might still be suspicious. But Su Zhongtian also said so, and Xinjin could no longer doubt her husband. Since both of them said so, the tofu balls were indeed inedible.
"Never mind. There are so many dishes, just dump the tofu balls."
Su Jincheng saw that his mother looked unhappy and thought that she felt sorry for the tofu she had spent money on. Old people are usually very frugal. Xinjin slapped the table, startling both Su Jincheng and Su Zhongtian.
"Never mind? I won't let it go. This is the fresh tofu I bought for 8 yuan.
I'm going to settle the bill with Yelegia." Xinjin's face was full of anger. She went to Yale's house specifically to buy fresh tofu for her son, but unexpectedly encountered spoiled food.
"Gagaku family?"
Su Jincheng's hand froze in the air, and his expression suddenly became a little strange.
"Yes. I think the quality of Yale's food should be more assured. I went there specifically to buy it for you." Xinjin became furious when she thought of this. It's reasonable for Yelegia not to sell spoiled food. Did you forget to put it in the refrigerator when you came back? It's too hot in this weather. It will spoil if you're not careful.
Su Jincheng thought about it and was afraid that there might be some misunderstanding here.
He still couldn't believe that Yelegia would dare to sell spoiled food.
No one in such a large supermarket would dare to do that.
Your mother isn't that old yet. Your mother isn't senile yet.
I remember it clearly.
I put it in the refrigerator as soon as I got home. Xinjin glared at Su Jincheng. She has been in the kitchen for so many years, how could she not know this common sense? She would remember it without being reminded. Eat first. Let's talk after dinner, Su Zhongtian said from the side, trying to persuade Xinjin not to be so angry. I'm so angry. What else to eat?
No, I'm going to go find the Yale family now and ask them clearly. Xinjin stood up angrily, picked up the bowl of tofu, and found the tofu packaging bag.
Now I have to go out and find Yelegia.
Mom, I'll go with you. Seeing that his mother was about to leave angrily, Su Jincheng also stood up. He couldn't let his mother go to Yale's house alone. Although Yale's house is now his own, no one here knows him, let alone his mother. Su Jincheng was worried that his mother would quarrel with the people in the Yale family, and it would be bad if she got angry. Another thing is that he also wanted to go and see whether this piece of tofu was sold by Yalegia. If it was really Yalegia that was selling spoiled food, then he would have to take ruthless action. He must definitely fire the manager of this store and hold him accountable for legal consequences.
I'm going too. Su Zhongtian and Su Jincheng had the same idea, worried that their spouse would suffer if they went alone. I've trusted Yalegia for so many years. It's very disappointing to me.
If Yale is really selling spoiled food, I will definitely find a TV station to expose it. Although her husband and son were with her, Qingjin was still very angry.
Su Jincheng stood aside, not knowing what to say. Just because the Yale family belongs to your son, why don't you stop making a fuss? He couldn't say anything about it. Never mind. Let us talk about it when we get to Yale's house. Chapter 125 New Boss. The family of three found the after-sale service center of Yalegia. A little girl did not dare to neglect after hearing Qingjin tell her the purpose of their visit. He quickly notified a manager in charge of food sales to come over. Hello, Auntie.
A female manager in her 30s came over.
Look at this.
This is the tofu you sell. I bought it this afternoon, and it went bad by the evening. Qingjin took out the tofu packaging bag to prove that she bought it here. Auntie, the tofu here has all passed food quality inspection.
There's no way we're selling spoiled food. Did you not put it in the refrigerator when you returned?
The female manager also suspected that the hot weather was the reason at the first moment. My mother put it in the refrigerator when she got home.
Su Jincheng said something from the side. Isn't that strange? What's the problem?
We've been selling tofu for so long, and no one has ever come back to us because the tofu has gone bad.
The female manager glanced at Su Jincheng and couldn't understand the reason for a moment. You mean it's my fault, right? The problem lies with your Yale family. Don't try to deny it.
Qingjin thought the female manager wanted to shirk her responsibility and became increasingly unhappy, her voice becoming louder.
What's going on?
A dark and fat middle-aged man walked over.
Manager Fang.
This lady said the tofu sold in our supermarket has gone bad. I checked the tofu in the supermarket before I came here and found nothing wrong.
The female manager introduced. Is this fat black guy the store manager? His last name is Fang? Su Jincheng looked at Manager Fang and said nothing.
After listening to the introduction, Manager Fang casually looked at the people in front of him.
He didn't recognize the elderly couple in front of him, but why did the young man look familiar to him?
Manager Fang pretended not to notice and glanced at Su Jincheng again, and he still looked familiar.
This?
His heart suddenly shook, and then started beating wildly. Manager Fang has a very good friend at the Yale headquarters. The friend had a photo of the new boss that he had accidentally taken, and although he didn't reveal it to the reporter, he let him see it. The young man in front of me.
Exactly the same as the person in the photo. Manager Fang is a bit silly.
He realized that the young man standing in front of him with a calm expression was 99% likely to be his new boss.
Cold sweat began to break out on his back. Are there people in this world who look the same? Of course. Twins look alike. But that's the same thing as the new boss, we're all family anyway.
There are strangers who look alike, but the chance of running into such a person is actually very small.
Manager Fang didn't dare to treat Su Jincheng as a stranger.
He had already decided in his heart that Su Jincheng was the new boss.
What now?
The supermarket was also lucky. There were so many people to sell the spoiled food to, so they sold it to the new owner's mother. This is more serious than offending the new boss, much more serious.
Wrong.
Supermarkets never sell spoiled food. As the store manager, Manager Fang is very clear about this. He has always been very strict about the quality of goods, and he will severely punish any defects. But now is not the time to investigate the cause of spoiled food. The most urgent task is to calm the old lady, make her happy, and calm her down. If you make the old lady angry, no matter how right you are, it will become unreasonable and you will have to pack up and leave. After all, Manager Fang has been a supermarket manager for many years and has rich experience in this area.
He immediately thought of the key point. He knew he couldn't stand there any longer and act stupid, because the new boss was watching him. Your every move and every performance are related to whether you can keep your job and your future room for advancement. Manager Fang moved. Hello, Auntie, I understand everything. My last name is Fong, and I'm the manager of the supermarket.
Regarding this matter, I would like to sincerely apologize to you, Auntie.
No matter what, this is definitely the supermarket's responsibility. We will never shirk responsibility. Don't worry, Auntie. We will get to the bottom of this matter and give you an explanation.
He walked up to Qin Jin and bowed solemnly.
That's more like it. That's what I said. It must be your Yale family's fault. Xiao Hei, let me tell you, I am not unreasonable. Qin Jin's expression softened a little. Auntie, my last name is Fong.
Manager Fong's expression twitched, and being called Xiao Hei made him feel a little uncomfortable. The dog in his family is called Xiao Hei.
Oh. I see, your last name is Fong.
Xiao Hei, since you are the manager of this store, you must take responsibility for it.
Food quality is not a small issue, it's something you eat. Think about it, if your family ate something spoiled like this, would you be angry?
Qin Jin nodded and continued. She called out Xiao Hei and Manager Fong's face twitched, and he accepted his fate.
I feel very aggrieved.
All right. You said my name is Xiao Hei, so I'll call myself Xiao Hei.
Auntie, I know everything you said. It makes a lot of sense. I usually have very strict requirements on product quality. I must investigate today's incident. I will not let anyone off lightly if he makes a mistake.
Manager Fong said this to Qin Jin on the surface, but in fact he said it to the young people behind her and to the big boss behind her, Su Jincheng. He stole a glance and saw Su Jincheng standing behind him without saying a word, his expression still calm.
Manager Fong was a little panicked. I have apologized so sincerely, are you satisfied or not? You need to check it out carefully.
I used to love shopping here.
This incident really disappointed me.
Qin Jin seemed to be enjoying herself so much that she couldn't stop talking.
All right. That's it. Everyone else has apologized. Su Zhongtian interrupted.
He knew that if he didn't interrupt Qin Jin, she could talk here for 3 days and 3 nights.
What about this tofu?
Qin Jin looked at the food packaging bag in her hand.
Auntie, give this to me. Don't worry, since it's the Yale family's fault, we will definitely compensate them. We will take full responsibility. If you want to go to the hospital for a physical examination, we will go with you.
Manager Fong took the food packaging bag with a smile and handed it to the female manager next to him.
The female manager took the food packaging bag and looked at it. Manager, isn't that right? The problem was discovered at a glance. What's wrong?
Manager Fong turned around and looked at the female manager unhappily.
He thought to himself, do you have good eyesight? Can't you see that I'm apologizing here? This tofu is not sold in our store.
We don't have this brand in our store.
The female manager shook the food bag. Chapter 126, Counterfeit. Isn't it sold in your store? I just bought it this afternoon, please take a good look at it. Wuyuan brand, I always like to buy this brand. Qin Jin's face darkened again. Auntie, we do sell Wuyuan brand tofu in our store. The tofu you bought is different from the one in our store. It's not even the same. Our Wuyuan brand means Wuan team. The female manager said calmly. What? Let me see.
Qin Jin took the food packaging bag again.
Su Jincheng and Su Zhongtian also came over to watch.
The female manager handed over the tofu that was well packaged and sold in the store. The two of them immediately noticed the difference. The food packaging in Qin Jin's hand had the words Wuyuan written on it, not the Wuan team.
What's going on?
Qin Jin also noticed that the brand name was different.
Think about it again. Did you really buy the tofu here? Did you go somewhere else?
Su Zhongtian thought that Qin Jin might have blamed the wrong person.
I actually bought it here. I didn't go anywhere else this afternoon. I'll go home after I leave the supermarket. Qin Jin also began to wonder if she had really blamed the wrong person. I even ran into my neighbor, Aunt Wan, when I was going home.
She had something urgent to do, and she asked me to bring back a piece of tofu for her.
I'll deliver it when I get home. She recalled. Auntie Wang's tofu?
After she said this, Su Jincheng seemed to understand what was going on.
Did you mix up 2 brands of tofu? You gave my tofu to her family? Su Jincheng reminded. That's right, you're right. Auntie Wang also buys Woyuan brand tofu at the market, and it's much cheaper than what I buy.
When I took the tofu she bought, I felt something was wrong. It felt a little strange, but I couldn't tell what was wrong at the time. Qingjin was reminded and she remembered.
Of course it's not right. One is Woyuan brand. A knockoff that Aunt Wang bought. Su Jincheng laughed.
At this point, things are clear. My mother blamed the wrong person, the Yale family. She must have given the good tofu to Aunt Wang's family, but she ended up eating the bad tofu. I can only blame my mother for not paying attention at the time. Manager Fong understood after hearing this and he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the supermarket has no problem in this matter.
Manager Shohei, this is my fault. I shouldn't blame the Yale family.
I was careless.
Alas. This is all my fault.
My son just got home today, and I wanted to make him a nice meal, but this happened to me. Since it was her fault, Qingjin must of course apologize to the Yale family. But she was still a little unhappy in her heart, so she couldn't smile. The son was originally very happy to come home, but because of this incident, the whole family couldn't have a good dinner.
Mom. It's okay. I like to eat whatever you make.
Su Jincheng smiled and comforted his mother. He knew that his mother was unhappy, but he knew that this matter would not be over for a few days and his mother would be in a better mood.
Su Jincheng thought so, but Manager Fong didn't think so. Auntie. Please wait a moment.
Seeing Qingjin and the boss about to leave, he hurriedly stopped them.
What else do you want? Did what I said just now have a bad influence on your supermarket? I can write a letter of apology if necessary.
Qingjin looked around and saw some customers nearby who had heard the noise she had just made. Manager Fong broke out in cold sweat on his back again. Old lady, who would dare to accept your apology?
Auntie, that's not the case. You don't know, our supermarket happens to have an event today.
We will give the 100th customer who comes to our after-sales service center a refrigerator worth 3,000 yuan as a gift.
You're so lucky. You're number 100.
Manager Fong had a look of congratulations on his face.
Is there such a good thing? Qingjin was stunned.
Then her expression began to show a happy smile little by little.
I really got a refrigerator? She was so happy. Of course it's true, Auntie. I'm so happy for you. Manager Fong's expression couldn't be more genuine. As smart as me. Qingjin was very happy with Manager Fong's congratulations.
Qingjin actually didn't care how much the gift was worth, but getting a refrigerator as a gift from Yale was always a good thing. Her mood suddenly became much better, and her face was filled with smiles. Manager Fong paid a little attention to Su Jincheng, and the young boss seemed to have a smile on his face.
That's enough.
Manager Fong knows that more haste makes waste, and some things require a slow and steady approach.
The less traces you leave behind, the better subordinate you are.
The female manager had already glanced at Manager Fong several times. She knew it better than anyone else and wondered how there could be such an event in a supermarket. But she was smart this time and didn't say a word.
She is not stupid. Manager Fong must have his reasons for doing this. There is another one. This family must be no ordinary one.
Although the female manager did not know the identity of this family, she knew that she could not afford to offend them.
Auntie. You are so lucky, congratulations.
The female manager simply came up to Qingjin and congratulated her with a smile, and bowed with the store manager, saying that there would definitely be no problem.
Qingjin couldn't stop smiling.
Manager Fong asked Qingjin to leave her address and phone number, and took her to see the refrigerator as a gift. Tell her the refrigerator will be delivered to her early tomorrow morning. Qingjin was very satisfied. She was becoming more and more satisfied with the Yale family. It is hard to find such a conscientious supermarket in the world.
Su Zhongtian is not so easy to fool. He is in his own unit and he has seen all kinds of people. He didn't believe that his wife was so lucky. Maybe there was some trick here that he didn't know about. Qingjin is just an ordinary woman, why does Manager Fong want to please her?
He looked at Manager Fong, then at the female manager, but couldn't see anything.
In the end, he didn't ask anything.
Anyway, as long as Qingjin is happy, if I ask something, I might mess things up. A harmonious family is the key to success, and you don't have to worry about anything else.
Su Zhongtian put his hands behind his back.
The store manager and female manager nodded and followed Qingjin away.
Su Jincheng was slightly behind. He stopped there and looked back at Manager Fong.
Sir, what else? Manager Fong hurried over and almost let the cat out of the bag.
The female manager didn't pay attention to this sentence, but she noticed that Manager Fong was running instead of walking.
The young man didn't say a word, but just one gesture made the store manager run. This young man doesn't seem to be simple.
Is it possible that the store manager did all this just for him to see? This detail made the female manager a little suspicious. May I have your name? Su Jincheng looked at Manager Fong and asked calmly. Chapter 127, Running Away from Home. My surname is Fong Dahong. Fong Dahong was very humble in front of Su Jincheng. Well done. Su Jincheng raised the corner of his mouth and left. He could already see that Manager Fong recognized him.
This sensible store manager Fong somehow found out his true identity.
The boss is asking my name. The boss was praising me just now. He knows my name. He must have remembered me.
Fong Dahong was ecstatic, as this meant that he had a place in his boss's heart.
What does that mean? It means a bright future. Of course, things are not that simple. I'm going to deliver the refrigerator myself tomorrow. Fong Dahong made a decision in his mind.
This way he could kill two birds with one stone and also find out where his boss lived.
Manager, who is this young man? The female manager finally came over and wanted to ask about Su Jincheng. Don't ask so many questions. There are some things you shouldn't ask about. Fong Dahong frowned. He didn't dare to reveal Su Jincheng's identity casually.
The female manager's face changed, as if she had asked the wrong question. But don't be afraid, this has nothing to do with you. Just remember one thing, next time that old lady comes to the supermarket to buy something, don't offend her. And don't offend that young man, and don't offend his family either. Fong Dahong emphasized his tone. He believed that the female manager could understand what he meant. Fong Dahong only mentioned this because he saw that the female manager was his trusted subordinate.
I see. The female manager was startled and didn't dare to ask any more questions. Su Jincheng rested comfortably at home for 2 days.
Tong Cheng and Jiang Yilong didn't come to disturb him. It seemed that they both listened to Su Jincheng's words. Manager Fong often appears in Su Jincheng's ears. Mother Qingjin muttered several times in front of Su Jincheng. The store manager, Xiaohei, is really nice and has a good attitude towards people. Every time I go shopping, he helps me push the shopping cart and walks me out of the supermarket.
No wonder he can be the store manager. Other supermarket employees don't have such a good sense of service as him.
After the last misunderstanding, every time she went to Yale's, she would happen to run into Manager Fong at the door.
Su Jincheng smiled. This store manager Fong.
He probably targeted his mother.
That's good too.
Qingjin said all this in a cheerful way, so he didn't say anything. However, every time his father Su Zhongtian heard this, he would look at Su Jincheng a few times, with an unknown meaning in his eyes. Su Jincheng was a little suspicious that his father had noticed something.
But Dad didn't ask and he didn't explain. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Su Jincheng was sleeping at home. The phone rang.
He thought it was Tong Cheng or Jiang Yilong calling.
I picked up the phone and took a look. It was Chen Xiantong calling. Su Jincheng, are you in Jiangnan City?
On the other end of the phone, Chen Xuantong's voice seemed a little anxious.
I've just been back for 2 days. I'm thinking of finding a time for us all to get together. How are you guys doing now? Where's Li Weixiang? Su Jincheng smiled.
Li Weixiang has not contacted him since his marriage, so Su Jincheng plans to find a time to talk to Li Weixiang.
Li Weixiang.
Li Weixiang is missing.
He's missing. I thought he would be at your house. Chen Xuantong's voice sounded tearful. What's going on? What happened to you? Don't be anxious, take your time.
When Su Jincheng heard this, he quickly sat up from the bed.
My mom and dad said a few words to him last night. He left home in anger and hasn't come back until now.
I couldn't get through on the phone, and no one was at his parents' place. I asked other classmates, but they hadn't seen him.
Chen Xiantong told Su Jincheng while sobbing.
After hearing this, Su Jincheng understood that Li Weixiang had quarreled with Chen Xuantong's family.
He didn't ask the reason for the quarrel between the two parties. It was not a good question to ask. Don't worry. I know him, nothing will happen to him. Let me see where he might be. Su Jincheng comforted Chen Xiantong. Let us do this. Keep your phone open. I'll go out and look for him too. I think I can find him. He thought for a moment and then spoke again. Su Jincheng, thank you. You're welcome. He is my classmate, and you are also my classmate. It is only natural for you to care about him. Su Jincheng didn't say anything more to Chen Xiantong, hung up the phone and prepared to go out. Xinshan heard the noise in the kitchen and came out. Where are you going so early? She saw Su Jincheng in a hurry and asked. Li Weixiang is missing. It seems like I had a quarrel with my family. I'll go look for it. Su Jincheng answered while washing up in the bathroom. What's wrong with this kid? Even at this age, it still makes me worry. You found the person. Ask him to come to my house often. I haven't seen him for a long time. Xinshan didn't think this was a big deal. Li Weixiang was so old, nothing serious would happen to him. Eat your breakfast first. She brought milk and buns from the kitchen, and her son had to eat. This is her order to go out. Su Jincheng could only finish the meal in 2 or 3 bites, which satisfied Xinshan. Walk out the door. Su Jincheng stopped again. Jiangnan City is neither big nor small. He couldn't drive all over the city looking for someone, and he might not find them. At this time, where will Li Weixiang be? Su Jincheng thought about it and suddenly thought of a place. A water tower nearby. When he was bored in the past, he would go there and sit with Li Weixiang. Li Weixiang knows that place. Will he be there now? That place is very secluded and most people don't go there. Thinking of this, Su Jincheng did not hesitate and simply went there to take a look. If you can't find anyone, go somewhere else. It's still some distance away from the water tower. Su Jincheng saw it. There is a figure sitting on top of the water tower. Su Jincheng saw a figure sitting on the water tower, although he couldn't see the face clearly. But he recognized him at a glance. This was Li Weixiang. They have been brothers for so many years, he believes his own eyes. He felt relieved that he had found the person. Su Jincheng did not go up directly, but called Chen Xiantong first. Chen Xiantong must be very anxious at this time. Chen Xiantong, the person has been found. As soon as the phone call came through, he reported the news directly. Is he all right? Chen Xiantong is very concerned, after all, Li Weixiang is her husband. Fine. Su Jincheng looked up again. The figure on the water tower looked a little desolate, but not enough to jump down. He's fine. He's really fine. Don't cry, don't worry, I will bring him back. After hanging up the phone, Su Jincheng slowly climbed to the top of the water tower. You're here. Li Weixiang heard the noise, turned around and saw that it was Su Jincheng, and smiled bitterly. Chapter 128 Opening a Restaurant. Why are you hiding here? Su Jincheng walked over calmly. Li Weixiang didn't say anything and moved aside. There were more than 30 beer bottles in front of him, and more than 10 of them were empty. It seems that he has been hiding here drinking alone. Why didn't you invite me to drink? Drinking alone is not as enjoyable as drinking with 2 people. Su Jincheng also sat down, picked up the bottle opener on the ground, and opened a bottle of beer. You are different now than you were before. You're rich now. And I am nothing. Li Weixiang was in a very low mood. It seemed that he had suffered a heavy blow yesterday. I was wondering why you didn't call me during this period of time. You're right, I do have money now. But no matter how rich I am, you are still my brother. Su Jincheng raised his head, took a sip of beer, and spoke lightly in the wind. Aren't you afraid that I, your brother, will take your money? They all said so. They all said I knew you were rich. But I really don't know, and I haven't thought about it that way. When Li Weixiang said this, his expression became a little excited. Have you been wronged? Su Jincheng asked. Li Weixiang staggered and tried to stand up. Don't stand up. You'll fall off the water tower later. I should call an ambulance. Su Jincheng grabbed him and prevented him from standing up. I really don't think about your money. What's yours is yours, and what's mine is mine. Do you believe it? Li Weixiang looked back at him. I believe it. Of course I believe you. Su Jincheng patted his shoulder. But others don't believe it. Li Weixiang finally couldn't help it.
He felt wronged like a child and shed tears in front of Su Jincheng. Men can actually feel sad too, but they generally don't cry, nor do they easily reveal their emotions in front of ordinary people.
Su Jincheng didn't try to persuade him either. Sometimes it's better to cry than not to cry.
I had an argument with Chen Xuantong's parents last night.
After a while, Li Weixiang said in a hoarse voice. I heard Chen Xiantong mention it. Su Jincheng nodded. He didn't want to ask more about this matter. Since Li Weixiang was willing to talk, he would listen. If you don't want to say it, he won't force you.
It is difficult for a judge to judge family affairs. Every family has its own problems, and it is difficult for outsiders to interfere.
His parents called me a wimp. Being around people like you. But I don't want to continue to seek benefits from you.
Li Weixiang continued.
Su Jincheng was stunned.
He didn't expect that this matter was related to him. He had met Chen Xuantong's parents and knew that the two elderly people attached great importance to money.
What do you think? Su Jincheng doesn't care what Chen Xuantong's parents think, he just wants to hear. Li Weixiang's thoughts. I'm actually very stubborn. Not until the end of the road. I won't come looking for you.
Li Weixiang shook his head.
So do you have any plans of your own? You don't want to live in poverty with Chen Xiantong forever. You don't want to be looked down upon by Chen Xuantong's parents forever, do you?
Su Jincheng asked. Li Weixiang is actually a very smart person, so he has a strong self-esteem.
He won't bow his head and ask for help easily. I have thought about it. I certainly don't want to be this poor. I've always dreamed of opening a restaurant, and I love to cook.
Of course, Li Weixiang also has dreams.
Restaurant? Su Jincheng raised the corner of his mouth.
He didn't expect Li Weixiang to have such an idea.
You don't approve either?
Li Weixiang discussed his ideas with Chen Xuantong's parents yesterday, but was met with strong opposition. In a fit of anger, he left the Jiang family.
I have no objection. Since you want to do it, then do it. There aren't many good restaurants in Jiangnan City. If I were to treat someone, I'd have a headache figuring out where to go. Su Jincheng is expressing his support. But I have no money.
I originally wanted to mortgage the house I just bought.
But Chen Xuantong's parents don't agree.
Li Weixiang lowered his head again when he said this. He had never considered borrowing money from Su Jincheng until now.
Su Jincheng would not say that he has money and would lend it to you.
He was afraid that if he said this, his brotherhood would be ruined.
Li Weixiang didn't mention it because he was stubborn. Chen Xuantong's parents are probably worried. I'm afraid you'll lose all your money in the catering business. Without a house, there is no home. Su Jincheng could guess what Chen Xuantong's parents were thinking.
Nothing in this world can be accomplished without taking risks.
Besides, I will definitely put my heart into it. I believe that hard work can still make money.
Li Weixiang did not give up, but he knew that he could not persuade Chen Xuantong's parents.
Let us do this. Let me give you an idea.
Let me make it clear first, whether you are willing or not is up to you.
Su Jincheng thought for a moment and said. Don't lend me the money yourself. I won't have it. Li Weixiang first blocked Su Jincheng's thoughts. I knew you were thinking that. But it's not really me who's lending you the money. I can find a way to help you get a loan from the bank. Su Jincheng smiled. Bank loan?
Li Weixiang's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again.
I can't mortgage my house.
There's nothing more valuable around.
Why should the bank lend me money? He looked at Su Jincheng suspiciously. Why don't you have anything valuable? Think about it again.
Su Jincheng smiled.
No.
Li Weixiang spoke in a firm tone.
Of course you do. Did you forget about that Lexus LS? The car owner's name is yours. Su Jincheng reminded. I never considered that car mine.
I'll just assume you lent it to me.
I can give it back to you anytime you want.
Li Weixiang shook his head.
I'm going to get angry if you say that. Do you still think I'm your brother? That car was a wedding present for you. You're slapping me in the face. Su Jincheng's face darkened and his voice was filled with anger.
Li Weixiang couldn't refuse it this time, as he really regarded Su Jincheng as a brother.
You do this.
Then you were hospitalized for a few days while helping me with the project.
Do I have to settle the score with you and give you money before you're satisfied? Su Jincheng's words are very powerful. Li Weixiang had no answer. No matter how he answered, it would be wrong. Aren't we brothers? These are all small things. Li Weixiang's voice became softer. Then what the hell are you talking about? Hurry up, don't dawdle, go back and prepare the information. I'll talk to my friend at the bank and go apply for a loan some other day. Su Jincheng found this trick particularly effective, and his tone became even more arrogant. Li Weixiang was speechless now. He also felt that this was the only solution at the moment. Chapter 129 Rogue. Go back. Drink so much. Aren't you afraid of peeing too much? Su Jincheng kicked Li Weixiang jokingly. Don't say that, I really want to pee. Li Weixiang also laughed, and his worries were relieved a lot at this moment. He unbuckled his belt and walked over to the water tower. You rascal. Be careful, there's a little girl down there. Su Jincheng cursed with a smile. There's nothing down there. Come on, too. This seems pretty cool. Li Weixiang released the water in his body and felt relaxed both physically and mentally. Should I try? Su Jincheng couldn't help it. He drank beer and now felt a little bloated in his lower abdomen. He also walked to the water tower. It's really cool. Just then, the two girls happened to pass by the water tower. They heard laughter from above and couldn't help but look up. Two screams. Rogue. Su Jincheng came down from the water tower with a frown on his face. Damn it, I'm so unlucky that when I'm having a good time, others call me a hooligan. If this person becomes disabled, who will accompany him? Do you want me to go to the hospital with you? Li Weixiang also came down from the water tower. Su Jincheng didn't want to look at him because he was the one who caused the incident today. Then I'll go back. Li Weixiang was in a good mood at the moment. He couldn't help laughing and waved to Su Jincheng and left quickly. This place is dangerous, it's better to leave first. What kind of brother is this? Su Jincheng said angrily. I told you to get out, so you got out. What should I do? Go to the hospital? The doctor asked me, what should I say? It was an accident because I was so high up in the water tower and shouldn't have been so reckless. He guessed the doctor would also be very upset. Never mind. Find someone to try first. Su Jincheng took out his cell phone and made a call. Song Ruoyu's unusually magnetic voice came over, still as captivating as ever. Su Jincheng felt a little nervous. This woman was becoming more and more charming. Are you alone? He asked worriedly. If there were someone around Song Ruoyu, her words would definitely be different. Yes. I'm alone in the office. There's a lot going on today. Song Ruoyu replied. Master Su, you're calling me at this time. Are you trying to check on my work? Then she asked in surprise. Yes. I haven't called in a few days. I just wanted to ask about your work situation over there. Is anyone giving you any trouble? Su Jincheng was led back to work by Song Ruoyu's words. No. I'm just a fox borrowing the power of a tiger. Master Su, you're standing behind me. No one dares, unless they don't want to work in the Yale family anymore. Song Ruoyu's voice sounded a little lazy, yet had a bit of the aura of a strong woman. Are you sick? Su Jincheng heard that her voice sounded a little strange and asked with concern. Song Ruoyu doesn't usually speak so softly. You could hear it on the phone? You have such amazing little ears. I have a slight cold. Song Ruoyu felt a little happy. Have you taken your medicine? Su Jincheng's voice came over. I just took some medicine. This medicine makes me a little sleepy. I really want to get some sleep. Song Ruoyu's tone was gentle. Since you are sick too, why don't you go back and rest? Work is important, but so is your health. Su Jincheng advised. I'm sick too. Mr. Su, what do you mean? Are you ill? However, Song Ruoyu heard a hint of problem in Su Jincheng's words. I'm fine. He replied. What do you mean you have nothing? If you're sick, go to the hospital. Let us do this. I have a close friend at Jiangnan City Hospital. I'll call her and ask her to help you. Song Ruoyu's tone became serious. No, I'm not going to the hospital. I'm fine now.
Su Jincheng was shocked when she heard that the doctor was her best friend.
If I go there and let her best friend see it, won't she know everything? What's wrong with you? Why are you hesitating? Was he hit by a car?
No, I'll buy a plane ticket back to Jiangnan City right away.
Seeing that Su Jincheng refused to say anything, Song Ruoyu became even more worried. Hit by a car? Su Jincheng's mouth twitched. Women's imagination is so scary. Aren't you cursing me? I'm really fine. Don't come back. Work with peace of mind, he said, ready to hang up. Will you tell me? Hurry up and tell me. You're going to drive me crazy. The more Su Jincheng acted like this, the more anxious Song Ruoyu became, and her voice became louder. It's really about worrying about yourself. Me. A good brother of mine disappeared yesterday. I just found out this morning. Su Jincheng was a little helpless and could only tell the story of Li Weixiang. He was kidnapped? Or has he already been unfortunate? Don't be so sad. He's gone. Don't be depressed. Song Ruoyu's voice sounded a little anxious. Su Jincheng was speechless. What was this woman thinking? He felt he couldn't continue talking to her.
The two of them are not on the same wavelength.
Is this the legendary concern that leads to confusion? I'm fine. He's fine too. I found him.
He had been hiding all night, drinking alone on a water tower.
Su Jincheng told Song Ruoyu directly. Neuropathy. Let's go to the water tower and drink. The water tower is so high, he's not afraid of falling down. Song Ruoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief.
No, you haven't finished speaking.
Did you fall from the water tower afterwards? If you fall from such a tall water tower, won't your legs be broken? Which leg is broken, the left or the right?
But she soon became nervous again.
My left and right legs are fine. Su Jincheng paused. Then there's still something wrong. What's going on? Where are you disabled? Song Ruoyu felt that Su Jincheng was hesitant in his speech. Do you still miss me?
I just drank too much and my stomach was bloated, so I just wanted to relieve myself by the water tower. As luck would have it, two young girls came downstairs and called me a hooligan.
Su Jincheng finally couldn't help it, and he didn't care whether he should say this to such a beautiful woman. Never say it again. Song Ruoyu didn't know where her wild thoughts were going. You? What did you say? I didn't hear clearly.
When Song Ruoyu heard this, her voice seemed to tremble.
Is this woman crying? Is she sad for me? I just drank a lot and my stomach is bloated. I just happened to be startled by the little girl in the middle of the journey. Su Jincheng explained it briefly again. That's all I had to say.
Suddenly, there was laughter on the other end of the phone.
It wasn't just Song Ruoyu's laughter, there was actually someone else in the room. Who else is in the office? Su Jincheng became nervous. If this matter got out, he would be so embarrassed. Chapter 130 Super VIP. Lung Feng is in the office too. Why is this woman here? Don't you mean alone?
I was alone just now, but she came in after we had just spoken a few words.
Who knew you would tell me this? Song Ruoyu's pretty face flushed on the other end of the phone. She laughed as she spoke, and she was almost laughing to death. Didn't you hear all of this? Su Jincheng wanted to dig a hole in the ground. You are not allowed to spread what I said today. Did you hear that? Whoever spreads this, I'll never forgive him. He had to warn the two women over the phone. Master Su, don't worry. We won't spread it. Song Ruoyu turned on the hands-free mode, and Lung Feng smiled and made assurances. Could you please stop laughing when you say this? Su Jincheng couldn't stand the sound of laughter now.
When he said this, the two women laughed even harder.
It took a long time for the laughter to stop. Mr. Su, you should see a doctor about this problem. Why are you calling me? After laughing, Song Ruoyu was still a little curious. Her cold seemed to be gone. It's embarrassing for me to go to the doctor about this. I just wanted to talk to you. Su Jincheng hesitated a bit. Song Ruoyu's pretty face turned red again. Lung Feng's pretty face also turned red.
Both beautiful women understood what Su Jincheng meant.
Don't look for me next time.
Song Ruoyu spat at Su Jincheng and blushed deeply, but did not hang up the phone. Lung Feng stood there and didn't leave. The two women chatted with Su Jincheng, and no one knew what they said to Su Jincheng.
After a while, Su Jincheng suddenly looked happy. Let's stop here for today. He is about to hang up the phone. What's wrong with you? All right? Song Ruoyu asked tentatively from the other side. All right. Su Jincheng nodded affirmatively. Rogue.
Song Ruoyu blushed, cursed him, and hung up the phone first.
Su Jincheng pinched his nose.
After the test, he felt much more at ease.
Rogue? Then be a hooligan. Where to go now?
Su Jincheng thought about it and decided that he had already come out.
After 2 days of rest, his spirits had almost recovered.
He thought about going to the bank and talking to his beautiful manager Jiang Xiaoyan about the loan.
Since we want to help Li Weixiang, we have to arrange things first. Jiang Xiaoyan is the manager of the bank where Su Jincheng has been keeping his money.
The president of this bank asked Jiang Xiaoyan to be respectful to Su Jincheng. After all, Su Jincheng is a super big customer. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't expect Su Jincheng to come to see her. She had been to Su's house once before, but at that time Su Jincheng went to country Y. After Su Jincheng came back, his mother Qingjin forgot to tell him about this.
After that, Jiang Xiaoyan never went to see Su Jincheng again.
President Pan asked her several times, but she always made excuses that Su Jincheng was not around. No matter how anxious President Pan was, he could only wait for Su Jincheng to come back. When Jiang Xiaoyan saw Su Jincheng, she groaned inwardly, not knowing what he wanted to talk to her about. At the same time, I must talk to him about financial products today, otherwise I won't be able to explain to President Pan.
Why are you back? Even if you come back, don't show up in front of me? Jiang Xiaoyan thought to herself. You don't seem to want to see me? Su Jincheng noticed Jiang Xiaoyan's expression. Mr. Su, what are you talking about? I've been wanting to find you. Jiang Xiaoyan quickly asked Su Jincheng to sit down with a polite smile.
She couldn't afford to offend this super VIP, not even the bank president dared to offend him.
You looking for me? What do you want from me? Su Jincheng asked casually. Now it's you who's looking for me.
Jiang Xiaoyan gritted her teeth secretly, thinking, why don't you tell me about your own affairs but come to ask me, how free are you?
I want to discuss a banking matter with you. Since Su Jincheng asked this, she just said it. Then let me tell you about my story. Su Jincheng nodded.
Jiang Xiaoyan was so upset that she almost vomited blood.
You asked me questions, but I ignored you. Super VIP? Is it great to be a super VIP?
Mr. Su, if you have any questions, please feel free to tell us.
Our bank will serve you wholeheartedly. Jiang Xiaoyan lowered her head. Super VIP, really amazing.
Su Jincheng didn't do this on purpose, he just asked casually without thinking too much about it. Of course, he came here to talk about his own affairs. I have a friend who wants to start a business and open a restaurant, but he is short of money.
I thought of asking him to contact you and ask the bank to lend him some money. I wonder if this is inconvenient for you.
Su Jincheng briefly explained the situation.
Loan?
Jiang Xiaoyan was stunned. She didn't expect Su Jincheng to come to her for this matter.
Soon she looked at Su Jincheng in confusion, thinking, you have so much money, do you need to get a bank loan? It's not convenient for me to lend him my own money.
My friend has a lot of self-esteem.
This is the only way I can help him. Su Jincheng shook his head and explained.
After hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan actually admired Su Jincheng's friend a little.
People like him are rare. Does your friend have any mortgage or property? Jiang Xiaoyan asked according to the bank's procedures.
He has a house, but he won't mortgage it. No, he has a Lexus LS. It's not that long ago and is worth over $1 million. I figured he could use the car as collateral for the loan.
Su Jincheng explained Li Weixiang's situation.
That'll do.
Mr. Su, you can ask your friend to come to me. I can get him a loan.
Jiang Xiaoyan said readily that since she had collateral, it was of course possible. If she applied for a loan when she had nothing, it would be difficult for her to do so.
I have only one condition.
I hope your bank can lend him as much money as possible, the more the better. The loan interest rate must also be very low, the lower the better.
I'm not asking for much, am I? Su Jincheng added. Jiang Xiaoyan is about to vomit blood again. Is this a condition?
In addition, customers also have to put forward conditions when applying for bank loans.
She really wanted to say, I won't lend you money anymore. But Super VIP is amazing. Mr. Su, your conditions are difficult for the bank to meet.
She could only speak to Su Jincheng in a tactful way and did not dare to refuse directly.
Tell me about your business. You just wanted to discuss a banking transaction with me. Let me hear what kind of banking business.
Su Jincheng didn't continue talking about this matter, he changed the subject.
Jiang Xiaoyan paused.
She wanted to explain, but unexpectedly Su Jincheng changed the topic.
Mr. Su, it's like this.
Our bank has a wealth management product that can help you achieve great returns.
I was thinking that Mr. Su, you have so much money in your account, it's just sitting there, you might as well take it out and manage it.
Jiang Xiaoyan was interrupted by Su Jincheng when she reached this point.
What is the monthly return of your financial products?
Su Jincheng asked directly.